In order to prove that only Chinese-style horror can scare the world to tears, I directly crossed over to the Blue Star where the eerie arena descended. Here, each country needs to summon local eerie entities to compete. The victorious country will prosper and endure for eternity, while the defeated will not only suffer a decline in fortune, but also face the terror and even the disaster of annihilation. I thought that the Dragon Country, with its historical heritage, would dominate the Blue Star, but to my surprise, it has already suffered 9 consecutive defeats and is about to face the final settlement. This is because the Dragon Country has neglected the inheritance of horror culture in recent years, resulting in the inability to even summon a Class A eerie entity now. Thinking of this, I was burning with anger. How profound is the terrifying culture of the Great Xia, the red and white collision with reversed yin and yang, the corpse chasing in the dark and gloomy Shangxi for thousands of miles, the evil spirits of the 18 hells. Summoning any one of them can dominate the Blue Star. Just then, a clear voice sounded, congratulating you on successfully awakening the traditional Chinese horror classics. You can summon the terrifying things recorded in the classics. Remember, this is not cheating. All of this belongs to the Dragon Country. Looking at the last sentence on the panel, I took a cold breath, my eyes filled with intense excitement. There are 5 minutes left until the second round. Dragon Country must immediately send out a contestant. Once time is up, it will be considered a forfeit. In the center of the arena, a mysterious referee in a black robe, whose face cannot be seen clearly, is mercilessly delivering the verdict. As his voice fell, other countries turned their eyes towards Dragon Country. The audience from the Sakura Country, the winner of the first round, could no longer contain their restlessness and began to mock Dragon Country madly, saying if you can't send anyone, just give up. Anyway, your fate is to lose. With your weak horror culture in Dragon Country, I don't know what reason you have to persist. In China, there is an ancient saying, those who understand the times are the wise. The audience at the Cherry Blossom viewing event held up their loudspeakers and shouted arrogantly, their faces showing the look of a villain who has achieved success almost overflowing. At that moment, I walked slowly into the arena, and the next moment, a barrier rose around us. The mysterious referee on the platform began to speak. Time is up. Both players are in position. For the entertainment of this battle, please state your name and introduce the horror you have summoned this time, perhaps to prevent the people of the Dragon Kingdom from interfering with the match. He added that, given that this round may be the Dragon Kingdom's final round in the terrifying arena, the power to change the combatants will no longer be granted. The battle begins. The next second, the player from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom stepped forward and said, I am Yuxing Xieno from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the horror I have summoned is the A-level Rift Woman. As he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a mysterious figure appeared behind him, a woman with disheveled hair, a mouth split to the roots of her ears, pitch-black eyes filled with icy killing intent, and scissors in her hand wrapped in a sticky, disgusting substance. It is said that every time night falls, the slit-mouthed woman always wears a mask to stop passers-by and ask them if they are beautiful. If they say they are not beautiful or do not answer, she will kill them with long scissors. If they say they are beautiful, she will take off the mask and cut the corners of their mouths with scissors. The number of people who have died at her hands is countless, and she is rated as an A-level threat. Shi Yuxing sneered a few times and mocked, once my slit-mouthed woman is summoned, she will not stop until she sees death. If the Dragon Kingdom player begs for mercy on his knees, I might be able to help you negotiate with the slit-mouthed woman to just cut the corners of your mouth and leave a scar of shame. I just looked indifferently at this person from the Dragon Kingdom. Rest assured, even if you beg for mercy on your knees later, I will kill you mercilessly. At this point, the referee waved his hand and said, enough talk, let me introduce you to the horror you will summon. Zhao Air, from the Dragon Kingdom, summons terror. Red and white collide. Unknown level. Then a sinister smile appeared on my face, as I opened the first page of the Chinese horror classics in my mind. Next, open your eyes wide and take a good look at what Chinese horror is all about. After listening to what I said, the audience of the Sakura country was instantly amused. A small B-level demon was already the strongest force in the country. In a country with such a weak horror culture, they even dared to boast about showing us some Chinese-style horror. Shi Yuxing sighed and said, I thought you were someone, but I didn't expect you to be a fool. Lied-mouth woman. Take him down with one move. With his command, the next second, lied-mouth woman's eyes glowed red, and she rushed towards me with a pair of long scissors. However, just as the long scissors pierced my neck, in an instant, a majestic aura was released from my body, like a huge wave rising, constantly spreading around. Just one impact sent lied-mouth woman flying backwards dozens of meters. Feeling the aura on me, Shi Yuxing widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. How could this be? As for me, a wry smile appeared on my lips. Don't be surprised so early. The real show is just beginning. As the words fell, The previously clear sky suddenly turned into a dark sky without warning. The sky was dark, and in the clouds, rolling thunder rolled, and the air was filled with a dense and extremely inchi. Captain, look! One of the combatants from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly pointed to the sky. Zhou Zhengtian raised his head violently, and immediately afterward, he saw a shocking scene that he had never seen before in his life. The boundless sky, with Zhang Shu's location as the center, was as if it had been cut open by a god's sword, creating an invisible moat. The presence of the Rift Valley caused the sky to split directly in two. It creates a very different scene. Half of the sky reflected scarlet bloodlight, as if it had been dyed with the blood of millions of people, and even the rolling clouds were sticky like writhing flesh and blood. Half of the sky reflected a fearful whiteness, a whiteness that had never been seen before, like a life that was coming to an end without a trace of color. Eerie and morose. Two extreme colors clash. Add to that the blood that filled the air, the eerie cold wind that hovered around the crowd. The moment, all the spectators' bodies were trembling slightly. They stared at Zhang Shu with their full attention, both eyes as wide as bronze bells. At this moment, they had already realized that this young man from the Dragon Kingdom, who was looked down upon by everyone, was very uncomplicated. The mysterious referee located on top of the ring looked up at the huge changes in the sky. The corners of his mouth turned up. Interesting. Knock 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 knock. While all the spectators were still marveling at the great change in the sky, suddenly, a deafening drumbeat stirred from the scarlet sky. Under everyone's nervous gaze, a huge-scale family delivery team appeared above the scarlet sky, densely packed, all of them dressed in red, with a neat and eerie smile on their faces. The procession of the bridegroom is orderly and moves forward at the same pace, like a long river of blood that gushes and does not recede. And in the center of the group, a wheel of ornately decorated sedan chairs stood out. It is dominated by red color, full of auspicious symbolism. In its surroundings, hung with colorful lanterns and satin, in the sedan chairman carried under the march, swaying, and the most amazing thing is, at the end of the sedan chair, a phoenix with glittering gold and scarlet feathers, trailing a red-colored haze tail, was erected in the pavilion. It held its head high and looked down with a condescending stance, looking down out of the corner of its eye. Sedan chair? Isn't this something used in ancient times when a woman gets married? Why is it here? Right. And the scale of this marriage is just too grandiose. There are thousands of people in the marriage sending team alone. This doesn't even fit the specifications of a normal woman's marriage in ancient times. Wait, don't you guys see a problem? This is the Ring of Terror. But where is the thing that Zhang Shu summoned half as terrifying? Yes, isn't getting married a symbol of joy and good fortune? For a moment, the people of Dragonland froze. They looked at each other with amazement in their eyes. Did Zhang Shu not get the rules right from the start? The experienced Zhou Zhengtian on the sidelines frowned as he understood that since Zhang Shu dared to take the field for him, he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. And when the spectators from the other countries saw the scene, they couldn't help but start laughing. Ha! Am I reading this right? Isn't this the Ring of Terror? Why did the Dragon Country players summon something so festive? Are they here to be funny? I thought I remembered this as a scene from their ancient marriage? How did you conjure this up? Just now, looking at the momentum, I thought I was going to show us a tough one, but I didn't realize I was pulling a big one on us. Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom. Is that all you have? Just when the audience from various countries laughed at Zhang Shu for summoning the wedding scene, suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out from the crowd. Wait, you guys stop taunting for a second and look in the sky. Words. All of them looked up to the sky, only to see that in that pale sky, another team had actually appeared, quite different from the procession at the beginning of the wedding. The pallbearers in this procession were dressed in white mourning clothes, and their faces all wore serious expressions that were cold to the extreme. At the front of the procession, the ringing instrument class struck gongs and drums and played sad vocal music, as if a funeral bell rang from the depths of the underworld, accompanied by a high-pitched and desolate oboe sound. The people on either side of them threw paper money made of white paper into the air, scattered and scattered, like cold, bleak snow. The whole procession was filled with a weird and eerie atmosphere. They kept moving forward, and on their way, the people knelt on both sides in mourning, kowtowing to the coffin in droves. It was like they were possessed, and even if their heads were knocked out, they didn't make the slightest move to stop. Same as the previous sedan chair. On this ancient, heavy coffin also stood a phoenix. Only, this one phoenix had a miserable white color all over its body, and its complexion was no longer proud, and its ghostly black pupils were filled with sadness, like a dead phoenix that had long since lost its life. The moment, a red and white sky, marriage and funeral meet. The sedan chair and the coffin collided. As they reached the dividing line, both teams stopped in their tracks, and then a very dignified voice could be heard coming from the sedan chair and the coffin one after the other. The phoenix cape, The queen's great joy. Everything in the mortal world. Back off. 100 birds toward the phoenix. Empress Phoenix falls. Everything in the mortal world. Quickly back off. Next moment. In the center of the casket and sedan chair, huge ripples of baleful chi spread out, crazily ravaging everything in the heavens and earth. Trees were blown toppling over. Mountains and rivers were blown to whistling. Even the spectators of the countries that were being protected felt a strong aura of death at this moment. It seemed like someone had a knife to their neck. It made their bodies couldn't help but shiver. This scene of joy and sadness hitting each other. It made even those of them who did not understand Chinese horror feel a thrill from deep within at this moment. What the hell is this? Sakura Nation's player Yusei Shino's pupils trembled as he looked at the sky, his survival instincts driving him to try to hurry and escape from the ring. But he couldn't break the boundary at all. And the spectators from various countries also held their breath and looked at the coffin and palanquin in the sky with stunned expressions, so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. Holy fuck! Seems to be playing a big game. Even Zhang Shu, who was the originator, sucked in a breath of cold air. From the moment the wedding and funeral procession appeared just now, he had a premonition of it all in his mind. The size of such a huge team is not at all what ordinary people deserve. And the only one who can enjoy all this is the motherly empress. The red and white collision is supposed to be a great evil. But now, it's still the queen in this coffin and palanquin. When the great evil met the human phoenix, its terror was completely impossible to describe with words. Just thinking about it made people feel chills on their backs. One can only hope that the Sakura ghosts will be able to keep the two in the sky slightly entertained. One thought to this. Zhang Shu looked up into the sky, pointed at Yusei Shino, and bellowed out, "Seniors, please help me." And came this ghost who insulted my dragon kingdom on the spot. Hoo. With a command from him, the terrifying thing in the sky responded instantly. Originally spread in all sides of heaven and earth, the fury gas was like thousands of rivers converging in the sea, madly rushing towards the direction of Yuxing Shinnuo. The massive power wrapped in it caused Yusei Shino's pupils to lock up and his body to tremble in fear. No good. I'll die if this move goes down. Yusei Shino panicked and looked to the side of the cleft female who had long been frozen in shock. Hurry up on me. Kill that horrible thing that the Dragon Kingdom player summoned. The cleft woman turned her head stiffly, pointing her finger at herself in dismay. The expression seemed to say, "No, just me." The Rift Woman is a summoned horror. It's true that she's not a life form, but she does have a brain and a mind. As far as that coffin in the sky was concerned, that wheeled sedan chair, the aura it gave off was simply not something she could fight against. Letting her go up there and take it on the hard way, isn't that just sending her to her death? What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Ha, did you think that by begging for mercy they would leave us alone? Yusei Shino stared at the cleft woman, his face no longer as subdued as it had been earlier. The slit woman held the blood-stained long scissors, her scarlet eyes radiating a morose light as she sank her head low, the long scissors in her hand flipping violently. Phew! Like a sharp arrow, it frantically approached towards Zhang Shu at a speed as fast as lightning. Not good. This cleft female is going to make a move against Zhang Shu. The hearts of the Dragon Kingdom spectators instantly lifted. Crackerjack women are not stupid. She was no match for the red and white crashing fury in the sky. However, as long as the opponent's summoned player was killed, the horror it had summoned would naturally disappear. At that thought, a sinister smile curved the corners of the cleft woman's mouth, her body sticking to the ground, bringing up a puff of smoke and dust wherever she passed, with lightning roaring among them. What a countryside freak from there. How dare you lay hands on him without the palace's permission? A majestic and incomparable voice suddenly came from the palanquin in the sky. Immediately afterward, a white arm reached out from the palanquin curtains, and with one hand and fingers, she raised and then lowered it. Boom! Shasta! The scarlet sky violently descended a bucket-thick world-destroying blood thunder, and the thunder was wildly powerful, piercing through the clouds and tearing through space. Under the cracked mouth woman's terrified gaze, a rumbling sound, with unerring precision, struck her body, erupting a strong and incomparable baleful aura, and the remaining residual power stirred up ripples, and even shook the ring's boundaries open. After the wind calms down, the crowd hurriedly turned their attention to where the cleft woman had been earlier. But now, where is the cleft woman? The only thing left at the scene was a streak of fragmented powder with a human form, which disappeared without a trace under the wind. Class A cleft female. Deceased. One move in a second. I'll be damned. The moment. The global audience was shocked beyond words. Their gazes trembled as they stared dully at the palanquin in the scarlet sky, their throats too dry to swallow a drop of saliva. It's horrible. The terrifying thing summoned by the Dragon Kingdom this time was too terrifying. Just one random strike had turned the crowned brutal, bloody, ruthless slit woman into pieces. Such a strong battle power was extremely rare in the Terror Ring since its appearance. What the hell? Is this an S-rank summon? However, just when everyone was still in shock over the scene in front of them, an unpleasant voice came from that coffin on the pale white sky that it was not easy to have a chance to make a move, but it turned out to be snatched away by you. Sister, you can't be like this next time. Vocal lines are soft, elegant and beautiful. The tone was filled with a few grumbles, little tantrums, but in the situation at hand, no one would be so hot-headed as to think that the coffin contained a soft, pampered woman. With the appearance of her voice, the consternation on the faces of the audience in the room had almost coalesced into substance. Their mouths opened wide as they realized a serious problem. The one who just shot and killed the cleft woman was the one in the sedan chair. But don't forget, there's a coffin hovering in the sky. What's a coffin? Pretending to be something dead. The Een in fury will only get heavier and stronger. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their wide eyes highlighting their panic at every turn. The Longboy audience, who had not experienced a victory for a long time, did not react immediately until they had already won. There were just faces, rubbing their eyes and pinching their thighs, until it was determined that it wasn't a dream, but reality. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom instantly erupted in thunderous applause. Crap! We won! We really won! We have defeated the Sakura Nation's Rift Woman, and we have a powerful terror of our own. Ha 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 ha. What did I just say? I knew that Zhang Shu must have his backbone if he dared to take the place on the field. What did I say? This dude is awesome. A wedding and a funeral collide. How did he come up with that? He's a genius. Whoever said our horror culture doesn't work. Just the ones that appeared in the sky almost scared the pants off me. Where's the Sakura Nation? Why don't they talk anymore? Is it because of a natural disinclination to speak? Didn't you scream fiercely earlier? Why are you wilting like a beaten rat now? A mere A-ranked cleft female. She didn't even last a single move under the horrors summoned by Zhang Shu. The moment the Dragon Nation audience completely raised their eyebrows and mocked Sakura Nation properly. They were so cursed that they didn't even have a chance to talk back. Previously also helped the Cherry Blossom country to speak of the country. Instantly also no temper. One by one hung his head, fearing that the Dragon country remembered what they had just done. Suffered later retaliation. Baka, how could this happen? UCI Shino actually lost. Damn the Dragon Kingdom for summoning such a powerful and terrifying thing. They must have hidden their frustration before. No matter what, let UCI Shino come back first. He's also a talented person, and he can still contribute to our Sakura country in the future. The Sakura combat team discussed in a low atmosphere. At this point, the mysterious referee, who was at the edge of the ring, saw that Cracker Woman was dead, came to the center of the ring, and raised his hand to announce that the Split Woman is dead. So I declare round 2. Sakura Nation battle. Slow down. Zhang Shu suddenly opened his mouth, and he stared coldly at UCI Shino. The cleft girl is dead, but the Sakura player is alive and well. According to the rules of the Ring of Terror, as long as the opposing player is still in the ring, he can continue the match unless he surrenders and admits defeat. UCI Shino sniffed, instantly reacted, and immediately raised his hand and shouted, I'm not going to fight. I recognize. Late. Do it. UCI Shino hadn't finished admitting defeat. Zhang Shu immediately shouted into the sky, and immediately after, another thunderbolt fell, slashing towards UCI Shino at an extremely fast speed. The mysterious referee on the side saw this and tried to step in to block it, but he simply couldn't. One could only watch as the lightning split UCI Shino into pieces. After doing everything, Zhang Shu exhaled a long breath. Phew, comfortable. Get comfortable. It's not just him. The Dragon Country audience also laughed openly, as if they had met some great joyous event, and all of them raised their fists high, calling out in pain. Since the Terror Ring descended, there have been far too many defeats for the Dragon Kingdom, and in this ring, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have lost too much dignity, looked into too many other people's eyes, and died too many contestants who had backbone and were unwilling to surrender. But starting today, everything is going to change drastically. Ring of Terror? The Dragon Kingdom is bound to take it down. Someone's in pain. It's natural for someone to be upset. It's even as bad as eating shit. Compared to the excited state of the Dragon audience, each of the Sakura audience members' faces were blue and ugly, the color of pig's liver. How could they not have expected that the round they thought was inevitable would be instantly reversed because of Zhang Shu's sudden appearance, reversing the situation in which the Dragon Kingdom was about to lose, killing the A-list cleft woman notwithstanding. They even killed their outfitter UCI Shino as well. I protest. Earlier, our player UCI Shino was clearly about to surrender, but the Dragon Nation player still violated the rules and killed him. Just then, a sharp voice came out from the Sakura Nation's combat team. These words were like a lit match, instantly igniting the anger of the Sakura audience. That's right, The Dragon Country players violated the rules and should be kicked out of the tournament immediately to do us justice. The words begging for mercy were on his lips, but the Dragon players still killed Yusei Shino. It was too cruel. Such a cruel person would be sent out to fight by the Dragon Kingdom. Are all the Dragon Kingdom people such goods? Baka. Sakura Nation. Do not submit. Sakura Nation has always been like that. Humility and politeness are all part of their hypocritical facade. Their insides are as dirty as the sludge in the gutter. As soon as there is something against their interests, or profitable, they then show their greedy and disgusting claws and teeth. Damn, these cherry blossom ghosts. When it comes down to it, they don't even have a face. Terror ring fair and square, and now the contestant is dead and blaming us? A Dragon Country combatant's face was unhappy, his brows furrowed in indignation. Captain, are we really going to get kicked out of the ring because of this? Another team member was a bit worried. Zhou Zhengtian shook his head. It shouldn't, but I can't say. That referee wasn't from Blue Star, and no one knows what his criteria for judging were. At that, the team's hearts hung in the air once again. The ring. The mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu and spoke in a low tone. Why did you kill the Sakura Nation player when he had already begged for mercy earlier? I need a rational explanation. Zhang Shu met the gaze of the mysterious referee without the slightest bit of timidity, and his expression was incomparably resolute. Must I let him go if he opens his mouth and begs for mercy? The so-called begging for forgiveness and not killing is all a lie. If my horror is not a match for the split-mouth woman, the Sakura ghost will kill me just the same. Treating someone who is weaker than me and still wants to kill me. Why should I not be able to kill him? In the eyes of the strong, there is no seat for the weak. This statement was made. Spare the mystery referee a few moments of seriousness. This phrase, coming from his mouth, was used against the Dragon Kingdom. But now, it was used by Zhang Shu to dislike him back. It seems to feel unsatisfactory. Zhang Shu suddenly turned around and faced the Sakura audience, scanning them with disdainful eyes. Cherry blossom ghosts. I know you're upset in your hearts. It's fine. Just let your players continue to come. Don't use the so-called morality of public opinion to accuse me. It's useless. My Dragon Kingdom didn't get its power by being clever. This behavior, undoubtedly, it would have incited the wrath of the Sakura Nation. But Zhang Shu didn't care at all. Not only him, but also the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were at the scene, or who were watching the live broadcast of the Terror Ring, didn't care at all. Sakura Nation is angry? Trying to get back at the Dragon Kingdom? Come on. Interesting. This scene caused the mysterious referee, who had stayed out of it, to smile in anticipation. Immediately he came to the center of the ring and, with a wave of his hand, declared, in a tone that brooked no disobedience, Sakura Nation versus Dragon Nation. Round 2. Dragon Nation wins. Please ask Sakura Nation to send a second contestant within 10 minutes. If you exceed the time limit, you will be considered a forfeit. Dragon State Seat. Zhang Shu stepped down from the ring and was greeted by a warm applause from the Dragon Nation crowd. Ha ha, young man is really powerful. I thought that my Dragon Kingdom was about to lose in this round, but I didn't expect to be saved by you in a hard way. To have this skill at such a young age is awesome enough, much better than me. I'm thankful that I can summon a C rank. I didn't realize that your kid's horror could even make an A rank split woman in one move. Say, what class is the horror you summoned? Anyway, could it really be S rank? Just after returning to the Dragon Kingdom seat, the combatants of the Dragon Kingdom instantly surrounded him. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding him. Listening to the words of the team members, Zhang Shu glanced at the two in the sky, and mentally asked the two of you what rank they are. But it gets results. I don't know what the so-called rank is, but if the party's countryside weirdo is A-ranked, I should be several ranks ahead of her. Don't ask me. I haven't even put up a fight yet. God knows what rank I am, but I'm slightly stronger than my sister. But a loss is a blessing, so I'll be on the same rank as my sister. Didn't ask for a specific grade, but knowing the terror of their strength. Several levels ahead of the A class. That's more than S rated. Does it mean SS or SSSS? Zhang Shu sucked in a breath of cool air, all a little afraid to think about it. Zhang Shu, can you please come over here for a moment? When the team members were asking questions, a pair of thick palms were placed on Zhang Shu's shoulders. It was the Captain Zhou Zhengtian. Zhang Shu nodded. Of course. He followed behind Zhou Zhengtian and arrived at the seats of the combatants. Without saying a word, Zhou Zhengtian first pulled out a work permit from his pocket. Dragon Kingdom. Ring of Terror. Combat Team 1 Captain Zhou Zhengtian. Meet Captain Zhou. Zhang Shu responded. Zhou Zhengtian smiled as he took back the documents and raised his head, his eyes looking directly at the seat of the Sakura Nation. I actually have a lot of questions I want to ask you, but time is too tight right now, so I'll just pick the highlights and talk to you. Zhang Shu's brows furrowed. Does Captain Zhou have anything to explain? Aha! Zhou Zhengtian picked up the tablet computer on the side and opened the data book, which contained relevant information about the Sakura Nation's players. According to the information we have, your next opponent will most likely be Ichiro Kuzumi. Chang Shu asked, Ichiro Kuzumi? What's so special about him? The person is nothing special. A very ordinary geek who has been chewing his way through life at home until the Ring of Terror descended upon him. Zhou Zhengtian opened the data and told Zhang Shu all the information he knew. But after the Terror Ring descended, it is not known whether it was due to luck or other reasons. This Kuzumi Ichiro can even summon a quasi-S-rank half-body necromancer. Zhang Shu's eyes rolled. Half-bodied necromancer? What a familiar name. I seem to have some impression. Half-necromancer. Like Split-Mouth Girl, it comes from the horror urban legend of Sakura Goku. Legend has it that on a certain railroad platform in the Sakura country, a young girl once lost her footing and fell onto the tracks, just in time to be crushed in her lower half by a speeding train, and the girl died as a result. Since then, every night, one could always see a ghost with only the upper half of his body, draped in hair and covered in blood, on the railroad platform, supporting his body with his hands as he walked forward. The words "who has seen the bottom half of my body" kept coming out of his mouth. Horror urban legends. Is she any different from the Cracker Woman? Zhang Shu asked. Even though it's also from an urban legend, you should never underestimate her. A strong look of scorn surfaced on Zhou Jingtian's face. This half-bodied necrotic spirit has killed quite a few people. Her strength is far above that of the Slit Woman, and she is only one step away from being S-class. It's a powerful quasi-S-class terror. Cherry Blossom Country Seats. Baka. Damn Rokoku people, they killed our player. One of the Sakura Nation's combatants raged and gritted his teeth. It's clear that it's just one last round. Just one last round, and Dragon Nation will be permanently eliminated from the Ring of Terror. But it was at this critical time that an unknown brat came out to turn the situation around. What kind of person is he? Have you investigated this or not? One of the team members turned his head violently to look at the information worker beside him, who was frantically tapping on the computer keyboard, with extremely unkind eyes, as if he wanted to eat someone. The group of staffers, their eyes trembling and their words carefully spoken, were, "Hug, sorry. Please give us a little more time. Right away. Humph. Hurry up and do it. If you can't do it, you won't end up much better than Yusei Shino." The one who spoke was the vice captain of the Sakura Nation's combat team. He wore a silver suit and had cream-colored hair that stood up in a big back. He was small and thin, with his hands in his pants pockets at all times, and one side of his mouth permanently quirked up. Looking tuggy, the lieutenant asked, looking up at the silent black-bearded man in front of him. "Captain, what do we do now? Judging from the aura of that kid's strike just now, the terror he summoned is far beyond A-class. Can our S-classes mobilize now?" At that, Sakamoto Kawai, who was the captain, shook his head and, "The players who can summon S-class are in special training. I thought that by discussing with the other countries beforehand so that they would not aid the Dragon Kingdom, we would be able to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom with our A-levels. But it turned out to be more than we expected." The lieutenant, Sked, cocked his head and asked, "So what do we do now? We can't just watch the Dragon Kingdom win, can we? If we can't do it, we'll go to other countries for assistance." Big deal. Let's give them some high prices. It was the only solution he could think of so far, but was met with a backhanded slap from Sakamoto Kawai. "Baka, when did I, the great Sakura Empire, fall to the point of asking others for help? In the past, it would have been fine if we needed to stoop low, but now we're a great power on par with the Eagle Kingdom, and we definitely can't ask for help from other countries." Sakamoto Kawai glared viciously at the lieutenant. The latter was quite honest after the beating, and, without tugging, bowed and inquired, "And, so Captain, what do we do now? In this situation right now, we can only let Ichiro Kuzumi make a move." Sakamoto Kawai's eyes narrowed slightly. The lieutenant's mouth opened slightly. "Captain, was it really necessary to send him? The quasi-S-rank half-dead spirit he summoned is certainly powerful, but he himself is a coward who can't control the half-dead spirit at all. Remember last time? After finishing off our opponents, we even killed one of our team members. If we don't control it well, we'll suffer national condemnation." "Humph." Sakamoto Kawai grunted coldly. "If this matchup fails, we will only face more condemnation. Cut the crap and do as I say. Hurry up and bring him up." Yes, the lieutenant didn't dare disobey orders, but he pressed on. "And, Captain, what should we do if Ichiro Kuzumi loses? The horrible thing summoned by the Dragon Kingdom seems to be S-class." Sakamoto Kawai didn't reply to his words, but just raised his head and silently gazed at the palanquin and coffin in the sky, eyes gradually becoming teasing. "The S-class? Oh, there aren't that many S-ranks in this world. Round 3 is about to begin. Please enter the ring with both fighters." as the mysterious referee's figure fell into the center of the ring. Round 3. Coming up. This is a crucial inning. It's a match-point game between Rokoku and Sakurakuni. 2 out of 3 rule. As long as either side can take this one, they will be victorious. This round's matchup doesn't matter to Sakura Nation, and losing is just a bit of punishment suffered. But for the Dragon Kingdom, it is a battle that cannot be lost. The fate of an entire nation is at stake. Jiang Shu didn't dare to be sloppy. Therefore, the moment he stepped into the ring, he immediately established a connection in his mind with the two in the sky, and they were instructed to show no mercy later. The usual rule: introduce yourself. Jiang Shu, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, summons terror red and white crash fury. Level unknown. My name is Ichiro Kozumi, from the Sakura country. Summoning the horrors, quasi-S-ranked half-body necromancer. The contestant from the Sakura country is named Ichiro Kozumi, with a pod head, an obese body, and a greasy face with a buildup of grease and pimples. There were still remnants of potato chips and chili fries in the corners of his mouth, and as if he was afraid of losing face, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand as quickly as he could. Even when he was introducing himself, he was afraid to raise his head because of his low self-esteem. Deadbeat? Jiang Shu frowned. The look of this Ichiro Kozumi in front of him was just too similar to the lewd dead mansions in movies and television. Introductions complete. The duel begins. The referee left the field. Only 2 players remain in the ring. Ichiro Kozumi bowed his head and chanted an obscure incantation. Immediately after that, with him as the center, the dark red smoke spread in all directions like a huge wave rolling up. In this smoke, hundreds of heads actually coalesced. Their demeanor was different. Their expressions were hideous, and their open mouths emitted sounds with different emotions: resentment, unwillingness, sadness, pain, and other negative emotions, which instantly wrapped around the entire ring. And after, a bizarre figure slowly emerged. She was cloaked, and her hair looked like it was soaked in some kind of liquid, wet and sticky as if it were kelp. She was wearing a simple, plain white dress, and underneath it was her ghastly, greenish skin, which had rotted into a number of flesh holes due to corruption, and from which pus emanated a foul odor. There was no expression on his face, cold to the extreme, and a pair of eyes as black as ink dyed revealed a strong sense of death. She has no lower body and walks forward supported by her slender arms. The Sakura spectators in the stands swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene, and because of their fear, they became careful even to blink. The previous incident of the halfling necromancer attacking his countrymen was still firmly imprinted in their minds. But even if it's scary, but they continue to fantasize about themselves. Kozumi Ichiro, quasi-S-ranked half-body necromancer. If it's them that come out, we, Sakura Nation, will surely win. It's the last round. Hurry up and send the dragon player away. Jiang Shu stared daggers at the half-dead spirit and said expressionlessly, "The atmosphere is well rendered. It's just a pity that with your strength, you won't last a single move in front of my red and white crash fury. Did you see that? My lower body." Sharp, unpleasant sounds emanated from the half-dead man's throat. Immediately afterward, the blood mist that had originally filled the air wrapped towards the sedan chair and coffin in the sky at an extremely fast speed. One by one, the blood mist was like several snakes showing their teeth, spinning and twisting, wanting to tear apart the red and white crashing fury in the sky. See the situation. Jiang Shu clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to the two in the sky. "Both of you, please do it." The voice fell. Immediately after, inside the palanquin hanging in the sky, a white palm slowly stretched out once again. On each of her miserable white fingers, pleasing blood-colored lightning lingered, and she saw that she was about to call upon the blood lightning to slash down once again. Just then, only a boom was heard, before the one in the sedan chair made a move. A dull sound shook the sky and earth, and the coffin in the pale sky was actually kicked off the coffin board from the inside. And after, under everyone's stunned gaze, a woman in a long, white, clean dress leapt forward and kicked at the coffin board, the unrivaled power of which made the coffin board seem like a murderous sword descending from the sky, haunting a horrifyingly chilly deathly aura, penetrating space and tearing through the blood mist at an extremely incredible speed. It smashed hard towards the half-bodied dead spirit. Boom! A loud explosion rang out in the ring. The scene was splattered with smoke and dust. The powerful impact of the force ignored the existence of the boundary, and the aftermath of the explosion was clearly felt by the audience at the scene. When the smoke and dust cleared, the crowd all stared at the center of the ring with wide eyes. See only, the bizarre half-bodied necromancer was now lying on the ground as if it were a dead dog. Her head and body had separated. The coffin slab that fell from the sky stood between the body and head of the half-dead man. Her neck had been smashed to pieces, and a streak of black, foul-smelling blood flowed from the scene. The wide-eyed half-dead spirit's body still twitched tenaciously for a few moments after losing her head, but the heavy, ancient aura coming from the coffin boards pressed down on her, and she can only end up disappearing between heaven and earth with a grudge. One move. Seconds. All the spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. This result was simply too much out of their expectation. A quasi-S-ranked halfling necromancer hadn't even lasted a single move. What exactly is the origin of this Dragon Kingdom's terrifying thing? This is too terrifying. Quasi-S rank are all 1 move seconds. Could it be the legendary S rank? It's very likely. Even I have a vague feeling that it's more than just S-class. Audiences from all countries are in deep confusion at the moment. They didn't understand why the Dragon Kingdom, where the strongest terrifying thing before was still just a B-rank devourer, had suddenly produced such a powerful terrifying thing. That's the end of it? It's a bit too boring yet. At that moment, a slightly bored voice rang out from the sky. All of a sudden, uncountable paper money fell from the sky, in a flurry, like a heavy snowfall. During this time, a woman descended from the sky and slowly landed on the coffin board that was erected in the center of the ring. She wore a long white and clean dress, and under her feet was a pair of beautifully crafted, embroidered shoes carved with special patterns, with 3,000 strands of hair hanging straight down to her waist. It is worth mentioning that her clothes, shoes, and even her hair were all white, and a piece of paper money fell on her body, which actually fused into one piece and could not be distinguished at all. She lifted her head slowly. The audience couldn't stop their bodies from shivering as they looked into her eyes. If the woman who appeared in this coffin was represented by pallor all over her body, then her eyes were darkness. It was a pair of dark, lightless eyes that seemed to contain the deepest ghostly silence of the universe. And just by glancing at them, one could feel chills on their backs and goosebumps falling all over the place. This woman, compared to the one in the sedan chair, is even stronger. As the woman appeared in the ring, the originally noisy ring was instantly silent. Spectators from all countries had their eyes on her. Among them, the Sakura Nation audience even had a murderous aura in their eyes, itching to skin her and chop up her body. The white-skirted woman's brows furrowed slightly, as if she had detected the unkindness in her gaze, and she turned her head to look at the Sakura Kingdom's seat, looking coldly toward them, and declaring with a condescending air that the eyes are quite bluff. But nah, it's a bunch of losers. I'm standing right here. Those of you who don't submit to me can come all they want. If you don't even have the courage to get into the ring, collect your insignificant killing aura for me. In my eyes, you are a bunch of ants so small that you can be pressed to death with a single finger. Provocations, or a provocation from a horrible thing. In previous duels, this had never been encountered. In other words, this woman was not only powerful, but also possessed wisdom, very different from the usual horrors. And after what happened just now, in fact, the woman in the white dress probably understood the situation at the scene. She is the terror that fights for the Dragon Kingdom, and the Sakura Kingdom is the eternal enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. Treat the enemy. Don't show any mercy, either with your mouth or your hands. Baka, we're actually being taunted by the horror. The Sakura combat vice captain gritted his teeth and couldn't hold back the anger in his heart as he was about to charge up. Snap! The result was a sobering slap in the face by Sakamoto Kawaii. Are you a stupid ass? Rushing out to violate the terror rings, not to mention. Is your A-rank terror alone an opponent? Do you want to go up there and die? The lieutenant bowed his head and stopped talking, realizing that he had been too reckless. This time, our Sakura country lost because we were not prepared enough. Just make up for it next time. But violating the rules of the Ring of Terror, you might get expelled from the Ring of Terror from now on. Do you know what the consequences will be? Having lost the match, Sakamoto Kawamoto-ippon was annoyed in his mind. Now the subordinates are coming back to cause trouble. It would be a shame to be a captain without taking it out on him. Captain, are we just going to let the other side taunt our great Sakura Empire like this? The vice captain covered his sore face in disbelief. Sakamoto Kawachi's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Let them curse. This is their last chance anyway. After we finish our S-class training, the Ring of Terror will still be our home turf. Anyone who can sit in his position is basically not a fool. All of them are deep city people who know how to read people's minds. So Sakamoto Kawaii would not be annoyed by the white-skirted woman's humiliation. It's no fun. You can't beat me even if you fight. And you don't return the favor when you're cursed. These Sakura people are really sick. The white-skirted woman bent her legs slightly, and then she took off in a catapult, landing beside Zhang Shu in a smooth manner, smiling and stretching out her hand. Get acquainted. My name is Xiao Dian, and the sister in the sedan chair is called Shi. Zhang Shu had previously had a conversation with them in his mind, but now that he was talking face to face, he was more or less at a loss in his heart, especially knowing that the other party is the honored empress. My name is Zhang Shu, just call me Xiao Shu, maintaining the respect that was due. This was Zhang Shu's basic etiquette for being a human being. Kotori was obviously flattered and smiled. Okay, I'll call you Shu from now on. It looks like today's duel has come to an end. So sister, she and I will leave first, so if you need anything, just summon us. Doing something like this for our country is what Sister Hai and I love to do. The words fell. A terrifying storm coalesced around Xiaodian. The storm mercilessly rolled up the paper money on the ground, and with it as its center, the huge tearing force seemed to break through and tear apart the entire space, and large and small cracks appeared in the boundary used to protect the audience. The terrifying aura passed through the cracks and haunted the hearts of the spectators from the other countries, frightening them to the point where their eyes were lifeless and their bodies were trembling, and the spectators in the dragon seats were left unscathed. Because, Xiaodian and Hei are horrible things from the Dragon Kingdom. Family members, do no harm to your own family. Unlike a certain cherry blossom country, the horrible thing summoned by its own players would even take action against its own family members. It was simply a brutal killing machine, with no sense of compulsion at all. Hoo. By the time the storm cleared, the procession of mourners and the funeral procession had disappeared without a trace. In the sky, the appalling rift in the sky also gradually disappeared, and the sky that had originally been split in two once again returned to its original appearance. But all viewers will never forget it. The horrible shock of that coffin and that sedan chair. Some of the less daring ones were already wet in the crotch. What a horrible woman. Only after Xiaodian and she left did the mysterious referee let out a long sigh of relief. And at the same time, he was also calculating in his mind whether or not he should apply to the higher powers that be of the Terror Ring to allow a stronger referee to preside over the Terror Ring on the Blue Planet. The horrors of the Dragon Kingdom are just a little too strong for their own good. To this point, Dragon Nation vs Sakura Nation has come to an end. Dragon Nation is the winner of this matchup with a 2-1 record. I declare Dragon Nation vs Sakura Nation. Dragon Nation wins. The voice of the mysterious referee sounded. So, then it's time for another exciting moment. As the winner of the showdown, Dragon Nation will be faced with the following two choices. First, engage in mortal combat and seek higher rewards. Second, give up the deathmatch and take away the rewards gained from this duel. Deadly battle. It's a challenge for the winner. A point system is adopted. Once you choose to fight to the death, then the Dragon Kingdom will fight 10 matches against all the countries in the world. 1 point is awarded for each duel won, and each duel is only 1 round. If the Dragon Kingdom could manage to take 8 points out of the 10 duels, it would be considered to have successfully passed the death battle, and would then receive an extremely generous reward. If you can get a 9, or even a 10, the rewards you get will affect the whole country. Let the Dragon Kingdom take a long leap and become the strongest country in the world, bar none. Sure, there's a special rule for deadly battles. For each duel, both players may not repeat the summoning of a horror that has already appeared. The horrors of each showdown must be different. It was also because of this stipulation that no nation had ever chosen to fight to the death since the Terror Ring descended. There is no country that dares to challenge all the countries of the globe. In particular, the Eagle Kingdom, the Triumph Empire, the Sakura Kingdom, and the Little Cold Republic are all countries that possess extremely powerful, terrifying things. How about it? Does the Dragon Kingdom want to choose to fight to the death? The mysterious referee asked meaningfully. Zhang Shu didn't let the victory go to his head. I would like to ask first, what will Dragon Kingdom gain if they win all 10 games? 10 wins out of 10? The audience seemed to have heard a joke that was not to be taken lightly. It was actually laughing out loud at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Is this special humor from the Dragon Kingdom? Winning all 10 matches? How did he dare? Even we in the Eagle Kingdom don't have that kind of confidence. It's normal for people to be a little hot-headed when they've just won, and it's fine for all of us to watch for fun. But there's one thing I'd like to know, and I'd also like to know what the reward for winning all 10 games actually is. It should be great. A death match. It's a battle that's rated absolutely impossible to pass. Obviously, everyone thought that Zhang Shu simply wanted to ask because he was curious. The Dragon Nation audience is excited right now, but they don't think they'll get through the death match either. It seems you're all dying to know. In that case, I'll tell you. 10 full wins and the country's economic level is raised for 50 years. The level of science and technology is raised for 50 years. Non-renewable resources become renewable resources. Renewable resources become endless resources. The nation's overall horrors are upgraded by 2 levels. More of the nation can summon the horror. Of course, all of the above is just a slice of the story. And more importantly, a piece of information about the truth about the Ring of Terror. The mysterious referee's voice was like a demon's whisper, ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone's mouths were open. This reward, it's just too rich. Not only can the country become the strongest in the world in one fell swoop, what's more, get a piece of information about the truth about Ring of Terror. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. The information about the truth about the Ring of Terror contains a value that could move almost any nation. Such a rich reward. Zhang Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued to ask, so, what is the price? What is the penalty for failure if I can't get through the death battle? High returns often mean high risk. The mysterious referee gave Zhang Shu an appreciative glance. It's great that you're not overwhelmed by the rewards. Originally, the initial punishment was that the country that failed would be economically set back 50 years, technologically set back 50 years, depleted of resources, and terror descended upon the homeland. But now I've changed my mind. Zhang Shu frowned slightly as he felt that the mysterious referee's aura had become somewhat different. From the moment you appeared in the ring, your mouth has been yelling things like country, righteousness, selflessness, for the country and for the people. It looks like you're a man with patriotic feelings. I want to try and see if you are willing to give your all for the sake of your country. The mysterious referee's voice gradually became loud, and suddenly, he brought his face in front of Zhang Shu's eyes, a face that was so indistinct that he could not see anything. Immediately afterward, he solemnly declared, "So I've decided that if you choose to fight to the death but fail to pass, I will mercilessly strip you of your life and imprison your soul in the ring of terror forever, so that you can watch, with your eyes wide open, how the Dragon Kingdom is being eroded by other countries little by little in the ring of terror. I also have two requirements. First, for the Dragon Kingdom's death battle, you must win all 10 games, and of course, the reward for clearing the level will be doubled. Secondly, the player that Dragon Country is fighting for can only be you, Zhang Shu. Failure, just die. Open mouth is the country. Well then, I, the mystic referee, am going to see if you dare to bet your life on a future for your country." Ha 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 ha. Who knew? When he heard the words, instead of feeling intimidated, Zhang Shu laughed out loud. Originally, I thought that the punishment for failure would spread to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but it turns out that only one of me needs to die. In that case, there's no need to even consult with anyone. I alone can decide. I, Zhang Shu, choose to fight to the death. What? The moment. It was as if a boulder had smashed into a calm pool of water, making a huge splash. The spectators from the other countries got up and looked at Zhang Shu with unbelievable eyes, as if they were looking at a person who was about to die. I'm afraid this person isn't sick in the head, that he would choose to fight to the death? Does he really think he can defeat all the nations in the terror ring hop? Doesn't he know that you can't summon the same horror in a deadly battle? His red-white crash fury is certainly strong, but he can only use it for one battle. Anyone with a clear eye can see that the referee is trying to trap him. But this kid is stupid enough to fall into the trap. I thought the Dragon Kingdom had produced a talent, but I didn't expect it to be a fool. You guys, is there a possibility that this Zhang Shu can summon more than one terror? But don't forget that his red and white crash break is 2 terror objects. How can that be? Each person can only summon 1 horror. This is common sense, alright. The Dragon Kingdom just had the momentum to rise, and it's gone just like that. Ha ha ha. Is this heaven's favor on my Sakura Kingdom? Scene. No country's audience favors Zhang Shu. The Dragon Nation audience was also skeptical. Mainly, the conditions for getting through the deathmatch are too harsh. No country has been able to pass it before, though the penalty for failure was simply for Zhang Shu to die alone. But we're all from the Dragon Kingdom, with Chinese blood in our veins, and when we saw our compatriots choose to fight for their lives for the future of our country, their hearts were touched, and some of those with strong empathy felt their noses turn sour and crystallized tears well up in their eyes. Zhang Shu, you didn't have to go this far. Yes, don't fight to the death. Living well is the most important thing. Zhang Shu, the rewards are all hooks and traps. Don't believe the referee's words. No taunting. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom all hoped that Zhang Shu would give up his deadly battle at this moment. This hero who had just saved the country. They didn't want to witness him going to his death. I, Zhang Shu, appreciate everyone's thoughts. Zhang Shu bowed deeply to the audience of the Dragon Kingdom. His bones were humble, but his eyes became more and more resolute. But, who says I'm dead if I choose to fight to the death? Don't be so naive as to think that I, Zhang Shu, am only capable of summoning red and white crashing demons. What does this mean? Could he have summoned more horrors? The audience all looked at Zhang Shu with a suspicious expression. Among them, Cherry Blossom Country Seats. The vice-captain couldn't help but ask Sakamoto Kawaii, "Captain, is there anyone on the globe who can summon multiple horrors? How? If this kind of person really existed, we in the Sakura country would surely have discovered it long ago." Sakamoto Kawaii frowned. "But we can't let our guard down because of this. It's possible that this Shu is planning some more machinations. After all, before he took the field, no one could have imagined that he would be able to defeat our Sakura nation." The moment. They no longer despise Zhang Shu. Since the other party dared to resolutely choose to fight to the death, he must have his backbone. Very good. I really didn't expect that you would choose to fight to the death. This uninteresting and terrifying ring has finally become interesting. The mysterious referee nodded his head, indicating his recognition of Zhang Shu. Then, From now on, it's officially the Dragon Kingdom's death battle. Please get ready for the other countries. I hope you can defeat the arrogant Zhang Shu in the first matchup. And of course, please prepare yourself for the Dragon Country contestant. Zhang Shu, what you will be facing is terror from countries all over the globe. 3 hours from now, the first game of the deathmatch will begin. Everyone go back and get ready. Dragon Nation, Center for Paranormal Research. With the help of 3 hours of preparation time, Zhou Zhengtian brought Zhang Shu back to the Dragon Kingdom. The deadly battle has begun. The way back, it's been cut off. They can only be for a short time. Take all preparatory measures. Go inside. Everyone is waiting for you. Zhou Zhengtian brought Zhang Shu to the council hall of the research center. There were 12 people in the magnificent hall, including Zhang Shu and Zhou Zhengtian. 10 of them, including Zhou Zhengtian, were the captains of the 10 combat squads of the Dragon Kingdom. There were 2 people left. One was Zhang Shu, and the other was the chief captain and the highest authority in the research center. Name, Qin Xiaoming. Respected Mr. Zhang Shu, on behalf of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, I would like to express my gratitude for your heroic act of saving the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Xiaotian got up and extended his hand to Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu shook it. It's all what I should do. Humble. Qin Xiaoming revealed a kind smile. Originally, the country had also prepared a ceremony for you to be awarded with the highest badge of honor, but now that time is too tight, so we've postponed that part. It is now time to go into a deadly meeting. This statement was made. The curtains in the council chamber were automatically drawn, the glass forbidding, the doors locked, and so secure that not even a mosquito could fly in. Even the lights became dim. Everyone in the room did not say a word, and the scene was plunged into a grave and serious atmosphere. First of all, for your act of agreeing to fight to the death, Mr. Zhang Shu, I don't know whether to call you reckless or heroic, but all in all, for you to lay down your life to fight for a future for the Dragon Kingdom, all of us will keep your spirit in our hearts. Qin Xiaoming and the 10 combat squad leaders first expressed their respect and gratitude to Zhang Shu from the bottom of their hearts. Since you can give your life for the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom will also do its best to protect your safety. Although we can't help you with the horror, over the years we've gathered quite a bit of intelligence and weaknesses about the horror in other countries. You can watch it and get an idea of your opponent ahead of time. As the words fell, Qin Xiaoming handed the tablet in his hand to Zhang Shu. Inside is a compilation of intelligence gathered by the 10 squad leaders in recent years. Zhang Shu glanced at it and saw many horrors from it that he was familiar with. Kappa of the Sakura Kingdom, Gakko, Sadako, Sakutaro, Yakito, witches, vampires, Jack the Ripper, and Dr. Raven of the Triumphant Empire, Eagle Country's knife-headed woman, Chainsaw Maniac, and Mannequin Spider. Familiar horrors are noted in the message. Most of them are A-rated, but there are quite a few S-rated, based on the strength you showed earlier. So I'm guessing that the lowest rank of the terrors sent by the other countries in this deathmatch will be S rank. Qin Xiaoming analyzed. According to the nature of other countries, they don't send out SS class, or SSS class right off the bat. These are national strategic level resources that they won't easily expose. That's why I'm guessing that they definitely won't send out something terrifying of SS rank and above until the critical moment. Of course, you shouldn't take this lightly. These are just analyses, and actual developments are often very different from speculation. Zhang Shu nodded approvingly. Plans can't keep up with change. That's something he's understood since he was a kid. In fact, he dared to choose a deadly fight at the cost of his life. Then he was sure enough to pass. The Chinese horror tome in his head contained countless horrors. Even such a powerful and terrifying thing as the red and white Crash Fury was not considered a battle ceiling in it. Chief Qin, the first opponent of the deadly battle has come out. Just then, an anxious voice broke the calm of the scene. All the captains' hearts lifted at this moment. Who is it? Qin Xiaoming looked at the man who spoke. The captain of the 3rd squad reported. The one who went to war was the Triumph Empire. They sent out a player who was able to summon an S-rank vampire count. S-class vampire count. The faces of those present changed. If one had to rank the S-rank terrors, then the vampire count's strength was at least within the top 20. According to common sense, vampires were afraid of sunlight, but in the Ring of Terror, sunlight couldn't penetrate the ring's boundary at all, so the vampire count was almost considered to have no weakness. It can only be suppressed with absolute strength. Vampire count. This is a powerful S-rank terror of the Triumph Empire, and its main means of attack is to suck the opponent's blood dry to the bone, making the opponent a dry corpse. A strong look of scorn surfaced on Qin Xiaoming's face. Zhang Shu was stunned. Horrible things are still afraid of sucking blood? Do they have blood? Yes. The nature of the horrors is not much different from that of humans. Except for their supernatural abilities, they also have blood. Only it is not scarlet, but maybe pitch black, deep green, and perhaps accompanied by a foul odor. So it is. Zhang Shu came to a sudden realization. At that moment, a woman wearing a dark red trench coat with a high ponytail looked at Zhang Shu. Mr. Zhang Shu, do you have a response? Or, as before, summon a powerful red and white crashing break? The person who spoke was named Yi Qiuhong, the leader of the 5th Combat Squad. Zhang Shu shook his head. No, summoning the red and white crash fury every time makes people think that this is the only Chinese horror we have, so I decided to change the horror. Don't vampire counts like to suck blood and turn their opponents into dry corpses? Well then, I'll just summon a 1,000-year-old zombie and see what he sucks. 1,000-year-old zombie, let alone blood in the body. Not even a drop of water was dry. You like to suck blood, don't you? Depends on how you suck. The skin you can't even fucking bite through. Ring of Terror. With much anticipation, the 3-hour lead time ended. As the countries out on the battlefield are ready to go, the mystery referee appears in the center of the ring. I'm sure you're all looking forward to the next matchup as much as I am. So, let's cut the crap and get straight to the point. Dragon Kingdom Death Battle. Game 1. Triumph Empire vs Dragon Kingdom. Will both contestants please enter the ring? In plain sight, Zhang Shu walked through the dark and deep passageway and took a steady step to the side of the ring. His presence brought out the emotions of the audience. They look forward to it. This Dragon Country player who dared to engage in a deadly battle, did he really have the courage? Or was he simply overwhelmed by the rewards, and was playing a trick here? After Zhang Shu came out, in the direction of the Triumph Empire, the sound of heels on the ground resounded in the passageway. Immediately afterward, all the spectators cast their eyes. A man in a suit slowly appeared in everyone's sight. He had soft blonde curls, wore an exquisitely fitted tuxedo, gold-rimmed glasses, and a bowler hat on his head. As he advanced, his cane tapped against the ground, and the shiny leather shoes under his feet competed for favor with an ear-catching clatter. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Walking to the ring for the first time, this man from the Triumph Empire placed one hand on his chest and made an elegant and gentlemanly salute to the entire audience, bowing slightly, and then he turned his attention to the referee. Greetings, honorable referee, my name is Joseph, a gentleman from the Triumph Empire. The horror I have summoned is the S-rank vampire count. Crap, S-class vampire count. You're playing this big game right off the bat? The spectators' eyes widened as they turned their gazes in the direction of the Triumph Empire. No one was expecting it. The Triumph Empire. To think that they would send the vampire count in the first game. Keep in mind that the vampire count has made a total of 5 appearances in the Ring of Terror. In each of those 5 instances, the opponent was disposed of with condescension and grace, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was effortless. I have a feeling that the dragons may have to stop here. Deadly battle. It really isn't that good of a pass. Obviously, the power of the vampire count is imprinted in the minds of the audience. Joseph seemed to hear the compliments from the audience around him, and he was extremely flattered, a smile appearing on his face. After introducing his identity, he looked at Zhang Shu, and there was a strong look of disdain in those deep turquoise blue eyes that looked out of the corner of his eye. Mr. Zhang Shu, for you to choose to fight to the death, I can only praise you for your courage, but your strength, which is yet to be examined. I hope you can give it your all so that I have enough motivation to defeat you. You know, proud vampire counts don't like to bully the weak. Pride. Zhang Shu detected a kind of pride that penetrated into his bones from Joseph's body. It's a pride that looks down on everyone. If you're trying to beat me with your mouth, then I can only tell you that you're thinking too much. Zhang Shu's expression was as flat as water. So, cut the crap and start dueling. Joseph froze slightly and then spread his hands. Since you insist on seeking death, I will show no mercy. Vampire count. Let this world, once again, witness your might. Hoo. Joseph raised his cane high before leaning violently toward the ground. The moment it came into contact with the plane of the ring, scarlet blood actually spread out from the bottom of the cane, and with Joseph as the center, the blood spread out in all directions, quickly forming an ancient and mysterious sacrificial formation. After, rolls of blood chi poured in from the formation. At its center, a tall figure emerged. He wore an oversized trench coat that was black on the outside and red on the inside. His skin was white and purple, his ears were pointed, and his features were handsome. The fully 2-meter-tall vampire count appeared in the public's view, his hands clasped in front of his chest. The trench coat outside was like a barrier against the wind, wrapping his body tightly, and he was like a distinctive giant bat, standing up, in the middle of his slumber. Joseph came to him and muttered a series of obscure incantations into his ear. Suddenly, the vampire count's eyes widened. It was a pair of eyes as if they were ruby red, as if they were soaked in blood, and from the moment they opened, the air was filled with an unpleasant fishy odor. And then the vampire count craned his neck, and after a series of resuscitation maneuvers, he opened his trench coat, only to realize that it wasn't any black on the outside, red on the inside trenchcoat at all, but a pair of bat wings as wide as a ship's sail. The vampire count spread his wings and stared at Zhang Shu with a deadly stare, his scarlet tongue licking the corners of his mouth as he had already regarded Zhang Shu as food. Vampire count. This is the vampire count. Every appearance gives a sense of elegance to the point of absurdity. If I can be as handsome as a vampire count, why worry about finding a girlfriend? Vampire count because of his handsome appearance, elegant temperament, and powerful strength. It has already gained a huge fan base worldwide. Among them were also people from the Dragon Kingdom. But these dragons are not stupid. The future of the country and the idol. They can distinguish between the lesser and the greater. The vampire count is rather as elegant and full of charisma as rumored. No wonder you can attract women by the skin of your teeth and suck their blood. Zhang Shu shook his head. But unfortunately, this charm is useless to me, and even more so to the 1,000-year-old zombie I summon next. The words fell. Zhang Shu waved his hand. A cold, biting, gloomy wind instantly swept across the entire field. The wind was laced with fallen leaves, dirt, and the stench of a rotting corpse. At first, the gloomy wind was spreading from the inside out, but along with an earth-shattering thunderbolt exploding, the atmosphere of the gloomy wind instantly changed. From the outside to the inside, it converged at extreme speed, and finally, in front of Zhang Shu, a black dragon scroll as black as ink was formed. Under the expectant gaze of the Dragon Nation audience, the black tornado subsided at a rate visible to the naked eye. A coffin, corroded beyond recognition and encased in thick mud, was erected in the ring. A coffin? What's with the coffins again? Could it be the red and white crashing brakes from the very beginning again? The foreign audience frowned, but the careful ones had already realized that this coffin was completely different from the one that appeared before. If anything, the coffins in the red and white crashdown represent heavy, ancient, beautifully carved coffins. Then this coffin is rotten to the core. There were no fine carvings, no expensive and precious wood, just a crude and ordinary coffin. But it's such a plain, ordinary coffin, yet it caused an extreme uneasiness to well up in everyone's hearts. With a thud, a dull voice rang out. The coffin board was knocked away by an invisible force. After that, a zombie suddenly jumps out of the coffin. Around its body, it was haunted by wisps of thunder, with a duster at its waist and yellow paper charms plastered all over its body. The most crucial thing was that on its body, it was actually draped in a purple Taoist robe and had a celestial master's hat on its head. Purple robe, celestial master hat, thunder around the body. Whisk! Zhang Shu's pupils gradually contracted, and he cried out in disbelief. This isn't even a traditional 1,000-year-old zombie. What the fuck is this? A purple-robed celestial master turning stiff. It's well known. Zombies can be categorized into a total of 8 realms. They are purple stiffness, white stiffness, green stiffness, hairy stiffness, flying stiffness, swimming corpse, ambulatory corpse, and immortalized bone. Among them, the flying stiff is a zombie can fly. This kind of zombie, often practiced for thousands of years, knife and gun invulnerable, not afraid of sunlight, and even use some strange spells. If the one summoned was a 1,000-year-old zombie, then the realm would be flying stiff. But now this zombie is not only 1,000 years of zombies, but also the purple robe of the heavenly master changed. Look at it around the lingering thunder and lightning. May also use some of the 5 thunder heavenly master order this kind of Taoism. What realm should it be? Maybe it's already surpassed immortalized bone. It looks like this duel can be won easily. Zhang Shu let out a sigh of relief and quietly retreated to the edge of the ring. Ring center. It has been given to the Millennium Zombie and the Vampire Count. You have an aura of danger emanating from you. I like the smell because, well, that's what makes the fight interesting. The Vampire Count's blood-red eyes instantly widened as it flapped its huge wings on both sides. Suddenly there was a bang. It was actually in less than a breath, closing the distance to the 1,000-year-old zombie. There is only one step between the two. Won't it move? Looking at the motionless 1,000-year-old zombie, the Vampire Count's brows wrinkled slightly, but the condescension in his heart made him not be overly skeptical. It was only assumed that the other party had been so intimidated by his own powerful strength that he didn't even dare to make a move. Everything, and here, the Vampire Count stretched out his hand. His sharp nails were like sharp blades, stabbing towards the neck of the 1,000-year-old zombie. And just in the nick of time, the 1,000-year-old zombie suddenly opened its dried-out eyes, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes that were only as big as beans. Looking at the sharp claws that were getting closer and closer to him, the 1,000-year-old zombie actually got rid of the shackles of his stiff movements and quickly drew out the duster that was pinned on his waist, and then took off one of the talismans on his body. A flurry of ghostly drawings on the rune with his withered fingers. A wave of the duster. The talisman flew out and stuck to the Vampire Count. What kind of filthy garbage is this? The Vampire Count wore a disgusted expression. but he hadn't had time to remove the charm. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt descended, wrapped in incomparable power, mercilessly slashing at the vampire count's body. A loud boom exploded, worthy of being a purple-robed celestial master turned stalemate. This astonishing speed and agility in drawing talismans is not comparable to a traditional zombie at all. Zhang Shu silently gave it a thumbs up in his heart. Audience in attendance, eyes fixed in the direction of the vampire count, especially the top echelons of the Triumph Empire. All of them had a grimace on their faces. Unexpectedly, in the first photo, the vampire count fell into the wind. This was an absolutely unacceptable shame for the high-minded Triumph Empire. A vampire count? Joseph hollered a few times. Suddenly, a tall figure tore through the smoke and dust, like a sharp sword, sticking to the ground and frantically shooting violently towards the 1,000-year-old zombie. During the flight, the vampire count opened his huge scarlet mouth, his sharp teeth becoming reddish from prolonged contact with blood. Sucking blood. The audience in the room who were familiar with the vampire counts were all showing expressions of anticipation at this moment. Whenever the vampire count uses bloodsucking, no matter how strong a terror the opponent is, as long as the vampire count is allowed to suck a single drop of blood, he will collapse. The vampire count's bloodsucking allows the other party's power to be used for themselves. This 1,000-year-old zombie certainly has some strength, but when its power is grasped by the vampire count, it will surely lose. This showdown, it's over. The deadly battle for the Dragon Kingdom will stop here. The Triumph Empire's audience had already pronounced the death sentence for the Millennium Zombie at this moment. The Sakura Nation's audience even felt their hearts feel free, and the decadent mood of being defeated by the Dragon Nation before was relieved at this moment. All of the major powers, excluding the Woolly Bear Nation, were expecting that the vampire count would take down the 1,000-year-old zombie in one fell swoop. They don't want the Dragon Kingdom to pass to the death. Knock out. Just then, a sound of flesh hitting metal suddenly rang out. The loud noise caused the audience to instantly cast their eyes away. The magnanimous ring. The vampire count was like an arrow sticking across a 1,000-year-old zombie. His fangs, deadly bite in the neck of the Millennium Zombie, but let the fangs sharp as a bayonet, but cannot penetrate the neck of the Millennium Zombie in the slightest. What the hell is this? So damn hard. The vampire count was stunned in his mind. Spinning around, he frowned tightly and tore with all his strength. His whole body was exerting so much that his facial features were almost twisted into one piece, and the veins on his neck were rippling. Put! The vampire count's heart was racing. Successfully bitten through. Start drawing blood. The vampire count began to suck frantically, every pore in his body straining, sucking his already ghastly white face to the point where it began to turn purple. However, gradually, he realized a very serious problem. How come you're pushing, but no blood is getting into your mouth? The vampire count hurriedly backed up dozens of meters, looking at the Millennium Zombie in disbelief. Why is there not a single drop of blood in your body? What the hell are you? What's a vampire's best move? That's sucking blood. But how can you suck on the other side without blood? What do you mean? There's no blood in the opposing horror? How can there be no blood? Even the ghosts of the Sakura country have blood, right? Yeah, how come there's no blood? What the hell has this dragon player summoned? This horrible thing of the Dragon Kingdom. Should it be so evil? The audience was shocked by the characteristics of the 1,000-year-old zombie. The vampire count stared at the 1,000-year-old zombie with a deadly glare, his eyes full of questioning. The 1,000-year-old zombies were all confused by the question. Why should I have blood? I'm a zombie. I'm a corpse made after a person's death. It's just a dried up skin and bones. Why should I have blood for you to suck? Vampire count? National audiences? Yeah, didn't this thing just come out of the coffin? This look shows that it's a dried up corpse. How could there be blood in a corpse? The moment. The whole group was in a daze. On the vampire count's face, there was even a look of annoyance at being teased. How dare you tease me? Seek death. He flapped his wings and leapt, standing in the void with his hands raised. The blood chi in the surroundings converged towards his palm, forming a ball of blood that contained a monstrous fishy stench. The blood orb was like a full moon, and all around it was dyed scarlet by the light it released. The vampire count sneered. So what if you don't have blood? So what even if you have thunder protection? I can fly. As long as I distance myself from you and slowly consume you, sooner or later you will die by my hands. Ha! The 1,000-year-old zombie revealed a look of contempt. Isn't it easy to fly something like that? The words fell, only to see it swoosh, like a ray of light, instantly appearing behind the vampire count. Before the vampire count could even turn around, a pair of claws poofed, directly penetrating his body, scarlet blood covering the claws of the 1,000-year-old zombie. The vampire count's eyes widened as his vitality continued to fade. No, it won't. It can't be. There's absolutely no way I can fail. Pussyfooting around forever. Go fuck yourself. Although the 1,000-year-old zombie was so dried up that it was only skin and bones, the interesting soul in its body had not been eroded by the years at all. Not only is it powerful, but it even starts spitting on the vampire count for some of his breathless behavior. And as it thrust its withered hands into the vampire count's body, the other party's body, withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually, in a cry, gradually lost its vitality until it died. How? The vampire count, surprisingly, is dead. As the vampire count's summoner, Joseph's face was filled with trepidation, and he was the one who knew best how powerful the vampire count was. This noble vampire has an immortal body and the power of the Scarlet Blood Knight, but it's just as strong as a horrible thing like a vampire count. In front of the 1,000-year-old zombie, it couldn't even get any better. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the vampire count didn't beat his opponent in any of those areas. It can be described as a complete and utter failure. It's over. Even by karma, the honorable vampire count has even failed. What exactly is this 1,000-year-old zombie? Why is he so powerful? Even if it can release thunder, it can damn well fly, and its speed is amazingly fast. Is this a normal horror? Are you guys ignoring a question? Such a powerful and terrifying thing also came from the hands of Zhang Shu. Who exactly is he? The initial red and white crashing demon, and now the 1,000-year-old zombie. This Shu can not only summon multiple horrors, but also each of them is strong. What exactly is he? Where exactly did the Dragon Kingdom find him from? The victory in the first deadly battle was undoubtedly a good start for the Dragon Kingdom. To summarize the current aura of the Dragon Kingdom in one sentence, that is, the first battle is the decisive battle. It's really unexpected that the vampire count, who is hugely popular around the world, would die at the hands of a 1,000-year-old zombie. I have to say that the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom do have a force unlike any other. The mysterious referee appeared in the center of the ring and exclaimed, "Then I declare the first game of the Dragon Kingdom death battle. Dragon Kingdom wins. Current score, 1 o'clock. 3 hours from now, the second death match will begin. Please prepare both sides in the battle. Step it up, guys. You can't let the dragon pass through to the death. If not, the grand prize falls into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, both the previous comprehensive national power equivalent, beyond the Dragon Kingdom, will be left far behind by the Dragon Kingdom, and it will become the most powerful country in the world. Do you really want this to happen? Have to say, the mystery referee's skill at pulling hate has been perfected. Almost every appearance he made, consciously or unconsciously, rendered a strong color of hatred to both sides that were out of the battle. Let both sides that go out to battle keep their hearts fighting with hatred. Moreover, the effect of this hate pulling is extremely significant. As soon as you hear the grand prize, it will be in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Some jealous spectators from other countries immediately stood up and chanted that the Dragon Kingdom would be defeated. Fear of the Dragon Kingdom passes and receives a reward. A perfect illustration of the jealousy that I can live without. But you must not either. The first death match is over, and I don't know what kind of horrible thing I'll be fighting against next. Zhang Shu swept his gaze over the entire arena. I only hope that they can send out stronger opponents so that the duel won't seem too boring. Triumph Empire seat. The person in charge of the terror ring matters. Ludwig's eyebrows were knitted together at this moment. He didn't expect that the vampire count, who had high hopes from the Triumph Empire, would fail so completely. It didn't just cost him face and status. More than that, it disgraced the entire Triumph Empire. Ludwig, is this the strength of your Triumph Empire? The vampire count, who is known as an S-class vampire, didn't even have the slightest resistance in the other party's hands? Just then, several voices rang out beside Ludwig. He turned his head to look and realized that at this moment, the terrifying ringleaders of the Sakura country, Eagle country, Little Cold country, and Tianju country were looking at themselves with a teasing expression, and in their eyes, there was even accusation. Humph, a bunch of guys who can't even make their debut. Who are you to mock me? Ludwig retorted sternly. Could it be that your S-class would be a match for a 1,000-year-old zombie? Are you kidding me? Ha ha ha. The heads of several other countries let out cold, strange laughs. Sakamoto Kawaii put a hand on Ludwig's shoulder and comforted him flatly. Councilman Ludwig, don't be nervous, we're not here to mock you. On the contrary, we've come to thank you. Thank me? Just a few of you old foxes? Who would believe it? Ludwig looked skeptical. It was because of your vampire counts that Zhang Shu's 1,000-year-old zombie managed to be blown out. Now, I'm sure he doesn't have any more cards, Sakamoto Kawaii said with great certainty. According to the study, there is one common trait that all the horror summoners have in common. That is, their physical carrying capacity would be tied to the horrors. The stronger the terror that is summoned, the greater the burden that the body carries. Those who were able to summon something terrifying above S-class had a body carrying capacity that was already far beyond normal. Zhang Shu had now summoned the red and white crash fury and the 1,000-year zombie. And these two horrors were extremely high grade, having been rated as SS by Sakamoto Kawaii. I reckon that 2 SS class terrors are already Zhang Shu's limit. Even if he can summon other horrors, the level won't be too high. Sakamoto Kawaii was confident in his speculation. Is Sakura Nation preparing to strike in the next match? The other heads turned their attention to Sakamoto Kawaii. Of course, in the second battle to the death, I will take back everything I lost before. Sakamoto Kawaii clenched his fists, a sinister intent surfacing on his words. Isn't he, Zhang Shu, considered a hero by the Dragon Kingdom? Therefore, in the next deadly battle, my Sakura Kingdom will not only end this deadly battle, but will also completely cane Zhang Shu to death. Let the people of the Dragon Kingdom see with their own eyes how the heroes they speak of are being lynched to death, blade by my Sakura Nation. Hiss, lingering to death. What a cruel tactic. The other heads couldn't help but look deeply at Sakamoto Kawaii, this person in charge, and combat captain, from the Sakura country. How dark and ruthless he really is inside. What is the next horror to come out of your Sakura Kingdom? Sakamoto Kawaii's eyes flashed red. Ranked 10th in the global S rankings, Yamamura Sadako. Cherry Blossom Country. Some hidden underground building. Sakamoto Kawaii was led by the staff to the research room. The magnificent research room, surrounded by walls made of titanium alloy emitting white light, was filled with virtual screens, and light strips buried in the corners. In the center of the research room, a nutrient bin sits quietly. Through the glass barn door, a naked man could be clearly seen in the green transparent nutrient solution, bending over and hugging his knees in deep sleep, as if he were an unborn baby in his mother's womb. How far along are the experiments? I need to use someone now. Sakamoto Kawaii looked over at the Mediterranean man in a white coat beside him. The man sniffed, pulled out the tablet that recorded the data, and pulled up a bunch of complicated data that, according to the data, the mind control of Yuta Yamano has reached 99%, and will reach 100% in another 10 minutes. Sakamoto Kawaii nodded. When the mind control reaches 100%, will he still be as out of control as before? Absolutely not. The Mediterranean man said with certainty. At that time, he will forever be loyal to the Sakura country and become a dead soldier who absolutely obeys orders. Even the S-rank Sadako Yamamura that he summoned will listen to our commands, and there will definitely not be a repeat of the last terrorist dead well incident. Terror of the dead well incident. This is a horrific murder case that has rocked the Sakura country. The main reason for this is that S-class Sadako Yamamura has lost control and spread her consciousness to Spoke Island Prefecture. And whenever it's 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, there are always televisions in the homes of the residents of Fukushima that inexplicably turn on. Autoplay a black and white, dated image. Inside, in a quiet forest, Sadako Yamamura, dressed in white with her black hair cascading over her entire face, crawls out of a dry well little by little. If you fall into a deep sleep at that time, then congratulations, you will die in your sleep. If you're watching TV but want to turn it off out of fear, this simply won't do, because Sadako Yamamura has the power to control the lives and deaths of humans. She will give you a myocardial infarction, so that you can't move a muscle and can only watch as she crawls out of the dry well a little bit, and then finally crawls out of the TV set, and then brutally murders you right in front of your face. The best solution is, don't have a television set in your home. This is what the residents of Spoke Island, at the time, used to fight Sadako Yamamura. Later, as the incident expanded and had caused the deaths of thousands of Sakura Nation people, the upper echelon immediately dispatched the SSS-ranked horrors as the country's strategic resources, the 100 ghosts of the night, and only then did they succeed in suppressing Sadako Yamamura. The terror of the dead well incident has hit us so hard, so mind control, can't lose a thing. Sakamoto Kawaii's eyes released a light that could not be disobeyed. The Mediterranean man looking on shivered and hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, have Yuta Yamano come to me when the test is done. He'll be needed for the next Terror Ring showdown. After putting down a sentence, Sakamoto Kawaii walked out of the lab with his hands behind his back. Dragon Nation Center for Paranormal Research. The Council Chamber. Gentlemen, I know that you are still basking in the joy of winning the first game of the deathmatch, but I want you to adjust immediately, because what we face next is an enemy that has to be defeated. S-Class, Sadako Yamamura. Qin Xiaoming stood on the main seat with his hands supporting the table. His expression was unusually serious as his eyes swept over the 10 squad leaders present, a look of gravity appearing on his face. And when hearing the name Yamamura Sadako, the 10 squad leaders present, almost at the first moment, collected the joy on their faces, and replaced it with an incredulity. Sadako Yamamura? We've only won one game, and the Sakura Kingdom can't sit still like this? Yi Chou-han was a bit stunned. The captain of the 6th squad snorted coldly. You only lost to us a short while ago, and now you can't wait to get your face back. even using the hands of the Triumph Empire to consume the 1,000-year-old zombie in Zhang Shu's hands. Simply too cunning, Zhou Zhengtian chimed in. Isn't this the usual trick of the Sakura Kingdom? It's disgusting. Those present hated the Sakura country beyond measure. From the emergence of the Ring of Terror until now, the Sakura Nation has been trying to suppress the Dragon Nation in every way possible, and now that they see the Dragon Nation rising, they hate to use everything to stifle the first signs of the Dragon Nation's rise. This Sadako Yamamura, she's the 10th in the global S-class rankings. The trickiest thing about her is that she can possess the ability to control people's wills and control their lives and deaths. Qin Xiaoming analyzed, his eyes suddenly becoming cold. But none of that is the point. The most crucial thing is that if we don't exterminate Sadako Yamamura in this showdown, it's highly likely that the Sakura Kingdom will send her to plague the Dragon Kingdom. Do you guys remember the horrible dead well incident that happened in Spoke Island Prefecture? Sakura Country? Hiss. All the squad captains, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air at this moment. Scourge of the Dragon Kingdom? The people of the Sakura Country have dirty hearts. Chief Qin, but isn't Sadako Yamamura easily out of control? Even her summoner, Yuta Yamano, was nearly poisoned by him, a captain asked. Yeah, but that was before, Qin Xiaoming said. According to the information I have, the Sakura Kingdom is in the process of mind-controlling Yamano Yuta, and once it succeeds, the problem of Yamamura Sadako's loss of control will be solved once and for all. And the fact that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom dared to send Sadako Yamamura to fight shows that their mind control has succeeded. This is a matchup we have to take, said. Qin Xiaoming looked at Zhang Shu and asked worriedly, Mr. Zhang Shu, I wonder if you can still summon powerful terrors. If there is no way to deal with them, this duel will be abandoned. The terror objects are indeed very strong and can even be used as a strategic resource, but with the military power of the Dragon Kingdom, they won't be subjected to too much of a storm for the time being. Even if you choose to give up, no one in the country will accuse you. At those words, Zhang Shu shook his head. Giving up is out of the question. Maybe the other nations won't want me dead, but the mysterious referee of the Ring of Terror will be sure to do what he says. Besides, isn't it just one Sadako Yamamura? Not to the point where I need to be scornful. Qin Xiaoming's eyes flashed. According to you, you still have powerful terrifying things? Of course I have. Zhang Shu nodded his head, and the corner of his mouth curled up in an arc. Sadako and all that is just human beings made of resentment, and in the end, they are still human beings. And the next thing I'm going to summon is a fairy. Have you heard? The second matchup up is Sadako Yamamura of Sakura Nation. What the hell? Sadako Yamamura? Doesn't that thing get out of control easily? Didn't the terrorist dead well incident that went viral earlier cause Sakura Nation to ban Sadako Yamamura already? Blocked and released. Don't you know the pissiness of Sakura Country? Not a word of truth comes out of their mouths. Yes, Sakura Nation dared to release Sadako Yamamura. Aren't they afraid they'll lose control again and get the audience they're killed? This shouldn't be possible. The terror ring at least has a boundary. If you want to cause damage to us, Sadako Yamamura shouldn't be able to do it. That's not necessarily true. Remember the red and white crashing break summoned by Dragon Country's Zhang Shu earlier? The aftermath of that time even broke through the boundary, and if it wasn't for the fact that he purposely avoided us, I'm afraid that the grass in our graves would be 3 meters high by now. When you put it that way, I kind of don't even want to be in the audience. Then you go, and no one is stopping you. But the status of spectator is not something you can give up just because you want to. For the prestige of Sadako Yamamura, the peoples of the globe have heard it all before. Even the people in their own country are victimized. Viewers in other countries shuddered to think how chaotic the scene would be if Sadako Yamamura really lost control. I'm afraid that when the time comes, none of them as spectators will be spared. Compared to the skepticism of the audience of other countries, the audience of Sakura Country was even more shocked. Baka, what on earth is Captain Sakamoto doing? Doesn't he realize that Sadako Yamamura is the scar of our Sakura Kingdom? Now blatantly debuting Sadako Yamamura. Isn't that just opening up a scar and letting people rub salt on it? What an abomination. Don't we have any horrors to hold in the Sakura Country? Why must Sadako Yamamura make her debut? As a Sakura Nation, although I want Sakura Nation to win, I don't want to die. Captain Sakamoto isn't a stupid person, and what he's doing concerns the entire Sakura Kingdom. So I'm sure he's found a way on how to control Sadako Yamamura. Really? The odds are. Besides, Captain Sakamoto must have left something behind. Our priority now is to make the Dragon Kingdom fail in this showdown. Fear of Sadako Yamamura aside, the strength of Sadako Yamamura is recognized quite well by people around the globe. The existence of the 10th ranked in the S-class. Looking at the entire Ring of Terror, it was the top bunch. This group of Sakura Nation was convinced that with Sadako Yamamura, they would succeed in defeating the Dragon Nation. The 3-hour countdown is over. Dragon Nation Deathmatch. Match 2. Sakura Nation vs Dragon Nation. Will both contestants please enter the ring? With a command from the mysterious referee, Zhang Shu actually leapt down from the audience seats of the Dragon Kingdom, and after turning 360 degrees in the air, he landed smoothly on the ring. As his legs squatted down, under the force of the wind, the trench coat behind him rose high, and then he lifted his head, revealing a handsome face. On the side of the cherry blossom country, a man in a tight black combat suit slowly stepped out. His face was expressionless, his dark eyes did not carry a trace of emotional color, and his walking posture seemed a bit stiff, like a puppet that had just acquired a human body and was still a bit uncomfortable. Every move is controlled. If you look closely, one could also clearly see the folds of skin on his body left by the long immersion in the nutrient solution. Sakura Nation. Yuta Yamano summoned the Terror S-Class Sadako Yamamura. His voice, flat and listless. It's like an elementary school student doing a read aloud, and it sounds hypnotizing. There's something wrong with this guy. Zhang Shu saw the strangeness of Yamano Yuta at a glance. Viewers who are far away may find it difficult to notice this detail, but Zhang Shu saw with his own eyes that this Yamano Yuta's lips were purple, his skin was white, and his appearance was exactly like that of a person who was about to die. Mind control. Zhang Shu instantly thought of what Qin Xiaoming had said. It seemed that in order to be able to make Yamamura Sadako available to them, this group of people from the Sakura country had gone so far as to use mind control methods to make Yamano Yuta a dead soldier without a mind. It's called a dead soldier. To put it nicely, to put it mildly, it's practically the Walking Dead. A bunch of guys so despicable that they won't even spare their own people. A cold light surged in Zhang Shu's eyes. In order to defeat the Dragon Kingdom to use such underhanded means, Sakura Nation must be defeated. Immediately, he swept his gaze across the room and introduced himself. The Dragon Country's player, Zhang Shu, summoned the horror pen fairy. Level unknown. A pen fairy? As Zhang Shu's words fell, the audience in the room couldn't help but make surprised noises. What's a penman? How come I've never heard of it? Why does Zhang Shu always summon these strange and terrifying things? Listening to the name, it doesn't feel very strong. Where does someone use a pen as a terror? Yes, pen fairy, pen fairy. Can it be that the pen used by the elementary school students has become a demon or ghost? Ha 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 ha. Even if it's a demon or devil, it's still a pen after all. What kind of fighting power can this have? It looks like the Dragon Country players have really been pushed to the brink. In the perception of foreigners, they didn't realize what Xian really stood for. Therefore, they can only use the word pen to judge the strength of the penman. The results were predictable. Inevitably, you get a whole lot of ridicule from them. And on the Dragon Kingdom seat, the audience, however, gradually narrowed their eyes. Pen 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 pen. What a familiar name. I seem to have heard it somewhere, but I just can't remember. Wait, I know this stuff. It's a very old game of invocation. I remember it was a couple of guys holding a pen and then drawing circles on a table with paper laid out, all the while muttering a weird incantation. What it was I forget. Yes, when you say that, I seem to have some recollection of it. When I read a very old newspaper, and there was an account on it saying that someone had really invoked the pen fairy through this game, but the pen fairy does no harm and even promised to grant him a wish. As a result, the man who invoked the spirit asked the pen fairy to help him to take the English exam. The pen fairy was furious on the spot, saying that I am the pen fairy of the Dragon Kingdom with a straight face. How could I possibly know the bird language of other countries? Then the conjurer had a fever and it all fell back into place. This immortal, he sounds quite patriotic, but can he really defeat Sadako Yamamura of the Sakura Kingdom? I don't know, but I think, with a fairy inside the name, even if it's bad, it can't be that bad. That's right, we have to believe in Zhang Shu and the pen fairy. In the ring, Yamano Yuta. Don't bullshit with him, just end the fight. Sakamoto Kawai's voice came from Yuta Yamano's Bluetooth headset. He nodded in a low voice and whirled around, pulling out a dagger and pulling it against his hand. Tick-tock, blood drips down onto the ring. The originally clear sky was cloudy at this moment. With Yuta Yamano at the center, the environment of the ring around him was turned upside down. A secluded jungle, surrounded by tall trees spreading their branches as if they were a ghost in the darkness, swaying eerily under a gloomy wind. The ring at his feet also turns into a dirt floor, and after, a dry well constructed of clay bricks appeared in front of Yuta Yamano. It was old and dilapidated on the outside and dirty on the inside. Looking down from the sky, one could clearly see that on the inner wall of the withered well shaft, a trail of blood scratched across it was particularly shocking. It was as if a great horror beyond words was hidden under a well too deep for words. The dry well, the forest, the gloomy sky, that's the setting. The Sakura Nation audience seemed to have seen the light of victory at this moment. Suddenly, among the crowd, a panicked, anxious voice rang out. Not good. There's no protective boundary for this duel. There are no protective boundaries. This sentence was like a boulder falling into a secluded pool. It instantly stirred up fear in everyone in the room. All along, with the protective boundary in place, the spectators at the scene had gone to watch the duel in the ring with a mindset of watching the show. Never felt, either, the threat from death. And now, the protective boundary was cancelled, which meant that if the duel in the ring was too intense, or if the terrifying thing got out of control, then what awaited them would most likely be death. It's over. Sadako Yamamura. There's no protective boundary yet. I seriously doubt this is the referee intentionally messing with our minds. How can we be quiet spectators when such a dangerous duel doesn't set up a boundary? I just hope this matchup never enrages Sadako Yamamura. Why don't we just let the Dragon Country's player admit defeat, so that we can also leave a life behind? One time, these stupid spectators from other countries even started chanting for their own little lives, forcing Zhang Shu to surrender. Zhang Shu ignored these words and just quietly cursed. A bunch of idiots. The ring. The chilling images from Sadako Yamamura continue. An eerie ghastly wind spread around. It came from nowhere, wrapped in a coldness as if it were an ice cave, gently caressing the skin of all the spectators present. The horror is as if you were watching TV in the dark on a silent night with the lights off, alone, and suddenly someone is blowing into your neck. But when you turn your head, you realize that the room is empty. There's no one, only ghosts. Snap. The sound of bare paws on stone tiles came from the dry well. All the spectators raised their hearts to their throats at this moment, and immediately turned their eyes toward the withered well, fearing that because of the gap and blinking their eyes, the thing of terror would have the time to victimize them. In plain sight, at the edge of the dry well, a ghastly white palm stretched out, and she clasped it tightly to the stone tiles, using all her strength to make even her tendons visible. Gradually, her figure floated out of the well, a head of dark, beautiful black hair and a white dress so clean it was spotless. There was also the ghastly white skin, and the black scent that lingered around her. Her face, deadened by black hair, was not clearly visible. But in this moment, fear had risen to a fever pitch within the audience. Everyone was guessing what the face hidden under the black hair looked like. Bloody, skinned, or eyes gouged out mercilessly. No one knows. Even less people want to know. Anyone who has seen the true face of a ghost dies. It's a buried notion. And just then, a weird, oozing smile suddenly came from Sadako Yamamura's chest, as if she was laughing at the people who were frightened because of her appearance. She twisted her stiff body, every joint like a rusty part, clicking and clacking under her control, sinking her left shoulder, shrugging her right shoulder, tilting her head, and every movement she made was accompanied by a noticeable snap. Gradually, her body took on an extremely strange form. Her left shoulder was low, her right shoulder was high, both arms hung naturally, and her crooked head was as if it were a toy, motionless. Her hair, on the other hand, was also spread out at this moment, revealing an extremely appalling face, godless, lightless, colorless. There was only a pair of black eyes that were staring at everyone with a deadly stare, and the curves of the corners of his mouth were hooked up as if to say that all the people present, one of them, don't want to run. What the fuck is this shit? Why is it that she clearly looks like a human being, but she's so weird and creepy in every way? I can't. I'm afraid to look. Don't you guys think that she's kind of eyebrow-raising? No. You. The horror of Sadako Yamamura lies in the fact that she retains her human physical form but performs actions that are alien to humans. It also leaves the viewer's brain infested with the grotesque. At this point, Sakamoto Kawaii frowned slightly. Why do I have a vague feeling in my heart that something is wrong? No, it has to be quick. With that, he immediately barked orders at Yuta Yamano. Hurry up and let Sadako Yamamura end this duel. The words fell. Yamano Yuta also immediately made a move as he pointed his finger in Zhang Shu's direction, a look of wanting to eat someone erupting from his eyes. Hiss! Yamamura Sadako whistled. Her slender fingers made a claw shape at this moment, and pinched fiercely at Zhang Shu's position, seemingly wanting to pinch Zhang Shu's neck through the air. Is this the so-called ability to control one's mind? Zhang Shu said indistinctly. Maybe the rest of the audience can't see it, but in his line of sight, there was already a pair of large, pitch-black void hands grasping towards him. Then, I won't hide it anymore. Penny, come out. Zhang Shu waved his big hand, and immediately, a monstrous aura spread wildly with him at the center. This aura was truly thick and heavy, like 10,000 pounds of thunder, easily tearing apart the great hand of emptiness condensed by Sadako Yamamura. After that, the aura coalesced in front of Zhang Shu, forming a large vortex, and the surrounding air was like silk ribbons, frantically converging towards the center of the vortex. Eventually, in front of Zhang Shu, a brush coalesced. The body of the pen was pitch black. Ancient and mysterious runes were carved on every part of it, and 3 scarlet and translucent blood beads, as if they were hearts, were constantly breathing and beating. At the top of the quill. A frightening eye was turning over and over. Sticky muscle tissue connecting it to the quill in a deadlocked piece. This stuff is. Zhang Shu was flabbergasted. It had hit his cognitive blind spot. In terms of a normal pen summoning game, the pens used are, generally speaking, pencils. Using the pencil as a medium. Most of the souls sought are the dead souls that have wandered between heaven and earth. And right now this brush is so weird. Again, very different from traditional brushes. The sticky muscle tissue and mysterious runes on it seem to be silently revealing two big words, unknown. If a pen alone is so terrifying, how powerful should the souls invoked with it be? Zhang Shu held his breath. The audience at the scene also completely quieted down at this moment. At the first sight of the brush, they wanted to open their mouths to mock. But somehow, even though they opened their mouths with all their strength, the words of mockery just reached the edge of their mouths and were ruthlessly pressed back by an invisible force. This pen, it can control them. The audience sucked in a breath of air. There was consternation in his eyes. Even Sadako Yamamura made battle preparations, always on guard for the next move of the blood-eyed quill. At this point, everyone suddenly realized. Bloodshot eye quill. Moving. It hovered in the air. Its white fur turning blood red at some point, drawing circle after circle in the air. Circle after circle as if it were a shackle imprisoning a living being, filled with all sorts of uncomfortable auras. The audience raised their heads, and suddenly discovered that on the originally gloomy sky, a large swath of blood clouds came out of nowhere, and they continued to gather into a mass centered on the blood-eyed quill, obscuring the entire sky. And after, a voice like a demon's whisper rang in the audience's ears. Penny, Penny, you were in my past life, I am in your present life. Come on, come on, come on. The low incantation kept echoing in the audience's ears. They surveyed their surroundings, trying to find the source of the sound, but the results were not as good as they had hoped. The blood-eyed hairbrush in the ring is still drawing circles. Sadako Yamamura's pupils locked as she stared at the spinning brush, unable to hold back any longer. With a swoosh, as if it were a sharp arrow, it killed towards the blood-eyed quill, and around it, it was haunted by countless grievances, all the injustices that she had encountered in her life. The terrifying power that erupted caused the ring to tremble. However, just the next second after Sadako Yamamura had just made a move. Sadako Yamamura. One step further is the abyss. A disembodied voice suddenly spread out from between heaven and earth. In the sky where everyone could see, in that layer of thick blood mist, a ghostly figure blasted through the blood clouds and landed on top of the blood-eyed quill. It stood 3 meters tall, its fluffy hair swaying on top of its head like a fiery flame, and it wore a long purple robe. Its upper body and appearance was no different from that of a human being, but its lower body was a smoky spirit body. In its circumference, a chain yoke was aimed in Sadako Yamamura's direction like a poisonous snake poised to strike. At the position of the back of its head, a horrible ghostly face with a green face and fangs suddenly unfolded its eyes, and those eyes as big as copper bells were filled with madness and anger, and its sharp teeth were stained with scarlet flesh and blood. This is. All the spectators present were staring wide-eyed at this moment. This sudden appearance of a terrifying object gave them an extremely ominous feeling. It's as if the soul sheathes itself at the sight of it. Sure, except for its outward appearance. What was even more puzzling to the audience in attendance was this. Just now, at the command of this horrible thing, Sadako Yamamura actually did stay in place. This is the Ring of Terror. It's not some TV show or novel where people tell you not to move and you have to stay put. The only thing that could make the horror stand still at the sound of a command was one possibility. This horrible thing called the penumbra is strong. It had even become so powerful that it could make Sadako Yamamura not dare to disobey. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Sakamoto Kawai hissed at the top of his lungs. The mind-controlled Yamano Yuta immediately barked orders at Yamamura Sadako. In a flash, the originally static Yamamura Sadako, also due to the mind control, regained her sanity once again, and like a crazy beast, attacked towards Pen Fairy with her teeth and claws open. Pensive shook her head fatally at the sight of the. How dare a little spiteful spirit disregard my orders? You're really making me angry with your unbridled behavior. Boom! Moment. The Pen Fairy's large hand was aimed in the direction of Sadako Yamamura, and the hook and chain around him was like a ravaging viper in an instant, tearing towards Sadako. The chains, which possessed the speed of thunderbolt shuttling, cut through the void and easily penetrated Sadako Yamamura's body, binding her hands and feet as if she were a prisoner and assuming a large character shape, pulling her slowly to the penjing. Just one shot. Sadako Yamamura, surprisingly, has been imprisoned by the Pen Fairy. How is this possible? Sadako Yamamura is an S-ranked terror. Even if the terror summoned by the Dragon Kingdom player was stronger, it would never be possible to defeat her in a single move. This Immortals level is very high. It feels like it's already over SS level. Yamamura Sadako is a resentful spirit made from the grievances of her life. Not only does she possess the ability to control people's lives and deaths, but also their wills. So how could she lose at the hands of a tiny pen fairy? Could it be because Sadako Yamamura is not in good shape today? Should we terminate this duel and come back when Sadako is in better shape? I think you have a point. The Sakura Nation crowd is barking again. Seeing this, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom is not spoiling them at all. Fuck you. Do you think the Ring of Terror is your family's food market and you can still bargain? And damned if you're not in good shape to fight another day. Do you think the terror is like your stupid asses in the Sakura country? Rushing around all day long. Rushing around all over the place? Sometimes I just want to give you guys a nail hammer. It's so fucking stupid. Even if it's stupid, it's double standard. And even if it's double standard, it's sinister. You cherry blossom countries hate it when all the world's benefits fall on your soil, don't you? I'm telling you, it's impossible. It's not the world's favor that could fall on Sakura Goku's soil, it's the world's atomic bomb. Have to say, once the opponent is the Sakura country, the hidden bloodline in the Dragon country people automatically activate. Cursing people, specifically picking out other people's sore spots to curse. Emotional rendering in place. A few big brothers even pulled out the machete with the body. Hate immediately transformed into a machete team. Kill each other, a piece of armor not to be left behind. Thanks to the fact that there was a furry bear country separating the seat of the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, or else the two sides could really fight, while the audience was still engaged in an argument. Sakamoto Kawai, who had been paying attention to the situation of the sparring match in the ring, suddenly turned ugly. What's going on? Sadako Yamamura's body. Why is it becoming transparent little by little? He was loud. Everyone around them heard it and rushed to look in Sadako Yamamura's direction. It was only that Sadako Yamamura, who was originally wearing a white dress, became transparent at this moment. Her body, like glass, could see the bones and veins inside clearly through her skin. At this point, shock surfaced in the minds of the heads of the other countries. This Sadako Yamamura, isn't she a ghost made of grudges? How is it being made transparent? She doesn't have an entity at all. However, Zhang Shu, who was the instigator, was completely dazed at this moment, and by flipping through the Chinese horror codex just now, he was clear about everything. In fact, the so-called pen fairy is not an actual scary thing that exists. It's just a trickster game. Participants need to utilize a medium, pen, and incantation to invoke the possession of the dead souls that exist in the world. Its original incarnation was mediumship, one of the oldest forms of sorcery in the Dragon Kingdom. But the positive gods don't even bother with possession, so the dead souls that can usually possess them are not up to snuff. However, these are common sense. But it was the pen fairy summoned by Zhang Shu that did not follow any common sense at all. Although the blood-eyed quill could not summon a proper god, he did summon the soul-detaining ghost, an existence with enough combat power to rank in the top 5 among the 100 ghosts of the Dragon Kingdom. Its shouts have extremely powerful divine power, and often the souls of those who are shouted at by it will automatically be sheathed and separated from their bodies. And this kind of shouting is almost considered a lethal weapon for Sadako Yamamura, who is a disgruntled spirit. As an existence ranked in the top 5 of the 100 ghosts, the ability of the soul-detaining ghost could not only be used to shock the opponent with shouts. There are more powerful ones, devouring souls. It's safe to say, if Zhang Shu allowed it, the soul-detaining ghost could devour all the souls of those present. It is only that the people of the world are not familiar with the ghosts of the detainees. Even Zhang Shu only understood one side of it, but it doesn't matter, because it's easy to figure out how strong it is. There is only one thing to understand. Soul detainer. Dare to steal business from the black and white irregulars. As a representative of the balance of yin and yang, life and death, the Ghostbusters specialize in catching evil spirits on Earth. The strength of the black and white irregulars needed no introduction at all. And dare to steal business from the black and white. The strength of the soul-detaining ghost should definitely not be underestimated. At least the Sadako Yamamura in front of him was not even as good as one of its fingers, and was only worthy of becoming its food. The soul detainer's soul-hooking rope flared up into a scorching hot flame, burning both of Sadako Yamamura's hands and feet red. The intense pain caused Sadako Yamamura to have a hideous expression, constantly struggling to get out of her bonds, and a shocking wail escaped from her mouth. Watching the audience in attendance, hearts in their throats. Someone they saw Sadako Yamamura face such torture. They were sympathetic and prayed for her life to be spared in a hurry. Killing is not abusive. Why can't you give Sadako Yamamura a pain in the ass? Is your pleasure in the Dragon Kingdom based on the pain of others? Yeah, it's clear that you can kill them in a second with a single move, but you use chains to tie them up, and you even ruthlessly use fire to cauterize them. Your Dragon Kingdom's horrors are too heartless. Is Sadako Yamamura going to suffer from the torment coming from you just because she lost? Fiery flames were constantly being born on the hooked rope. Sadako Yamamura's wails echoed in every corner of the Ring of Terror. The audience, on the spot, could no longer bear to watch. They are like the Madonna of abusive kindness, standing on the moral high ground and accusing the Dragon Kingdom of what it has done. Earlier they were scared because of Yamamura Sadako's appearance, but now they're starting to sympathize with Yamamura Sadako. This group of people can really change their faces faster than flipping a book. Just looking at their ugly faces makes you sick. Zhang Shu swept his gaze coldly across the room, not feeling half as guilty as he did because of the accusations from the audience in his country. On the contrary, he even had the detainer turn up the heat to make the pain go even harder. Ah, you guys. Sadako Yamamura had been burned beyond recognition at the moment, not a single piece of skin intact on her body, and her white dress had been burned with holes of all sizes, stained with black stains from the burning carbon. The audience of his country saw that instead of stopping his actions due to the accusation, Zhang Shu was getting more and more intense, and they were so angry that they gritted their teeth and even started chanting for Zhang Shu to get out of the terror ring. But that's all. It's just their incompetent ranting, faintly as if they were overrated. It's not working. Fire is a holy thing that expels all darkness from the world, and is a divine weapon that cleanses the soul. Sadako Yamamura, who was the embodiment of resentment, felt endless pain under the raging flames, and it was as if someone had used sharp iron needles all over her body to pierce her skin again and again, right into her bone marrow. Just as Sadako Yamamura was about to fade away completely, suddenly, the chains that bound her hands and feet were actually starting to crack. The cracks were like savagely growing vine plants, frantically spreading over all the soul-gathering hooklocks. At this moment, Yamamura Sadako, who was still wailing just now, raised her head violently, her pitch-black eyes staring deathly at the soul-detaining ghost, her tattered face filled with endless rage. Ha! Broke free. I managed to break free. She tugged at the shackles on her hands and feet, and with a violent force, the calf-thick hooks and cords were like broken glass, turning into scattered metal fragments in an instant. Seeing this, Sadako Yamamura quickly stepped on the air and leapt high into the air, pulling away with a backflip before landing safely on her hands and legs for support. She had a breath that was very different from a moment ago. The pure white dress became pitch black at this moment, as if stained by ink. A head of black shiny hair also became like a snowflake, like miserable white. One pair of eyes even changed into a different pupil. One eye was white and the other was black. The grievances that lingered around her transformed into a figurative ball of gas, and human faces continued to coalesce in the ball of gas and then dissipate, amounting to thousands of different faces, all of which were people killed by her. But some of the brainiacs in the audience didn't care about that at all. They had already put the matter of Sadako Yamamura's merciless slaughter of humans behind them. It was actually because Sadako Yamamura broke free and started waving the flag in her hand, shouting that "Go Sadako Yamamura, make sure you defeat the Dragon Kingdom once and for all, and make it clear to them that cruelty is definitely not allowed in this world. Sadako Yamamura, give it to me. Tear the Dragon Nation's player apart and see if he dares to taunt us in the future." I knew that Sadako Yamamura is definitely not a terrifying thing that can be defeated easily, and now it seems that the Dragon countryside is going to be in bad luck. Now Sadako Yamamura has been completely enraged. The Dragon Country contestants suffer. Ha. Is this what the old Dragon Kingdom saying is? That heaven is good for reincarnation? There's a good show coming up. Sadako Yamamura breaks free. It was a moment of excitement driven through the audience. They couldn't wait to hurry up and see that the soul detainer was mercilessly tortured by Sadako Yamamura, and Zhang Shu was killed by Sadako Yamamura in a single move. You, all of you, must die. With a roar, Sadako Yamamura tore through the air in front of her and lunged at the soul-detaining ghost with a powerful grudge, the sky around her becoming cloudy and cloudy due to her grudge. The crowd in attendance looked forward to it, and some were even already on their feet, ready to chant Sadako Yamamura's victory. However, something they didn't expect happened. Only the spirit detainer merely glanced at Sadako Yamamura. Lift your hands, press downward. The majestic giant palm coalesced in midair. It fell with a roar, its AO-thrown whale swallowing like momentum, smashed down on the ring. Smoke and dust rose up in all directions. The sturdy ring was smashed out of a huge deep pit. Large and small like a spider web of cracks covered the edge of the huge pit, and in the center of the pit, Sadako Yamamura was smashed beyond recognition. The moment, the entire audience was in a daze. Just ripped the chain I used to put the dog on and threatened to kill me or something like that. It's really too whimsical. The detainer felt that the ghost life had been greatly insulted. It was at least a ghost that dared to steal business from the black and white irregulars, but today it was actually taunted by a spiteful spirit. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Besides, nor was this hooked rope broken free by Sadako Yamamura's own strength. It was entirely due to poor quality and could not withstand the scorching heat and damaged itself. It looks like this duel is over as well. The detainer slowly came to Sadako Yamamura and took out a new hook and rope, ready to take her away. And just as it reached out, a pitch-black colored bead coalesced on Sadako Yamamura's body. The detainer froze for a moment, sizing up the situation and then realizing that the grievance bead, made of grievances, contains a record of the injustices that Sadako Yamamura suffered in her life. This is something that should have been destroyed immediately. But now, I'm more interested in showing everyone the ugly face of the Sakura nation. It threw the grudge bead in its hand towards the sky, and after, an illusory cloud screen appeared in the ring, with various images flickering inside of it. The very life of Sadako Yamamura. Sadako Yamamura was born in the 1950s. His hometown is the Cheijai area in the southern part of the Izu Oshima Island in the Sakura country. Her father was a psychic researcher. The mother is a clairvoyant. Sadako Yamamura inherited her mother's superpower, which allows her to control the life and death of humans with her mind. Not only that, her looks and figure are extremely rare in the world. The only drawback is that she grew up with a rare congenital disease that makes her an androgynous intersex. One summer, Sadako Yamamura goes home to take care of her father, who is suffering from an illness. It was also during this time that Sadako Yamamura was, however, infected with the smallpox virus after being forcibly jed by a patient carrying the virus. Later, she killed the forcible jerker with her mind control and herself jumped into a dry well, ending her short life. In the dry well, the resentment from birth to death resurrects Sadako Yamamura as a colorless and invisible virtual virus. She begins to use old videotapes to get back at all the Sakura Nation people as a way to quell the resentment in her heart. In fact, on the way to the spread of the virtual virus, Sadako Yamamura also split into two completely different bodies because of her androgyny. One is the cruel little Sadako and the other is the kindly big Sadako. This was also the reason why Sadako Yamamura's appearance had suddenly changed just now in the Ring of Terror. But as time has progressed so far, the great Sadako and the little Sadako are back in one body, and the moment they are summoned, protecting themselves and endangering all of humanity is their most important goal. Damn it, in the end, Sadako Yamamura would lose control all because you Sakura Nation people are just too cruel. I knew it. There's not a single good thing in the Sakura country. All fucking sick and still going to scourge people. Really no conscience at all. Sadako Yamamura. She was only 18 when she died. How on earth did you people get off on this? Harming people, and now summoning them out to fight against each other and suffer torture again. You people of the Sakura country are too heartless. Shasta. As Sadako Yamamura's memories come to light, viewers around the globe got a good look at the ugly face of the Sakura country. This country, which speaks of benevolence and morality, and presents itself to the public as gentle and modest, is at this moment uncovered in all its false appearance, revealing their sinister, devious, inhuman and perverted appearance. Baka. This move by Rokoku is just too damaging. Not only did we lose the matchup, but even the good national image we had created completely collapsed. This damned Sadako Yamamura. Not only did she kill our Sakura nation, but now she's humiliated us in front of the globe. The most detestable thing is the Dragon Kingdom. They are just too despicable to come up with this trick. We should have sent out powerful terrors at the very beginning to completely eliminate the Dragon Kingdom from the terror ring. It's too late to regret now. These guys from the Dragon Kingdom, once they have the momentum to rise, it's like a wildfire igniting the starry plains. They can't be stopped at all. Ah, that's abominable. They're so damn dead. After being unmasked for what they really are, the Sakura Nation began to get annoyed and even blamed the Dragon Nation for all the faults, completely unaware of the faults that happened to them. The Sakura Nation, a people who are very good at learning, but they have never been a people who are good at correcting mistakes when they have them. They will only superficially apologize, but in the back of his mind, plans for revenge are brewing from moment to moment. Be sure to watch out for them. It seems the effect has been achieved. The detainer was pleased with the current scene. Sakura Nation has been targeted. This is undoubtedly a happy situation for the Dragon Kingdom. Then it's time to dispose of Sadako Yamamura's disgruntled soul next. Saying that, the soul detainer waved his hand. Rolling black smoke wrapped around Sadako Yamamura's body, and then compressed it, eventually forming a palm-sized spirit that was continuously floating in the soul detainer's hand. And before the detainer could make its next move, in the middle of the scene, some kind of very sickening sound suddenly rang out. Don't kill her. Sadako Yamamura is a poor person. You Dragon Kingdom can't kill her. Yes, let her live. It's a poor thing. Don't put her through any more torture. I don't know what the Dragon Kingdom's horrible thing is, but you guys are so strong. There's no need to get over a weak person. Although Sadako Yamamura was previously hostile to you, I hope that the Dragon Kingdom can spare her and give her a chance to live, as is the will of us all. The horrible thing is also life, so please don't kill her. The Dragon Kingdom is a powerful country, so you should honor life and spare a poor man. It won't affect you in any way. The people of other countries who acted as spectators for an entire game. Finally, at this last moment, stand up, high above the rest of the world, and in the tone of the superior, call on the Dragon Kingdom to respect life. And just a little while ago, these dead saints, who also clamored for Sadako Yamamura to cane and torture Zhang Shu and the Soul Detainer to death. Motherfucker, are these people out of their minds? This Yamamura Sadako is simply a scourge. Keeping her is a detriment to all of mankind. There might be another terrorist dead well incident in Sakura country. What's the point of keeping such a thing? Just kill it. It's true that she was pitiful in life, but she chose to take revenge on humans after her death, even without any purpose, slaughtering them simply out of spite. I could understand if she took action against her enemies, but to relocate her anger on others who have nothing to do with it is something I can't tolerate. Sadako Yamamura must be killed. The audience in Dragonland was, well, united in their opinion. Sadako Yamamura must be killed. Indecisiveness harms you. Besides, once Sadako Yamamura was again in the hands of the Sakura Kingdom, it would be an unforeseeable disaster for the ordinary people of the Dragon Kingdom and even the whole world. Sadako Yamamura's way of killing people is so bizarre. As Zhang Shu and the soul-detaining ghost who held the power of life and death over Sadako Yamamura, they also reached a unified consciousness at this moment. Kill. And so, in full view of everyone, the soul detainer suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Sadako Yamamura in one gulp. After finishing, he didn't forget to lick the corners of his mouth, showing a satisfied look. It's in the books. The reason why the ghosts are hooking souls, apart from stealing business with the black and white irregulars, there's another very important reason. It likes to eat these dead souls, especially dead souls with deep grudges. The flavor layers are rich, and the Virgin Mary spectators who witnessed this were now wide-eyed and so angry that their bodies were shaking. You actually ate Sadako Yamamura. The horrors of the Dragon Kingdom are just too much. All knowing that Sadako Yamamura is poor, yet you ate her in one bite. Don't you have any conscience at all? How did a horrible thing like you manage to appear in the ring? What a damned fellow. I pray to my Lord to send you divine punishment, so that you may not enter heaven for all eternity. I told you to spare Sadako Yamamura's life. Why didn't you listen? It's Zhang Shu. Yes, it must be Zhang Shu. He instructed the terror to do this. This cruel dragon country player is simply unconscionable. Zhang Shu's eyes gradually turned cold as he sniffed. Bunch of dead saints. It was even blamed on him. Earlier, Sadako Yamamura came out and screamed at her to kill herself. Now, having killed Sadako Yamamura themselves, these people are saying they have no conscience. There should be a limit to the double standard. I say, you people seem to be taking yourselves too seriously. Before Zhang Shu could open his mouth, the soul-detaining ghost on the side suddenly let out a voice that was cold to the extreme, saying something about Sadako Yamamura being pathetic and asking me to spare her life. I would ask, on what grounds? Just because you guys have a mouth? If you have the strength, you can roll down and save her from me. If you don't, you can sit down and keep your mouth shut or I'll let you die worse than she did. Phew. After the soul-detaining ghost's words fell, its ferocious gaze swept across the room, and the temperature around it instantly plummeted. It was as if the crowd was in an ice cave, shivering all over. The group of people who had screamed the loudest earlier also shut up and sat down. Somehow, they felt an aura of death wrapped around them. It was as if he would really be killed by the detaining ghost if he said one more word. Oh, now that you hear you're going to die. One and all are quiet and don't speak. Are they? I thought you guys were really benevolent and righteous at heart. Great people who moved heaven and earth. But it turns out you're just a bunch of cowards who only know how to move your mouth. The soul detainer stood in the center of the ring, disdain surfacing on his face. Just now also said what came. Right, said I have no conscience, do not spare the poor people, and told me to listen to your words. Hurry to release Yamamura Sadako. I just have to ask, who are you JB? Who gave you the courage to say such things to me? And talk about being a ghost with a conscience. I'll be damned. Liang Yu horse then, this grandpa is a ghost. I'm a ghost that's powerful enough to make even the black and white irregulars fearful. Not you deadbeats. Conscience? Conscience is bullshit. Anyone who dares to harbor murderous intentions towards my Dragon Kingdom people, and dares to offend my Dragon Kingdom, regardless of whether he is a pitiful person or not, this great master will kill him without fail. Come on, if you don't like it, just call one and try it. See if this master will rip your head off and kick it as a kuju. Full court. Ravenous. Those spectators from other countries who had earlier clamored for more were now keeping their mouths shut so tightly that they were extremely careful about even breathing, afraid that if he didn't pay attention and made the soul-detaining ghost angry, he would really kill himself. There are no protective boundaries in the Ring of Terror now. If the detainer wanted to, it could really kill everyone easily. Compared to the nervousness, worry, and fear of viewers in other countries, the Dragon Nation audience, however, was thrilled inside and shouted in pain. After letting out the harsh words, not a single person dared to retort, which was too much of a relief. Detaining ghosts. Bull. A few more curses. Call them out on their bullshit. It's better to curse them so much that they can't help but do it and then kill them. That way, there could be a lot less stupidity in the world again. The detainer's words echoed through the ring, constantly swirling in the audience's ears. The moment. The group of people who had earlier threatened to tell the spirit detainer to spare Sadako Yamamura were too quiet to even say a word. Watching the Dragon Country audience shouted, "This kind of strength to put hard words to pretend. Simply do not be too good." To this point, Sadako Yamamura, who had high hopes from the people of Sakura Nation, was completely defeated. Of course, Yuta Yamano, who was her summoner, was likewise not to live. Zhang Shu had the soul detainer deprive him of his soul and devour it in one gulp, and from then on Yamano Yuta never existed in the world again. If it was a player from other countries, Zhang Shu would consider giving them a way out, but for the players of the Sakura country, or even the players who threatened to take his life as soon as he stepped on the field, he absolutely could not stay. Of course, such behavior caused resentment from the audience in the Sakura country and even other countries. They once again proclaimed that Zhang Shu was a devil with a heart of gold. Instead of feeling guilty about this, Zhang Shu thought he hadn't done enough. He was going to use the blood of the other players to sacrifice those dead Dragon Kingdom players. What an interesting matchup. Now it seems that the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom are not wonky at all. I'm going to take back my prejudice towards the Dragon Kingdom from the very beginning. After a few duels, the mysterious referee's attitude towards the Dragon Nation has been turned upside down. From the very beginning of disdain, or even to say, disgust, until now it's recognized, appreciated, and even incredible. All of this has changed because the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom are powerful. It could even be said that the Dragon Kingdom is powerful. To the end, there is only one truth in the world. The underdog. This truth applies equally to human beings, to animals, and to all life in the entire universe. With the defeat of Sakura Nation, then I declare Dragon Nation's second matchup. The winner. Current score 2 o'clock. You guys need to step it up. If this keeps up, Dragon Nation is going to pass the death penalty. 2-0. That's just the plain data. With the unstoppable momentum of the entire Dragon Kingdom, this is only just beginning. Passage to the death. That's the ultimate goal. It is also a goal that must be reached. In light of the forcefulness shown by the other nations in the showdown, then I declare that the next showdown is delayed until 5 hours from now. Please take advantage of the ample time to prepare yourselves, but don't get second-guessed by Rikoku again as soon as you get on the field. That would be really humiliating. Also, from now on, there will be no more protective boundaries, and I think you viewers should guess what that means. The mysterious referee's tone was filled with the anticipation of watching the show. So everyone, good luck next. The words fell. With a big wave of his hand, he disappeared from the center of the ring once again. The audience, all of them, instantly raised their hearts into their throats because of his last sentence. No more protective boundaries. This also means that the audience is no longer perfectly safe. If they accidentally angered the horrors in the ring, or if the horrors got out of control, they would face the threat from them, and would most likely die. Sure, because of social opinion and the checks and balances between the great powers, there will not normally exist a contestant controlling a horror to strike at the audience unless he wants to face hatred and condemnation from all of mankind. But imagination is often very different from reality. The Ring of Terror is ever-changing, and there's no telling if something horrible will attack someone. Dragon Nation. Night, 2300 hours. Center for Paranormal Research. Zhang Shu was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling above his head, the fatigue on his body disappearing little by little. 5 hours was enough time for Zhang Shu to take a good rest for a while. He hadn't closed his eyes in a long time, from the start of the game until now. As a contestant in the Ring of Terror, he not only had to be constantly mindful of his own life, but he also had to be on high alert in case his opponent was concocting some kind of devious and cunning plan. Anyway, he's really sleepy right now, need a good night's sleep. So both eyes closed and within a minute he was snoring. One side is quiet, the other is anxious. The entire research center was in a flurry of activity. In the council hall, all the captains of the combat squads were gathered. Their expressions were grave, and their breathing became rapid. Just now, they got a shocking news. In the city of Dachang in the Dragon Kingdom, a bizarre incident has occurred. Fully 30 people were injured and 5 killed in the incident. More importantly, it was an attack that could be directly judged as an act of terror by another country. Captain Yi, tell everyone the information you've gotten, Qin Xiaoming commanded. Yi Qiuhong nodded his head and dropped the information onto the screen. Reporting seriously. Just moments ago, we received a request for help from the higher-ups of Okura City, who claimed that they were attacked by something horrible. The incident took place at an office building called the Kaiju Group. The survivors claimed that they were about to go home from work, but before they could push open the door of the company, a very strange voice rang in their ears, telling them to count silently from 0 to 100, without the slightest sound occurring in the middle of the process, or they would die. Some employees thought it was a prank and ignored it, only to be instantly separated from their bodies the moment they pushed open the door. And those employees who made a mistake in their silent counting had all sorts of wounds on their bodies, and in severe cases, they would even break their arms and legs. In summary, it can be clearly determined that this was an attack by another country, a terrorist attack. The Ring of Terror has descended so far. Horror after horror has appeared in countries around the globe. However, out of humanitarian considerations, all countries have made a verbal commitment that they will never use the objects of terror to launch attacks on other countries. But anyone with some brains understands, the so-called verbal commitment is merely a palliative because of the lack of strength. Actually, once matters related to the terror have matured, those countries that are greedy will not hesitate to turn it into military power and launch attacks on other countries. This has long been anticipated by the Dragon Kingdom. I just didn't realize that this day would come so soon. Do you know which country did it? Qin Xiaoming asked. Yi Chou Hong shook his head. From the information obtained so far, it is not certain that the other party is actually from that country. However, according to eyewitnesses, a blonde-haired, white-skinned man had been seen sneaking around the area of the incident at the time of the incident. When the incident was over, the man left the scene again at exactly the right time. So we suspect that it would be the Triumph Empire or the Eagle Kingdom that would strike. Blonde hair and white skin. It's just too recognizable. The first thing that comes to mind is Europe and the United States. However, Qin Xiaoming, who was the chief captain, frowned and, this matter isn't that simple. The Triumph Empire and the Eagle Kingdom aren't stupid. Even if they were to make a move, they definitely wouldn't let a European or American come to the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, I hypothesize that this incident was the work of another country in order to use the Triumph Empire and the Eagle Kingdom as a cover. Zhou Zhangtian asked tentatively, then what do you mean, Chief Captain? Too little information to guess. Qin Xiaoming wouldn't jump to conclusions haphazardly. Captain Yi, Captain Zhou, the two of you go forward as soon as possible to blockade the city of Dakura, and try not to let the culprits leave. I have spoken to the local area and they will assist you in your endeavors. Captain Yi and Captain Zhou alone might meet danger if they go. I'll let the detainer join you for a peace. At this point, the doorway to the council chamber. Suddenly, Zhang Shu's voice rang out. He had wanted to rest, but now the entire research center had become rowdy because of this unexpected incident, and the corridors were filled with the sound of rushing footsteps, making it impossible to sleep. Solely, Zhang Shu went out for a walk and happened to hear Qin Xiaoming and their conversation. With the help of the soul-detaining ghost, this operation will be much safer. Mr. Zhang Shu, thank you for your help. Qin Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had originally planned to do the same. Ding, ding, ding. The words just fell. Qin Xiaoming's phone rang. His brow furrowed slightly when he got a good look at the caller ID person. John Hugh? If it isn't the horrible ringmaster of the Eagle Kingdom, why would he call me this late? He placed his cell phone flat on the table and turned on the speakerphone so that the entire group could hear. Mr. Qin, how are you? I'm John Hugh, the head of the Ring of Terror in the Eagle Kingdom. On the phone, the man's mellow voice rang out. Qin Xiaoming asked, Mr. John, is there something you want to say to me at this late hour? Sure. The voice on the phone became a bit teasing. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Qin, you must be very distressed right now, right? Qin Xiaoming froze for a moment, keeping his composure as much as possible. Why would you say that? Captain Qin, there is no need for you to cover up in front of me. I know all about what happened in the Dragon Kingdom. The city of Okura has been attacked by something horrible, and right now you guys are busy. John Hugh was certain. Did you do this? Qin Xiaoming's eyes gradually narrowed as a murderous aura lingered around him. The fact that Okura City was attacked by something horrible did not leak out, not to mention other countries. Even many locals in Okura City don't know about it, and for John Hugh to get the news in the first place, either he was the initiator or he was a participant. As for the claim that there was a mole in the Dragon team, it's impossible. To this day, censorship is so strict that there is no possibility of infiltration of state institutions by forces from other countries. Ha 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 ha. John Hugh laughed a bit, oozing. Captain Qin can really love to joke. This kind of thing is certainly not my doing. Our Eagle Kingdom is a country that honors freedom and life. We will not harm the common people. Qin Xiaoming let out a cold snort. This kind of nonsense fools will believe. But while I didn't do this, I know who did. I wonder if Captain Qin is interested in wanting to know, Zhang Hu said. The corner of Qin Xiaoming's mouth curved up. I wouldn't believe that your eagle country is some kind of helpful country. Say, what's the price? Ha ha ha, Captain Qin is really a smart man. It's so easy to deal with someone like you. Zhang Hu's tone was filled with an easy casualness. I don't need you to pay anything. I just want to make a bet with you. Bet? Yeah, right. Tell me about it. Zhang Hu said. The third game of your Dragon Nation death battle is about to begin. And to tell you in advance, your opponent is us, the Eagle Nation. If you win this duel, I'll tell you who initiated the terrorist attack, and I'll even give you a little extra credit. A little extra credit? The score between the dragons and the worlds is now 2 o'clock, which means that if the dragons can win against the eagles, the score will come to 4 o'clock. What is your request? Qin Xiaoming knew that the other party must be making some sort of devious move. Zhang Hu said casually, it's not a particularly excessive request. It's just a shallow change in the criteria for determining winning. If your players can't defeat our players within 3 minutes, then it will be considered a loss for Dragon Kingdom, and vice versa. How about this? This request is not too much, right? In terms of the unstoppable state of the Dragon Kingdom right now, such a good opportunity, you won't choose to miss it. Double points. One truth. How can such an offer not be a loss for you? Qin Xiaoming didn't pick up on his words, but instead turned the tables and asked, the rules of the Terror Ring are not something you or I can change. That's for sure. Zhang Hu explained. So I purposely discussed this with the mystery referee, and for the sake of the spectacle of the matchup, he agreed to my request. So now all that's needed is your input. Well, is it a yes? Double points. The truth about the terrorist attack. Either one would be of great use to the Dragon Kingdom, but to beat the horrors of Eagle Country in 3 minutes, this was something that Qin Xiaoming was not sure of, and he could only turn his gaze towards Zhang Shu. 3 minutes. Zhang Shu also cupped his chin in quiet contemplation. It's rare that someone will be in the ring and come up with a decision rule that is based on time. The fact that the Eagle Kingdom dared to do this meant that they weren't counting on their horrors to defeat the Dragon Kingdoms, and only hoped that they would be able to hold out for 3 minutes. Then, the terrifying thing they sent out must be in existence with superb defense. Extremely strong defense exists. Zhang Shu pondered for a while, unable to decide what to do. He chooses to call on the Chinese Horror Codex. Soon there was the sound of a small, astonished Diane's voice. A horrible thing with great defense? Isn't this a fucking living target? What's there to worry about? Yeah, isn't it a living target? What's there to be afraid to say yes to? Zhang Shu instantly understood. Captain Qin, promise them, Zhang Shu said. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoming solemnly nodded his head before responding. Dragon Kingdom, promise, but before that, I'll need a guarantee in case you lose and don't recognize it. Zhang Hu smiled. Sure, ended the call with Zhang Hu. Qin Xiaoming looked up at Zhang Shu with some concern. Mr. Zhang Shu, are you really sure? Don't worry, it's definitely possible. Isn't it just a matter of taking down your opponent within 3 minutes? It's very simple. Zhang Shu spread his hands, looking cloudy. Spin. He summoned the Soul Detainer. The priority now is to go to support Okura City as soon as possible to prevent more people from dying at the hands of the terror. Then, Detainer, I'm counting on you. The Detainer patted himself on the back. Don't worry, I'm here. No accidents. No matter what kind of bull, ghost, snake or god he is, after seeing this great master, it can only obediently kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Well, without further ado, let's get going. Who is it that wants to team up with this lord? It swept its gaze across the room, and Yi Qiu Hong and Zhou Zhengtian immediately rose and saluted it. Well, the essence is fine enough. Remember to applaud and cheer for me if this lord is going to fight later. Yes, then let's get going. The words fell. The Soul Detainer left the council hall and took Yi Qiu Hong and Zhou Zhengtian away from the scene. It was as if it was the commanding captain of the operation. Ring of Terror. 5 hours of prep time went by in the blink of an eye. The spectator seats in each country were once again filled to capacity. However, due to the lack of a protective boundary, they looked grave and somewhat worried. The good thing is, the people in charge of the countries are not stupid. They have each sent powerful domestic horrors to do their protection work. The mysterious referee's figure reappears in the center of the ring as the people involved make their orderly entrances. You've all been waiting a long time. Next, will be the third of the Dragon Kingdom death battle, so that you can all enjoy watching. The rules for the next match have been changed slightly. The mysterious referee spoke in a disembodied voice that lingered in everyone's ears. The audience was a little confused. A rule change? What's that supposed to mean? Wasn't it a good duel? Why the sudden change? One of the biggest reactions was from the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. They had no knowledge of the bet between the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom. So subconsciously, It was thought that changing the rules would be detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom. Don't be nervous, everyone, and listen to the details, the mysterious referee explained. This rule change is actually a bet. It was done after obtaining the consent of the two outgoing countries. First of all, if Dragon Nation can win this duel, then they will receive 2 points. Of course, the requirement is that the Dragon player must take down his opponent within 3 minutes. There are costs and benefits. That's only fair. The audience in attendance looked a little stunned. 2 points will be awarded to Dragon Nation for winning this matchup? Such a reward is not too generous. As for taking down opponents in 3 minutes, do you guys remember what the approximate time it took for Dragon to beat their opponents in the previous matches? I don't know, but it's quick, basically about 5 minutes. 4 minutes for the pre-summoning environmental rendering and 1 minute for the showdown. I don't know which country was stupid enough to bet against the Dragon Kingdom. 3 minutes is certainly a short period of time, but the Dragon Kingdom's horrors have crushed it almost every time. Things have evolved so far. There are already many people in countries around the globe who recognize the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's horrors, even got hooked on them and became a fan. Then there's the part that's tough talking and dead set on denying it. Of course there are brainless spammers of the Dragon Kingdom. The world is a big place, and there are no fools to be found. Then, without further ado, let's have both players enter. The mysterious referee gave an order, and both players began to enter. There's nothing to see on the Dragon countryside, and anyway, it's just Jiangsu from start to finish. Instead, this showdown between the dragons is, the audience would like to see, just what kind of country is it that dares to bet against the Dragon Kingdom. And so, they then saw, in the direction of Eagle Country, a hip-hop man with his hands plugged in, dirty braids, 7/4 pants, and high-top AJ steps out of the aisle. He chewed bubblegum in his mouth, walked left and right, and his head twisted in a way that made him look like a drag. Actually, he's really tugging. Hey, I say, is my opponent this time that little kid in the ring? He looks really weak. Don't say anything about letting it last 3 minutes. Why don't I just take him down? Amberg scared twice, an extremely disdainful expression on his face. John Hugh, as head of the Ring of Terror in Eagle's Nation, gravely admonished him that put away your complacent nature. Through these few duels, haven't you realized that the Dragon Kingdom is already different from before? If you lose this duel, you will face the wrath of countries from all over the globe who will find you incompetent and say that you are to blame for letting the Dragon Kingdom pass. Ha? Amberg looked puzzled. Not really, even if I lost. There's no need to relocate my anger on me alone. There are so many people who have lost to the Dragon Kingdom in Mortal Kombat. Maybe people won't even remember me. No, you're wrong. John Hugh looked coldly around the ring, his eyes gradually narrowing as this matchup of yours is special. It's the first duel that breaks the mold with special rules. And in the event of a loss, the Dragon Kingdom will receive 2 points. Do you think the audience won't remember you after such an impressive showdown? Amberg lapsed into silence. The earlier cynical and spontaneous look has also been tempered. Even his breathing became rapid. Yeah, this matchup is special. If you do lose, you're sure to be remembered and hated by the audience. This would never be allowed for someone like him who was particularly good at saving face. Of course, you don't need to be overly nervous. It wouldn't do any good. The corner of John Hugh's mouth curved up. Lose, and you'll be a target. But if you win, the other nations will think you're the hero, that you defeated the Dragon Kingdom and dashed their dreams of trying to pass the Death War. Success and failure, honor and disgrace, all at your whim. This statement was made. Confidence and indignation once again appeared on Amberg's face. There was only one thought left in his mind. That's a win. If you win, you become a hero and are admired by millions. And so it was. In full view of the crowd, Amberg walks to the ring with a confident stride. However, his appearance caused the audience to feel deeply puzzled. Wait, who is this? Why have I never seen this before? Look at where he came out. That's the Eagle Kingdom's seat, which means this is the player sent by the Eagle Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom's terror is also extremely powerful. Just why hasn't this sent a player who has not seen him on the global rankings? Yeah, this can't be a fucking newbie, can it? Newcomers? Is the Eagle Kingdom looking down on the Dragon Kingdom, or are they intentionally letting in water? Surprisingly letting the newcomers take the field? Gee, I just hope he doesn't let the Dragon Kingdom win this matchup. Amberg is making his first appearance for Eagle Nation against the Eagles, so the audience didn't recognize him. Not even the horrors of him are understood. But none of that mattered to Amberg, because next he was going to use his strength to make these people remember him properly. Eagles Nation. Amberg, Terror Thing, S-Class Terror Bunnyman. Amberg introduced himself. The audience in the room all quickly searched their brains for memories of the horrible Rabbit Man. Soon they remembered. It's an urban legend from Eagle Country. The origin of the Terror Bunnyman is that of Virginia in the Eagle Country. The Terror Bunnyman is said to be an escaped patient from a mental institution who specializes in carrying a sharp stone axe and hiding under railroad tunnels to slaughter those who have fallen by the wayside. However, according to the results of the investigation, the mental patient had died long before the Terror Bunnyman appeared, so people speculated that the Terror Bunnyman was a manifestation of his grievances. Whenever Halloween comes around, it always hides in the crowd and takes advantage of the night to slaughter humans. When it's done, it hides in the forest and waits quietly for those who come to capture it before killing them. Calling my scary bunny people psychopathic grievances? Oh, what a ridiculous idea. As the summoner of the Terror Bunnyman, listening to the audience's discussion, Amberg instantly revealed a disdainful smile. He knew exactly where the Terror Bunnyman came from. It's not a psychopathic grievance at all. Rather, a demonic creature born from the forest. It is a powerful demon that wields the power of the forest and specializes in retaliating against humans. Terror Bunnyman. It doesn't sound as if there's too much horror in it, so hopefully it will actually do better than its name suggests. The mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu. So, what is your terror this time? Zhang Shu cupped his chin and mused. The terrifying rabbit man on the other side was definitely not as simple as rumored. The first thing that was clear was that the Terror Bunnyman didn't actually have too strong of a defense, so there were only two possibilities for it to hold up for 3 minutes of time. The first, with superb healing abilities, can even reach the point of being renewable. The second type, having the power of bilocation, uses a large number of bilocations to hold the opponent back as a way to stall for time. Either way, it's all tricky. It must be summoned. Something terrifying with great explosive power. Then, Zhang Shu immersed his mind into his brain and flipped through the Chinese horror tome. As a result, before he could search for a satisfactory horror, suddenly, the Chinese horror tome moved on its own, eventually stopping at a certain page. Look at the top. Zhang Shu asked tentatively, do you want to make an appearance? The horrible thing nodded. So, do you guys want to come out in one piece? The horrible thing nodded. In that case, I'm counting on you. Taking his mind back, Zhang Shu slowly unfolded his eyes and looked at the mysterious referee's expectant gaze. He slowly said, Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Shu, the next horror I conjure is the puppet show of horror. Level, unknown. A puppet show? Compared to the terrifying rabbit man, the terrifying thing summoned by Zhang Shu sounded even less intimidating. Instead of being frightening, it was hilarious. First the scary bunny man, now some kind of scary puppet show. Do you really think that with the word scary in front of it, it's going to make people feel scared? I thought this matchup would be a sight to behold, but I didn't expect this development. Is it hard to believe that the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom are letting each other off the hook? Not really. What good would a release do them? Perhaps the bottom card is out and he can't take anything powerful and terrifying. There's no telling who will actually win this duel. By the way, I'm going to take a nap. Call me when it's over. The audience, on hearing the name of the horror puppet show, showed a lack of interest. There were even people who fell asleep in their chairs, but Zhang Shu understood that these people, in a moment, might have to be miserable. So, both players are in position. Please begin your performances. The mystery referee exits the ring, giving place to Zhang Shu and Amberg. Shu Zhang, next I will use your failure as a foundation to lay my success. Amberg waved his hand. Terror Bunnyman, come on out. Here's your favorite human. Knock knock. The words fell. A scarlet swirling gate coalesced in front of Amberg. Immediately afterward, an eerie sound came from inside the swirling door. Clunk, like someone was chopping something hard with an axe. The sound was loud, and every time it rang out, a strong smell of blood erupted from the swirling door, like the carcass of an animal that had long since decayed and was suddenly sliced open with an axe. The smell was extremely unpleasant. The audience in attendance cringed. Under their watchful eyes, a figure slowly stepped out of the vortex door. It was suited and trim, and with a tie on its chest. It looked like a well-mannered gentleman. Its head, however, was a bizarre rabbit's head, with scarlet beady eyes and snow-white fluff. The edges of its mouth, long ago stained with scarlet, dripped blood from its fluffy fur, the corners of its mouth to its chin, dripping to the floor with a snapping sound. What did it just, eat? The audience, with their pupils contracted, didn't dare to think about it. And in the hand of the horrible rabbit man, there was a sharp stone axe. The bloody scabs on it were piled up several centimeters thick. The cuts also have curls left from chopping and chopping hard objects. Blood, axes. The crowd associated it with something extremely bad. Squeaky. The Terror Bunnyman does not possess a human vocal tract, so it can only squeak and yell to express its emotions. However, it could be seen from the greedy tyranny in its eyes that it wanted to kill Zhang Shu. My Terror Bunnyman has never made his debut in the Ring of Terror, and with you being my first opponent, I hope you don't do too badly. Amberg sneered and looked at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shudu didn't even pay any attention to him, just slowly raised his head and threw a wooden bar in his hand into the air. Puppetry of terror. Come on out. Hoo hoo hoo. Dark clouds blocked out the sky, and the atmosphere of the scene instantly became gloomy. From the 9 heavens above, there were countless lines falling down, and they stabbed towards the wooden strip that Zhang Shu had thrown earlier, binding it fiercely inside and outside one layer. Flashes of deep earth-colored light lit up the center of the ring, illuminating the eyes. That's when the sound of puppets twisting came on. The audience immediately cast their eyes to see what this horrible thing called a puppet show was all about. Under the darkness, the wind blows and the ghosts cry and wail. At some point, a huge stage appeared in the middle of the ring, as high as 3 meters, and the curtain at the back of the stage was woven with festive red silk, and the ribbons on both sides kept fluttering under the blowing of the overcast wind. Zhang Shu stood in the center of the stage, while in front of him were 9 costume puppets hanging upside down. They were head down, feet up, and the silken threads connecting their stiff limbs went straight up into the clouds. Blush-covered cheeks, hollow, eerie eyes, and a mouth that's always wearing a smile. 9 puppets wearing a variety of costumes, gorgeous, simple, atmospheric and dignified. Their bodies, made of a section of wood, made a clicking and crashing sound as they moved, as if they were gnawing on bones with sharp teeth. As the puppets make their entrance, the audience, on the spot, instantly felt creeped out. On the bodies of these puppets, they are dressed for the theater, but their expressions, absurd as they are they laughing? Look closely at their eyes. Do you see the scarlet liquid? They are crying. They are weeping. Tears of blood. Why do I get the feeling that these puppets look like they're bound and alive? Could it be that hidden underneath the body of a puppet is the soul of a living person? No, it's not a living person. It's a demon. A horrible demon. The audience stared in disbelief as a chill went from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. Even the terrifying rabbit man who possessed the power of the forest. At this moment, his face became a bit gloomy. This so-called puppet theater releases a weird atmosphere that is horrible. It's a power that goes straight to the soul. Click here. At this point, the centermost of the 9 puppets, the one dressed in the costume of a general, twisted his torso frantically. Its eyes opened and closed and its head bobbed up and down in small circles. Suddenly, it violently rotated its body, no longer hanging upside down as before, but with its back to everyone, emitting a weird smile. Its body remained motionless. Its head twisted slowly, and a pair of empty eyes met the eyes of the audience, in which suddenly flickered a frighteningly cold light. The dismemberment. Click, click, click. With a command from the puppet general, the other 8 puppets on the stage twisted their necks and made the sound of breaking bones. They stare vacantly, dead at the terror bunnyman. A cackling, oozing smile emanating from the area of their throats. Dismemberment, dismemberment, dismemberment. The words from earlier were repeated over and over again. 9 puppets instantly red light in the eyes. Toward the horror of the rabbit man flew rapidly. They are like ghosts, either holding a machete, or a lance, or a bow and arrow. The various means of offense went hand in hand, eventually converging in one piece to form a ferocious and incomparable red light. Squeak! The horrible rabbit man grunted coldly, spat a spread of saliva towards the ground, and flipped the stone axe in his hand. With a swoosh, lifting the axe to slice through the air, an air wave instantly swept out. Where it reached, the air was messy and debris flew up. It collided with the red light released by the puppet. The ripples created by its explosion caused the faces of the spectators present to change, and if not for the timely intervention of their protectors, hundreds of people would probably have died if this move had gone down in a collision. But even so, there were still spectators with weak bodies and bones, spitting out blood. The ring. The puppet's red light pierced through the airwaves, and with its remaining power, it stabbed into the small of the terrorized rabbit man's abdomen in a smooth manner. Hot blood spurted out, forming a conspicuous column of blood in the air. One move down. The terror bunnyman's breath diminished and his vitals were slipping away. Only a minute had passed since the start. At this rate, one more move would easily take down the terror bunnyman. Get a grip. You can't get sloppy. At Zhang Shu's command, the puppets twisted their bodies once again, and from the soles of their feet up to their brains, an unrivaled and terrifying force coalesced. They quickly stepped forward, wrapping the terror rabbit man in an all-encompassing and deathless package, and relying on the weapons in their hands, they launched a frantic attack. The terror bunnyman, about to die, however, just in the nick of time, the horrible rabbit man suddenly hacked the stone axe in his hand towards the ground. The huge force split the floor with dozens of gaps, and in the stone axe, there seemed to be some kind of unbelievable power hidden, which madly surged into the floor. Pffffffffffffffffff. The floor was split open, and the pitch-black colored trunks continued to grow forward, eventually forming a sky-high tree as everyone watched. The originally wide and open ring had become a secluded forest at this moment. Even the stage for the puppet show was pierced by the giant tree and reduced to a pile of silk and rotten boards. Oh, do you really think my terror bunny man will fail so easily? The fun has only just begun. The corners of Amberg's mouth curved up in a playful manner. See only. The terrifying rabbit man who was surrounded by 9 puppets raised his head violently and swung the stone axe in his hand towards the circumference of the circle, a circular wave of air spreading rapidly with it as the center, eventually forcing back the 9 puppets. In the meantime, the giant trees around them stretched out their branches and kept converging on one piece, forming a tree man. These tree people, each one of them has the body of a man and the head of a rabbit. In the end, under the trickery of the horrible rabbit man, the tree people all took its shape. Just one look. The scene went from 1 to 500 horrible rabbit people in an instant. And each of the terror bunnies possesses powers as powerful as the original. From 1 to hundreds. How the fuck do you fight? Crap. How can this horrible rabbit man still have a split? Is this its trick it just use? No wonder the Elder Eagle Kingdom sent it out. It's totally trying to use numbers to drag Zhang Shu alive and lose. I knew it wasn't that simple. It's over. For some reason, I feel that Zhang Shu has summoned something terrifying this time, and it seems to be a bit overwhelming. Hundreds of terrifying rabbit people whose strength is still exactly the same as the original body. This can be called a perverted trait. Even if it is placed in the S ranking list, it is enough to be ranked in the top 3. The moment he saw that there were hundreds of scary rabbit people, the hearts of the audience in the Dragon Kingdom were instantly in their throats. The viewers from other countries, who were not optimistic about the Eagle State, also recognized the strategy of the Eagle State at this moment. Worthy of the scheming Eagle Kingdom, this hand of the Terror Bunny Man simply fooled the Dragon Kingdom. Hundreds of terror bunnies would have been enough to stall for time, and I can't even imagine how hard it would have been to catch them all if they had been allowed to hide in the forest and not show themselves. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom's terrorist is certainly good, but trying to defeat the terrorist bunny man in 3 minutes is no longer realistic. Just as the live audience guessed, after the terror bunny man summoned his doppelganger, they are all hidden in the forest at the first opportunity. With its shadowy surroundings, noisy environment, and thick branches and dense undergrowth, trying to find all the terror bunnies in a short period of time was simply an impractical idea. Squeak! The horrible rabbit man, hidden in the forest, let out a mocking sneer. The sound coalesced in the air as a shockwave, falling from above in circle after circle, falling into the ears of the 9 puppets, confusing and disturbing them. Cluck 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 cluck. Wooden lips tapped one on top of the other, and the puppets, with red eyes and ghostly bodies, kept moving through the forest. Each strike kills a terror bunny man. They were becoming more and more agile, and seemed to have long since broken free of the bonds of being puppets. As agile as a human being. No, or even said to be 100 times more agile than a human being. Like wildcats traveling through the forest, more and more terror bunnies are dying at their hands. But that's not enough. Time. It's almost too late. Seeing this, Zhang Shu pulled at the corner of his mouth and yelled at the puppet general. How much longer are you going to play? There's only a minute left on the clock. Being shouted at like that by Zhang Shu, General Puppet's torso shuddered, and he scratched his head in some embarrassment as he, oops, caught stealing a game by accident. It's my fault. It's been too long since I'd been out and I got a little carried away with the fun for a while. Since there's a minute left on the clock, then let me play for another 30 seconds. After that, it threw itself back into the slaughter of the horrible rabbit people. Doesn't seem to be worried at all about the time approaching. Play? Zhang Shu's words had fallen into the ears of the audience. Are you kidding me? These puppets are clearly doing their best. Right, and you're lying that they're playing? Do you really think we're fools? Is it hard to believe that the Dragon Country player is trying to use such a poor excuse to trick the Eagle Country player into surrendering and admitting defeat? All I can say is that when it comes to bragging, Dragon players are quite talented. There's no need to watch anymore. This duel can end. Dragon Kingdom will definitely lose. After only winning 2 duels, this third one is going to be lost. This Dragon Country player can't do it either. Originally, a good duel could have been won, but in the end, they chose such a high-risk duel for the sake of petty profits. I really don't know if the Dragon Country players have grown any brains at all. There's only 50 seconds left on the clock and it's almost over. There's no way you can defeat my Terror Bunny Man in 3 minutes. This duel, you Dragon Kingdom lose. Amberg hadn't finished his sentence. At this point, the atmosphere around them instantly became a little different. As if electrocuted, the 9 puppet bodies froze in place and stopped, no longer aimlessly chasing after the horrible rabbit man as before. Instead, they converged toward the theater. Eventually in their power, the original broken theater stage was once again erected. 9 puppets are suspended from the theater stage. Their heads hung low, their legs and feet hanging helplessly and naturally as if they had lost control. A low murmur escaped from the mouth of the puppet general at the head of the group. Puppeteer, puppetry, dismemberment puppet, dismemberment man, man-controlled puppet, puppet-controlled man. Good show. Starts. Hoo. It sounded like an incantation before death. With the stage as the center, an extremely cold and gloomy wind spread out in all directions, blowing the surrounding giant trees to shake. The sky, dark clouds, accompanied by a humming thunder. Rain poured down like silken threads, dripping onto the ground with a snapping sound. It was just that the rainwater seemed to be mixed with a hint of an indescribable odor, like a fishy stench or rotting wood. Drops of rain fell on the bodies of the 9 puppets. In the moment of contact with them, it actually went from clear to black. Originally dark earth-colored puppets, their colors were fading a little, turning into corpse-like whiteness. Seeing this scene, the audience's pupils trembled and swallowed hard. If anything, the puppets looked normal at first. Then, everyone began to wonder what kind of material the puppets, in fact, were made of. Their bodies. Why they are so similar to human corpses. Does it say? These 9 bodies are not puppets at all. Rather, someone who has passed away? As the crowd looks on in horror, the truth about the puppets unravels a little. The lifting threads connecting their carapaces are becoming clearer. The crowd followed the lifeline toward the top. Just see the overcast sky. Behind the theater stage, an oversized puppet that was 30 meters tall was spreading its hands wide and using the lifting strings in its hands. It was controlling the 9 small puppets to death. And this puppet looked extremely different from the other 9. It had a serious, old-fashioned look, and its face wore no makeup, only uncountable scars and depressions. A pair of eyes narrowed slightly, filled with a murderous aura, like a huge beast that came from the depths of hell. It wore cold armor and a helmet on its head. Its majestic aura from the moment it appeared on the stage, pressuring the audience present to not even dare to breathe. Its every move moved the changes in the surrounding aura, and the mournful sound not only echoed around it for eternity. You're telling me this is a puppet? Over 30 meters tall. It's a giant, isn't it? My heart is beating so fast. I feel that an invisible oppression is spreading over my body. The audience, who were present, were in awe. However, some viewers had been too shocked to even speak, because they clearly saw that there were even carrying strings behind the giant puppet that was more than 30 meters tall. That lifting line went straight into the clouds, and it was impossible to see who was controlling it. The ones controlling the puppets are giant puppets. What is it that controls the giant puppets? Again, could it be an even bigger puppet? Or is the chain of control simply endless? There was no time for the crowd to think carefully. The giant puppet had made a move. A fierce light was released from its vicious eyes, and its large hands formed claws to tear out one thin thread after another. Spinning his hand out, uncountable thin threads were like poisonous snakes bending and crawling in the air, scurrying into the forest, and in just a second's time, all of the terrifying rabbit people were easily controlled. Break! With a command from the giant puppet, the forest that occupied the entire ring collapsed in a flash. Hundreds of horrible rabbit men were exposed. Only, these horrible rabbit people had been controlled by the lifting wire, and their limbs were helplessly suspended in the air. A scene that immediately caused the audience to suck in a breath of cold air. Hanging corpses in the void. It was the first word that came to their minds. It was also the time when they were once again shaken to their souls by the horrors from the Dragon Kingdom. No one dared to take a big breath. They are afraid that the next death will be their own. The fun has just begun. The giant puppet made a playful, maniacal sound, its fingers wiggling nimbly as one by one the thin strings continued to taut and pull. The thin thread that pierced through the horrible rabbit people until it pierced into their bodies was acting like a cruel torture instrument, wandering in every corner of their bodies, blood dripping continuously. The ring dyed scarlet. Under the control of the giant puppet, the bodies of the horrible rabbits began to twist at extremely incredible angles, with their heads cocked, thighs resting on their necks, and their arms rotating 360 degrees with their shoulders as torque. It's like a toy being fiddled with, in a variety of bizarre postures, in a constant twisting of the body. The bones were making clicking sounds. Suddenly, columns of scarlet blood spewed out in the ring. A horror rabbit man had his hands and feet ripped off by thin wires, and the neck, which connected the rabbit's head to its body, was constantly torn, with wounds appearing on its skin. The rabbit's head also separated from its body under the tremendous tearing force, with the first terror bunny man dismembered. Immediately after, as if it had triggered a butterfly effect, the terrifying rabbit men hanging over the ring were dismembered one by one. Hot blood continued to gush out, and the fishy smell filled the air, making people sick to their stomachs. The moment, the entire audience was wide-eyed. This shocking and bizarre scene was something they would never forget. Amberg, who was the summoner of the Terror Bunny Man, crouched in the corner in fear, her hands clasped around her knees. her body shaking. He could feel it clearly. A scream came from the back of his head. "Help me! Please help me!" It was the cry for help from the Terror Bunny Man. It is experiencing, as never before, torture and pain that it will never forget in this life. Soon, all of the terrifying rabbit men in the ring were all dismembered at this moment. There were 10 seconds left until the agreed upon 3 minutes. The horror puppet show. I kind of understand now why it has the word horror in front of it. For some reason, I feel like there's a wire attached to my neck right now, like I'm being held in a death grip. Puppets control puppets, people control people, and how is this puppet show not a true reflection of us? 3 minutes of time are not up yet, and Dragon Nation, again, has won. The audience present, their eyes were dumbfounded, and the disdain in their eyes at the beginning was no longer there. Asshole! What on earth is the horrible thing in the Dragon Kingdom? Why can't even the Terror Bunny Man slow it down for 3 minutes? John Hugh's face was blue at this point, punching the side railing with one fist after another, and even though blood was flowing from his fists, he was too dazed with rage to feel the pain. That's when his cell phone rang. After seeing that the caller ID person was Qin Xiaoming, the already unpleasant mood became even more unpleasant. "Say, according to the agreement, you need to tell me who launched the attack of terror against the Dragon Kingdom." Qin Xiaoming's flat voice rang out. John Hugh drew a long, cold breath. Little Chill Republic. The third matchup. Rococo wins. According to the rules, Dragon Nation has now come to 4 o'clock on points. The other countries will have to step up their game. You guys don't really want the Dragon Kingdom to pass to death, do you? The mystery referee appears in the center of the ring. With a wave of his large hand, a pitch-black mist wrapped the ring, and wherever the mist reached, the blood that had previously remained disappeared without a trace. The third game of the Dragon Kingdom deathmatch. Rococo Shun. This result was undoubtedly a shocking piece of bad news for the Eagle Kingdom, and other countries that looked at the Dragon Kingdom with disdain. If this trend continues, it's only a matter of time before the Dragon Kingdom passes to the death. It seems that the usual S-Class can't fight against the Dragon Kingdom anymore. In fact, from the very beginning we shouldn't have been too big-headed. The terrifying things in this Dragon Kingdom are not as simple as we thought at all. Sakamoto Kawaii had reacted by this time. Luvic, the head of the Triumph Empire, nodded in agreement. In fact, based on the strength shown by the Dragon Kingdom's terror objects right now, they've definitely reached the S-Class level, and may even very well be at the SS-Class level. So what should we do? Should we send out the SS-ranked horrors? Sakamoto Kawaii asked. John Hugh, who was at the side, shook his head. No need. Just now I've already told the Dragon Kingdom about the Little Chill Republic's attack on Okura City. I'm sure it won't be long before there are irreconcilable conflicts between them. The next matchup will be the Little Cold Folk Kingdom against the Dragon Kingdom, and we'll be able to use this time to go back and prepare our forces to take down the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. The leaders of the Sakura Nation and the Triumph Empire heard this and thought it made sense. Since the Terror Ring descended, the Republic of Little Chill has been hibernating ever since, gathering strength in the shadows, premeditated some kind of unspeakable secret. Now it's time for them to reveal some of their old secrets as well. On the Dragon Kingdom seat, Zhang Shu had just returned to his seat when he received a call from Qin Xiaoming. Chief Qin, what can I do for you? Well, something's up. One good news, one bad news, so I won't ask you which one you want to hear. I'll start with the good news. Time was a bit tight, and this time the preparation time was actually a blink of an eye, even though it was also 5 hours. Qin Xiaoming said simply and clearly. Good news. In light of your performance today, the state has decided to bestow you with the Lifetime Highest Honor Award, plus $100 million in bonuses. Don't reject it. These are all what you deserve. Zhang Shu is not a twisted person. Besides, he is really interested in money. Since it is rewarded by the state, it is best to receive it. What about the bad news? Just now I asked John Hugh. He told me that the one who launched the attack of the terrorist thing on the Dragon Country is the Little Cold Republic. This damn small bullet country. How dare it make a demon on our land? Really think that my Dragon Country is a soft persimmon? Qin Xiaoming's tone was a bit more cold. Zhang Shu frowned slightly. Captain Qin, I don't think this matter is that simple. The Terror Ring has indeed raised the national power of the Little Cold Republic, but it's still far from the level of our Dragon Kingdom. They dared to launch an attack on us. Someone must be behind this manipulation. Aha! Qin Xiaoming agreed. Just as I thought. The mastermind of this matter is definitely not the Little Chill Republic. They don't have this much guts, so my guess is that the people behind this are the Eagle States. Since the Terror Ring descended, the Little Cold Republic has relied on the rewards it received and has been hibernating and secretly developing. It must not have been holding its farts. That's why the Eagle Kingdom wants to use this opportunity to put the Little Cold Republic at odds with us, thus weakening the power of both of our countries. This speculation, it makes sense. But, And the little chill republic is willing to be used as a gun by the Eagle Kingdom? Pissing us off won't benefit them at all, right? Zhang Shu was puzzled as to why the other party would do this. Qin Xiaoming shook his head. Not quite sure, but it's certain that, based on the current national power of the Little Cold Republic, it wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of the Eagle Kingdom. Forced? Zhang Shu felt it was within reason. Although the Eagle State cries out for freedom and peace every day, who does not actually know that it is the one that likes to use force to force other countries the most? By the way, has Captain Zhou completed their mission? Have the attackers been caught? This was something that Zhang Shu was a little worried about. Qin Xiaoming said, not yet, but a message was just sent saying that the exact location of the attacker has been located, and it will be done within an hour. Okura City. The soul-detaining ghost led Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiuhong into a shopping mall building that had been abandoned. The tiles on the floor were broken in the empty hallway. The stores that opened in the mall have long since become empty. Inside, the counters were swept away and there were obvious signs of vandalism. Elder Soul Detainer. Is the attacker really here? Yi Qiuhong surveyed the surroundings. The flashlight's light even looked a little weak in the gloomy environment. The detainer played with the hooked rope in his hand and nodded seriously. Girl doll, you have to trust me. I possess a very keen sense of ghosts and the like. And when I say here, they must be here. Yi Qiuhong waved his hands repeatedly. No. Soul-detaining ghost senior, you've misunderstood. I don't mean that I don't believe you. It's just that in case you didn't know, the people of the Little Cold Republic are very cunning, and they're good at that whole deception thing. The soul detainer patted her shoulder. Don't worry, excluding those two guys from the black and white irregulars, no one has been able to fool me yet. Come on, let's go ahead and take a look. I can feel that the scent is getting closer. Led by the ghost of a detainee, they came to the end of this floor. In front of me, there was an airtight, cramped bathroom, dark and damp. A foul odor could be smelled quite clearly just as soon as you walked in. The untightened faucet on the sink made the sound of ticking water. They went into the women's restroom first, but after exhausting all the compartments, there were still no clues. There's no need to wonder. They're in here. The detainer pointed to the men's restroom and walked in with a big grin, not at all frightened by the gloomy surroundings. Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiuhong followed. Just entered the men's room for a moment. An extremely disgusting smell came over the room. The smell, not the stench of not flushing after a convenience. Instead, it's a fishy odor. It's the smell of rotting corpses. A heartfelt feeling of nausea surged through Zhengtian and Yi Qiuhong's hearts. Good thing they were prepared and quickly put on their gas masks. It's weird. Why do they make so many little rooms where you shit? Detainers don't quite understand the design of modern toilets, but none of that matters, because it has been identifiable. In these toilet compartments, a body exists. Also, two ghosts. This is the one. So prepare yourselves, I'm going to open it. The detainer came to one of the innermost compartments. The closed door was stained with several bloodstains, as if someone had slid a bloodstained hand from the top of the door all the way to the end. And with the pitch blackness, and the dim flashlight light, it looked particularly lurid. Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiuhong nodded solemnly. Click here. The door to the cubicle was pulled open. Immediately after, the disgusting image in front of him almost made Yi Qiuhong, who was a professional, vomit. Zhou Zhengtian, who was on the side, had seen a lot of big scenes, but he was also a little sickened by the nausea. Inside the cramped cubicle, hanging a man's body, his hands, nailed to the back wall of the cubicle by a steel pipe. There were already white maggots writhing in the wounds of the pierced hands from the rotting flesh and blood. He was naked on the top half of his body and his pants were still up on the bottom half. All over his body, there were scratches from the machete, deep and horrifying, and blood covered his entire body. The crusted blood clots made him look as if he was a bloody corpse, and his eyes had long since disappeared, leaving behind only two extremely lurid blood holes. Most chilling of all, below his ribs and above his hip bone, all of his flesh and blood organs were nowhere to be found. Only a ghastly white single vertebrae remained, connecting his upper and lower body. Yi Qiuhong hit the light of the flashlight on the male corpse's face, the corner of his eyes to be exact. The chest rose and fell rapidly, and the tone of his voice grew heavy. The man was brutally tortured before his death. That can be seen in his tear tracks. I can accurately say that his body was cut into this way by the knife a little bit, during which the murderer used some kind of drug to keep him awake. What? Zhou Zhengtian sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his eyes grew colder and colder. Elder soul detaining ghost. Could this also be the work of someone from the Little Cold Republic? No. The detainer shook his head, but it's safe to assume that the man was also victimized by a ghost. Ignore him for now. Let me bring out the ghost hiding here. Get out of the way. You guys. The words fell. The detainer moved toward the cubicle. Yi Hong and Zhou Zhengtian also reacted at this time. Their main task was to catch the assailant. As to why a male corpse appeared, this was something to consider afterwards. So, following the words of the detaining ghost, they exited the cubicle. However, it was also the moment they exited the compartment and the detained ghost entered it. Bang! The door to the compartment, after all, closed automatically. The tightly closed door of the compartment was like an invisible barrier, completely isolating Zhou Zhengtian and the others. Elder Soul Detainer, what happened on your side? Let Zhou Zhengtian shout with all his might, but there was still no response. In the meantime, the light from the flashlight, too, grew faint. Upon closer inspection, I actually noticed that at some point, a large amount of pitch-black colored fog had filled the toilet. The light dimmed and the vision became blurred. Take my hand, Zhou Zhengtian bellowed as Yi Hong, who was on the side, took his hand. The more you are in a low-visibility environment, the more important it is to make sure your teammates are close by. Feeling the gusts of coldness coming from around them, Zhou Zhengtian swallowed his saliva and stretched out his free hand, about to open the door of the cubicle. And just then, a weird and oozing voice suddenly sounded in his and Yi Hong's ears. Don't move or die. Inside the toilet cubicle, the detainer knocked on the suddenly closed door of the compartment, and called out to the outside world a few. Hey, are you guys still out there? How did this door close by itself? Is this your modern technology too? A few shouts went unanswered after that. It reacted. It's a trap. The two ghosts of the Republic of Cohen separated them. Prepare to get rid of them one by one. You want to trap me with this little trick? It's really too whimsical. The ghostly detainee danced with the hooked rope in his hand, about to shatter the door of the compartment with a single move. And just then, behind it, there suddenly came a very cold wind, as if someone was blowing into its neck. The soul-detaining ghost's cold eyes flashed as he threw out his soul-hooking rope and slammed it towards his back. With a loud boom, the hooked rope smashed a large crater in the back wall, but found nothing strange behind it. Playing God, the detainer turned his head with a scornful look on his face, but the moment it turned its head, it suddenly shuddered and its pupils contracted violently, only to see that in front of it, at some point, there stood a cloaked, wet ghost. The ghost emitted a foul odor all over its body. Its skin was the ghastly white of the dead, and its pitch-black nails looked as if they had been doused with ink. In its hands, it held a red and a blue roll of toilet paper. Please ask. The toilet ghost lifted his head, his dark, glaring eyes empty and lurid. Do you want red toilet paper, or blue toilet paper? It asked coldly. The toilet ghost is from a horror urban tale from the Republic of Little Chill. It is said to appear outside the cubicle when you're trying to relieve yourself in a public restroom at night. Stick its hand in the crevice, and ask if you need red or blue toilet paper. But no matter which toilet paper you choose, you can't escape death. This is not known to the detainer. It took a few steps back towards the rear, eyes fixed on the two rolls of toilet paper in the other's hands, and after a moment of contemplation, it said, only little kids make choices. This big master is an adult ghost. Of course it is a choice, to have all of them. Snap, choices to make. The two rolls of toilet paper in the toilet ghost's hands tumbled to the floor, trailing two long red and blue stripes. It hung its head low, pitch-black ghostly aura lingering around it, its body all shivering with excitement as the conditions for the kill were fulfilled. Ha. All of them. It let out an oozing laugh, and suddenly raised its head, its eyes fierce as it fought toward the soul-detaining ghost. The greedy guys like you must die. Beyond the cubicle, bean-sized beads of sweat coalesced on the foreheads of the Zhou Jingtian duo. Just a moment ago, they clearly sensed that an S-class terror was right beside them. Oh, let's play a little game. You guys count from 1 to 100 silently, as long as not a single sound happens in the middle of it, and I will let you go. At this point, inside the unseen toilet, another voice rang out, and it wasn't a ghost's voice, it was human. The voice was shrill and the tone was teasing. Counting from 1 to 100? The two of them, Zhou Shangtian, also understood at this time. The person who spoke was the culprit of the attack on Okura City. Captain Zhou. What now? Our terrors are all at level B. They are no match for him. Yi Hong looked a bit gloomy. In fact, long before she entered the restroom, she had signaled Chief Qin for help. But there's still at least 5 minutes before backup arrives. The only thing I can rely on is the detaining ghost. And I don't know what's going on right now. Zhou Zhengtian pondered for a while, protecting Yi Hong behind him. I'll summon a B-rank devourer to stall for time later. Take this opportunity to run. Run as far as you can, and be sure to live. He had never been one to fear death. Yo, looks like this is ready to fight me to the death. Ha, come on. We all agreed to play a game and let you guys go. It's not a hard thing to count from 1 silence to 100. Chill's Republican voice, echoing in the toilet. was just as disgusting as the unflushed poop that. But while playing this game, I will be videotaping all of your every move. When the incident is over, I'll put up a video of you all having to dutifully count from 1 silent to 100 on my command in order to stay alive. Let the global audience take a good look at how the combat captains of the Dragon Kingdom discard their dignity little by little and become a dog that has lost its backbone under the powerful means of our little chill republic. I'm sure the global audience is looking forward to seeing this. Fuck you. Zhou Jingtian's eyes were glowing red, and his body was filled with killing intent. But the more this happens, the more excited the man hiding in the shadows gets. Not much skill, not much temper. Looking at you, it seems like you're still holding out for that soul-detaining ghost. To tell you the truth, that soul detainer has fallen into the trap of my companion, and now I am afraid that he has already died. Bang! However, before that little cold Republican could finish his sentence, the door to the toilet cubicle was suddenly knocked off by a punch. A bloody head rolled out of the toilet. The man hiding in the shadows took a look and was immediately scared to the bone. How is this head of a toilet ghost? In the meantime, a pugnacious voice came out of the cubicle and, "Who the fuck said this lord is dead?" 1 minute later, another bloody head rolled to the ground. It was ugly, with eyes as small as beans, a mouth full of jagged teeth, and a nose that looked like it had been sliced, with only 2 black holes. Toilet ghosts and silent counting ghosts. In front of the soul detainer. It didn't even last a single move. I really don't know how you dare to clamor in front of this great master with just this much strength. The detainer flung the hooked rope in his hand, at the end of which were sheathed 2 men in tight-fitting combat suits. One of them, with big blonde hair and eyes, fair skin and a big body, was a mixed-race person named Jean Ruan. The other, with his hair plastered to his head and a thin build, was a native of the Republic of Koan named Park Young Rim. They are the summoners of Toilet Woman and Silent Countess, respectively. Earlier, with the help of the darkness, hiding in the ceiling, knowing that they could not escape, they deliberately hid in the toilet, trying to rely on the conspiracy to kill the detained ghosts in them. However, they had far overestimated their own strength. How could they be a match for the soul detainer who was able to easily defeat Sadako Yamamura in the Ring of Terror? The plot, from the beginning, was doomed to failure. You're the one who said just now that you're going to videotape me, the Dragon Nation, so that the world can see how we're losing our dignity a little bit, right? The detainer turned his gaze to Park Young Rim. That pair of fierce and gloomy eyes made Park Young Rim start begging for mercy on the spot. In fear, at the first moment he locked eyes with the soul-detaining ghost. "No, it wasn't me. That wasn't my intention. I take it back. We're just following orders. Please, spare us, spare us." Compared to his weakness, Jean Ruan, who was on the sidelines, grunted coldly and appeared to be at ease with the situation. "Humph, what are you afraid of them for? Do they still dare to make a move on us? We're from the Little Chill Republic. The laws of your dragon country can't restrain us. If you're sensible, you should hurry up and release us, otherwise it will rise to a conflict at the national level." He stared at the soul-detaining ghost with confidence in his eyes, as if he was certain that the soul-detaining ghost wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Available results. Snap. A loud slap in his face. The tremendous force directly slapped his mouthful of teeth clean off. "Fuck you. Are you a stupid ass? Having fallen into this lord's hands, do you still want to go back alive? Not even close." The soul-detaining ghost bellowed, and then he looked at the two of them. "Zhou Shangtian, that Xiao Zhou, do you guys have? That's the contraption that can record them for the whole globe to see?" Zhou Zhangtian responded. "You mean a cell phone?" "There is." "Yes." The detainer clapped his hands together. "Then hurry up and turn it on and record all of my next actions. Let's also let the globalists take a good look at what kind of soft bones the people of this little cold republic are." After all was said and done, the soul-detaining ghosts carried out all sorts of cruel torture devices towards the Kim Ruan duo. These include a tiger bench, bamboo-tipped spikes, a skinning knife, an iron saw. In the restroom, the sound of ghostly cries rang out. The pleas and screams echoed through the darkened mall building. Period. The two of them, Yi Chiu Hong and Zhou Zhengtian, were even more afraid to witness the whole thing because the images were too brutal. By the time backup arrived, the entire restroom had long been covered in blood. Take a closer look. 2 bloody men are huddled in the corner. Kim Ruan and Park Young Rim had long since lost their human appearance. The features were mutilated, the bones were broken, and there wasn't even a small piece of intact skin on his body. The misery of his appearance was so bad that one could see the cold sweat running down one's face. The crowd didn't understand until now. The soul-detaining ghosts who smiled and looked harmless to the people of the Dragon Kingdom were so cruel in their methods when they faced their real enemies. It is, so relieved by this. So what if it's cruel? Is it cruel to its own people? No, it afflicts the people of the Republic of Little Chill. Moreover, If it wasn't for the presence of the soul-detaining ghost, Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiuhong might have suffered inhumane torture as well. There is an old saying that to be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. The only way to be cruel to your enemy is to be the best kind to yourself. So, the crowd though found the scene somewhat disgusting and uncomfortable, yet there is not a single person who does not recognize the practice of detaining ghosts. Dare to come to my land of the Dragon Kingdom to cause trouble. They deserved it. By the way, don't let these two die. We can use them as bargaining chips and knock Little Chill Republic hard. It had to be said that the soul detainer deserved to become an existence that could break bread with the black and white irregulars. It's not just strong, it has an extremely good head. Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiuhong couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Center for Paranormal Research. Okura City is not far from the Paranormal Research Center. With the helicopter at full speed, it was there in a couple of minutes. Inside the council hall, the captains of the combat squads gathered. Captain Zhou, how was the mission accomplished? Did you bring back the murderer? Qin Xiaoming asked. Murderer brought back. Just, Zhou Zhengtian didn't know how to describe it, and could only put the pre-recorded video on his cell phone on the big screen. After the crowd witnessed this torture video, all of them froze in place in surprise, especially Zhang Shu, who was the summoner, did not expect that the soul-detaining ghost's methods would be so ruthless. Everyone, don't look at me like that. I have no choice but to do so. Who let them insult my Dragon Kingdom before? The soul detainer stood next to Zhang Shu and did not feel that he was at fault. Zhou Zhengtian also gave everyone a clear picture of what happened. Little Chill Republic, these assholes. Serves you right. It's also because I wasn't there. If I had been, I would have definitely done it with soul detaining ghost elder piece by piece. Some of the captains were so angry that they clapped their hands, itching to go and give the people of the Little Chill Republic 2 slaps on the face right now. Okay, be quiet. Qin Xiaoming cupped his chin and began to think about how to maximize the benefits of this video that recorded the shame of the Republic of Shaohan. Now that the assailants are in our hands, and there's a video of their disgrace, if utilized correctly, we can rip off the Little Chill Republic. Does anyone have any good ideas? Words. The captains present were deep in thought. Captain Qin looked at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu, do you have any good ideas? Or is it better to just release the video globally and put the two attackers in their place? Zhang Shu shook his head. This is not a good idea. Once the video is released globally, based on the cruelty of its images alone, it would not only tarnish the image of the Dragon Kingdom, but would also provoke the anger of the people of the Republic of Koan and deepen the conflict between the two countries. In fact, it doesn't have much impact if it just deepens the conflict. The point is, if you do that, you won't be able to rip off the Little Chill Republic for a fortune, and you'll let the Eagle Kingdom's scheme succeed. It's the most lose-lose approach. My advice is, Zhang Shu looked up at Qin Xiaoming, send the video directly to the top management of the Little Cold Republic. Tell them that if they don't want the world to see the shame of the Little Cold Republic, then follow our demands. This demand, it can't be too much. My suggestion is, $3 billion compensation. Of course, the $3 billion is Dragon Kingdom currency. As for the two attackers, Zhang Shu frowned and pondered for a while, and eventually a red light flashed in his eyes. As soon as the money is available, on the spot. Little Chill Republic. Mansions up to 100 meters high. A middle-aged man wearing a gray suit and combing his big back hair had a somewhat ironic face at this moment. Ashy it. Those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom. Furious, he slammed his cell phone on the floor. Even with the latest drop-proof features, the small assistant holding the folder on the side wondered, Boss, is something wrong? Why are you so angry? Quan Jihao. Quan Jihao sat down on the chair and picked up the cup on the table as soon as he could. The veins of his right hand, which he had squeezed hard and tightly, bulging out. The despicable Dragon Kingdom. They've captured Kim Woo-moon and Park Young-rim. It's just as well that they caught it, but they even recorded a video of the mind-boggling cruelty. And now you're threatening me with this video. Little Chill Republic of Terror Ringmaster, founder of the Republic of Korea's largest conglomerate, Little Chill. At the same time, he was also one of the most powerful people in the Little Cold civilization. Think back to the video. Kim Woo-moon and Park Young-rim, because of the torture, kneeling on the ground in incontinence and begging for mercy. Look, Guan Jiho couldn't help but poo-poo. What two useless things. The small assistant on the side pushed up her golden glasses, stepped on her high heels and came to Guan Jiho's side, softly placating him. Boss, take it easy. What are the demands they are making in the Dragon Kingdom? Do I need to report this to my superiors? Request. One thought on that. Guan Jiho's face was even more ugly, as if he had eaten a turd. These greedy guys. How dare they open their mouths for $3 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars, and threatened me with immediate global release of the video if I didn't give it. This was the thing that bothered him the most. Well, boss, I have a suggestion. Let the Dragon Kingdom send the video out. Then we do not recognize it is not good? The young assistant pondered. As for the side of Kim Ruon and Park Youngrim's families, it's perfectly fine to use coercion to shut them up. It's an approach they've used more than once. It works well. It's also very simple. But this time, no. The two of them, Jean Ruan, have the insignia of the Koan Republican Combat Team, which is composed of a special material. We were proud to proclaim to the public that the Little Chill Republic Team logo was one of a kind. But now, Guan Jiho never thought that the proud team logo would become a sharp arrow to testify against them. So what should we do now? Do I need to report to my superiors immediately? The little assistant was a bit worried. Guan Jiho waved his hand. No need. I still have $3 billion at my disposal. It's just that I'm worried about whether or not the Dragon Kingdom will keep its word. After pondering for a while, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Qin Xiaoming. Soon, the call was answered. This is Qin Xiaoming. If you have something to say, just say it. Captain Qin, the demands you are talking about. The Republic of Shaohan. Agree. Guan Jiho's tone was cold. Qin Xiaoming returned. I know you'll say yes, I'll give you an account later. And within 30 minutes. I need to see the money credited. Wait. Guan Jiho wouldn't be stupid enough to directly hit the money. He questioned. What about the video? If I give you the money, but you don't keep your word and threaten us again with the video, wouldn't that be a major loss to us? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoming snorted coldly. We are a great nation that keeps its promises, and will never do anything to break them. Guan Jiho was furious for a split second. Mouths can say anything to anyone, but I don't find it convincing. You are in no position to negotiate. Qin Xiaoming ignored his anger and only responded in an extremely indifferent tone, saying, remember, it's your handle that's in our hands now. Whether it's convincing or not, you don't get to say, either, $3 billion in the bank in half an hour, or, video goes public worldwide. I don't want you to choose the latter. It won't do your little cold republic any good. Of course, you won't choose the latter either. A comment that made Guan Jiho so angry that he clenched his teeth and the veins on his forehead were about to burst out and bleed. This feeling of being led by the nose was just too humiliating. $3 billion I will immediately arrange for someone to call the account you gave me. But I have another question. Seiki Jiho gasped heavily. Qin Xiaoming said blandly. Speak. Kim Woon and Park Youngrim. I want them back in the country. The two were members of the team that could summon S-class terrors, and this value was an indispensable force for the little cold republic. Only, Qin Xiaoming's voice was a few points heavier on the spot. Guan Jiho, do you think you're funny? Two murderers who have killed people from my dragon country on my dragon country's soil. Do you think I'll let them go? Are you naive or do you think I'm stupid? Kim Rohan and Park Young-rim must be put on the spot in the Dragon Kingdom. Guan Jiho yelled. Qin Xiaoming, don't you go too far. I've given you all $3 billion to let the two of you release Kim Rohan. Is this a very excessive request? Excessive. Of course it's too much. Qin Xiaoming's tone was full of disobedience. Those who jeopardize my Dragon Kingdom, none of them will live. Besides, you're in no position to make demands. In half an hour, the money won't be in the account. Just you wait. The words fell. Qin Xiaoming hung up the phone directly. Guan Jiho's chest rose and fell, and both of his eyes had long been covered with scarlet blood by now. Ah! He roared, the anger in his heart venting out. But after the impotent rage, he remained honest and played the money as requested by the Dragon Kingdom. The little assistant also felt disgraced as a little chilly Republican because of this incident. Boss, should we just let it go? Counting? What a joke. This breath should never be swallowed with broken teeth. Seiki Jihao's eyes became more and more vicious. If I remember correctly, we had a raise card in the Ring of Terror before, right? A postil card. As the name suggests, the holder can force a raise on the Terror Ring matchup. Since it is a forced raise, the opponent cannot refuse it, but can only accept it. We do have a refill card. What do you mean, boss? The young assistant looked over at him. The next showdown is between us and the Dragon Kingdom. Guan Jiho narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth hooked into a vicious smile. If I remember correctly, there are now a total of 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom. Don't they like to use threats to get us to give money? Then, the raise for the next duel will be 14 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. I'm going to make each and every one of them from the Dragon Kingdom compensate my Great Cold Republic for the loss of 10 Dragon Kingdom coins. Words. The little assistant beside him immediately let out a golden light in his eyes. That's a brilliant ploy, coming out of nowhere. Not only can you double back the money you lost, we can even take this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate the Dragon Kingdom. But boss, coming like this, in the next matchup, we can definitely not lose. A worried look emerged on the little assistant's face. Guan Jiho snorted coldly. Confident. Lose? There's no way we can lose. Although the domestic SS-rated horrors are a bit of a draw right now, but don't forget, we still have a quasi-SS rank in our hands, holding on until now. I'm afraid that the Dragon Country players have long been at the end of their strengths, and it's absolutely impossible for them to be a match for the quasi-SS class terrors. Dragon Nation Center for Paranormal Research. Not more than a few minutes after Qin Xiaoming hung up the phone, he received a message. 3 billion has arrived. The Republic of Shaohan has already called in the compensation. As for the Jin Ruo and duo, let's punish them according to the law, Qin Xiaoming commanded. But, even if it is judged according to the law, the two of them, Kim Wak-un, could not escape death. Zhang Shu, we must be careful in the next duel. Our opponent is the Little Cold Republic, and it is still unknown what the exact terror is. But what is certain is that the terrifying thing this time, the grade is most likely SS grade, and even if it's not, it's bound to be quasi-SS grade. Be careful. Qin Xiaoming was solemn. Zhang Shu nodded. Don't worry, I have my own measure. By the way, the Soul Detainer asked me to tell you something about the abandoned shopping mall. A man died inexplicably, suspected to have been attacked by a horrible thing. Chief Qin, you guys investigate. I don't think this is that simple. Well, Captain Zhou told me that before. Qin Xiaoming has already set up a special task force on this incident, and it won't take long for the truth to come out. Ring of Terror. 5 hours later. Dragon Kingdom Deathmatch. Game 4. Little Chill Republic vs Dragon Nation. Before the players from both sides even came out, a strong smell of gunpowder was already coming from the audience seats of the Dragon Country and the Little Chill Republic. The people of the Little Chill Republic got the news from somewhere. It says that the Dragon Kingdom is holding 2 of them, combatants who traveled to the Dragon Kingdom. On the other hand, on the Dragon Countryside, the fact that Okura City was hit by a small cold republic has been taken as news and broadcasted nationwide, and the nation has been reminded to be safe. Little Chill Republic viewers, ACI bar, the Dragon Nation people are really too much, seeing that they can't beat our Little Chill Republic in the Ring of Terror, and as a result, they played dirty, right? How dare they imprison our combatants? Aren't they just traveling to the Dragon Kingdom? What qualifications do you have to imprison them? That's right. Is this the way you treat your guests in the Dragon Kingdom? Our people traveled to your place and ended up in an unearned disaster, and I heard they were all put in jail. Do you have the right? Only we ourselves have the right to judge the people of our Little Cold Republic. What gives you Dragon Kingdom the right to do so, even if they did break the law? It should be handled by our Little Chill Republic. The cause of this incident. It's because after making a $3 billion payment to the dragon, Quan Ji Hao ordered on the spot for his assistant to spread rumors. It is said that Kim Roon and Park Young-rim were traveling in the Dragon Kingdom, and because the Dragon Kingdom was afraid of the strength of the Little Chill Republic, they intentionally put the 2 of them on trumped-up charges and imprisoned them in the Dragon Kingdom prison. In this way, the small cold Republicans, who have never had national self-confidence, listened to the rumors on the spot and propagated them on the internet in just a few hours, splitting the sky, saying something about letting the Dragon Kingdom release Kim Wong-un and Park Young-rim, and not insulting the dignity of the Little Chill Republic. Have to say, Guan Jiho's move did have a bit of tact that belonged to his position, but so what? The truth, always the truth. All those who dare to turn black and white upside down and smear the Dragon Kingdom will be verbally attacked by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Nation audience, WCNMLGB, are you people from the Little Cold Republic microcephalic? You really can't distinguish between black and white and right and wrong at all. What do you mean we're jealous of your strength? I'll be damned. A bullet-ridden country. I can drown your country with a pea and bury it with a poop, launching an attack on us with something horrible, and now turning around and hitting us in the back. You are people I eat. People in the Little Chill Republic are like that, always only living in their own fantasy world. The weaker they are, the better they are at fantasizing about their own power, because they have nothing left to hold but a whimsical brain. The showdown hasn't even started yet. The smell of medicine that permeated the scene was all a bit choking, and if someone lit a cigarette, I'm afraid it would set off the whole place. And just then, both players had begun to enter. When Zhang Shu appeared, the emotions of the Dragon Nation's audience were instantly ignited as they chanted down with the Little Chill Republic. The Dragon Nation will win. And the contestants who appeared in the Republic of Koan were equally well known. His name is Kim Ling Su. It was a middle-aged older man with long hair and a beard, walking with one hand in his pocket and the other casually picking his nose. He had a scruffy look, much like some sleazy middle-aged uncle, but no one laughed at him, much less did anyone despise him. His war record, extraordinarily dazzling. Since the descent of the Ring of Terror, he had participated in a total of 10 matchups, maintaining a superb winning percentage of 8 wins and 2 draws, and was an extremely terrifying man. The horrors he summoned. It is a quasi-SS class Busan corpse. This is the horror from the world's top apocalyptic zombie film, The Busan Walk. and allows the summoner to summon a massive horde of zombies to launch an attack. These zombies are strong, not just walking corpses with no sense of pain and tough flesh, they possess their own intelligence. And also there is also a clear categorization based on the different abilities of the zombies. Runner, an extremely agile zombie that can even reach a short time of flying, with a speed of 20 meters per second. Iron wall zombie, skin is covered in a kind of attached layer of strong material, even bullets can't do damage to their body. Flying zombie, a zombie whose arms are transformed into bat wings, possessing super high bouncing ability, and can fly in the air. Giant zombie, a giant zombie with a body size of up to 10 meters high, possessing extremely terrifying strength. A punch down, even steel concrete can make a punch pit. According to the original Busan movie, it did not contain these particular walkers. However, due to the fact that the Little Chill Republic had won the duel before, they had received a reward for making the terror's strength increase. Before, Busan Corpse Walker, a mere S-rated horror, summoned is a regular walker, but after boosting his strength, he half-stepped into the threshold of the quasi-SS class. This also has the ability to summon special walkers. Jean Lingxiu, ha 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 ha, this duel is a sure win for our Little Cold Republic, a quasi-SS class horror. What is the Dragon Kingdom going to fight us with? This is the most powerful and terrifying thing that the Dragon Kingdom has met so far. Is this showdown finally going to put an end to the Dragon Kingdom death battle? The audience of the Little Chill Republic was vaguely expectant. In their hearts, this duel was about the face of the Little Cold Republic. Definitely can't lose. And just as Kim Ling-soo made his entrance, a loud voice came from the seat of the Little Cold Republic. Seiki Jiho held up a scarlet card in his hand. Republic of Chill. Apply to use the raise card. A raise card? It's kind of fun. The mysterious referee looked at Guan Jiho. What do you want to raise? Guan Jiho didn't answer right away, but would turn around and bow towards the audience of the Little Chill Republic behind him, before looking at the mysterious referee, his eyes full of determination. The two people, Kim Woon and Park Youngrim, as well as 14 billion Longwa dollars. This statement was made. The entire audience showed a very different reaction at once. Some of the melon-eating countries didn't understand the meaning of it, just that they were a little surprised that the Little Cold Republic had played so big this time. 140 billion. This is no longer a small amount. You have to know that the current Dragon Country currency is the most common currency in the world and has the strongest purchasing power. A Dragon's Kingdom coin can fill a person's stomach, or the kind with meat. It could be said that the 14 billion Dragon Nation dollars was already the total income of most countries for a year. Compared to the melon-eating countries that focused all their attention on the $14 billion, the viewers of the Little Cold Republic cared more about Kim Wong-un and Park Young-rim. My Little Cold Republic deserves to be a world power, to be able to use a treasure of extraordinary value like a raise card for the sake of its nationals. With the raise card, if we win this matchup, we'll be able to pick up Kim Wong-un and Park Young-rim and return home. They are the heroes of our Little Chill Republic. We want to take our heroes home. Bastard Rukoku. You were jealous of our strength and arrested our combatants indiscriminately. And now, it's time for you to give it all back. The Little Cold Republic is bound to rise. Our Little Cold Republic is the most powerful country. The ring. Jiang Shu ignored the clamor around him. His eyes, however, had grown colder and colder. Attacking the Dragon Kingdom, and now turning around and saying that it's my Dragon Kingdom that's arresting people indiscriminately. Good. That's good. Pretty good. They're all a bunch of assholes, aren't they? I'll show you later what the heroes you talk about look like in disgrace. And just then, Qin Xiaoming's voice came from the Bluetooth headset he was wearing. Jiang Shu, this duel, no matter what method you use, you must take it. This is a crucial matchup. Vital. Jiang Shu's pupils trembled slightly. He had never heard this word in Qin Xiaoming's mouth. Captain Qin, what happened? Did you hear the race just now? I hear you. Jiang Shu nodded. They want those two attackers, as well as 14 billion. Speaking of which, Jiang Shu's body suddenly stiffened. His pupils contracted violently. Memories continued to pour out of his mind, and his body all began to gradually tremble as his mouth repeated. 140 billion. 140 billion. 140 billion. Why is it off by 14 billion? Instead of other numbers? In his mind, he thought of recent history, a humiliating treaty. Among other things, each of the dragons was required to pay 1 tael of silver in compensation. And now, there are 1.4 billion people in the Dragon State. Little Chill Republic had the audacity to bet $14 billion. This is to compensate them 10 Dragon Kingdom coins for each and every one of them. Thinking of this, Jiang Shu clenched his fists, his scarlet eyes already filled with blood. His body all started to shake from anger. He wanted to kill. This matchup, he's going to let the Little Chill Republic know. The Dragon Kingdom was definitely not a weak country like theirs to be messed with. Chief Qin, Jiang Shu grimaced. I today want to kill someone. Qin Xiaoming barely hesitated. Kill. The enemy is already writing on our face. If we don't show some blood, do we really make people think that my dragon kingdom doesn't dare to have blood on its hands? In addition, I've sent you the video of the two who tortured Jin Ruoan, so it's up to you to decide how to use it later. This is a showdown that, for all intents and purposes, is about the dignity of the country. This time, standing behind you is the entire Dragon Kingdom. Ring center. Because of the advent of the refill card, the atmosphere at the scene became even more saber-rattling. The Republic of Chill uses the raise card. Then I announce that in this duel, if the Little Cold Republic defeats the Dragon Kingdom, it will receive 14 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, and the Dragon Kingdom will need to immediately release the duo of Kim Roa-en and Park Young-rim. Of course, if the Dragon Nation defeats the Little Cold Republic, according to the principle of fairness in raising the stakes, the Little Cold Republic will need to compensate the Dragon Nation with 15 billion Dragon Nation dollars. The mysterious referee looked at Jin Lingxiu and Zhang Shu. Do you two have any objections to this? No objections. Kim Ryansu pulled out his nostrils as if nothing had happened and looked at Zhang Shu with disdain. Little brat, be sensible and surrender yourself in a hurry. I don't want to fight with a milquetoast brat like you. I won't even lose face if I win. Ha! Zhang Shu gave him a cold look. People who are dead to the world just talk too much. Let's talk more while we're still alive, before we don't get a chance later. Jin Lingxiu's shaking legs stopped at once. He showed his mouth and raised his head to look at Zhang Shu. Not very old, but you have a big mouth. An uneducated child like you wouldn't even be qualified to lift my shoes in our little chill republic. I'll teach you a good lesson today instead of your parents, so you'll know what it means to respect an adult. The words fell. Kim Su Ryong raised her long, black-haired leg high in the air before dropping it with a kick. Flip-flops on the ground. It was as if it possessed a tremendous amount of force. Stomping spiderweb cracks out of the ring. Cracks continued to spread in all directions. The floor bulged, and the surroundings felt as if they were frozen, and the passage of air began to stand still. Click here. At this point, the stopped space, like glass, appeared with large and small cracks, and they were like vines, spreading wildly. It eventually collapsed as Kim Lingsu's another kick landed, and the originally grand ring was long gone. Replacement. It's a huge modern urban plaza. Kim Lingsu stepped on a 10-meter-high tiger statue, and behind him, there were countless high-rise vapors. One high-rise building closely lined up like a tightly lined-up steel forest. The city was filled with smoke and the streets were littered with crashed cars. A strong smell of blood filled the air. A zombie with strange movements and an extremely uncoordinated walk came out of the city. Their clothes were tattered, and their bodies were littered with bloody wounds and pitch-black skin from the burning flames. Like an ant that had been ordered to do so, it began to converge towards the square where Jin Lingxiu was. Except for these ordinary zombies, there were also zombies with huge bat wings, leaping down from tall buildings as if they were gliders with wings spread out, tracing a neat arc in the air. Runners, iron wall walkers, giant walkers, various types of zombies were like cockroaches hiding in the shadows, revealing their true selves under Kim Ryansu's command. In the blink of an eye, like a small river converging into a stream, the entire square was covered in zombies. Sky color. It clouded over in this moment. The earth, too, began to shake due to the advance of the giant zombie. As far as the eye can see, there are zombies. A wave of corpses is coming. The walkers I summoned are not walking dead. Kim Lingsu towered over Zhang Shu. Underneath their filthy bodies, there still exist the dead souls of the deceased before them. So, they're much, much stronger than normal zombies. They have the ability to think. The moment. The entire Koan Republic audience was thoroughly excited. They held the flag high and flaunted it, each one so excited that their foreheads were bruised. The viewers from other countries also supported the Little Chill Republic at this moment. Although we usually quite loathe the Little Chill Republic, compared to this, I'm more reluctant to see the Dragon Kingdom pass to death. The reality is this. You can stay behind, or you can stabilize. But if you once have the potential to rise and have the credentials to lead the world, everyone will turn on you and make you a target. Milky brat, what's the matter? So scared that you can't even speak? Jin Lingxiu clasped his hands on his chest, his face covered in contempt. At those words, Zhang Shu gave him a cold look and, in every walker, there exists the dead soul of the deceased in life. Thinking of this, Zhang Shu slapped a hand on his forehead and couldn't help but let out a sneer that implied a mocking laugh. Getting so many dead souls in front of me. Are you here to help me with my performance? The words fell. Zhang Shu's eyes stared. His entire aura changed drastically. Rolling baleful aura rolled out from his body. He hung his head low and chanted a series of obscure incantations. The yin and the yang rise, black and white are born, good and evil are in charge, and dead souls are seized. The Undertaker is on business. Mortals retreat. Dang dang dang. The sound of the spell fell. A heavy, ancient bell rang out. Large swaths of clouds piled up in the sky, and the wind howled as if there were unjust souls wandering between heaven and earth, emitting miserable and desolate cries. Beneath Zhang Shu's feet, an ancient and wide verdant stone avenue began to emerge without warning, starting with verdant stone tiles at first, followed by bottomless abyssal springs on both sides. The road was eerie and frightening. The bridge made of stacked green stone bricks was filled with dark, slimy, writhing flesh. Gusts of smoke filled the surrounding area, and the extreme visibility made the scene eerie and frightening. On both sides of the lapis lazuli avenue were abyssal springs with an invisible bottom, and at this moment, there were 1,000 strange monsters throwing themselves into them from the lapis lazuli avenue. But even though they were huge, they couldn't stir up half a splash of water. With the appearance of the Yellow Springs Road, the ring, the white mist that had coalesced was given a terrifying power at this moment. These white mists were like frost, and the moment they came into contact with a person's skin, they immediately froze the skin red, and a chilly air instantly fled into the person's body. The audience shivered, and even if they wore their down coats on their bodies, they didn't have half the effect of keeping out the cold. This coldness that pierces the marrow of the bones. ACI bar. What is this? Kim Ryong-soo kept waving his hand to drive away the white mist that was converging towards him. Looking at the Yellow Springs Road that could not be seen to end, and could only feel the endless appalling aura, he gradually narrowed his eyes, looking extraordinarily scornful. Clang, clang, clang. At this point, quiet and chilly in the ring. Suddenly it rang out. The sound of metal chains dragging across the verdant bricks. The sound of friction. At this moment, the entire audience held their breath and cast their eyes towards the source of the sound. See only, behind Zhang Shu. At some point, there were two incomparably taller backs. They were one white and one black, their bodies haunted with divine light, and their every move was accompanied by the wailing of severe ghosts. The abyssal pools on both sides of the verdant avenue all became as if they were boiling water, gurgling and bubbling because of their appearance. What the hell was that? Someone in the crowd called out. Along with the fall of his voice, the two figures on the left and right beside Zhang Shu gradually revealed their true forms. One of the white figures, with an eerie smile on his face, tall and thin, his skin was corpse-like and ghastly white. A long scarlet tongue was exposed, with blood dripping from it. The wailing stick in his hand was constantly flung around, and his pair of deep eyes seemed to be able to see all the good and evil in the world. The official hat on its head had 4 big words written on it at the first sight of it. It was rich. Another black figure, with a fierce face and a broad, thick body. Its face was ink black. Beside it, rolling black mist coalesced into a miserable face, and the hooked rope was dragged on the ground by it, leaving scarlet gouges wherever it passed. The official hat on its head also reads 4 big words: peace in the world. The underworld of hell, black and white. This instant, everything around us has changed drastically. It was as if time and space, everything that existed in the human world, began to stand still, and even the birds flying in the air looked like they had been hit by a bug and were stuck in the sky, not moving at all. After the crowd came back to their senses, the dragon audience almost shouted at the first time that, crap, is this the legendary black and white? Zhang Shu is also too awesome to have summoned the two of them. This is an orthodox messenger of hell who possesses a deity. His strength is not comparable to any tiny zombie. By the way, did the contestant from the Republic of Korea just now say that each of the zombies he summoned retained their dead souls from before they were born? Holy shit, isn't this right? The black and white impermanence is another woman who specializes in arresting the dead souls on Earth. Ha 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 ha. What can the little cold Republicans take against us in this duel? I thought it was going to be a sound duel, but I didn't realize that it would be a one-sided crushing of us. The Dragon Nation audience felt an unprecedented sense of relief. They don't even need to half worry about it. Black and white versus a zombie horde? Isn't this just a way for them to brush up on their performance? Playing God. Jean Lingxiu snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, uncountable zombies were like a torrential river, rushing towards the black and white irregulars. They grimace, their sharp teeth filled with a fishy odor. Knock, knock. In a split second, the ground shook and smoke rose. Among them, the runners were so fast that they stepped on everything that could be picked up around them and quickly approached towards Zhang Shu. The black and white irregulars coldly glanced at the zombie group, and a contemptuous smile appeared on their frightened faces. Where is the brat from that dares to act recklessly in front of me? White Error was the first to fling out the wailing rod in his hand horizontally. The moment it came into contact with the air, the weeping stick, made of special material, instantly swung out a wave of air that swallowed mountains and rivers. The air wave was unrivaled in power, and the moment it appeared, it engulfed a large area of zombies that were running. At the scene, large swathes of blood spray exploded, and the tide of zombies was instantly missing a large chunk due to white impermanence's strike, like a cake that's been chewed on by a wild animal. How? Kim Ryong-soo stared at this with wide, unbelievable eyes. No one else can know. However, as a terror summoner he had clearly perceived that the moment white impermanence had struck just now had caused him to lose a full 10,000 zombies. It was after unleashing such a powerful move that white impermanence was still on cloud 9, without the slightest hint of exhaustion. Look what it looks like. Seems to be smiling? Laughing still? No. Why is that? Why are you laughing? Jean Lingxiu's head felt like it had been knocked on the head, and he simply couldn't comprehend what white impermanence was doing. At that moment, I only saw white impermanence dislike the arm of black impermanence beside him, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Master Black, look at these little living zombies. Do they look like our performance this year? A brilliant light flashed in black impermanence's eyes. Hey, you don't say. It's true. This statement was made. The arrogant Kim Ling-su's face turned grim. Are you kidding me? Performance? I can't believe my zombie horde is being described as a ridiculous performance. Do you really think you've got me in one move by killing a bunch of little karamis? You guys? What a bully. Kim Ryong-soo clenched his hands into fists and pointed in the direction of the black and white irregulars, commanding in a tone that brooked no disobedience. Go! In 3 minutes, I want them to be a pile of mush. Boom boom boom. Instantly, the earth shook. The giant zombies were like mad beasts, their huge fists supporting the ground. Their forward movement had changed from legs to limbs, and their speed was significantly increased at this moment. In an instant, 50 giant zombies rushed towards the black and white irregulars, and those small zombies that stopped in front of them were all crushed into puddle after puddle of bloody sludge by its wide limbs, no longer having any breath. Seeing the situation, the ever ill-tempered black impermanence almost glared his eyes out of their sockets. The fucking hell! Who gave you permission to steal performance from me? Shoo shoo shoo! It bellowed, and countless chains surged out from behind it. The pitch-black chains were stained with blood-red stains, and wrapped in layers of fury. They were like cruel and tyrannical vipers, tearing madly towards the giant zombie. Clunk! The chains continued to extend. They were extremely agile, and in a flash of lightning, they bound all the giant zombies all over their bodies, restricting their movements. In the next moment, he only saw black impermanence stopping all the ends of the chains with his big hands, and his ferocious and horrible face showed a horrified hideous look. Its hands, they start to fire. It's going to take all the giant zombies, one by one. How is this possible? 50 giant zombies. Each one of them is 10 meters tall. Their body size is as strong as a small mountain. Even if the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom were more powerful, it's absolutely impossible for them to achieve this level. This horrible thing named black impermanence is just too arrogant. $14 billion, Dragon Nation will pay for it. The aura that the black and white irregulars had shown earlier had indeed made many of the spectators present not dare to belittle their strength, but it was simply impossible to wipe out 50 giant zombies in one shot. One must know that even the highest record of the top-ranked S-class was only killing 5 giant zombies in one move. This black impermanence actually directly challenged 50 of them, 10 times. Kim Ling-soo spread his hands and looked at black impermanence with the eyes of a fool. Ha 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 ha. Are you guys making me laugh? To be so arrogant as this? You will lose this duel. Bang! However, just when the audience was still keeping their doubts about black impermanence's strength in the ring, only to see the black impermanence lashing out, endless power coalescing in its hands. The chains, which were held tightly, were pulled by a huge force. In just a split second, the giant zombies that had been raging earlier fell one after another like dominoes. The huge body fell on the ground and erupted with a terrifying sound. And even though the ring was made of a special material, it was smashed out into a huge deep pit. 50 giant walkers lay in the pit. No more life. Incidentally, it also ran over hundreds of ordinary zombies. A few short breaths, the audience's expressions instantly changed from teasing, to mocking, to shock, to fear. Don't eat the sour radish. This Dragon Kingdom's horror thing is also too over the top. It really just wiped out all 50 giant zombies in an instant? Baka, asshole Rokoku. They can summon such a powerful horror. What class is this? SS class? Humph. Isn't it just killing 50 giant zombies in one move? Just this we in the Tianju Kingdom can easily do. I really don't know what you guys are shocked about. If I remember correctly, your Tianju Kingdom's terror is a piece of shit, right? It seems like there are still 2 matchups left and you guys will be permanently eliminated as well. So you have the nerve to brag about this record? Humph. You guys are just jealous of my Tianju Kingdom's strength. Just wait. The Dragon Kingdom can rise and start a deadly battle in the last showdown. My Tianju Kingdom can do the same. The audience was in an uproar, and the black erratic in the ring craned his neck, a look of contentment on his terrible face. And, well, that's nice. 20% of my strength allowed me to fulfill 30% of this year's performance target. This kind of effortlessness with high returns is just too good to be true. Master Bai. Today is really a good day for both of us. Black Impermanence exclaimed excitedly and turned his head to look at White Impermanence, only to realize that this White Impermanence fellow had secretly killed tens of thousands of ordinary zombies again behind its back, accomplished twice as much as it did. This infuriated Black Impermanence and hurriedly leapt into the tide of corpses and began to kill in all directions. They kill with gusto. But the audience of the Little Chill Republic at the scene was furious. Ashy Bar, is this horrible thing from the Dragon Kingdom insulting us? Saying something about only using 20% of your strength? How is this possible? Do you really consider yourself a god? Talking big will get you retribution sooner or later. Don't look at our Kim Ling-soo, who is now in a disadvantageous position. But this match hasn't yet gone to the end. It's still uncertain who will lose and who will win. Kim Ling-soo looked at the 50 giant zombies that had been killed in a single move. Anger filled his heart. His chest fell and it looks like neither the flying zombies nor the giant zombies can be their match. There's only one last trick to use. With that thought, he looked up at the dark sky and let out a long breath. And with a swoosh, a sharp dagger slipped from his sleeve. He gripped the dagger tightly and pulled a slash towards his palm, blood dripping to the ground. In the meantime, the wave of zombies attacking Black and White suddenly stopped moving forward and instead turned their guns around and crawled up in the direction where Kim Ryan-soo was. An incredibly fast runner arrived in front of Kim Ling-soo in the blink of an eye, before pouncing and licking the blood from the ground. Immediately afterward, more and more zombies piled on top of the first one in a steady stream, forming a huge mountain of zombies. Looking at the mountain of zombies that kept stacking up high, Kim Ling-soo clasped his hands together, a scarlet glow in his eyes. The Corpse King out. A ray of red light flashed across the top of the zombie hill, and then, all the zombies turned into a mess of flesh and blood and began to intermingle with each other and pile up in one piece. Black and White, who were frantically brushing up their performance, reacted. Strange, what are these walkers up to? What's the matter with not hurrying over to be killed by us and running in one direction? Black Impermanence is very puzzled. Some lack of interest in his heart. Have not killed enough. How come it's over? The White Erratic spread his hands. I don't know, but by the looks of it, it seems like they're going to merge together to form a not-so-weak guy. The Black and White Irregulars gazed in the direction of Kim Ryan-soo. Shasta. All the walkers are piled up in one piece. They transformed into flesh and blood, frantically intermingling to form a super meatball hundreds of meters tall, with sticky flesh and blood writhing around it. In full view of everyone, the super meatball gave birth to legs and feet, as well as a head, turning into a supergiant zombie covered in blood, with eyes like caves and a mouth like an abyss. Zombie King. A zombie king that stands 100 meters tall. It destroys skyscrapers with the lift of a hand. The hole-like eyes stared deathly at the Black and White Invincibles. The clenched giant fist had come down with a bang. Seeing this, the corner of Jean Lingxiu's mouth spread a smile. Let's see what you guys can fight me with this time. The joy of victory was written all over his face. It was as if he had foreseen the end of the dragon's fiasco. The huge fist was like a meteorite that fell from the sky, and when it rubbed against the air, it was even attached to a layer of terrifying flames, dragging out a long flame tail in the air. The eye was about to fall on the Black and White Invincibles, but just in the nick of time, White Impermanence waved his big hand. His robes fluttered, and his matchless aura poured out at this moment. It swung the weeping rod in its hand, and with it as the center, colorless super airwaves were like ripples, spreading out in all directions and crashing into the meteorite-sized fist of the Zombie King. In a single instant, it actually sent its fist flying, and the huge inertia almost caused the Zombie King to fall directly to the ground. This encounter, White Vagabond, winning again, and win extraordinarily easily. On the contrary, the Zombie King's right arm was all reduced to pieces and went up in smoke due to White Impermanence's attack. The huge body was like a broken glass bottle, covered with cracks, as if it would completely crumble in the next moment. Roar! The loss of a single move infuriated the Zombie King, which opened its bloody mouth and roared at the sky. The body began to grow larger and larger again, from the initial 100 meters, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually growing to 200 meters before slowing down and stopping. The crowd looked up, only to see that the Zombie King's head had long since disappeared into the clouds, and it was impossible to see it at all. Its huge limbs were like mountains, and every move it made would involve strong vibrations. When the Black and White Irregulars saw the scene, they just laughed and shook their heads. Do you have some kind of obsession with getting bigger? What's the point of getting so big, when you're still as weak as an ant? The words fell. The Black and White Irregulars didn't bother to go on with the nonsense. They waved the wailing rod and the soul-hooking rope in their hands respectively, and the two horrifying forces mingled, coalescing in the void to form a wall of blood hundreds of meters high, with countless heads poking out of it, and they looked miserable and wailed in pain. It's like divine punishment from hell. This wall of blood covered towards the zombie king. The proud zombie king glanced at it and instantly extended his hand to try to block the wall of blood. However, a shocking scene occurred. The moment the zombie king's arm and the wall of blood just came into contact, its body, after all, was like paper after being burned by flames. The flesh turned into chunks, and there was still hot magma flowing through the edge connection. Just one shot. The zombie king that was alive and well in the last second was suddenly devoid of any life at this moment, and its body, all of it, turned into a pile of dark dust. Sure, as its summoner, Kim Ryong-soo was also in an extremely bad state right now. He knelt in the center of the ring, looking at his hands, his scarlet eyes filled with resignation. How? I lost. How could I possibly lose? This isn't real. This must not be real. Kim Ling-soo kept shaking his head in small increments. His expression became strange and his demeanor maniacal. Just then, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. His body trembled as he slowly raised his head, and he instantly saw Zhang Shu, who was looking at him from above. Zhang Shu's face was expressionless. You lost this duel. It's not just you. Your entire little cold republic has lost as well. In this duel of national dignity, you have lost completely. You, the losers. What he said, however, was transmitted to the ears of all the audience on the spot with special tools. The audience of the little chill republic, sitting in their seats, not saying a word, with their dull appearance, did not seem to have regained their senses from the defeat. Zhang Shu turned his head to where the audience of the Republic of Shaohan was located, held his head high, and compared his finger to the number 14. Now, it's not the 1.4 billion people of my Dragon Kingdom who will compensate you. Rather, it is you, who will compensate the 1.4 billion people of my Dragon Kingdom. This statement was made. The always cocky little chill Republic audience was instantly irritated. They clenched their fists and pounded their seats, their eyes staring at Zhang Shu with a deadly glare, only to see that their eyes could not kill. And they, as losers, could only endure the taunts from Zhang Shu. ACI bar. When have I ever suffered such insults since I was born? The thought that our dang little cold republic would have to compensate the dragon bone for more than $10 billion makes my teeth itch. Bastard. This is all Kim Ling-soo's fault. If it wasn't for his blind arrogance and lack of self-importance, there's no way we would have ended up in this situation. That's right. It's all Kim Ling-soo's fault, thanks to us trusting him so much. But he's such a weak and incompetent piece of trash that he simply failed our trust in him. What quasi-SS ranked horrors? What Busan corpse walking? What super high win rate of 8 wins and 2 draws? All of these are fake. He, Kim Ryong-soo, is just a useless piece of trash. You can't even beat a tiny dragon country player. Kim Ling-soo, why don't you just die? You're disgracing our little chill Republicans by living. This $14 billion of compensation should be paid by the little cold republic alone. It was at this point that the Dragon Nation audience was not happy. $14 billion? I think you guys are just rushing around. But you're going to have to compensate us for $15 billion. The short sentence instantly made the audience in the Republic of Korea Jr. fall into silence. According to the treaty, if the Little Chill Republic won, the Dragon Kingdom would have to release Kim Ruon and Park Young-rim and pay $14 billion in compensation. But now, the Dragon Kingdom has won, and they have to compensate the Dragon Kingdom with $15 billion. It's all Kim Ling-soo's fault. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have had to lose any money at all. A loser who doesn't deserve to be a little chill Republican at all. Cynicism from other countries is hateful, but insults from one's own countrymen are even more heartbreaking. Zhang Shu looked towards Jin Lingxiu, who was kneeling on the ground, and laughed coldly. Your little cold republic is really a united country. Once they've succeeded, they rally around you and put you on a pedestal, bragging about you, admiring you, and being full of small-mindedness from start to finish. But once they fail, they will also unite to humiliate you, curse you, even call you a worthless waste of space, and tell you to get out of the country. Is this your little cold republic? What a show for us. Jin Lingxiu raised his head and glared at Zhang Shu. Don't be so smug here. Do you really think you'll succeed in getting through the death battle? You're dreaming. On the day you fail, you'll only end up worse off than me. At that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, his voice shaking with some madness. And, I'm really looking forward to that day now. Looking forward to it? The corner of Zhang Shu's mouth lifted as a dagger appeared in his hand, and immediately after, he swung horizontally. Cold light flashed as the blade sliced through the air and chopped straight into Kim Ling-soo's neck. Put. Head separated. A pair of eyes on Kim Ling-soo's head were dead wide with disbelief. How could he not expect that Zhang Shu would strike at him without warning? Phew. Zhang Shu put the dagger away, his expression calm and self-conscious. Want to see the day I fail? Sorry, dead people don't have that chance. Living people, too. Kim Ling-soo is dead. The audience wasn't too surprised to see the scene. They were used to it. So far, none of the contestants who had participated in the deathmatch would be able to walk out of the ring alive. Some viewers used this incident to say that Zhang Shu was ruthless and inhumane. To this, Zhang Shu didn't want to pay attention to these people's words. He didn't want to kill anyone if he could. However, those silly egg players, once they were on the court, were insulting and condescending, and threatened to kill Zhang Shu. For these people, what's the point of keeping them alive? Let the tiger out of the bag? How is this possible? Jin Lingxiu has died, and this fourth terrifying duel has ended with the defeat of the Little Cold Republic. The mysterious referee appears in the Ring of Terror and begins to announce the results of the. According to the pre-match raise, the Little Chill Republic needs to compensate the Dragon Kingdom for $15 billion within a day. It's a rule, not to be broken. There was an air of disobedience in his tone. The Little Chill Republicans were very reluctant though, but the refill card is what they use. Now that they've lost the duel, they simply don't have the cheek to refuse. They have only themselves to blame. Wait, I have something to say. Just then, Seiki Jiho, who had been silent and thinking about countermeasures, suddenly shouted. The eyes of the entire room were directed towards him. The eyes of some of the Little Cold Republic's spectators even revealed a look of incomparable disgust. Ashi, what is Guan Jiho doing? Doesn't he think that my Little Chill Republic hasn't lost enough face this time? If he hadn't used the refill card, how could we have been saddled with $15 billion in compensation? With his ability to do this, I don't think he'll be in charge for long. When I return home, I will definitely organize people and take him to court. I seriously doubt that Guan Jiho is an undercover agent sent by the Dragon Kingdom. For Kim Ling-su, the audience in the Republic of Koan is disgusted, disdainful, and despised. For Guan Jiho, they could almost be considered disgusted, and they could not wait to skin him and chop him up. In their opinion, the current situation is all caused by Guan Jiho. Once back in the country, Guan Jiho was bound to become the target of a national verbal attack, and the executives will blame him for all the mistakes, which will put him in a very passive situation. He was the biggest entrepreneur in the Little Cold Republic, and if he messed up, all the industries under his banner would be confiscated in this crisis. Pissed off the whole country. The consequences are unimaginable. Guan Jiho naturally knew what was at stake, so he had to redeem himself now. Head of the Little Cold Republic, do you have anything else to say? The mysterious referee looked at him. Guan Jiho nodded, stood up straight and said righteously, first of all, $15 billion, we will pay out. Willing to gamble, this is a rule set up beforehand. However, I will compensate the Dragon Kingdom for this $15 billion in my personal name. One person does everything. This is my Guan Jiho's mistake. It has nothing to do with the people of the Little Cold Republic. This statement was made. The viewers who were originally still abusing Guan Jiho all froze at the first moment. Wait a minute, what's going on? You won't let us pay for it? Guan Jiho actually took on $15 billion all by himself? The hearts of the audience of the Republic of Shaohan were somewhat moved, and at this moment, they felt as if Guan Jiho wasn't as bad as they had imagined. Their reaction reached the first step that Guan Jiho had anticipated, setting up a persona of a man who serves his country and dares to take the blame for his mistakes. So, now it's time for step 2. Guan Jiho's face suddenly became gloomy. I'll pay for the money, but I'd like to ask, is the Dragon Kingdom really unwilling to spare our Kim Rowan and Park Yun-lin? But they traveled to the Dragon Kingdom because they liked it, and you ended up putting them in jail because you were jealous. Do you do this to them? Can you stand up to the people around the world who love the Dragon Kingdom? Is this the peace and friendship you claim to be talking about? One time, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The global audience pondered the words of Guan Jiho. If it's really like what Guan Jiho said, wouldn't it be impossible to go to the Dragon Kingdom in the future? Is it possible that the publicity of peace and friendship before the Dragon Kingdom was all a lie? Looking at the audience's reaction, Zhang Shu took a deep breath. It's come to this point and still make waves. This Guan Jiho, being able to be the head of a country. It's true that Guan Jiho is not a fool. One might even say he's smart. With his words spoken, it was as if the audience of the Koan Republic in the room had suddenly woken up. Each one of them slapped their thighs and immediately pointed their spearheads at the Dragon Kingdom. Yeah, I almost forgot about this just now. Our team members are still inside the Dragon Prison. Even though we lost this duel, what you Dragon Kingdom did has long been noted by us. If you don't want to be the target of the whole world, you Dragon Kingdom should release our people. Hatred born out of jealousy. This is the act of a villain. Is your Dragon Kingdom what is called a villain? All other things are negotiable. Only the release of my Little Cold Republican team members back to the country. This matter is non-negotiable, except for the audience in the Republic of Little Chill. Other countries have come along for the ride. Sakura Nation, the Dragon Nation has always worn a false facade, so I urge you to release them quickly. Eagle Kingdom, human rights are greater than everything. The Dragon Kingdom shouldn't have imprisoned the people of other countries without authorization. This matter is fundamentally against the right to freedom of human beings. Triumphant Empire, we want the Dragon Kingdom to hurry up and release the people and give a reasonable explanation. Tianju, the Dragon Kingdom is really bad to the bone. One time, all of the major countries, excluding the woolly bear country, began to press the Dragon country step by step. They don't care what the truth really is. All they know is that this is an opportunity to defame the Dragon Kingdom. Explain? Just then, Zhang Shu in the center of the ring suddenly tilted his head up and looked around with disdainful eyes. And, what are you guys considered to be? Just a bunch of losers. Who am I to give you explanations? Saying something about my Dragon Kingdom being jealous of your little cold republic. I poo-poo. A place as big as a sesame seed. No economy. No culture. Even the thing of horror that I am proud of. I don't even have the strength to fight back in front of the black and white irregulars. I really don't know what you little chill Republicans are so proud of. Is it because you're so inferior that you're trying to cover yourself with arrogance? Bunch of trash. You're not even shit. And you Sakura Nation. Ha, I don't even want to talk about you guys. From the moment I made my debut, what with the Split Woman, the Halfling Necromancer, and Sadako Yamamura, tell me, has there ever been a single matchup where you guys have won against me? As for you, the Eagle State, you preach the so-called freedom and democracy. I really do not know if you are really not at all tired of wearing such a layer of hypocrisy, and you Triumph Empire. When you're old, get back on your backs and don't flaunt yourself in front of me, or I'll beat the shit out of you. Especially you Tianju Kingdom. Forget it, I don't even care to talk about you. Don't you guys have some explaining to do? Speaking of which, behind Zhang Shu, the figures of the black and white irregulars surfaced behind him, and he pointed his finger in the direction of the little cold republic, loudly pronouncing the sentence that, terrorist attack. Kim Wong-un and Park Young-rim killed 5 innocent people in our Dragon Nation. Today, I will use the blood of the 500 little cold Republicans present to honor the departed souls of my Dragon Kingdom's dead. Here, that's the explanation. Black and white. Do it. The black and white irregulars, who had received the order, made a move almost instantly. They unleashed a strong killing move, and a baleful aura spread out towards the audience of the Little Chill Republic. There were more than 5,000 people present in the audience of the Little Cold Republic, and according to Zhang Shu, he will kill 500 people. Sensing that the atmosphere around them had become a bit off, especially the dark clouds overhead and the fury in the air, a sense of death filled the hearts of the audience of the Republic of Shaohan, who were incredibly, Zhang Shu, what are you doing? Do you want to kill us? You're an animal for behaving like this. You will be reviled from the peoples of the world. From the peoples of the world? Zhang Shu sneered. So what? There is only one rule of survival in the world, and that is the weak are the strong. Now that the Dragon Kingdom was powerful, there was no need to be concerned about the faces of others. Do it! Zhang Shu's mind moved. Black Impermanence's soul hooking rope had pierced through the peepa bones of the 500 little cold Republican spectators present in an instant. And in an instant, wails of agony echoed throughout the ring. But that wasn't the end of it. Only to see White Impermanence waving the wailing rod in his hand. The countless waves of air were like long invisible whips, lashing at these people's bodies, snapping and snapping with a bang, lashing their skin and flesh, and their blood soaked through their clothes. The scene. It caused all the spectators in the room to suck in a breath of cold air. Eagle Kingdom, it's over. The Dragon Kingdom player has gone crazy. He's full of killing now. We mustn't mess with him. Triumph Empire, to take the lives of 500 people in just one move. This Dragon Kingdom player is too ruthless. Tianju, Buddha blesses us. I hope that the killings of the Dragon Kingdom will never come to our Tianju Kingdom. And I ask Buddha to descend and wash the souls of the players of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the audience in Dragonland was a bit shocked for a moment. This hand of Zhang Shu makes me feel a little cruel. Cruel? Why, I don't think so. I think it's a good kill. Yes, that's right. How come we didn't think of cruelty at all when the Little Chill Republic killed our people earlier? That's how the Terror Ring is. Whoever is strong has the final say. And if Little Cold Republic is strong enough, even if they bring the butcher's knife down on me, I definitely won't be the least bit intimidated. Sacrificing the blood of 500 people to honor the departed souls of those who have died in our Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Shu is good. Dragon Nation has lost too many matchups in the Ring of Terror. The people of Dragonland, too, have seen too many Dragonland players die. They had long ago developed a killing heart in their minds. Thus, upon seeing Zhang Shu strike out at the audience of the Little Cold Republic, excluding a small number of people who felt shocked, the vast majority of people fully supported Zhang Shu. Scene, ghosts wailed and pleaded. Zhang Shu looked at the audience of the Little Cold Republic, being mercilessly slaughtered by the black and white irregulars, depriving them of their souls, and his heart was not half unhappy. Actually, those who were killed by the black and white, they are criminals who have committed crimes but, for various reasons, are still at large. Since the Republic of Shaohan has no way to punish these sinners, then let the Dragon Kingdom punish them for them. Also, from the very beginning, these people have been madly mocking the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they have not committed a sin, they should be punished. As the person in charge, Guan Jiho had dispatched his personnel to respond almost immediately the moment the black and white irregulars struck. But, these people in charge of security, among them, the most powerful was nothing more than an S-ranked horror summoner. In just one look, they were defeated by the black and white irregulars and stripped of their souls. The Dragon Kingdom. Well, today's revenge. I, the little cold republic, will remember it. From now on, we are enemies. Guan Jiho clenched his teeth as he rushed up, trying to use his physical body to block the massacre of the black and white infernal. But it was useless. With a mere wave of the black and white irregulars' big hand, a matchless strong wind blew Guan Jiho away, causing him to hit the wall heavily and spit out a mouthful of blood. But, Jiang Shu did not kill him. Kill me if you can. Guan Jiho's eyes widened in anger, his veins rippling with rage. Jiang Shu smiled contemptuously. Kill you? Are you kidding? I won't let you die so easily. I still need you to witness the second good show that's coming up. 500 little cold Republicans are dead. The scene would have fallen into silence. However, when they heard Jiang Shu say the second good show, the hearts of the crowd were once again raised to their throats, and even the heads of some countries had already begun to send out signals to their countries for help. A second good show? Guan Jiho's eyes instantly turned red. Haven't you killed enough? Do you have to let everyone die for you to be satisfied? Jiang Shu glanced at him. It's this time of the year, and you still don't forget to set up a public and righteous persona for yourself? I'm next. No killing. I just want to show a little video. Having said that, he moved out a huge virtual projector. Under his control, a virtual screen 20 meters long and 10 meters wide appeared above the ring, clearly visible to all. Didn't you guys claim that it was out of jealousy that we imprisoned the two Kim Woo-moons? Jiang Shu put the video on the screen. Next, please open your eyes and take a good look. Jin Rua and Duo. What exactly is the reason why they were imprisoned by my Dragon Kingdom? The words fell. The virtual screen appeared on screen instantly. In the middle of the scene, the two of them, Kim Roran and Park Young Rim, were crouching in the corner. In front of them was the tall figure of the detainer. See this scene. The remaining spectators of the Little Chill Republic had their hearts hanging in the air. What are they doing here? Guan Jiho vaguely had a bad feeling. It's over. The Dragon Kingdom does not honor its word, but actually released the video to the world. The video, soon to be sound. The sole detainer held the dagger in both hands and rubbed it back and forth. The ear-piercing sound of the blade rubbing echoed in the ring. Creepy. The two of them who were crouching in the corner, Kim Wak-un, made a sound when they saw this scene. Park Young Lin, I beg you to let me go. I will never dare to set foot in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom again. For the matter of killing innocent people in Ditsong City before, I have already deeply realized my mistake. I beg you to give me a chance to reform myself. All of this was arranged by our superiors. We were just following orders. We didn't even try to kill you Dragon Nation people. Park Young Rim was a person who was greedy and afraid of death. So the moment he saw the soul detaining ghost threatening his life, he instantly chose to beg for mercy, and also gave out a ton of information. Beside him, Jin Ruan had a little more backbone. Jin Ruan, if you have the ability, let your horses come. Even if you kill me, Little Chill Republic will definitely not let you go. From the moment I came to the Dragon Kingdom, I knew that I would most likely end up dead, but I have no regrets. All I hate now is that I didn't kill a few more innocent people to relieve my anger during my last mission. I may die today, but my soul will forever follow the Little Chill Republic, and sooner or later, I will see the great moment when the Little Chill Republic will defeat the Dragon Kingdom and even dominate the world. When they finish, the Detainer of Souls waved his big hand and fiddled with countless instruments of torture. For a while, the video became very bloody, and blood didn't stop flowing out of the two Kim Rohan's bodies, as their skin and flesh were peeled back and their bones were cracked. The gaps in the nails are filled with bamboo sticks, even the eyes, they are no longer intact. It's the detainer torturing them. It is also because of torture. Even Kim Woo-un, who was seen as having a backbone, was quickly defeated. They fell on their knees, begged for forgiveness, and told the whole story of what happened and how it happened. Some of the viewers who were kept in the dark also finally learned what happened and understood the truth because of this video. Don't eat the sour radish. This Little Chill Republicans are really too bad. Clearly they have promised not to launch terrorist attacks on any country, but as a result, they have even violated their promise and launched an attack on the city of Dakura in the Dragon Kingdom. Thanks to the fact that we were so supportive of them earlier, now it seems that we are completely being used as a gun. These cunning little cold Republicans. They will pay for this one day. Originally, I thought Jiang Shu was the devil, but now it seems that the real devil is Little Chill Republic. If I were Jiang Shu, after experiencing being mocked, slandered, and insulted earlier, the act I would commit would definitely not just be as simple as killing 500 little cold Republicans. I would let all of them die. Damn the little cold Republic. To use horrible things to practice invasion of other countries, isn't this against morality and ethics? A moment's effort. The attitude of the audience in each country changed drastically. From the initial hatred towards Jiang Shu, it transformed into understanding and approval. The worst person on the scene was Quan Jihao. Bastard. Damn Qin Xiaoming. Clearly agreed not to publish the video globally, but even went back on his word. All a bunch of liars. So much for that. All the personas he had previously set up were rendered useless, because in the eyes of the globe, it is he, Quan Ji-hu, who has created this situation today. If he hadn't sent Kim Ruo-in and Park Young-rim to attack the Dragon Kingdom, there wouldn't have been a raise in the back, and without the raise, Jiang Shu wouldn't have been furious, and the 500 little chill Republicans wouldn't have died. Equivalent. It was Quan Ji-hu who indirectly killed 500 Koan Republicans. The role that Jiang Shu filled in it was merely that of a Longhua man full of patriotic fervor. Because they could not tolerate the enemy's insults to the Dragon Kingdom, they had no choice but to rise up against it. It's easy to see at a glance who was more accessible to everyone. Wait, you guys wait, I will make you pay. Quan Jiho stared at Jiang Shu with cold eyes. However, Jiang Shu did not take these words of his to heart at all. He knew that with the urbane nature of the people of the Republic of Little Chill, he was afraid that Quan Jiho, the person in charge, would be deprived of his rights as soon as he returned to his country, and might even be murdered. And he was not surprised by it. After all, it's not the first time. To this point, the fourth matchup, a successful conclusion. The Dragon Kingdom reaped a total of $15 billion in compensation, counting the $3 billion that Quan Jiho had paid out earlier. The total was $18 billion. For this sum of money, the relevant departments of the Dragon Kingdom have long had arrangements in place. First, $1 billion to comfort the people who were hurt in the attacks. After that, the remaining $17 billion will be used to strengthen the country on matters related to the Ring of Terror. And the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom was not harmed in this showdown. There are even more people that are beginning to accept the Dragon Kingdom and recognize how powerful they are. What a show for us. The mysterious referee appears in the center of the ring, a hint of pleasure noticeable on his disembodied face. With the conclusion of this matchup, the score is now 5 o'clock in the Dragon Nation. In order for everyone to be able to pay more attention to the deadly battle, so I'm announcing a small additional reward. From now on, as the Dragon Kingdom terror objects level up, they will be able to summon more and more powerful terror objects. This statement was made. The whole audience was instantly hot. Horrible things level up to summon more horrible things. This reward, it's just too tempting. It strengthens more than just the individual. Rather, it is the strength of the nation. So far, excluding Jiang Shu, the strongest terrors in the Dragon Kingdom were still only B ranked. After this leveling up, 100% of the B ranks were elevated to A ranks, and could even leap to S ranks. SS ranks maybe. After all, the mysterious referee didn't specify how many levels were being raised. Plus, more horrors can be summoned. These brand new horrors would make the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom rise several steps. The spectators of the Dragon Kingdom were all showing excited expressions at this moment. The country's terrors were stronger, which was a great thing for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Is this the reward that belongs to the winner? It's just too rich. It was only that Jiang Shu, who had always been cautious, frowned slightly at this moment. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. From the last few matchups he's been in, he can be sure it is. The mystery referee is a strict rule follower. He would never do anything outside the rules. Now, giving the Dragon Kingdom some rewards in advance really goes against the principles he has always upheld. At that thought, Jiang Shu couldn't help but ask in his mind, Sister Xiodian, what's going on here? Why did this mysterious referee choose to give the Dragon Nation an early reward? Is there some kind of conspiracy behind this? As the figure fell, a mature, charismatic voice rang out, and in answer to his question, it was hi. The conspiracy is not. However, this time, the reward was not given by the mysterious referee. He was just doing a favor. A favor? What's that supposed to mean? Jiang Shu was a bit puzzled. She explained, in fact, from what I've discovered, the terror in the Dragon Kingdom is reviving, and the peak of the terror's revival will come after this showdown. At that time, all known horrors were upgraded in rank and still more horrors would be able to be summoned. I think the mysterious referee noticed this as well. And with your previous performance in the Ring of Terror, he appreciated how strong you were, so he did you a favor. So it is. Zhang Shu understood. That is to say, all of this now is what my Dragon Kingdom should have had, right? Well, it can be interpreted that way, she said, suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, by the way, after this terrorist recovery, you must establish a good relevant control organization. The original institution is no longer applicable. If you can, divide it according to the rank of the horrors, and they are graded and controlled, and tasks are dispatched every month and then paid for, so that they are not prone to mess up. To this, Zhang Shu thinks so too, he muttered in a low voice. Those who can summon horrors, we call them horror summoners. The organization responsible for managing these terrorist summoners, let's call it the Horror Summoners Guild. End of the fourth matchup. Considering Zhang Shu's need for rest, the preparation time this time was extraordinarily long, a full 12 hours. Dragon Nation, Center for Paranormal Research. Inside the council chamber, the combat captains of the 10 squads looked a little agitated. This was because, just a moment ago, Zhou Jingtian's terrorist thing level had been upgraded. From the previous B-rank devils, a leap of faith, became an A-class for tigers. Not only that, there were people all over the Dragon Kingdom who could summon horrors one after another, and the ones that could already summon horrors get a level up. The overall enhancement of the horrors, this is a heavenly good thing for our Dragon Kingdom. The captain of the 10th squad clenched his hands into fists. His terror's level had not been raised, but he had a vague feeling that it was close. It was close to being raised. It's a good thing that the strength has increased, but it also means that we need to devote more resources to the management of these terror summoners. Qin Xiaoming's always serious face also revealed an easing smile. There are still $17 billion left in the compensation for the Little Chill Republic, and this money is just enough to relieve our immediate needs. Also, let me tell you something first. The squad leaders present were quiet. Complex emotions flowed from Qin Xiaoming's eyes. Before long, the combat squad will be disbanded. As you know, the Dragon Kingdom is not what it used to be, and more terrors are appearing, and we need to take stronger measures to manage them. After deliberation it has been decided that we will establish the Horror Summoners Association, adopting a hierarchical division system. At that time, you may no longer have the same status as you have now. I hope people can understand. For this result, the captains in the room had actually been prepared for this. From the time Zhang Shu appeared in the Ring of Terror and led the Dragon Nation to win matchup after matchup, the captains are well aware that sooner or later they will lose their current position. It was bound to happen. Chief Qin, don't worry, we can understand. Yi Hong smiled and spoke. Ever since the terror ring descended, the country has been feeding us, and the people of the nation have pinned their hopes on us. Even when we failed in the Ring of Terror, the country and its people did not fail us. Over the years, we've also learned that with our strengths, we're simply not up to the task of holding this position, so we can understand. Zhou Zhangtian nodded. The captains present are not small-minded people, and everyone hopes in their hearts that the motherland can become stronger. Now, we can see our country getting stronger little by little, and our wish has been fulfilled. If the development of the country is delayed because a few of us are relying on this position to do nothing, then we will become 1,000 sins. You don't say. I feel hot ass in this chair now. Ha ha ha. As his words fell, the other captains present all burst out laughing at this moment. The heavy atmosphere of the scene lightened up. The other captains followed suit. They can understand. It's really understandable. There was not a drop, not even a hint of discomfort in the mind. Only, old Zhou, you think beautiful? What? Now you want to give up and run away? Not even close. Qin Xiaoming swept his eyes over the captains present and spoke with a smile. Don't worry, after the Terrorist Summoner Association is established, several of you, one of you will be counted as one. All of you won't be able to escape. All of you get into the trainers class for me, and train those newcomers properly. But don't forget that the country has trained you up not only to sell your lives, but more importantly, to pass on the spirit. This statement was made. The captains' noses snapped at almost the same moment. It turns out that the state is giving them a new mission. There is no intention to let them return home. I don't know why. Trainers are clearly a bad job. But a thrill of joy was born in the captains present. It's kind of fascinating to feel like you can add to the building of your country. Also, you have one more task before then. Qin Xiaoming handed out the information in his hand to the people present. I need you to make a tally of all the major regions of the country and take down all the information on all the terror summoners. The state has issued a circular on this matter, and the whole country is happy to cooperate with us. There are even quite a few people blocking the entrance to the Paranormal Research Center, saying they can't wait for me to register my information right now. Speaking of this, Qin Xiaoming cried and laughed. Zhou Zhangtian cautiously asked, Then where are these people now? We don't want to chill their hearts. Where else? Qin Xiaoming pointed to his watch. It's 12 noon now. I must have called them all in for lunch. You don't say. They're all pretty polite, and they even put lunch money in my pocket. It's damn similar to when I was a kid and refused red envelopes on New Year's Day. I couldn't even push them away, but I really don't want to take their money. One time, all the captains present were amused. That's the people of the Dragon Kingdom for you. So grounded no matter where you go. How is a group of people just like that not worth protecting? By the way, there's also the investigation into the death of the man in the restroom last time. Do you want to hear it, Joshua? Joshua? Qin Xiaoming shouted a few times and no one answered, so he turned his head to look at the. Ooh, it's all snoring. Looks really exhausted. Go get him a flower quilt to cover him. Some mysterious conference room, tightly closed curtains, pitch black, several heads of state, dressed in formal attire, were quietly waiting for something. What do you say? Will the head of the Makuma Kingdom come? Sakamoto Kawaii asked. John Hugh, the head of the Eagle Nation, clasped his hands over his chest, and with confidence in his eyes, don't worry, he will definitely come. And the price of not coming is something they can't afford in the Woolly Bear country. It's just that what I didn't expect is that your little chill republic is moving really fast. Only a few hours have passed since the duel, and you've changed to a new person in charge. He turned his gaze across the room to a middle-aged man in a purple suit with a 3/7 haircut. Guan Jiho, he has incurred the wrath of the public and is no longer fit to assume the position of head of the Little Chill Republic. The man in purple smiled and got up, a hint of gloom on his chiseled face. Hello everyone, my name is Lee Myung-hyuk. It's the new head of the Koan Republic, and I'm taking over the work previously handled by Guan Jiho. After saying that, he did not forget to smile and nod slightly to the heads of the countries present as a sign of politeness. The group of people in charge also responded with a few faint words and did not dwell too much on the issue. They had, now, more important things to do. John Hugh, about what you said, is it really feasible to have the Woolly Bear Nation play in the next showdown? Luvic, the head of the Triumph Empire, was a bit skeptical. You know, the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom has always been very good. Aren't you worried that the Woolly Bear Nation will surrender on purpose in a showdown? No, they won't. John Hugh narrowed his eyes and sneered. Though now that the Dragon Kingdom has risen to power, it can stay out of the way and grow alone without looking at other countries, but not he Woolly Bear Nation. They're not going to have a good time without us. Economy, resources, markets. Once the Woolly Bear Nation dares not to agree to go to war, or to surrender willfully, we will sanction them in these ways. In that case, for the sake of the country's consideration, the person in charge of his Woolly Bear country, even if he is no longer reluctant, will have no choice but to agree. And the Woolly Bear country and the Dragon country fight. Whichever side fails, it's good for us, and if we can lose both, then it's a happy ending for all. Words. The principals present at once looked deeply at John Hugh. This old Inbi, he's really tough. Knock, knock. Heavy footsteps sounded. Before he could see anyone, a muffled voice rang out from the doorway. Are you kidding me? Now at this time, even if you won't let me bring my bodyguard in, you want to confiscate my gun? What? Everyone's unarmed? You think I'm going to believe you? The sound of arguing resounded through the door. The crowd inside the conference room also stopped talking. Everyone knew that it was the head of the Woolly Bear Nation, Marcas, who had come. I'll be the one to talk to Marcas later. You guys just need to play along. John Hugh put the matter to rest, and the heads of the other nations nodded their heads, recognizing his approach. Soon the arguing stopped. Makasov straightened himself and strutted into the conference room. He's a 2-meter tall, 200-pound super strong man. Tight muscles were everywhere on his body, and the left side of his face had a lurid scar that added to his tough guy demeanor. He came to the negotiating table, drew out a chair casually and sat down. And, tell me, what is it that you wanted to see me about? Just to be clear beforehand, I know a lot of you don't like me, but if you want to kill me, I suggest you'd better stop doing it. I've brought 50 heavily armed soldiers here, and if anything happens to me, you're all sure to be shot to pieces. His behavior was big, if not unqualified and rude. But it was the same man who allowed the Hairy Bear Nation to take hold in the Ring of Terror and be worshipped by the nation. Besides, nor was his warning an empty one. There have been instances of assassinations of heads of state before. When you go out, try to figure out strangers with the utmost malice, especially strangers from other countries. Don't be rude like a landlubber. Marcas, this is where the heads of the countries talk about things, John Hugh said tersely. Countries? Markasov crossed his cold eyes. Cut the crap. Where's the Dragon Kingdom? How come I don't see the head of the Dragon Kingdom? This meeting, the Dragon Kingdom is not participating, Sakamoto Kawaii said. At those words, Markasva's face sank, and he had a premonition that there was the odor of a conspiracy. You guys can call me when the head of the Dragon Kingdom comes. When he finished, he got up and was about to leave. John Hugh, who was on the sidelines, frowned. Why was this man not following the rules at all? Where's the recklessness? Markasv, John Hugh exclaimed, if you don't want the people of the Woolly Bear Nation to suffer, I advise you that you had better hear what I have to say. Markasov's footsteps lurched as he slowly turned his head, a ruthless look appearing on his rugged face. What did you say? His aura, instantly powerful. The eyes were wide as if they were trying to kill. John Hugh was, after all, the head of Eagle Country, and his aura was equally not weak. This is a matter that concerns all of you in the Woolly Bear Country. Are you sure you don't want to sit down and listen? John Hugh looked up at Markasv. At that, Markasv exhaled heavily and sat back in his chair helplessly. Say, what the hell is going on? He alone can be capricious, but he's got a country behind him. He could not hand over the price of caprice to the state. Isn't that right? Sit down and talk it over. Could we do you any harm? John Hugh, with a look of sophistication, straightened his tie and spoke with a smile on his face. You know, Markasv, the Dragon Kingdom deathmatch is about to go to the 5th game. So far, the Dragon Kingdom has gained 5 points, and with 5 more points, they'll be through to the death. Markasv glanced at him with his arms folded over his chest and then what? Are you eagles ready to take the field and give the dragons another point? I didn't see that you guys are still good people. Don't look at him like a big man, but he's actually very good at yin and yang. John Hugh was so disliked by him that the organized language in his head was disrupted, and after a few moments' reprieve he continued, saying, I mean, could it be that you, the Woolly Bear Nation, want to see the Dragon Nation pass to its death, or what? No? Markasv asked. Don't look like you guys are on good terms now, but after the Dragon Kingdom passes the death battle and gets the rewards, they will definitely forget about everything right now, and no one will be able to help your Woolly Bear Kingdom at that time. John Hugh's tone became hard. Markasv waved his hand, with an impatient look of not wanting to talk to him about anything. Why do you guys care so much about the Eagle Kingdom? If you really want to care, please go and paint my toilet. It hasn't been painted for a week. Don't eat the sour radish. Markasv, what do you mean? Looking for a fight? John Hugh slammed the table and instantly stormed out. You think I'd be afraid of you? Markasv rolled up his sleeves, his eyes wide as brass bells. I advise you to talk about things quickly. Don't talk to me? Want to sow discord? No way. The situation became tense. A single match can set the house on fire. Eventually, with the persuasion of the other principals, John Hugh only let out a long breath, and especially calmed down emotionally at the sight of Markasva's arms, which were thicker than his own thighs. Okay, say something. John Hugh sat down on his butt. For the 5th matchup, after we discussed and decided that you, the Woolly Bear Nation, would be the one to fight. Who the hell did you discuss this with? How come I don't know about it in my furry bear country? Who gave you permission to make unauthorized decisions? Markasv was instantly displeased. The Dragon Kingdom and the Manhwa Kingdom can always be friends, and the Manhwa Kingdom is happy for the Dragon Kingdom to pass to death. They knew that with the Dragon Kingdom's consistent style, even if they passed the death battle and gained the rewards and became the strongest country in the world, they wouldn't forget to pull the Woolly Bear Country. So, Markasv has long made it clear that the Woolly Bear Nation will not be allowed to participate in the deadly war. This is a matter for all of us to decide. When the Dragon Kingdom initiates a deadly war, it is a global enemy, and you, the Woolly Bear Kingdom, as a part of it must contribute. If you don't agree, you're making an enemy of us. Don't forget that you, the Furry Bear Country, are not the Dragon Country, and you won't have a good time at all if you leave us. John Hugh's words were full of provocation. It's a naked threat. On a normal day, Markasov's fists would have already greeted him, but this time, it's very different. What the other side is threatening is the entire population of Woolly Bear Country and even Woolly Bear Country. Markasv also knew that although the Woolly Bear Nation looked powerful, it wasn't able to do what the Dragon Nation did without looking at other countries. They are, by definition, constrained, mouthing off about the Dragon Kingdom being sinister. I think the most sinister people are you. Markasv, after much consideration, could only finally and helplessly open his mouth and agree that alright, for the 5th matchup, I, the Furry Bear Nation, will fight. John Hugh nodded and cautioned. No active surrender allowed. Could be. Markasv glanced disdainfully at John Hugh. Won't let me surrender on my own accord. Won't I just let it go on purpose? Really, can I really be taken by you guys? Also, no running away from the battle on any pretext. Could be. Also, it's not allowed to abandon the duel in the middle for any reason. Could be. It is not permitted to tell the Dragon Kingdom of the horrors of your appearance. Could be. John Hugh breathed a sigh of relief. With so many requests granted, it seemed that this Marcas wasn't as rigid as he thought he was. There's one last requirement. The grade of the horrors your woolly bear nation puts up for battle must be SSSS grade. With a thud, Markasov pulled a gun out of his pocket and slammed it down hard on the table. I don't know if the terror is SSS ranked, but old me's marksmanship is SSS ranked. One bullet in your head and the blood won't even splatter on me. Believe it or not? Rage. His eyes were filled with rage. It was fine to have demands, but asking them to battle SSS ranked terrors was excessive. John Hugh also understood this, and as he looked at Markasva's ferocious face, he dared to say that if he insisted on letting his opponent fight the SSS ranked horror, this Marcas would definitely shoot. Having no choice but to make concessions, John Hugh, okay, SSS rank is not needed, but the last time we faced off against the Little Chill Republic the one who fought was a quasi-SSS rank. You guys should at least send out SSS rank terrors, otherwise there's a suspicion of watering down. Marcas didn't say anything, just got up and left on his own. SS level. The Dragon Kingdom should be able to handle it. Dragon Nation. Center for Paranormal Research. Qin Xiaoming, who was discussing things, suddenly received an incoming call from Marcas. Answer. Marcas, what's the matter? Qin Xiaoming asked, sounding like an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Markasva's voice rang out from his cell phone, and immediately afterward, he told Qin Xiaoming what had happened earlier. One by one, the latter's face gradually became gloomy. The captains present noticed the change. Zhou Zhangtian was puzzled. Chief Qin, did something happen? Qin Xiaoming took the cell phone down. His eyes suddenly became gloomy and, these damn bastards, they're forcing the Woolly Bear Nation to fight in the next deathmatch duel, even using the entire population of Woolly Bear Country as a threat. A struggle at the national level, to the extent of holding the people to ransom. This kind of behavior, what is the difference between a villain and a villain? The Furry Bear Country is not like our Dragon Country. They still need to rely on other countries to survive. Yi Chou Hong sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. I have already reported this matter to the higher-ups, and we will increase our efforts to help each other with the Manhwa Kingdom, and at that time, the Manhwa Kingdom won't have to be subjected to others. As the head of the Dragon Kingdom terrorist ring, the power Qin Xiaoming possessed was not small. It's just going to take some time. That's why this matchup is so important that we have to fight the Woolly Bear Nation. The captains present were deeply helpless. Zhou Zhangtian asked, the horrible thing they came out with is? SS rank. As to what it is, Markasv didn't tell me. Qin Xiaoming said, but Markasov said that in this matchup, they'll look for a chance to let loose and let us win this matchup. But even if we let it go, we can't make it too obvious. So our horrors need to be strong enough. Not only that, but for the sake of friendship between the Woolly Bear Nation and my country, it would be best if there were no casualties on either side. The words fell. The eyes of the entire room looked toward Zhang Shu. This youth, who was lying on the table and sleeping soundly under a flower quilt, slowly raised his head, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and smiled. Don't worry everyone, there are still more terrors I can summon. Even if I challenge all the terrors in all the countries, there will still be quite a few left, and the horrors I summon are absolutely controllable and won't go wrong. Don't worry. He was woken up early, then listening to everyone's conversations. It was also clear what was about to be faced. Also, Chief Qin, please tell the person in charge of the Woolly Bear Country that there's actually no need to let go of the water. Just treat this duel as a friendly sparring match. They're not fools in Eagle Country, and even the most seamless show can be flawed. So why not just have a painful battle? In this way, the Woolly Bear Nation will not be sanctioned by other countries. Zhang Shu's eyes were filled with confidence. His voice was loud and fell into the ears of all the captains present. Even Markasov, who was still on the line, could hear it clearly. An extremely appreciative expression appeared on Qin Xiaoming's face. Good, let's do as you say. He picked up his cell phone. How about it, Marcas? Did you do what Zhang Shu said? Qin Xiaoming asked. Across the room, Marcas laughed out loud, recognition in his voice. Ha 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 ha, I really didn't expect it. Every one of you Dragon Nation people are talented. In your words, I really tread on you to deal with you. Even at this juncture, you still think about our Woolly Bear Country. You guys have made a worthwhile friend. Alright, let's do it according to what little friend Zhang Shu said. Just to be clear in advance, the horrors of my Furry Bear Country are very scary, so don't cry when the time comes. Oh, ha 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 ha. Qin Xiaoming also laughed and joked. You'd better wash your ass and wait to be kicked by our horrible thing. Ha ha. Time passes. In the twinkling of an eye. Only the last hour remains before the fifth showdown begins. Because this matchup was the Dragon Kingdom versus the Manhwa Kingdom, Qin Xiaoming showed his respect for the Manhwa Kingdom by appearing in person after a long time. Before that, Qin Xiaoming told Zhang Shu about the previous investigation into the death of the man in the toilet. Regarding the dead man they found in the restroom last time the detainer ghosts were there. The cause of his death was, well, a little strange. Qin Xiaoming stood in the spectator seat, leaned against the fence, and silently lit a cigarette. Something fishy? Zhang Shu was puzzled. How is it fishy? Based on the intelligence we have, it appears that the man was not killed, but committed suicide. Suicide? Zhang Shu froze. According to the information Captain Zhou and the others brought back, that man died in a strangely mutilated state, with all the flesh on his body being cut off with a single knife, and no anesthetic was administered halfway through. Is this really suicide? Qin Xiaoming is also very puzzled by this. According to reason, even if it is suicide will not choose this cruel way. The pain is their own. Unlikely, but true. What is certain, though, is that there was something wrong with his suicide? Not in the traditional sense, but more like some kind of rite of atonement. Something like religion or something. Said, he turned his cell phone on and pulled up a video. The scene in the video is a hallway of an abandoned mall, and the man, holding a rectangular object wrapped in a black cloth, walks into the restroom without hesitation. From the video footage, the man is emotionally stable, with a calm face and no look of panic in his eyes. It also means that he knows what he's going to do, but there is no fear of that. That's not the look of someone who's about to commit suicide. See what he's holding in his hand, the one wrapped in black cloth. Judging from the shape and the exposed edges, it should be a mirror. Qin Xiaoming pointed to the object in the man's hand. What I suspect is that this mirror is what made him kill himself, and we did a full search of the mall and didn't find the mirror, so I'm reinforcing my suspicions. Mirror, atonement, suicide, obedience. A series of information instantly popped up in Zhang Shu's mind, and he knew exactly what Qin Xiaoming was trying to convey. Chief Qin, you're trying to say that the mirror, it's likely to be something horrible, right? Qin Xiaoming nodded. Although I've never heard of an item being able to turn into a thing of terror, the ring of terror has descended, and nothing is impossible nowadays. I'm worried now that the mirror, perhaps, will kill more people. Zhang Shu pondered for a while and asked, what are the characteristics of the dead man? There are no distinguishing features, just a very ordinary, normal person. Qin Xiaoming cupped his chin and thought for a moment and added, by the way, if I have to say, he's an absconding criminal who killed someone many years ago. Murderer? Is that mirror specialized in helping the Dragon Kingdom punish criminals? Zhang Shu shook his head. The evidence was not conclusive enough. It was better not to speculate wildly. Looked at the time. The last minute is left until the start of the showdown. Qin Xiaoming gazed in the direction where the Eagle Kingdom seat was located. Where? Sakura Country, Triumph Empire, Little Cold Republic, and so on. The heads of these countries had gathered together and were looking at Qin Xiaoming with a teasing expression. Qin Xiaoming snorted coldly. Hee. Look at their sinister faces. They definitely didn't hold their farts. I wish I could go over there and scold them. Zhang Shu waved his hand. The power of words is ultimately a bit weak. It's better to hit them hard in the face with practical actions. The showdown begins. I'm up first. Game 5 of the Dragon Kingdom Deathmatch. It's official. In the center of the ring, the figure of the mysterious referee reappeared. Only, this time, instead of wearing a black robe, he had changed into a scarlet trenchcoat, with a hood covering his entire head, and a green-faced mask on his face. The costume made him lose the mystery he had earlier, but had more of an intuitive visual impact of terror. Now, the fifth duel begins. Please enter both players. The mysterious referee gave an order. Zhang Shu appeared in the ring of terror. Immediately afterward, in the direction of the woolly bear country, a beautiful woman with a delicate figure walked out. She was tall, with a pair of slender thighs that looked extraordinarily well-proportioned and wonderful under the black silk. A pair of eyes pure like water, high nose, delicate red lips. She had her hands in her pockets, a khaki-colored trench coat and blonde hair fluttering valiantly in the breeze. In the eyes of the entire audience like wolves, she took a graceful step and quickly came to the center of the ring, stretching out her hand to Zhang Shu, a pair of beautiful eyes full of good intentions. Hello, my name is Valentina. Nice to meet you. Zhang Shu returned a smile, not feeling rushed because the other party was a beautiful woman, and casually reached out his hand to shake it. Hello, my name is Zhang Shu. Please teach me more. The atmosphere of the scene, plain and harmonious. There was no saber rattling like the previous duels. This scene was a refreshing change of pace for the audience, especially in the woolly bear country and the dragon country, because the seats were next to each other. Several old brothers even picked up peanut beers and started drinking and chattering, as if they had seen their friends. Bastard! Hasn't this dragon country player always been ruthless? How is it that you show so much humility and courtesy when facing a player from the woolly bear nation? Is it me? Little Chill Republic. Who is unworthy? The person in charge, Lee Myung-hyuk, was very upset in his heart. The remaining few in charge had given him a look like a fool. Gotta. Looks like the new head of the Little Chill Republic is another douchebag. Yu Xiaohangmin launched an attack of horrible things on the Dragon Kingdom and threatened to kill people as soon as you got on the stage. So who gave you guys a good face? Now I'm worried about whether or not the Makuma Kingdom will go all out in this showdown. Sakamoto Kawaii was worried. On the side, John Hugh clasped his hands to his chest, revealing a hint of gloom. Don't worry, they will, said. John Hugh was seen to take out of his pocket a card of brilliant gold, and whirling about he exclaimed, I, Eagle Nation, am willing to use the reward card for this matchup. His voice was loud, especially with the proliferation of special broadcasts that reached the ears of every viewer. Everyone present had their eyes wide open. Reward cards. Effect, after using it, a random reward will be drawn, and both dueling sides will receive this random reward no matter who achieves victory. Of course, there are good and bad random rewards, which could be money, resources, or a horrible thing level up. There are all sorts and sorts of things, but what the crowd didn't understand was that the two sides in this showdown were the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom, who could both be the Eagle Kingdom's explicit rivals. What is the purpose of this John Hugh doing this? Was it a brain fart? Or have you come to your senses and are joining the Dragon family? The audience was puzzled, and there was even an Eagle Nation viewer who called John Hugh a waste. However, Qin Xiaoming and Zhang Shu instantly understood John Hugh's purpose. He's going to sow discord. In John Hugh's opinion, as long as the lucrative rewards were extracted, the Woolly Bear Country and the Dragon Country would inevitably engage in a duel to the death. And in this way the purpose of stirring up trouble would be reached. If the reward drawn was extraordinary, then his loss would be nothing more than a small reward card. Another hard shot. In the ring, the mysterious referee's eyes flashed brightly as, oh, bonus cards. It looks like Eagle Nation is trying to add some color to this matchup. In that case, let's see what this extracted reward actually is. With a wave of his big hand, the reward card in John Hugh's hand felt like it was alive and instantly flew into his hand. And then, the mysterious referee threw the reward card towards the sky, and along with a bright golden light flashing, a super turntable appeared in the center of the ring. The pointer kept turning, and rewards kept slipping under the pointer. 1 billion Dragon Nation coins, 1 year of unlimited oil resources, 1 year of unlimited coal resources, 3 years of unlimited water resources, 1 Dragon Nation coin, 1 kitten, all sorts of weird rewards. Eventually, the hands slowed down. In plain sight, it stopped at a very, very small, if not imperceptible, bonus area. It wasn't until the mysterious referee used his means to zoom in on the area that the crowd was able to see the rewards clearly. However, the moment they saw the reward, everyone was shocked. John Hugh, in particular, was so angry he could have spit blood. Crap nigga, a SSS ranked terror. I don't know who shouted. The emotions of the audience present were instantly ignited. SSS level of horror. Strategic national weapons. Possessing one is enough to gain a foothold in the ring of terror and even change the course of the country's situation. But now, it has become the reward for this duel. What I'm sure of is that they're numb now in Eagle Country, giving away SSS-ranked terrifying things. Is this the fucking pattern of the Eagle Kingdom? Ha 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 ha. It's really killing me with laughter. I'm afraid the head of the Eagle State is now repenting in his gut. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom, at once, erupted with gloating sounds. John Hugh listened to a taunt, and it was not pleasant, especially when he saw the reward of that SSS-ranked terrifying thing. His heart was dripping blood. Fark. Fark, fark, cursing 3 expletives in a row. John Hugh might have wanted to jump off and kill himself if it wasn't for the railing holding him back. Sakamoto Kawaii, who was at the side, hurriedly consoled. Calm down, calm down. Even though you guys lost a chance to obtain a SSS rank terrifying object, the reward is enough to make the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom tear their faces apart. So don't panic, we've accomplished our purpose anyway. Sakamoto Kawaii was on cloud 9. After all, it wasn't their reward card that was lost. Fark, if I had known that there were SSS-ranked horrors in the reward card, I wouldn't have messed around with it. John Hugh breathed heavily, forcing down his anger. Forget it, they rely on luck anyway. If we were the ones to use it we wouldn't necessarily be able to draw SSS-ranked horror. To be able to turn the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom from friends to enemies, my purpose has been achieved. He could only make excuses for himself. Sakamoto Kawaii and the other country heads nodded on the sidelines. Yes, yes, yes. It's good that you can think that way. And during their conversation, the Dragon Nation audience and the Woolly Bear Nation audience also became quiet. They looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment they were at a bit of a loss. To be sure, everyone didn't want to turn into enemies because of SSS-ranked horrors, but they're spectators. They don't get to say anything, they have to see what the players on the field do with it. For a time, the hearts of the audience were lifted up. SSS class terrifying things, the gold content of this reward was just too great. In the ring, Zhang Shu, who was feeling the gaze of the entire crowd, shook his head bashfully. With him, there is no shortage of horrors in the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, the Woolly Bear Nation is lacking in this area. So, isn't it just a SSS ranked terror? Win or lose, just give it to the Woolly Bear Nation. It's not like there hasn't been a humbling of rewards. There's no need to damage the friendship between the two countries over this. With this thought in his mind, Zhang Shu was ready to open his mouth. However, before Zhang Shu could open his mouth, Valentina, who was on the side, suddenly raised her hand, smiled and looked at the Dragon Kingdom seat with a resolute tone. And, Valentina, on behalf of the Woolly Bear Nation, hereby pledge, in this duel, win or lose, this rewarded SSS ranked terrifying thing belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. The decision that I have made is the decision of the nation and the people. Don't even think about a SSS ranked horror coming to ruin the friendship between our two countries. Her voice was high-pitched. It's like a ringing injunction. All the spectators in the room instantly became quiet. The audience in some countries showed shocked, incomprehensible expressions. They weren't sure exactly what Valentina's point was in doing this. To give up a SSS ranked terror for the sake of the so-called friendship of a country. Such an approach was simply incomprehensible in their eyes. What are the Woolly Bear country players doing? They actually just gave up on this reward? Is this really worth it? The so-called friendship is nothing but vanity. And this SSS class terror is a real strategic weapon for the country. I think this group of people from the Mao Bear country are just simple-minded and four-limbed. Such a good opportunity has been wasted. There will be a time for them to cry in the future. Giving away SSS ranked horrors? This is something a normal person can do? Don't understand. Don't recognize, don't agree. This kind of player placed in our little chill republic. That's a sinner that all the people will verbally attack. It's the same in my kingdom of heaven. I can't figure out what the hell the Woolly Bear Nation is thinking. The audience expressed extreme displeasure with Valentina's approach. There were even loud insults shouted from the floor that Valentina was just a brainless fool. However, she took it all in stride and made an international friendly gesture by sticking out her middle finger at the abusive audience. She didn't care what these viewers thought. She only cares about the Woolly Bear Nation and Dragon Nation audiences. She believes, the people you care about will speak for you. Fruity, the moment they heard someone insulting Valentina, someone from the Woolly Bear country and the Dragon country immediately got up and disliked her back. Grass Nima, who gave you guys permission to curse indiscriminately? You really think that I, Rokoku, don't know how to spray people? Don't you? A bunch of shameless stupid shit. It's her own business what she wants to do. What are you guys accusing Nima of here? I should have thrown you stinking sons against the wall back then. Bunch of asshole things. Eat shit you guys. As opposed to the nationalist bombardment of the dragons, the Woolly Bear Nation audience is a lot simpler and rougher. Bunch of idiots don't pussyfoot around. Our country's players don't need you to tell them what to do. Shut your mouths. Valentina is one of us from the Woolly Bear Nation, and by her behavior, she represents us from the Woolly Bear Nation. So who are you to accuse her? It really gives you face, doesn't it? Come. The people from Sakura Nation and Little Cold Folk Nation who screamed the most just now. Come over here if you have the ability. Let's see whether or not I can blow your heads off with a single punch. What are you looking at us for? Not convinced? Come and fight if you can. Let's see who's the weakling. My players are not allowed to accuse anyone except us. You guys are not qualified. Come and fight if you don't want to. What's the point of calling someone a girl? Protecting the calf. This is a very well-known trait of the people of the Woolly Bear Nation. There is also the characteristic of having exceptionally hard fists, and living in a cold environment for years. Their bodies are strong beyond that of ordinary people. Each one of them was as strong as a bear, and a punch to the face of the Sakura Nation and the Koan Nation would guarantee that they wouldn't be able to utter a single cry, because they would die straight away. And the Dragon Nation audience who saw this scene was in awe of Valentina and the Woolly Bear Nation audience. It's true, Big Brother is still the same Big Brother he once was, although he had changed his name and appearance now. The closeness to the Dragon Kingdom in his bones still hadn't changed at all. Just from this behavior of Valentina, they could give up SSS-ranked horrors for the sake of friendship between the two countries. This pattern, this friendship, is rare in the world. For a while, Zhang Shu was a bit touched. And make a vow in your heart. After this showdown, the SSS-ranked horrors will surely be handed over to the Furry Bear Nation, and no one will be able to stop them when they come. Some people are happy and some people are sad. John Hugh, the head of the Eagle Nation, was now blue in the face with anger. Just now, he even spat out a mouthful of old blood because of the rush of fire. Fark, fark, fark. Damn the furry bear country. Damn the dragon country. Why don't they tear their faces off for the SSS rank terrifying thing? Even if they didn't tear their faces off, why do I get the feeling that their relationship has even gotten better? Is this reasonable? Is this something a decent country could do? John Hugh, who had always been headstrong and dictatorial, simply could not understand that there was a bond of love between the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom. All he could do now was impotent rage, as well as remorse. After all, his reckoning, it fell through, and also generously sent out a SSS class horror. When they return to their home countries, they will surely be scolded by public opinion. Ring center. In response to Valentina's approach, the mysterious referee asked again are you sure that, win or lose, you'll give the SSS rank terror to the Dragon Kingdom? Valentina sounded determined. Yes, I'm sure. Well, in that case, I won't try to persuade you any further. The mysterious referee waved his big hand, and his figure gradually disappeared into the ring, leaving behind only a nebulous duel. Begin. The figure fell. Valentina smiled at Zhang Shu and nodded her head. Woolly Bear Nation. Valentina. The horror SS ranked witch Baba Yaga, kindside. Baba Yaga the witch. This is a witch from the folklore that has been passed down in the Woolly Bear country for thousands of years. Legend has it that the sorceress Baba Yaga originated from some mystical religion, and that she possesses the ability to control nature, and even has two distinct personalities, one with a good side and one with an evil side. Of course, even the good side of her possesses extremely powerful strength, and when she was previously dueling with the Eagle Kingdom's spider mannequin, she stiffly broke the other side's 8 legs in an extremely bloody scene. It left an unforgettable psychological shadow on the audience. Kindness, too, depends on the opponent. The kind side of Baba Yaga. Zhang Shu smiled placidly. Sure enough, the Woolly Bear country had still let the cat out of the bag when it came to choosing horrors. As Valentina's voice fell, with her at the center, the originally bright ring was suddenly shrouded in a mist, and the visibility of the scene dropped dramatically. All around, it became unusually cold, and in the ring, withered branches grew wildly, their roots like fangs and claws of demons, coiling wildly on the ground. Trees that were originally withered, in just a few seconds, actually possessed a height of dozens of meters, and each one of them was just like a building in the city, and when you raised your head, you could not see the sky at all. The scene was transformed into an eerie black forest, and unseen by the crowd. Thump, 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 the sound of a giant object stepping on the earth rang out, and each sound was accompanied by the ground shaking. The audience in the room held their breath and stared intently at the source of the sound, the unreadable, shadowy place that brought them endless trepidation and uneasiness. John Hugh, in the Eagle Country seat, is also coming around. Yes, that's the horror. The Woolly Bear Nation, they can't afford to let go in this matchup, so as long as the Dragon Nation loses this matchup, my plan isn't a failure. He's like the little man who can't be beaten. Full of confidence again. In plain sight, a loud noise is approaching. Suddenly, from the eye-covering mist, people saw a pair of eyes with red light, and upon closer inspection, this pair of eyes was actually more than 2 meters tall, and then, more of the true form began to reveal itself. A pair of giant-like feet stretched out of the mist, and then the huge figure broke through the mist and appeared in front of the crowd in an eerie appearance. Is it a cabin monster with legs, doors for mouths, windows for eyes, no arms, and offensive bones tied around the perimeter of the cabin with darkened flesh and blood remaining? And the pair of mountain-like thighs were particularly bluff, as if they could trample all the roadblocks in the world. Baba Yaga was hunched and bony. One of her eyes, cold and deep in its socket, had a mouthful of sharp, metallic glowing copper teeth. Holding a broom, she looked like a demon in the night, sitting silently at the mouth of the cabin monster, releasing a warning of terror and danger. Baba Yaga the witch, and her cabin monster. Valentina looked at Zhang Shu triumphantly. Zhang Shu, don't let me down. Baba Yaga, the legendary witch. Zhang Shu frowned slightly. This duel can't be as casual as the previous one. The horrors selected should respect the opponent but not kill them in seconds. For a while, Zhang Shu was also a little difficult. It is easy to find a powerful terrorist thing, but it is really a little difficult to find a equivalent to the other party that is not that strong. Good on, Kung Fu. As Zhang Shu's mind was immersed in the Chinese horror tome, a frighteningly low voice rang out. Excuse me, could you paint a pair of eyes for me? This statement was made. Zhang Shu quickly flipped the Chinese horror codex open. When he looked at the horrible thing that made the sound, his originally tightly frowned brows finally relaxed. It's not easy to find a comparable strength, but, as long as I give enough respect, it shouldn't work out any worse. With a thought, he selected the horror ring center. In the dense, shadowy black forest, Baba Yaga was sitting at the mouth of the cabin freak and was moving a little closer to Zhang Shu. The dead branches around them also continued to diffuse towards Zhang Shu as they advanced. Seeing the situation, Valentina hurriedly gave a reminder. Zhang Shu, where's your terror? Zhang Shu did not respond to her at first, but only counted silently in his mind. 1987, 65, 43, 2, 1. Here we go. Zhang Shu's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a scarlet dragon scroll that was 100 feet high coalesced in front of him, and it was interspersed with paper that looked like it was made of flesh skin, as well as a piece of scale that looked like it was pitch black. They were as if they possessed life, and under the blowing of the scarlet tornado, they converged frantically towards the bottom, like three-dimensional puzzles. From the feet, then the legs, up to the waistband chest, and finally ahead. The parchment in scales spelled out a 10-meter-tall humanoid creature at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was said to be humanoid, but it had sharp-hooked claws on its feet, sharp barbs on its small elbows, and especially its head, which looked like a hedgehog, full of spikes growing backward, with a pair of small antlers on top of its head. It was shaped like a human, but it has physical features that resemble a dragon? Parchment zappers? Nope. Parchment tie dragon man. Upon closer inspection, it's still a papier-mâché dragon man with no point of eyes, and the moment it appeared, it kept repeating in eerily low voice in its mouth that, "Excuse me, could you draw me a pair of eyes? Excuse me, could you draw me a pair of eyes?" At this moment, the spectators of the other countries all felt evil at the horrible thing that Zhang Shu had summoned. Baka, what the hell is this? It's a dragon, not a dragon. It's a human, not a human. Is this some kind of unlikable monster? Its limbs and body shape are human-like, but it is covered in scales and, upon closer inspection, a pair of antlers. Could it be that this is a monstrous humanoid species that has mutated because of some kind of disease? Ashy bar. It looks disgusting. There's no fight in this look. Ha ha ha. So it seems that this duel will definitely be won by the furry bear country. Two countries that are on good terms with each other. But now the other side has broken their own deadly streak. TSK 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 TSK. It sounds ironic. I have a question though. Why don't the horrors summoned by the Dragon Kingdom players have eyes? Was the summoning so hasty that you even forgot to bring your eyes out the door? Ha ha ha. These viewers, Sakura Nation and Little Korea Nation, almost brainlessly sprayed Dragon Nation. They just can't see the Dragon Kingdom becoming powerful. Even if the Dragon Kingdom horror was stronger and had a spectacular appearance, they would still be mindlessly spraying it. Only the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, the moment they saw the parchment-tied dragon appear, a surge of excitement welled up in their hearts. Wait, I have a memory of this horror. It's our intangible cultural heritage, the paper-tied dragon. Only, with the different materials of the paper used, this parchment-tied dragon now becomes a terrifying thing, and I can intuitively feel that its strength is terrifying. Isn't this nonsense? Throughout the ages, but anything that is connected to dragons, even if it is weak, where can it be weak? Only, this paper dragon isn't like the traditional ones. It's not really a paper dragon. It's more like a dragon man, or an eyeless draconian. Crap, when you say that, I damn well remember an illusion. It is said that when the paper tie masters make the paper tie people, they won't give them a point of eyes. Otherwise the paper tie people will become very evil, as if they are alive and have the ability to communicate with the yin and the yang. It's very eerie and horrifying. Apart from this illusion, I don't know if you've heard of painting a dragon and dotting its eyes. It is rumored that once you dot the eyes of a dragon in a painting, it will break away from the shackles of the mortal world and become a true dragon that controls the wind and rain and soars to the 9 heavens. Paper tie people cannot point the eyes. Painted dragons cannot point the eyes. Paper tie dragon people seek eyes? Nima, the more I think about it, the more scary I feel. Damn, goosebumps all over the place. I can't even imagine how scary it would be if they actually painted the eyes. Hiss on this paper dragon man. Humph, what a coward. I dare to think it all, but I don't dare to look, because the horror culture of the Dragon Kingdom has begun to revive, so the audience present can remember the Chinese horror gradually become more and more, but that creates a very delicate situation. Horror culture knows better. The horrible thing, summoned by Zhang Shu, is even more afraid. Those who don't know have no fear. What a true statement that is. And just as the entire audience was still holding various different attitudes towards the terrifying thing summoned by Zhang Shu, only, Baba Yaga rode her broomstick and flew up to the parchment-tied dragon, a regal smile emerging from her horrifyingly twisted face. The giggle. What a cute kid. For cute kids, I granted a little wish. What is your wish? Baba Yaga looked at the parchment-tied dragon with genuine gentleness in her eyes. Actually, it's her usual killing trick. First, in a gentle way, promise each other a wish. If the other's wish is too greedy, Baba Yaga will brutally kill him and make a fence of his bones around the cabin monster. Words. The parchment Zarin slowly raised his head and looked at Baba Yaga with empty orbs. Excuse me, could you paint a pair of eyes for me? Its voice, without a trace of emotion, was like an emotionless repeater that kept repeating the phrase. Baba Yaga shuddered slightly, then broke into a smile and, isn't it just a pair of eyes? I can certainly draw them for you, said. She used the end of her broom as a pen, and the vial of blood hanging from her waist as ink, and drew a pair of eyes for the paper-tied dragon man. A pair of bloodshot eyes. The Dragon Country audience who saw this scene almost sucked in a breath of cool air at the same time. Their bodies were trembling, and fear as well as anticipation appeared on their faces. They know, once the eyes are painted, the paper-tied dragon, about to break free from its shackles and reveal its true form, something horrible is going to happen. The Dragon Nation audience stared intently at the ring. They were scared, but they also wanted to witness, once again, the Dragon Nation terror in full force. Roar! Fruity, with Baba Yaga painting a pair of bloodshot eyes on a paper zigzag dragon, a shocking change suddenly descended upon the paper tie dragon. The skin, made of parchment, began to combine at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the large and small cracks that had been left behind gradually disappeared. The sky was surging with winds and clouds, and a large swathe of black clouds coalesced into a huge vortex above the 9 heavens, and from the vortex, a pillar of black and red light descended straight through the heavens and the earth, instantly enveloping the entire body of the paper tie dragon. Its body, at a speed that transcended the laws of biological evolution, began to grow. 20 meters, 30 meters, until 100 meters. A pair of antlers also rapidly metamorphosed into a pair of dragon horns that could pierce through space. Its blood eyes glowed with a boundless and endless blood aura, as if it had come from dipping in a 10,000-foot pool of blood, and every time the pitch-black scales on its body became sturdy and incomparable. Under the shroud of the black and red pillar of light, the papier-mâché dragon is undergoing a metamorphosis, detachment from the world, breaking the shackles, with an extremely arrogant and handsome posture of the gods rocking up, tearing open the space and shaking the heavens. In just one breath, the paper tie dragon even directly penetrated the clouds and came above the 9 heavens. The atmosphere at the scene became heavy and depressing. It was as if some great terror was descending. This time, not only the terror ring, but even within the Dragon Kingdom, it was clear to see. In the midst of the crowd, a little girl suddenly pointed her finger to the sky and cried out in surprise, saying, "Mom, I see dragons." At this moment, the people around them instantly raised their heads. Upon seeing the behemoth slowly descending from the sky, everyone instantly had goosebumps. Beneath a dimly lit firmament, a huge body slowly landed. It was hundreds of meters long, with majestic dragon horns and a pair of blood-red eyes that were extremely majestic, as if the 5 claws as hard as steel were strong and powerful. It was incredibly handsome. Between one breath and one inhalation, there seemed to be bursts of thunder explosions, and when the body moved, it was accompanied by pitch-black air currents and lightning. It was pitch black, with a rolling aura of death lingering around it, and large swaths of bloodstains remaining under its black scales. Its appearance made this side of the sky bear an oppressive force that should not be borne. Looking down out of the corner of its eye, it was like the monarch of this heaven and earth, revealing 4 big words all the time. King's Landing. Papier-mâché dragon man? No, it had now become a true dragon. To be precise, it was a corporeal true dragon. At this moment, the entire Dragon Nation audience stood in awe, their pupils trembling and an indescribable joy welling up on their faces. Dragons! It's really a fucking dragon. It's really freed itself from the shackles of the papier-mâché and has become a dragon that soars through the heavens and earth. Ha 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 ha. In my lifetime, I can see a dragon. Although this dragon looks a bit fierce and horizontal, this is a real dragon. How can it work if it's not a bit fierce and horizontal? What did I just say? What Zhang Shu summoned is not an ordinary paper-tied dragon at all. Once you give it eyes, the allusions to paper-tied people and drawing dragons with eyes will come true. The spectators of the Woolly Bear Country on the side were equally shocked in their hearts the moment they saw the corpse-wrecked true dragon. I really didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom would send such a powerful terror against us. You know, in the Dragon Kingdom, dragons are their proudest existence, and although this dragon in front of us isn't a 5-clawed golden dragon, it's just as much a true dragon. On its body, a disturbing aura emerged. We are tens of thousands of meters away from it, but we can still feel its power. Just looking at it is breathtaking. Such a powerful and terrifying thing. The Dragon Kingdom could clearly save it to summon in other duels, but why would they summon it in this one? Respect us? Of course. Using a country's divine beasts to fight against us is really too much of a favor. In this duel, even if my hairy bear country loses, it will still be convincing. Losing at the hands of a true dragon isn't humiliating at all. Alright, compared to the countries in the previous matchups. The spectators of the Manhwa kingdom were then very rational, and they had actually long understood that the Manhwa kingdom would definitely lose to the Dragon Kingdom in this duel. But to their surprise, the Dragon Kingdom also gave them plenty of respect. This is the true friendship of a great nation. Zhang Shu looked toward Valentina and asked with a smile, "How was it? My horror didn't disappoint you, did it?" "No, no." Looking up at the behemoth in the sky, the corners of Valentina's mouth twitched slightly. It was more than not letting her down. That's just way too high on her, okay? Just this corpse skeleton true dragon that was hundreds of meters long and called the wind and rain at every turn. Go ahead and fight it with your head. You think too highly of my Baba Yaga. Spiteful as she was, Valentina could still understand Zhang Shu's intentions, and out of respect, she didn't intend to surrender so easily. Baba Yaga, even though we're no match, we can't lose our fighting spirit. Give the corpse-wrecked true dragon some color. The words fell. Baba Yaga put his hand over his heart. After chanting a bunch of strange incantations, a huge formation unfolded at the feet of her cabin monster. Immediately after that, the cabin freak's body also enlarged once again, being 100 meters tall, and even sprouting human hands. Next moment, the wooden house monster stretched out its huge palm and grabbed fiercely towards the corpse skeleton true dragon, and because of its speed, it even had a layer of flame attached to it due to friction with the air. Roar! The corpse skeleton true dragon roared, its scarlet eyes also glowing with battle intent as it swung its thick tail like a giant whip descending from the sky, wrapped in thousands of divine light, and hit the wooden house monster's arm with a loud bang. The tremendous force of the whip caused the cabin monster to cry out, "It hurts too much. It really hurts too much. No, can't just lose." The cabin monster breathed heavily a few times and raised his left foot high in the air before dropping it, stirring up a roll of smoke. And then, under the enchantment of Baba Yaga's sorcery, a giant sword with bloodshot eyes was firmly held in its hands. A giant sword that was 50 meters long, with a sharp blade that seemed to be able to slice through everything. It swung the blood-eyed giant sword in its hand, its sword-like flashing with a cold aura, and it arrived at the body of the corpse-wrecked true dragon in just a single glance. Clunk! The sharp popping sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the ring. Circle after circle of power ripples spread out in all directions, and in a flash, the mountains trembled and the great rivers changed their flow. The audience in attendance was spared by plugging their ears with their hands. Some of the slow-moving spectators had their eardrums ruptured, leaving a large puddle of blood. Did it do damage to it? Valentina's eyes widened and she looked up to the sky in some surprise, but quickly collapsed into a face that, what the heck? The commotion was so loud, and as a result, the sword was cut off without causing any damage to the corpse-wrecked true dragon. This is too much. It's annoying, it's really annoying. She clasped her hands to her chest, her puffed-up look amusing. Baba Yaga was now kind of regretting what he thought was a mediocre papier-mâché dragon man, and it turned out to be this in the blink of an eye. I should have known better than to paint its eyes. No, we must give the corpse-wrecked true dragon a hard time. Valentina gave a final command to Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga, use the last move, the one that sends waves. Hair waves? Zhang Shu, who was not far away, heard this and pondered for a while. If you send waves, the corpse-wrecked true dragon will do it too. How about the whole true dragon spit? Valentina gave a command. Baba Yaga in the sky instantly understood. She bit her finger and crushed the blood vial at her waist. In a flash, a large amount of blood floated in the air. She danced the broom in her hand, using blood as a medium to outline a subtle and ancient energy formation, which were poised and filled the sorceress Baba Yaga's surroundings. Sorcery. Scarlet Devour. The sorceress Baba Yaga took a big swing. Instantly, all of the formations were in operation at this moment, emitting one wave of light after another, and these blood-red waves of light converged together, transforming into pillars of light, as if they could pierce through everything in the world, blasted towards the corpse-wrecked true dragon. Wherever it reached, the earth collapsed and mountains were pierced through. Hair wave. The pillar of blood-red light continued to enlarge in the pupils of the corpse-wrecked true dragon, and its divine handsome and majestic face revealed a few serious colors. As it is, then return the favor with true dragon spit. Hoo. Mindfulness. The corpse true dragon raised its head and opened its abyssal mouth, an extremely powerful suction force crazily absorbing everything around it. The dark clouds, the lightning, and the broken rocks on the earth, they all turned into power and converged toward the mouth of the corpse and skeleton true dragon, and the horrible spitting breath was frantically condensing. The faces of the audience all became grave at this moment. Fuck! What the hell? Even the oxygen has been sucked out by the corpse-wrecked true dragon? They looked up at the corpse-wrecked true dragon in disbelief. Such powerful environmental destruction. This was the first time they had seen it in the Terror Ring. This move, true dragon spitting breath, has already transcended the scope of the unusual terrorist thing. Boom! Just as the audience was shocked, the corpse-wrecked true dragon suddenly hung its head. An account of true dragon's spitting breath seemed like heavenly punishment descending from the 9 heavens above, piercing through space, transcending time, and attacking towards the scarlet devouring sent out by the sorceress Baba Yaga with a brutal and unparalleled terrifying might. Bang! 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 Just one shot. Scarlet devouring was like a mole cricket against the blue sky, being devoured and obliterated by the true dragon's spit without any resistance, and the remaining power of the true dragon's spitting breath was unabated as it blasted towards the wooden house monster. The latter raised its head, and the boundless, spitting breath that covered a full 1,000 miles made it impossible for it to dodge. All that could be done was to crouch down and shield Baba Yaga to the death. Seeing that the true dragon's spitting breath was about to fall, a close call, the corpse skeleton true dragon's pupils tightened, and its huge belly exerted force, actually sucking back the true dragon's spitting breath in a hard way, before raising its head and blasting toward the 9 heavens above. Before the duel, it had heard from Zhang Shu, "Can't hurt a player from Woolly Bear Nation, and don't hurt their horrors," as the dragon's breath blasted towards the sky. In the universe, the dragon astronauts, who were originally resting at the United Nations space station, suddenly stared with wide eyes and pointed their fingers at Blue Star and their companions. "Look, someone on the blue planet is setting off fireworks." "Ha!" His companion slapped him on the head. "Don't be stupid. There's no such thing as fireworks. A letter just came from the motherland, saying that this is the spit of our corpse-wrecked true dragon. Of course, you'd be right to say it's a firework, except that it's being sent from the blue planet, proclaiming to the universe the might of my dragon kingdom." Words. The dragon astronauts looked excited. Walk with extra confidence. The godly looked at the astronauts of other countries. Their faces darkened with envy and gnashing of teeth. Damn, why are they so powerful in the dragon kingdom? Does that make sense? The ring, Baba Yaga and the log cabin monster, upon seeing that the dragon's breath had not blasted on them, hurriedly rose and bowed before disappearing between heaven and earth. The corpse skeleton true dragon in the sky looked down disdainfully, and the entire audience didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that an accident would anger it. This matchup, it ended quickly, but all viewers knew that the horrors of the Woolly Bear Nation really tried their best. Even if Baba Yaga burned her own life, she would definitely not be a match for the corpse-wrecked true dragon. It wasn't until after the corpse-wrecked true dragon was retrieved by Zhang Shu from the Chinese horror canon, the atmosphere of the scene, so that it's not so heavy. At the same time, uncountable excited voices came out from the seats of the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. "Crap, was that move just now dragon breath? It's simply too handsome as well. I really want to learn it. Ha ha ha, not to mention you. I also want to learn. If I learn this, in the future to fight the Sakura country they must not die a large number of That dragon's breath just now actually went straight through the atmosphere and shot into the universe. This is the true dragon of my dragon kingdom. Even if it's now a corporeal true dragon, with less than 1/10,000th of the strength it had before it was born, the strength it has displayed is extremely terrifying. Come, where's the person who barked earlier? The one who said that my dragon kingdom doesn't work? Hurry up and stand out. See if your father I spray you." With the victory of a deadly duel versus, the confidence of the people of the Dragon Kingdom had come to an unprecedented level. Their faces were ruddy and their hearts welled up with a strong sense of patriotism and pride in their country. However, the audience in the other countries, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Oh, I really don't know if I should call the Rococo players stupid or naive. Such a powerful corpse-wrecked true dragon. If it were placed in any other duel, it would certainly be able to easily take a point. But they even used it for a showdown with the Manhwa Kingdom. Even a fool would understand that this showdown Manhwa Kingdom will definitely let Dragon Kingdom win. Humph. Look at the Dragon Country audience. They still seem to be having fun, not realizing that they wasted such a powerful card. They are just indolent, unlike our little cold Republicans, who do things steadily, plan and then move, and use every bit of power wisely. Ha 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 ha, ACI it. Who threw the soda bottle? Just as the viewers of the Little Chill Republic were still mocking the Dragon Kingdom, on the sidelines, Grumpy Woolly Bear's oldest brother began to sit up and take notice, picking up the garbage in their hands. Like a wave, they all threw it at the spectators of the Koan Republic, and the Sakura Country spectators who were fanning the flames on the side didn't spare them either. I see you guys, Little Chill Republic, are really looking for people to slap everywhere just because you have a B-face, aren't you? Do you think everyone is like you? That there is only so much horror available, and that you need to be careful with what you use? And you say something about the dragon not knowing tactics, and that the dragon players are stoic. Yuck, I think you're the ones who are calm. As soon as you see that the Dragon Kingdom is strong, you start to find ways to slander them and insult them. Are you cheap? The people of the Little Cold Republic and Sakura Country are just bad to the roots. It's simply incorrigible. I really don't understand what the point of your existence is. Or just die. Our great Ivan should have used your country as a test site. If it's really like what the Koan Republic and the Sakura country said, Zhang Shu used a weak and horrible thing to win this duel. Such behavior was tantamount to dropping an irreparable scar on the friendship between the two countries, the Dragon Country and the Woolly Bear Country. Such a villainous act. Only a treacherous country like the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura country would implement it. Spectator seats. The Little Cold Republic and Sakura Nation viewers who were scolded didn't dare to let out a single fart, because they know that the Woolly Bear Nation is a fighting nation. Once you can't get away with cursing on the mouth, it's time to do it. Hands off even. The point is that they're also frighteningly large. Can't fight at all. To this point, Deathmatch 5. Won by Rukoku. I really didn't expect that you would summon a terrifying thing of the Corpse Wreck True Dragons class. The sense of oppression it brings me is even stronger than the SS class. Valentina patted the dust on her trench coat and looked at Zhang Shu with some surprise. According to her idea, she had expected the Dragon Kingdom to send out opponents that were on par with the SS class and then have a good showdown. In the end, when both sides were about to hold out, she intentionally let the water out to reveal the cracks, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to triumph. But I didn't expect it. The Dragon Kingdom even directly summoned the Corpse Skeleton True Dragon to fight her. There was absolutely no fighting back. But such an ending did not turn her off, but instead made her begin to appreciate Zhang Shu. Do not humiliate your opponent, do not deliberately show weakness, and engage in an honorable duel. That's what she was looking forward to. Zhang Shu smiled. Giving my opponent the respect he deserves, this is what I should do. Of course, it's split between people. Simple and concise. Not all opponents deserve his respect. If the opponents are the Little Cold Kingdom or the Sakura Kingdom, should we respect them? Respect my ass. Eat shit they are. Overall, this duel has allowed us to truly see the power of the Dragon Kingdom's terrors. Valentina smiled. And as if you were making your first appearance, you too, in your own way, little by little, are making the world aware of Chinese horror and showing us how powerful it can be. I don't know about other countries, but at least I, the Woolly Bear Country, am in your service. Zhang Shu nodded, his eyes extraordinarily rigid and powerful. Thanks for the compliment. It gives me more confidence to be recognized. As for the countries that don't recognize, one day, they'll learn that Chinese horror is the way to go. End of conversation. The mystery referee appears in the center of the ring. The fifth duel is over, and according to the rules set before the match, the Dragon Kingdom will be awarded a SSS rank terror. As the words fell, a black prismatic crystal emerged from the mysterious referee's pitch-black palm. In this crystal, there was a powerful and terrifying force, and just standing next to it was suffocating to the senses. The spectators from other countries were drooling with envy at the sight of this scene. A SSS ranked horror. It's a strategic national weapon. Owning one more gives you more of a talking point in the Ring of Terror. It is a rare treasure that all nations dream of. Now, such a SSS-ranked terrifying thing was placed right in front of their eyes, so how could they not be moved? The hearts of the Eagle Nation crowd are breaking at this point. Fark, this SSS-ranked horror was supposed to be our Eagle Kingdoms. This is all John Hughes' problem. If it wasn't for him, how could we have lost a SSS-ranked terror? But in fact, words cannot be said. Reward card is originally rely on luck. Before this thing opened out all the money. Or useless garbage. Who knows, it can open out SSS class horror thing. That's what it means. But so what? John Hugh, he's a fool. Listening to his own countrymen hurl insults at him, John Hugh clenched his teeth and said nothing. He knew that in this country of the Eagles, no matter how you explained it, it was useless. They only value results. When it turns out to be wrong, they're all over it. There's even physical danger if you dare to contradict them. Ring center. The mysterious referee handed the prismatic crystal to Zhang Shu. After using it, it will unlock a SSS-ranked horror item. Of course, the unlocked horror item will be related to the country's horror culture. Put it away. As for how to use it, just crush it, but it also requires a terror summoner. Of course, before you use it, you must remember that the terror summoner you choose must be trustworthy. Otherwise I am not responsible for the consequences. Looking at the prismatic crystal in his hand, Zhang Shu understood. To unlock the horrors in it, a candidate needs to be drawn up to act as a horror summoner, and this terror summoner must be trusted. Otherwise, it will be a curse. With this thought, Zhang Shu looked up at Valentina and asked, "Did you hear the method of use clearly?" Valentina froze. Didn't you hear me clearly? I'll tell you in a note later. Zhang Shu shook his head as he handed Valentina the prismatic crystal in his hand. This SSS ranked horror? Here you go. The Woolly Bear Country needs it more than the Dragon Country right now. Don't refuse. This is not my intention alone. but the will of the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom. If we don't take it, we will chill the people of Dragon Kingdom. Valentina was a little overwhelmed. She felt that there seemed to be a sense of threat in Zhang Shu's words. However, the threat was for her to take in the SSS ranked horror. Why does it make you feel so good inside? Valentina did not accept it at first, but turned her head to Marcas, who had no decision to make about whether or not to take it. It wasn't until after he saw Marcas nod his head. It took Valentina a moment to put the prismatic crystals away. I'll take care of it then. Thanks. Zhang Shu nodded with a faint smile. You're welcome. End of conversation. Under the eyes of the whole room, Zhang Shu walks out of the ring. Many viewers from other countries frowned at once. They really couldn't understand this approach of Zhang Shu. Giving away SSS-rated horrors? Can a normal person really do something like this? Even if the country was on good terms before, sending SSS-class terrifying things was too extravagant. It was something that was completely impossible to happen. The audience in Woolly Bear Country, however, burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, what did I say? What did I say? Rokoku is just the best friends to have. They are informed and will put themselves in other people's shoes. Before, I said that my furry bear country was stupid and gave up the chance to compete for the SSS rank terrifying thing. How about it? Now you've been slapped in the face. The Dragon Kingdom is compassionate and righteous, unlike a certain Sakura Kingdom and a certain Little Cold Kingdom, which are selfish and only know how to take and not know how to give back. For this SSS class terror thing, even if they give it to the Little Cold Republic, they won't be able to find a suitable candidate for a terror summoner, and if they do find one, they won't necessarily be patriotic, and they might even defect. One by one, you know how to sow discord between us and the Dragon Kingdom, and in the end, you're all doing nothing. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, all those who taunt and provoke, these people are stupid. They are all stupid. This kind of cursing that possesses an undercurrent is just awesome. The moment the Woolly Bear Nation completely raised its eyebrows, Zhang Shu returned to the Dragon Nation seats, and the entire Dragon Nation audience rose to their feet and applauded, sounding like thunder. At this point, the mysterious referee's voice suddenly rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet for a moment. I will be the one who will be announcing an important matter next. His voice was so loud that the audience in the room turned their heads to look at him. The voice of the mysterious referee, continuing to sound. With the end of the 5th game of the Dragon Kingdom deathmatch, I'm sure many viewers are tired of watching 1v1, so I decided that for the next duel, the 1v2 mode will be open. If the Dragon Kingdom can defeat 2 countries at the same time, it will be awarded a SSS-ranked artifact. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom will master a brand new technology, the gravity factor. Of course, if it's another country that achieves victory, their reward will only be one SSS-ranked artifact. After all, Dragon Kingdom is 1v2, the rewards for winning will, naturally, be more generous. Trickster? Zhang Shu was puzzled. This was something completely new that he had never heard of. As explained by the mysterious referee, the so-called tricky weapon is not the same as a horrible thing. They had no life, no mind, and were merely an artifact with terrifying power. Unlike the terror thing which requires a terror summoner, certain conditions are required for the use of the trickster. As long as the conditions are met, whoever can use the shenanigans can use the shenanigans. Of course, if the user's charisma was high enough, they could make the artifact recognize its owner, and after recognizing the owner, the artifact would no longer require any conditions to be used, nor could it be used by anyone else. Everyone, don't underestimate SSS-ranked artifacts. The combat power it possesses is in no way weaker than SSS-ranked terrors, the mysterious referee explained. Even from the perspective of versatility, the role of a trick weapon is even higher than that of a terrifying object, so make sure you take advantage of this opportunity. As for the gravity factor, the mysterious referee did not explain much. He simply said, mastering the gravity factor was tantamount to taking the first step in controlling gravity. The amount of information contained in one short sentence is immense. Control gravity. This is a vision that the scientific community has never dared to envision in nearly a century of research. Because, once gravity is controlled, levitating vehicles, matter levitation, friction loss is dramatically reduced, and so on. These are all just considered to be skin deep. More importantly, planetary gravity. Imagine if humans mastered the gravity of a planet. Could that mean that a grand planetary journey could be achieved by relying on gravity? Of course, these are all conjectures that have yet to be proven and have no truth to them, but that doesn't negate the importance of the gravity factor. One time, all the spectators in the room were wide-eyed. This 1v2 reward is just too generous. Of course, before that, we have to respect the opinion of the Dragon Kingdom that initiated the deadly war. If they don't agree, the 1v2 session is over. After all was said and done, The mysterious referee looked at Zheng Shu, his eyes filled with gloominess, but with a point of anticipation. 1v2. Zheng Shu cupped his chin and pondered for a while, finally looking up at the mysterious referee after ensuring that he possessed sufficient strength. One opponent is also killed in seconds, and two opponents are equally killed in seconds. Not much difference. 1v2. Promised. The words fell. The whole audience became emotional. Has the Dragon Kingdom gotten arrogant to this point now? 1v2? I'm afraid this is the first time ever that a matchup has happened in the Ring of Terror. So far, the strength displayed by the Dragon Kingdom's terrorist things proves that they do have the capital to be arrogant. Only that it's too much to say that even two opponents can be killed in seconds. Right. Who is this looking down on? I admit that you, Dragon Kingdom, are indeed very strong after winning a few duels, but to say that you want to kill two terrors in seconds is simply delusional. I unilaterally announce that I, Tianzhu Kingdom, want one of the slots for the next duel. This is simply delivering SSS-ranked artifacts to our hands. Don't take it for nothing. Tianzhu? Just you? Stay where you are. With a SSS-ranked artifact at my fingertips, I, the Eagle Kingdom, will not give it up. SSS-ranked artifacts. I have to say, the reward is too tempting. Though it was not clear to the audience in attendance what the trickster actually did, but it's all SSSS level. Even a piece of shit has to be rimmed in gold. The unknown is often more intriguing. Mystic Hall. The Eagle Kingdom and many other people in charge of the country began to discuss the matter of the candidates for the battle at the very first moment after the duel ended. The person in charge of the Little Cold Republic looked around, and when he realized that the participants in this meeting were as high as hundreds of people, he grunted disdainfully and, "Oh, there are a lot of people coming." In the previous deadly battle, each and every one of them shunned it, but now that they hear there's a reward, each and every one of them is as active as a wolf. I won't talk about the big countries present, but those small countries that can't even be named, don't even have grade A terrors. So what are you guys doing here? On such an occasion, Li Myung-hyuk's words were clearly devoid of any emotional intelligence, but the heads of the major powers present nodded in recognition. A country that can't even summon an A-class terror. It's a waste of spots even if you're involved in a duel. Based on the battle power that the Dragon Kingdom is showing right now, the next showdown, the lowest rank of the horrors we send out should be SS. And the information shows that there are no more than 10 countries present that have SS-class terrors. John Hugh threw the information in his hand on the table as soon as he could, and then clasped his hands on his chest in a domineering manner. And, I, the Eagle Kingdom, lost a reward card earlier, so I, the Eagle Kingdom, want a spot in this duel. This statement was made. The triumphal empire on the side immediately sat back. Ludwig knocked on the table, his face a little hard. There are only 2 slots in total, and you Eagle Kingdom will take one of them, so how can we divide the remaining one? Furthermore, the reward card is for you, John Hugh, to use on your own. It's none of our business. Why should we pay for your transgressions? I'll just say this, if the Eagle Kingdom is going to take a spot, I, the Triumph Empire, will take one too. 2 places, a triumphal empire, an Eagle Kingdom, all wanted. Looking at the Sakura country and also the Koan Republic, they are also stupid. Not enough points at all. The person in charge of the Windmill Nation at the side stood up. Everyone, listen to my advice. This will not lead to any results if we continue to make a scene like this. Why don't we all just name the horrors that are coming out, and see who's powerful and who's going to be on the stage? But don't forget, SSS-class artifacts are just a fly in the ointment. The priority is to make the Dragon Kingdom lose the war. As his words fell, the atmosphere of the scene instantly calmed down. Right on. Send whoever is good. Sakamoto Kawaii immediately contacted Sakura Goku and inquired about the next horror that could be dispatched. When he was told the information, a smile appeared on his face. All of a sudden, it's decided. I, Sakura Kingdom, can send out the SS-ranked White Bonanza. Prajna. This is a kind of horrible demon in the legend of Sakura country, which is transformed by women's jealousy and resentment. And there are 3 kinds of them, white, laughing, and red bonobo, among which red bonobo is the most ferocious and violent, and laughing bonobo and white bonobo are the second most ferocious and violent. But, oh, what fighting power can an evil spirit made of jealousy and resentment have? It might be acceptable if it's Akabane, but forget it if it's Hakabane. John Hugh glanced contemptuously at Sakamoto Kawaii. Sakamoto Kawaii stiffened. And what is your horror, Mr. John Hugh? John Hugh laughed, and his eyes suddenly became dangerously sinister. And, SS-class Annabelle. Annabelle, a horror originating from a famous movie or television production in Eagle Country. It's own as a doll that represents ominous, and in an accident, but also by the cultists to import an evil spirit into the body. So far Annabelle has become bizarre and powerful. the death of the eagle country in its hands, at least hundreds of thousands of people. And Annabelle is well known globally. Many humans regarded it as a religion, leading to Annabelle's strength being further enhanced after being summoned. Even among the SS-ranked horrors, Annabelle was enough to be selected as an upper-class combatant. Annabelle. The heads of the countries present did not expect that the Eagle Kingdom would send out such things. Playing such a big game, aren't you afraid that we'll directly invite the SSS-ranked terror? Luvic gave John Hugh a teasing look. John Hugh spread his hands indifferently. Please, if you have the ability to do so, don't think I don't know that your SSS-ranked horrors can't take a break right now. A country like ours that possesses so many terrifying things naturally knows the secret behind it. You don't have to pretend in front of me. Luvic huffed. I didn't realize that John Hugh knew so much about their Triumph Empire. Indeed, as the horrors grew, there needs to be powerful horrors sitting in the country. They can't leave easily or there will be chaos. Minor ambush. Explanation to follow. Even Annabelle was sent. So let's give this one spot to Eagle Country. Lee Myung-hyuk leaned back in his chair when he finished speaking, crossed his fingers on the back of his head, and whirled around the room. As for the second slot, let me, the SS-ranked giant mouth ghost of the Little Cold Republic, take it. Giant Mouth Ghost. The Ghosts and Monsters in the Legend of the Republic of Koan names. It is said to be a powerful ghost god with its upper mouth next to the sky and its lower mouth next to the earth. But in fact, this is nothing more than a blow-up by the people of the Republic of Shaohan. They just like to exaggerate small things. So although the Giant Mouth Ghost is a legendary ghost god, it's actually a slightly stronger ghost. Not as good as Annabelle in the SS class, but better than White Bonanza. How about it? No one here has any objections, right? Lee Myung-hyuk smiled and looked around the room. The Triumph Empire. Do not submit. Luvic got up instantly, no longer a gentleman. He tugged at his collar and looked at Lee Myung-hyuk with his head held high. It's decided. The Triumph Empire, will send out the SS-class Jack the Ripper. Hiss. The people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Jack the Ripper. As the most notorious serial killer in medieval Europe, his mysterious modus operandi has remained unsolved until now. It has been said that Jack the Ripper is the boogeyman of the night, traveling through the streets at night and taking human lives with ghostly power. At the time, the existence of Jack the Ripper caused a panic, and the subsequent mysterious and bizarre nature of the case even gave Jack the Ripper an extremely high level of global popularity. To this day, it is also known that Jack the Ripper was actually a psychopathic murderer. By all rights, as a human, he shouldn't be a SS-ranked terror, when it was the great fear he caused to the world he lived in at the time, as well as his global popularity. This led to Jack the Ripper having the powers of a ghost even after he was summoned. Even among the SS-ranked terrors, there were few rivals. Jack the Ripper, Lee Myung-hyuk said without making a sound. To this point, candidates are identified. Triumphant Empire SS-class Jack the Ripper. Eagle Country SS-level Annabelle. Dragon Nation, Center for Paranormal Research. Regarding the next 1v2 matchup, Zhang Shu, make sure to be more careful. Qin Xiaoming warily reminded. A SSS-ranked artifact is an unknown power to all. This unknown power tends to evoke greater greed. They won't let you win easily. Zhang Shu nodded his head. In fact, he had anticipated this in his mind. The SSS-ranked shenanigans are just too appealing. So, Dragon Nation must take it down, along with Gravity Factor. By the way, there's a new discovery about the mysterious death of the man in the toilet earlier, Qin Xiaoming said as he lit a cigarette and took a shallow drag. Zhang Shu looked at him. What new discovery? That creepy mirror found? Qin Xiaoming shook his head. Looking for it was not found, but there have been quite a few people who said they had seen it. On top of that, several more bodies were found in Okura City that had died by suicide. They all share a common trait. Zhang Shu pondered for a while. All criminals on the run? Right. Exhaling a long mouthful of white smoke, Qin Xiaoming's face was expressionless as he. Though nowadays the security system is so good that few prisoners can escape pursuit. But nothing is absolute. There will always be some leaks, and this mirror is like the judge of good and evil who wanders the earth, sanctioning all these murderers on the run. According to the investigations carried out throughout the country, the strange mirror has not killed a single good person by mistake. But of course, it's possible that we didn't realize that. Zhang Shu's face became odd. Mirror judge? It sounds a little crazy. Things are gradually getting interesting, But, what the hell is it? Definitely not an ordinary mirror. It also seems to have something to do with horror. Ask? Zhang Shu was a bit undecided about this, and immersed his mind, asking to all of you in the Chinese Horror Codex. I'd like to ask, what is that weird mirror? Exactly? Why it sanctioned those fugitives? The words fell. This time, the one who answered his question was the ghost duty officer who walks in the world of yin and yang, The black and white irregulars. Little friend Zhang Shu, judging by what you said, this mirror is, perhaps, the karma mirror in our underworld hell. To put it differently, you can regard it as a trick weapon of unknown grade. Karma mirror? Zhang Shu knows something about this. In the underworld, the karma mirror is used to examine the good and evil merits and demerits of all beings, and it is the tool for judging the dead in the underworld, often held by the king of Yenluo and other officials of the underworld. How come? Running on Earth now? Could it be that the underworld officials, who are in charge of the karma mirror, have been summoned to Earth? Zhang Shu's eyes suddenly became grave. Only, this speculation was quickly rejected by the black and white. No, this karma mirror contains far less divine power than its original body, so perhaps you can think of it as, in your words, a karma mirror, youthful version. Zhang Shu? Youth edition? This black and white is quite fashionable. By the way, aren't you guys in the process of forming the Horror Summoners Association? White Impermanence reminded. You can absolutely take it into your own use, as a tool used to screen good and bad people. Of course, before that, you can show it to me to avoid some unnecessary problems. For example, the karma mirror has been tampered with or something like that. Zhang Shu's eyes flashed. That's a good idea. Alright, I'll send someone to bring back the karma mirror now. Zhang Shu said, if little friend Zhang Shu needs manpower, we can give you a suggestion. The black and white irregulars looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Shu, who, upon hearing this, a smile of triumphant intrigue appeared on the face of the black and white irregulars. It's the ghost of a detainee. Send it, it's a hard-working ghost, and its favorite thing in life is to be able to roam the earth and do what good it can. You don't have to give it anything in return. It's a good ghost. Zhang Shu's eyes were suspicious. Is that so? How come he hasn't heard of it? Whatever. The black and white must have their reasons for saying so. In that case, let's send the detainer. The black and white irregulars slightly clasped their fists. Little friend is intelligent. At the same time the heart snickers. Goddamn spirit detainers, like to take business from us? The pit is you, trying to be lazy? Not even the door. At this point, the detained ghosts who were sleeping in the Chinese horror canon did not feel the slightest bit of malice from the black and white invincibles who were full of malice. Preparation time is over. The sixth game of the Dragon Kingdom death battle is about to begin. For once, the global audience seemed extraordinarily quiet. Their gazes fell in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom seats, and the previous contempt in their eyes was no longer there. If anything, the previous taunts and tirades were stereotypes of the weakness of the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom. To this day, the audience in attendance has long understood one thing. The Dragon Kingdom has risen. It's not just the strength of the country. The horrors, too, have risen. I just don't know which two countries are the players who will face off against the Dragon Kingdom this time. Didn't you read it? It's the Triumph Empire and the Eagle Kingdom. And the list was announced before the showdown began. The Triumph Empire and the Eagle Kingdom. If it's them that come out, this matchup might become interesting. Indeed, the horrors they possess are considered to be of top caliber even globally. On top of that, the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom are not to be underestimated. But their nationals are just too noisy. And every time they go head-to-head they absolutely taunt the Dragon Kingdom and then get slapped in the face. I don't even know why they're so obsessed with it. The Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, they have an unshared blood feud, so the two nationals are not dealing with each other, which I can still understand. But I really can't understand what they're getting together for in the Little Chill Republic, a place the size of a fingernail, and they still have to mess with the Dragon Kingdom? If they really piss people off, can they carry the Dragon Kingdom's wrath? Harm. It's not like you don't know the Little Chill Republic, they just like to brag, with a self-righteous, old man first in the world look. Lousy? That's not a Rokoku word? Oh, I forgot to mention, I've been bowled over by the culture of the Dragon Kingdom now, and am studying Chinese, and I've learned it national treasure. Do you want to hear it? Tell me about it. Sakura Ghosts, WCNMLGB. Why does feel like a curse word? It's just cuss words. With the passage of time, the audience, which was present, gradually arrived. Everyone was tense in anticipation of this horrible showdown. 1v2 like never before. It is the Dragon Kingdom that once again breaks the mold and works wonders. Still, it was an end to victory and a fall from grace. It's all in the showdown. The mysterious referee appeared in the center of the ring, and in his left and right hands, he condensed two balls of light filled with powerful force. The rewards for this duel. I'm sure you've all been waiting for a long time. This 1v2 duel will now begin. Once the contestants are ready to take their places, please enter within 5 minutes. Seats for the Triumphal Empire and the Eagles. The heads of the two countries are admonishing and cautioning their players. John Hugh looked toward George Gower, and with two broad palms on each other's shoulders. Mr. George, this showdown is crucial. so there is no room for sloppiness. Remember, your primary goal is to cooperate with the Triumph Empire's players and defeat the Dragon Kingdom together. As for the reward for winning, I've already discussed it with the head of the Triumph Empire, and after achieving victory in the duel, we will use our strength to determine the possessor. Therefore, you have only one primary goal, to do your best to defeat the Dragon Kingdom. I know, it may be a bit difficult, but I believe you can do it. His words, infectious. George Gower was a young man of 25, in the prime of his life. After hearing these words from John Hugh, his eyes lit up with a blazing fire. Don't worry, I'll do my best. My Annabelle, the world's creepiest evil doll, has never lost a fight in the Ring of Terror. I'm sure it will help us defeat the Dragon Kingdom. John Hugh nodded. Go, and do not despise the enemy. George Gower took a step forward, and suddenly turned back, inquiring, Mr. John Hugh, I won't be responsible if Annabelle accidentally kills a dragon player, will I? John Hugh nodded. It's gotten to the point where deaths amongst the players aren't uncommon anymore, so feel free to go for it. One thought to this. George Gouet's eyes narrowed slightly, his face becoming vicious in a flash as he took one step towards the center of the ring. At the same time, the Triumph Empire's players appeared in the audience's view. He was a man about the same age as George Gower, dressed in a casual outfit. His tousled hair looked conspicuous as it bobbed up and down as he walked. His face, with a touch of unsleeping lethargy, as if nothing was on his mind. Waiting to come to the center of the ring, both sides began their introductions. Eagle Country, George Gower, the Terror SS Class Annabelle, Triumph Empire, Kelvin, the Terror SS Class Jack the Ripper. After the introduction, Kelvin looked around and did not find Zhang Shu's figure. That's weird. Where are the dragon players? Is this matchup still a fight? I'm really sleepy now from playing games all night last night. Hurry up and start, hurry up and finish. His staggering appearance made the whole thing seem extraordinarily irritating. Just in case, George Gower looked at him and inquired, did your chief say anything to you about this duel? This matter of us working together in unison? Kelvin waved his hand in boredom. Told you so, told you so, told you so, told you so several times, told you so since yesterday. Gave me enough to get tired of hearing it all. When the showdown starts later, you tell Annabelle to pay attention. Never hold Jack the Ripper back, and try to take the Dragon Kingdom down in one move. Holding you back? George Gower took a deep breath and didn't pay much attention to his opponent. Who would have opened his mouth if it were usual? Soon, the moment Zhang Shu's figure appeared in the ring, the whole room was instantly lit up. Many of the spectators even got right up and cheered. Zhang Shu looked at his two opponents and just started the introductions. Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Shu, summoning the terror. But the words were not yet finished. Then he was interrupted by Kelvin of the Triumphal Empire in a single breath. Okay, cut the crap. Get started. Jack the Ripper. It happened so fast that it didn't even go through the process. Under the stunned gaze of the entire audience, Kelvin clapped his hands, and the next moment the scene was instantly enveloped in darkness. The curved moon that looks like a weird smiling face hangs in the sky. The ground that was originally made of a special metal material was actually transformed into a street covered with pitch black coal and crushed stones at this moment. In the center of the road, large and small puddles of foul-smelling black water accumulated, and the streetlights on either side flickered with weak light. Side-by-side houses arose all around them. They were decorated in a chic style, with spiky dome shapes and blackened stains all over the walls. There was a murky exhaust in the air. Scene. It's like a city in medieval Europe. At the end of that long, dimly lit street, suddenly, a woman's scream broke the silence. The audience in attendance looked toward the source of the sound. See only. A slender figure slowly walked from the end of the street. He wore a trench coat and a bowler hat, and one face was shielded by a rough burlap mask, revealing only a pair of evil, horrible eyes. A chilled, blood-stained scalpel was held in his left hand. Tick-tock, blood fell on the coal and stone road with an oozing sound, and in his right hand, he was squeezing a fresh heart that was beating one by one, with wisps of white vapor rising from it. Against the backdrop of the night, his figure became eerie and frightening as he approached Zhang Shu step by step. A face under the mask was gradually turning into a twisted and sickly appearance. The entire audience's expression became tense with anticipation. The Ripper, Jack. His presence clamored up the atmosphere of the scene with a layer of terror. Jack the Ripper, the globally famous serial killer, a madman who slaughtered and tortured J women for fun, set off a wave of panic in the Middle Ages. Those who died at his hands were either disemboweled or had their hearts ripped out, and his modus operandi was brutal. With his appearance, the entire audience couldn't help but sit up straight. The fear that Jack the Ripper brought to them was heartfelt and full of truth, compared to the horrors that preceded it. After all, Jack the Ripper was a real person in history. I really want to know what kind of face is hidden under that mask. torturing J-girls for fun. People like that must have suffered some kind of inhuman treatment. Otherwise their psyches wouldn't be so twisted. Do you guys remember the first time Jack the Ripper made his debut? At that time, if I remember correctly, the contestant who faced him was also disemboweled by him, and even his body was sliced into small piece after small piece. What is the identity of Jack the Ripper? Really? I thought Jack the Ripper had been investigated? It's rumored that he was a doctor who killed people to do research related to human pregnancy. Who are you listening to? All of this is just speculation. And besides, it's a clear attempt to whitewash Jack the Ripper's crimes. Ask why he tortured those victims if he really wanted to do research, even if he needed human flesh. Right, that's right. Jack the Ripper was originally a psychopathic murderer who had fun with lustful killings, and with the introduction of some movie and television productions, there are even a lot of brainwashed fans who love him for no reason. Of course, there's nothing wrong with liking Jack the Ripper in movies and television or in fiction, but don't confuse them with the real Jack the Ripper. Maybe your favorite idol was thinking about how to brutally abuse you the first time he saw you. The audience, which was there, maintained a very different attitude towards Jack the Ripper. Some worshipped him and took the other's perfect modus operandi as a matter of faith. Of course, there are those who remain rational about Jack the Ripper, but either one of them, inside their hearts now, they all felt an extremely powerful shock of terror. Even in their ears, the wails of those victims torn apart by grief echoed. Jack the Ripper. Zhang Shu looked at the horrors of the Triumph Empire without any expression on his face. Information about Jack the Ripper, which he had read before the showdown. It was a powerful and brutal SS-ranked terror. At the end of the duel, he would abuse his opponent along with the terror summoner, and he even had an extremely skillful set of killing techniques. The victim can be made to feel, little by little, while remaining conscious, the passing of his life, as well as the intense pain from the destruction of his physical body. To put it bluntly, against Jack the Ripper, there are only two possibilities: either that, or you kill him; either that, or he kills you. Life and death. Hello, what are you waiting for? I've summoned Jack the Ripper. Do you still want to hide your Annabelle? Kelvin was at that moment standing on a tall clock tower, looking down on George Gower, in the center of the street. Hurry up and end this duel. Don't hold everyone up. What a rude guy. If he hadn't been on a mission, George Gower might have torn into Kelvin a long time ago, but for now, he needed to focus on eliminating Zhang Shu first. One thought to this. He loosened the tie around his neck and took out a sharp fountain pen, piercing the tip through his palm and drawing in it with the sharp cut. Blood kept dripping down as the flesh on his palm was continuously cut open by the tip of the pen, and its intense pain caused cold sweat to break out all over George Gower's body. There were a number of spectators present to see this scene. Both closed their eyes, not daring to continue looking. Annabelle is the world's creepiest evil doll. The way it was summoned was extremely bloody and cruel. Requires the summoner to inscribe a hexagram formation in his hand that summons evil spirits. Some experts have calculated that this would require a full 45 cuts on the palm of the hand. Each gash must penetrate the flesh. Eventually, at a shout from George Gower, the 6 mangled star formation was on his palm, revealing its true form. A large amount of blood flowed underneath George Gower's feet, transforming into the shape of a 6-main star formation. The scarlet 6-main star formation colored the dimly lit surroundings in scarlet the moment it appeared, and in the ears of all, weird and frightening playful laughter rang out. Funny, 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 so funny. He he he, he 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 he. Hee hee hee, that fucking sound. It's like the sound of a girl giggling as she chases and plays, but in this laughter, it was mixed with a shout that was like a ghost's cry, which made the audience fidgety and goosebumps fell all over their body. Is Annabelle, the legendary evil doll, going to show up again? The entire audience gathered their gazes in the direction of the blood-colored 6-main star formation, immediately after, only to see that the original blood-colored 6-main star formation with a radius of less than 1 meter actually began to enlarge at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, up to 50 meters. Hee hee hee. Thrilling, oozing laughter echoed through the blackness. In plain sight, a bizarre figure slowly appeared from the blood-colored 6-main star formation. First, a strange-looking head was revealed, and then its entire body. It is a creepy and powerful evil spirit doll. A head of blonde hair, with a mass of neatly combed bangs in front, was tied in 2 delicate twists, with red rubber bands used to bind it. It wore a long white dress that covered its legs and stood about 1 meter 2. Its face, made of plastic, was painted with twisted makeup, and it didn't carry a trace of blood on its body, but it was still eerie and scary. The horrible face, the deep-set pupils, and the upturned corners of the mouth. No matter what angle you look at it from, Annabelle will never be a cute doll. Every structure in its body reveals 2 big words. Not available. Annabelle appeared in full view. Its voice changed once more. It was like mocking and teasing, as if the evil spirits wandering the earth were preparing to tease the prey that was about to come to them. It may be a doll, but the thrill it gives me is nothing less than Jack the Ripper. You see, its body seems to be trembling. Why is this? Is it because it's too excited? Annabelle, a doll that represents the spooky and ominous, is said to harbor the soul of a 7-year-old girl in her body. No, there's something wrong with that statement. At least hundreds of thousands of people have died at Annabelle's hands, and a 7-year-old girl couldn't have done such a cruel thing. Hidden within its body is a terrifying evil spirit that will stare at your every move at all times and inflict damage on you when you are unaware of it, ultimately devouring your soul and seizing your physical body. Annabelle, Jack the Ripper. These two powerful SS-ranked terrors were about to join forces against the Dragon Country players. Do you think the Dragon players can really beat them? It's hard to say, even if the Dragon Kingdom's terrors are powerful, but with the duel having gone this far, it might be hard for the Dragon Kingdom to come up with stronger terrors. The deadly battle for the Dragon Kingdom may be over here. Yoshi, what we've been waiting for in Sakura Nation is about to happen. The ring. The oppressive feeling from Jack the Ripper and Annabelle filled the air. Even George Gower and Kelvin turned pale. Annabelle's figure, suspended in mid-air, had large swaths of blood coalescing around it, and a pair of grotesque eyes stared at Zhang Shu in death. Its body trembled madly, as if it had activated the clockwork in its body, and its mouth opened and closed, and its cheeky laughter echoed all around. Jack the Ripper was also approaching Zhang Shu little by little. He crushed the heart in his hand and coated the scalpel with its blood, and in an instant, the scalpel, which was originally dark in color, was entwined with a circle of fury. And everywhere Jack the Ripper went, the sad cries of women crying and wailing rang out. Scene. In the cities of medieval Europe, two powerful SS-class terrors were approaching Zhang Shu. On their faces, they all wore cruel and tyrannical horrible smiles. There was some vague anticipation in George Goway's eyes. This time, let's see what you, Dragon Kingdom, can fight us with. The Scarlet Fury was eroding the space a little bit. Eyesight just approached Zhang Shu. Suddenly, a light erupted from Zhang Shu's eyes. If that's all there is to it, the victory in this duel will still be mine. Knock. Moment. A dull drumbeat suddenly sounded, breaking the quiet of the dark night. It seemed to come from the depths of hell, with Zhang Shu as the center, stirring its ripples one after another, spreading in all directions, and the blood and horror were shattered little by little. Within the sound of the drums, there were countless extremely obscure voices hidden, like a young girl crying. Knock knock knock. The drums sounded again. It was as if the hearts of the audience in attendance were attached to a rope. Every time the drums beat, the cords around their hearts were tugged once. An indescribable panic filled their entire body. The scene, which was still in a state of cacophony, suddenly became quiet. Everyone gathered their gazes on Zhang Shu. Even Jack the Ripper and Annabelle stopped moving at that moment. Zhang Shu raised his head, and his eyes had turned scarlet at some point. In front of him, a deep darkness was coalescing. It was like a greedy beast, crazily absorbing the surrounding baneful chi, and the originally scarlet sky actually turned into another color at this moment, an extreme color that could not be described in words. Colorful, but each color, again, was dull, and they mingled together without any pattern, without any purpose, as if rubbed together by an invisible terror. A mass of colors without any emotion, the only recognizable one. It's the moon in the sky. The curved moon at the moment was dyed scarlet. The red moon is in the sky. The mass of darkness in front of Zhang Shu suddenly changed its appearance. A drum was formed. Its drum surface is made of sheepskin, which is filled with blood and meridians. Its drum body, as hard as white bone, was carved with bizarre and mysterious ritual incantations, so obscure and difficult to understand that one could feel a heartfelt resistance. In the center hoop bar was set one precious gem after another, except that they were all stained with blood. The body of the drum is painted with eerie patterns in mysterious colors from top to bottom and from left to right. It hovered in front of Zhang Shu. It kept spinning and making a drumming sound. A burst of the young girl's miserable sobbing over the drums, from a whisper at the beginning, morphed into a howl that fell on the ears of the entire audience. The seats of the Dragon Kingdom audience were the first to recognize the horror. It's fucking on. A sister's drum, which has a history of thousands of years. It is an incomparably evil magic weapon. It was used for rituals in Tibet in ancient times, hundreds of years ago. The terrifying power it contained, even 10 Annabelles were definitely not its match. It can be said that, so far, the dead souls who have died under the drums of our sister have amounted to more than hundreds of millions. As for where it came from and the story behind it, it is said that thousands of years ago, with an older sister and younger sister, her sister is deaf and mute, unable to speak or hear. but she and her sister are very close, and the two of them depend on each other and rely on each other. Suddenly one day the deaf sister disappeared, and her sister was so anxious that she went in search of her, and while searching, an old man came to her and kept chanting an obscure mantra to her sister, and as the sister continued her search, the sound of drums and songs came from the sky, and the sister finally understood the matter. Deaf and dumb sister has a voice, only, this voice is the sound of drums. Don't dare to write directly, but it should be understood. That is, the sister became. Such things are summoned. I can't even imagine what the Eagle Kingdom and Triumph Empire will fight us with in this matchup. This horror is certainly powerful, but we cannot take it as a matter of faith. The maidens who have died because of it are too many and too pitiful. The appearance of a sister drum. It sent a wave of mental terror through the audience of all the countries present. There are those who say that the horror of the West comes from blunt and naked visual bullying, using all sorts of horrors to inflict physical terror on you. And Chinese horror is spiritual horror. It looks and may strike you as mediocre, but the more you think about it, the more unsettling it becomes. A fear that stems from the depths of the spirit. The foreign audience present did not feel terror at the sight of the sister drum, but the sound of a young girl crying from the drum of her elder sister, and the pleas of help me, please don't kill me, and I have old and sick parents and a young brother at home. The sound of begging for mercy. It makes these viewers can't help but start thinking, what is the origin of this sister drum? Why does it make girlish cries and pleas for mercy? What is it about the materials it's made of? And why does it feel repulsive from the bottom of one's heart? Could it be that it's made from? Oh, my God. For a moment, the foreign audience who figured this out, almost at the same time, sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why the Dragon Country viewers had said that although this thing was strong, it should never be used as a religion. The fear that this sister drum brings to me is so strong. George Gower frowned slightly. Yet aside, Kelvin didn't care about that at all. Humph, can any more powerful be a match for the two of us? Jack the Ripper, I'm counting on you for everything. The words fell. Jack the Ripper's eyes glowed red as he flipped the scalpel in his hand and swung a scarlet on that was 1 story high in the direction of Sister Drum. The Annabelle on the side was equally unwilling to show weakness. Its body was surrounded by endless fury. Its eyes became pitch black in an instant, and its eye sockets cracked open with large and small cracks. It raised its hands high, and with a cover toward the bottom, monstrous waves of blood tilted madly towards Sister Drum. 2 terrifying killing moves. Instantaneous. A close call. It was as if the sister drum possessed life, and it began to tremble wildly, like a young girl who couldn't suppress the fear and sadness in her heart and kept choking. Eventually, a dull drumbeat sounded, vibrating for thousands of miles, and then, as if a furious voice erupted from the drums of Sister, made by countless young girls speaking at the same time. Yes, none of them will leave me alone, will they? In that case, let's kill all of you. It's the only way I can survive. The angry voice fell. A sister drum also changed radically at this moment. It was like a mask, and a large amount of sticky and disgusting flesh and blood began to coalesce, transforming into its body and continuously extending towards the sky above. With a pair of huge palms open, the Ajaccio drum looked like a skyscraper-tall monster of flesh and blood. The drum float broke open into 2 hollows that transformed into its eyes, dripping blood all over its body. Most uncomfortable, on its massive flesh and blood, pair after pair of eyes actually appeared, and they lined up in haphazard rows, growing all over the flesh and blood. If there was an intensive phobia sufferer present, they would feel their scalp tingling and their body feeling uncomfortable at this moment. The eyes, they were not decorative. They were the eyes of a young girl. It's full of tears, mixed with pleading, sadness, despair, and various other emotional overtones. This scene touched the hearts of the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. These, one by one, are fresh children. The departed souls of the young girls who died because of the Ajaccio drums coalesced together at this moment, even if they had been cruelly treated and pitifully made into sacrificial offerings during their lives. But after death, they are still on this side of the Dragon Kingdom. Defense against foreign enemies. How can such women not be heartbreaking? Do you really think getting bigger will help? Watching this scene, Kelvin didn't have the slightest fluctuation inside. He just felt like laughing and, under the joint attack of Jack the Ripper and Annabelle, even if you're a giant hundreds of meters tall, you'll have to die. What's going on? He hadn't finished his mouthful of words. The scene has been turned upside down, only to see that Sister Drum waved its giant palm of flesh and blood, and in just a single glance, it slapped away the scarlet awns wielded by Jack the Ripper, blasting them onto the surrounding buildings, and a large portion of the houses were instantly reduced to ashes. How is that possible? The perverted grin on Jack the Ripper's face came to a screeching halt. Just a moment ago, when he heard the young girl crying and begging for mercy, he was still aroused by it, and premeditatedly, The dead souls of these young girls were to be tortured viciously after the duel was over. But right now, the result shocked him. Not only that, a Sister Drum's massive flesh and blood body actually opened a huge mouth of the abyss. Uncountable circles of sharp teeth grew on the maw, devouring Annabelle's wave of blood with a mere inhalation. Less than 5 breaths. The killing moves of the dual SS-ranked terrifying things were all neutralized. This is the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's horrors. The dead souls of tens of millions of young girls. What to stop the horrors of his country with? You, all of you, must die. Sister Drum's anger did not diminish as she clasped her hands together into a giant fist and blasted towards the ground. With a thud, a violent sound like a bomb bursting through a mountain rang out. Under the strong and incomparable bombardment force, the earth tore open huge gaps, spreading infinitely in the direction of Jack the Ripper, and a giant thorn as thick as a small mountain rose up from the ground. What? Jack the Ripper's mind was blown. The scalpel kept swinging, one scarlet aura after another chopping out, flattening the ground thorns that rose up. However, the cracks in the earth had already begun to close in at this moment. Not good. It must be dodged. Jack the Ripper panicked in his mind. His legs powered up and he leapt high, his powerful jumping ability allowing him to vacate a height of 50 meters. Oh, dodged it easily. That's all. Jack the Ripper sneered in his mind and regained his confidence, ready to turn on Sister Drum again. But just then, huge shadows descended from all directions, enveloping its entirety. What's that? Jack the Ripper fixed his eyes and his whole body was instantly thrown into a panic, only to see that another pair of arms actually stretched out from Sister Drum's flesh and blood body, and the 2 pairs of arms grabbed towards Jack the Ripper from 4 directions, from the top, bottom, left and right. There was nothing he could do to avoid it. Boom! Sister Drum hissed in a shocked voice as she grabbed Jack the Ripper in one hand while holding him in front of her eyes. You have, on you, a disgusting odor. You, who must die. Put. Each of Sister Drum's forearms squeezed Jack the Ripper's hands and feet. With a stab, the powerful force ripped right through Jack the Ripper's body. His hands and feet, ripped off. That's not all. Sister Drum also crushed his torso into a ball with one hand, completely cutting off his vitality. Jack the Ripper. This powerful SS-ranked terrifying thing had died so quickly in the hands of a Sister Drum, there wasn't even a hint of resistance. The mid-air Annabelle stopped smiling, and for a moment, its eyes were filled with fear. Not an opponent. That was the first thought that surfaced in its mind. However, it may not be able to kill me easily. That was the second thought that surfaced in its mind. At that thought, Annabelle twisted her stiff neck and her limbs kept twisting at extremely unbelievable angles. In plain sight, its head and hands and feet actually separated from its body in an instant. Each of these body parts spread out towards all corners with the torso as the center. And then, in mid-air, one sharp thread after another suddenly shot out from Annabelle's body parts. They intertwine and form a huge web. It can easily cut through small birds flying in the air. Even flies and mosquitoes were not spared. The blood-red net quickly covered towards Sister Drum. The audience was all pumped up at this moment. Sharp nets, huge flesh and blood. Annabelle is trying to weaken the Sister Drum's combat power by slicing it into pieces of minced meat. I have to say, Annabelle deserves to be the world's most bizarre evil spirit doll. And this means of making a move is truly mind-boggling. I also wonder if the Dragon Kingdom's Sister Drum can turn the danger around. It should work. After all, it beat Jack the Ripper. Baka. Rokoka's Ajisai drum will definitely fail. Annabelle will surely slice up the Asan drums with ease. The Dragon Kingdom will definitely lose this duel. ACI right. I think so too in my little chilly republic. Still wanting to 1v2. Rokoku is simply delusional. No. Are you Sakura Nation and Koan Nation people all brain dead? Just know how to brainlessly spray people. Is it so hard for you to recognize the power of the Dragon Kingdom? Brainless hacks are brain dead. No rebuttals accepted. With the deadly battle going on now, the number of countries that recognize Chinese horror is also gradually becoming larger. There was no need for the people of the Dragon Kingdom to even move their mouths. There would naturally be people who would spray the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura Kingdom. The ring. The huge net was rushing towards Sister Drum, so fast that it was impossible to avoid it. Still trying to catch me with something like that? No way. The Sister Drum let out a violent roar as it moved its massive body to face the giant net straight up. The moment its hand came into contact with the giant net, the sharp filaments didn't cut its palm open at all. Instead, she was gripped by a hard hand from Sister Drum, and then it kneaded all the nets into a ball, placing Annabelle's body parts in his hand. He tightened his fingers violently. Click, click, click. The sound of bones cracking rang out. Annabelle turned into a cloud of splinters. Sister Drum looked around the room, and her vacant eyes fell momentarily on George Gower and Kelvin. Next, it's your turn. On Sister Drum, a pair of eyes turned scarlet in an instant, filled with terrifying killing intent. The huge body actually possessed a speed like thunder. In just one breath, it came right up to George Gower's body, and then the heavy punches landed. Rigid fists tore through the air. Circle after circle of blood-colored gas wrapped around the fist of Sister Drum. This punch contains the grief and anger of tens of millions of young girls. It's like divine punishment falling from the sky. It fell with a bang. The scene was sooty. The ground was smashed with deep craters. In the deep pit, George Gower's body had long been reduced to ashes. His soul, on the other hand, transformed into an illusory figure that wanted to soar towards the sky. Get back here! The roar of the Sister Drum was full of intimidation as it took George Gower's soul in one hand. In the center of its hand, it actually grew countless small number 1 blood-stained palms again. These palms, with their sharp nails, tore George Gower's soul apart bit by bit, and the intense pain caused him to let out a succession of wailing screams. This scene was a frightening sight for the audience. The Sister Drum, which is made of the resentment of tens of millions of young girls, is really ruthless in its methods. Not long after, George Gower completely disappeared between heaven and earth. After doing everything, Sister Drum suddenly turned her head. Large, cold, empty, godless eyes looked toward Kelvin. This contestant from the Triumph Empire was self-righteous and arrogant as soon as he appeared in the arena. It was even rude to interrupt Zhang Shu's self-introduction. It's disrespectful to the Dragon Kingdom. It is not my kind. Its heart must be different. Kill. Boom. In a flash, Sister Drum stretched out her giant palm, which was like rubber stained with something sticky, stretching hundreds of meters and grabbing Kelvin, who was located on the highest bell tower, in one hand. What are you doing? Until this moment, Kelvin completely panicked. He had thought that with the combination of Jack the Ripper and Annabelle, even if the horrors summoned by Zhang Shu were stronger, they would definitely not be their match. But what he didn't expect was that the SS-level terror that he was so proud of was powerless in the face of a Sister's Drum, and was completely crushed unilaterally. At the moment, there was only one thought in Kelvin's mind: Chinese horror. Why is it so strong, so terrible? If he was given another chance, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to mess with the Dragon Kingdom. Reality, however, did not allow him to think much. Sister Drum held Kelvin in its hand, and then, one after another, incredibly sharp thorn grew on its palm, stabbing towards Kelvin in all directions without any dead angle. Pus, blood flowed out of the hands of the Sister Drum. Kelvin is completely dead. The soul flies. Until this moment, the uncountable eyes on the body of Sister Drum, which washed away a few moments of anger. The scene around them also began to fade. However, this time, the Dragon Nation crowd didn't chant victory. They just stood up and silently gazed at Sister Drum with sympathy and pity in their eyes. The Sister Drum is indeed strong, and it helped the Dragon Kingdom defeat the Triumphant Empire and the Eagle Kingdom. But it is not powerful because of itself. Its power comes from the resentful dead souls of those dead maidens, those young girls who died because of their ayahuasca drums. What was wrong with them? Why were they sacrificed? They were supposed to have a life like normal people, but they were subjected to inhuman conditions. The Sister Drum is an evil magic weapon, a dross that must be discarded. It is not worthy of reverence. The entire audience was under the gaze of the audience. A Sister Drum moved its huge body, and the pair of eyes on its body looked towards Zhang Shu with a desperate to suffocating look. They seemed to want to use their eyes and reach a brief exchange with Zhang Shu. In the meantime, Zhang Shu's mind also resounded with countless voices of young girls. The timbre of these voices was different, but they were pleading for the same thing: kill them and give them a pain. Zhang Shu's mood became heavy as he muttered, "The dead souls of these young girls cannot go to the underworld and be reincarnated. They, each and every day, suffer, mentally, physically, and in every other way, weighing them down and filling them with despair. They want me to end their suffering, even if it means killing their gods and souls. God's soul is destroyed. This has been the most complete death. Not even qualified to go to the netherworld to be reincarnated. One can only imagine how much pain they went through. If you can, they also want to go to the netherworld and reincarnate, but this is already a luxury for them." Looking at the Sister Drums, especially the pitiful eyes of a young girl on flesh and blood, Zhang Shu's chest fell, and it was clear to him that he had to do something. Immersion of the mind, inquired to the Chinese horror tome, if can give them a chance to reincarnate after putting them out of their misery. They are really poor. His voice kept echoing in his head, falling into the Chinese horror canon. Gradually, the sound grew smaller and smaller until there was no more sound, and just as Zhang Shu was silent, a low voice filled with thick power sounded as if it was emitted from the deepest part of the universe. Available. The voice was filled with the tone of a superior person who could not be disobeyed. The moment it appeared, Zhang Shu could feel his body trembling. It was a sound that hit the soul. Available at. Zhang Shu's eyes gradually became translucent. A simple word. but the power contained in its back was simply astonishingly large. Reincarnate the dead souls of tens of millions of young girls. I'm afraid that those are the only ones in the netherworld who can make such a grandiose move. Who is it? Yama? The 5 ghost emperors? Or maybe it's a higher level. The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Shu felt goosebumps falling all over the place. At the same time, he couldn't help but have an idea floating in his mind. If these guys are invited out, foreign players, what are they going to fight with? Ring center. Zhang Shu reached out and touched the flesh and blood of Sister Drum. The moment his gentle hand made contact with it, the massive flesh and blood body began to fade, turning into a mess of rotting flesh. A Sister Drum was transformed into its original form again. Although you are strong, you can no longer stay in this world. Zhang Shu's eyes stared. Immediately afterward, a silhouette appeared behind him at some point. These figures were black as shadows, and they were either beating gongs, drums, or shangs. Among the group of silhouettes, the most striking one was the one in the center. He held the oboe in his hand, took a deep breath, and then blew into the mouth of the pipe. Moment! A voice that eclipsed all the instruments in the world rang out. This sound was as high as a phoenix's roar, and at the moment it was blown, there was even an incomparably handsome phoenix rising up into the sky, and in its wake, followed by fully hundreds of flying birds. Their cries rang out at almost the same time as the oboe. The sounds of phoenixes, birds and drums mingled together for tens of millions of young girls, playing the last song of the human world. Birds of a feather. The phoenix, clad in the garb of 100 birds, leads 100 birds and soars in the sky. Its pure and flawless feathers fell slowly, like a flurry of snow, covering Sister Drum's body. Boom! In a split second, a pillar of blood rose to the sky from Sister's drum. The dead souls of the young girls broke free from the bounds of the Ajisai drums at this moment. Their anger and resentment poured out at this moment. The sky became blood red once more, and the audience around them felt an unrivaled aura of death. However, the breath quickly washed away. The phoenix led 100 birds, centered on the pillar of blood, in a constant spiral flight upward. Wherever they reached, a clean and flawless divine light descended, dazzling pure white light bathing their entire bodies, washing away the resentment in the hearts of the maidens and guiding them in the direction of their journey. Uncountable dead souls broke free and ran out of the ayahuasca drums, having long since become cowed by their long ordeal. Some of the undead souls, after breaking free from their bonds, hurriedly found a hidden location and hid quietly. They were scared, but that's okay. The gentle phoenix and the birds soothed the maidens with their kindly voices. Eventually, it was accompanied by a final cry of a 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 cry. The figures of the phoenix and the 100 birds disappeared between heaven and earth. As for the dead souls of the young girls who were trapped in the ayahuasca drums, they were also redeemed at this moment. After everything was over, Zhang Shu cupped his fists and bowed to the Swana class behind him. Thank you, seniors. The figure at the head shook his head, and although he was a dark shadow without any expression, he must be relieved and happy at this moment. Let tens of millions of young girls' dead souls be redeemed. This life can have this kind of action. This life-death is not regrettable. Even Zhang Shu deserves to go down in history. But, merit or not, it didn't matter to Zhang Shu. He did it but from the heart. Rewarded on merit? It's not necessary. Wait until the rattle class has disappeared. Zhang Shu looked at the sister drum in front of him. Without the maiden's dead soul, the Ajisai drum now lost all its fighting power and was reduced to an ordinary drum. This was also equivalent to the fact that the Dragon Kingdom had permanently lost a powerful and terrifying object. But, the entire audience of the Dragon Kingdom, instead of feeling heartbroken by this, on the contrary, their hearts felt free and happy. Even some viewers from other countries were infected by Zhang Shu's actions just now. Ever since the terror ring descended, various countries have been searching for the terror as if they've gone mad. They won't consider the source of the terror. They'll only care if it's powerful or not. And the Dragon Kingdom, to be willing to permanently lose a powerful and terrifying object, but also to redeem the dead souls of tens of millions of young girls. Such behavior. I, the Triumph Empire, am ashamed to be inferior. With thousands of years of cultural heritage, the Dragon Kingdom has never done wrong in the face of right and wrong. In the past, I always listened to the Dragon Kingdom on international news to publicize what benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith, and I thought they were just putting on a show. But today, I realized that they have long since penetrated into the hearts and minds of the people, redeeming 10 million young girls' dead souls. This is a great righteousness. I declare that from now on, I, Charlie Peter, have become a brainless fan of the Dragon Kingdom. If anyone dares to blacken the Dragon Kingdom again, I will be the first to disobey. Charlie Peter? If I remember correctly, you were the one who blacked out the Black Dragon country the most before. Humph, before was before, now is now. I'm a brainwashed fan of Dragon Kingdom now. I brainlessly like Dragon Kingdom. What? Not convinced? You know what the best part is? When Sister Drum defeated Jack the Ripper and Annabelle, the Dragon Nation crowd simply stood up and did not chant, which means that they were not overwhelmed by the power of the terror thing. Their hearts, to the end, are in the dead souls of tens of millions of young girls. It's just that one or two people are like this, but the key is that all of them are like this. My God, this is the true quality of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, isn't it? That's right. Who says the Dragon Nation people have no education? I, Charlie Peter, am the first to disagree. The literacy of the people of the Dragon Kingdom is deep within. Unlike some people from the Sakura country, who know how to put on a show in front of the camera day in and day out. What's the use of picking up garbage? Cleaning the toilets. What's the use of that? The literacy of the people can only be accurately demonstrated in such sudden moments of inadvertence. The Dragon Kingdom. Not only do the horrors deserve our respect, but even their culture, their people, are equally worthy of respect. The moment. Many foreign viewers were completely bowled over by the Dragon Kingdom because of this. Of course, there were still a lot of viewers who were brainless about the Black Dragon Kingdom, saying that they were even stupid enough to give up on powerful horrors. For these words, Zhang Shu didn't even bother. Looking around, most of them were viewers from the Sakura country and the Little Cold Republic. More than anything, I don't want to pay attention. Game 6 of the Dragon Kingdom Deathmatch. Rokoka Shun. Current score, 7-0. As this logic goes on, 3 more wins for Dragon will mean the end of the deadly war. At that time, the comprehensive national strength of the Dragon Kingdom will far exceed that of all other countries. What a great matchup, I have to say. Since the opening of the deadly war, the Dragon Kingdom has really brought us all sorts of surprises. The moment the mysterious referee's figure appeared in the center of the ring, the hearts of the entire audience instantly became tense with anticipation in their eyes. The showdown is over. As agreed, the Dragon Kingdom will receive a SSS-ranked artifact, as well as the gravity factor. Next, it's the much-anticipated moment to reveal the rewards. So please, viewers, don't blink. SSS-ranked artifacts, debut. The mysterious referee's words fell. Next moment. In front of him, a pendulum clock actually suddenly appeared. The pendulum clock is 1 meter high and features a precise and detailed mechanical design. The outermost part was plated with a layer of golden metal material, and the scale taken by the dial was an ancient rune that had never been seen before. Obscure and difficult to understand. With 24 scales, the body of the pendulum clock is inlaid with beautifully subtle patterns, giving the whole clock a mid-century steamy vintage look. Snapped. The pendulum keeps swinging. The sound of bearings and gears turning was clear enough for everyone in the audience to hear. Only, they were now puzzled. Is this thing a SSS-level trickster? What's the difference between looking like a vintage craft pendulum clock? How does something like that deserve to be called SSS-rated? The crowd was puzzled by this. But soon, the mysterious referee's maneuver completely broke the doubts in their hearts. He stroked the pendulum clock and smiled slightly, and in the next moment, an invisible barrier spread out from the pendulum clock. All the surrounding space seemed to be shrouded in a special colorless and tasteless film, and if someone were to look downwards from the 9 heavens, they would be able to see a barrier in the shape of a semicircular sphere, wrapping the entire terror ring, and these spectators in the barrier. The body was not affected in any way, not even a single wound. They wanted to spit out a few words, but just as the offensive words reached their mouths, it was as if someone had covered their mouths with a hand and they couldn't make a single sound. Not only that, in their minds, a thought came to mind that could not be erased. Stillness, until after the mystic referee removes the effect. That's when the audience can speak properly. What just happened? Why can't I even say anything? Not only that, I can't even control my body. It's like I'm being controlled. Only my brain can still think. In that instant just now, I felt that the power in my body had been drained, and it was as if my entire being had become a fish on a chopping board, unable to move a single muscle, only to be slaughtered. Is this the effect of SSS-ranked artifacts? The audience was extraordinarily curious. The mysterious referee explained. This SSS-ranked artifact is called the static bell. It can cause everything in a 500-mile radius to fall into a state of stasis. And in stasis, nothing is immune except the possessor, and those designated by the possessor. Of course, it doesn't completely restrict horrors of SSS level and above. It can only put them into a short stasis. But don't underestimate this short stasis. You must know that in a duel of powerful men, even a single mistake in a single breath can result in a full-blown loss. Simply put, I'm appalled. This SSS-ranked artifact called Static Bell. The effect possessed is the creation of a barrier in which everything enveloped in it will fall into stasis. It's a control range type of trick weapon. It's strong. If you use it in a duel, you will certainly achieve a surprising effect. Of course, in addition to that, The still bell has a deterrent effect. Within a 500-mile radius of where it is located, all terrors below the SSS level are not allowed to launch attacks. The mysterious referee added another sentence. The meaning is obvious. This is something that can also be used as a defense artifact. As long as it's there, attacks by horrors are virtually non-existent for 500 miles around. Is this a SSS-ranked artifact? Although it's of no use to me, now that the Terror Summoners Association of the Dragon Kingdom is under construction, it would be useful to use it as a protective measure. Zhang Shu cupped his chin and pondered for a while, deciding that he would hand over the static bell to Qin Xiaoming later. As for the conditions for the use of static bells, each use requires the consumption of a gold bar. The shock effect does not require any conditions. One thought to this. Zhang Shu reached out his hand towards the static bell. In the next moment, it actually shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then transformed into a small model that flew into Zhang Shu's hand. Zhang Shu looked at the mysterious referee with some confusion. The mysterious referee was surprised. It seems that the static bell recognizes you. From now on, you will no longer be a user, but its master. There are no conditions for the master to use something. Oh, did you save the gold bars again? That's nice. Another day to add to the building of our country. Zhang Shu's heart became more and more relaxed. As for the gravity factor, it was contained in a highly sophisticated suitcase, which Zhang Shu did not open. The heads of the other countries tiptoed around very covetously, as if they wanted to see what the gravity factor actually looked like. But Zhang Shu was dead set on not opening it. It was his reward for winning the duel. Certainly not easily exposed to other countries. This behavior immediately provoked the displeasure of the audience of the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura country. Baka, is this the pattern of the Dragon Kingdom players? Getting a reward and not even giving us a chance to look at it? The existence of the gravity factor could allow the scientific community to take a very important and crucial step in the study of gravity. This is not just a reward for the Dragon Kingdom. This should be a reward for the whole world. ACI bar. I think the Sakura Nation viewers are right. This kind of thing that is beneficial to the development of human science and technology should be taken out and shared, so as to promote the development of the world's scientific and technological level. Could it be that Rokoko's previous statement that the world is one big family was just a play on words? That's right, we can do without the SSS-ranked artifacts, but the gravity factor hopes that the Dragon Kingdom can take it out and share it. This is about the development of all mankind, and it should be shared by all mankind. Right. We in the Sakura Kingdom hope that the Dragon Kingdom can hand over the gravity factor. So is my Little Cold Republic. Have to say, in this aspect of shamelessness, the audiences of the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura country are considered to be the top group. Getting the Dragon Kingdom to take out the rewards for winning is the kind of thing they can say. The heads of the other countries did not speak. They looked at Zhang Shu silently. They also want the gravity factor if they can. This kind of technology, once mastered, will play a key role in the development of the country. However, Zhang Shu sneered, turned his head in the direction of the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom, and faintly spat out a sentence. Bunch of idiots. Simple bad breath. The ultimate in enjoyment. After cursing, without looking back, Zhang Shu directly returned to the audience seats of the Dragon Kingdom. He had nothing more to say to the Little Cold Republic and Sakura Nation audiences. Calling them names feels like an insult to their intelligence. Are they considered normal? Who in their right mind would let someone share their winning reward? And in a fucking obligatory tone. The Dragon Nation audience also cursed along with that. What a bunch of whimsical, stupid birds. Want gravity factor? If you have the ability, defeat my Dragon Kingdom in the ring, dueling and not daring to participate. And you want a reward? What's the matter? You've got a big mouth. All you know is to ask for this and that all day long. I still have a pile of my child's diaper here. Do you want it or not? Seeing the way you Sakura country and Little Cold Republic are like that, you'll never be able to eat a 3-course meal in your entire life. In this case, I just ate golden needle mushrooms yesterday, and I'll pull out and take them back for you in a while. So it's kind of like this grandpa is giving you a dish of charity. Being so provoked, the Sakura Nation audience and the Little Chill Nation audience were instantly annoyed. ACI bar. What do you guys mean? Are you trying to say that I, Little Chilluminous, am no match for you, Dragon Kingdom? If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't our Cherry Blossom country's turn for a spot in this duel, otherwise, your Dragon country would have lost a long time ago. You guys laugh smugly now. Really think you can pass the death battle? I forgot to tell you guys. My Little Cold Republic's SS rank hasn't even hit the field yet. My Cherry Blossom Kingdom abounds in powerful horrors. And one of them, by the way, can storm your Dragon Kingdom. The scene was a brawl that moved toward the point of no repression. And just then, the voice of the mysterious referee sounded. It looks like the Little Cold Republic and Sakura country can't wait to go to war. In that case, I've decided that the next 1v2 duel will be between Little Cold Republic and Sakura Nation versus Dragon Nation. If, however, the Little Cold Republic and Sakura Country win, they will be awarded the gravity factor. If the Dragon Nation wins, the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura Nation must each pay 14 billion Dragon Nation coins in damages, plus mutilate one of their own SS-ranked horrors. Arguing is pointless. Everything has to be proven by the strength of the horrible thing. The mysterious referee's voice echoed throughout the terror ring. Almost instantly, the viewers of Little Cold Republic and Sakura Country were instantly honest. Especially their leaders, Sakamoto Kawaii and Lee Myung-hyuk. Their faces were gloomy at the first moment. They, in fact, do not intend to fight in the next showdown. The horrors shown by the Dragon Kingdom now are so overpoweringly strong. They had wanted to lie dormant for a while, observe the enemy, and then strike at the critical moment to catch the Dragon Kingdom by surprise. But nay, the people of the country have put them on the spot, leaving a spot in the next showdown to be played dead on their heads. Baka, what a bunch of idiots. Sakamoto Kawaii turned his back to the Sakura Nation crowd and gritted his teeth, wanting to curse but not daring to. On the side, Lee Myung-hyuk's face didn't look good either, and by the looks of it, he was also agonizing over what kind of horror he should use against the Dragon Kingdom. Tinkerbell. Just then, Sakamoto Kawaii's cell phone rings and he answers it. Say something. I'm on fire. Mr. Sakamoto Kawaii, there's good news, the legendary Akabane has been found. What? Sakamoto Kawaii was so excited that his hands were trembling, as if he had heard some astonishing secret. Where is the horrible summoner who summoned it? What have you done with him? The voice on the other side of the phone was small. Don't worry, the terror summoner is in the base right now. Only, this time it's a little different than before. How is it different? The conditions for summoning the Red Bonanza are harsh. How hard-working. To hell with it. Dragon Nation. Center for Paranormal Research. At the last minute, because of the argument between the viewers of Sakura Nation and Koan Nation, the roster for the 7th matchup has been finalized. For this result, Zhang Shu only wanted to clap his hands. A bunch of blindly arrogant assholes. There's no way I'll show any mercy in the next duel. Only cruelty can be used against the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom. It's no use treating them well. They will just take your kindness as weakness. But if you're mean to them, they won't even hate you. They'll worship you and be in awe. This has been proven throughout history. For example, a high mushroom cloud rose up on Sakura Nation's soil, but they soon forgot about the hatred and recognized the culprit as their big brother. Such people are, to put it bluntly, cheap. Zhang Shu, it's because of your appearance that the Dragon Kingdom was able to rise in the Ring of Terror. Qin Xiaoming's eyes were filled with recognition. But even so, I still want to say one thing to you. Never, ever beware of the horrors of other countries. Perhaps it seems now that they are beginning to recognize the Dragon Kingdom, but in their hearts, they can never easily treat the Dragon Kingdom as a friend. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. This truth, I think you should be clear about it. Zhang Shu understood. Qin Xiaoming was telling him this. In the Ring of Terror, one should never be merciful. One should kill and leave no stone unturned. This is something that Zhang Shu is well aware of and puts into action. By the way, Chief Qin, this is for you. Zhang Shu handed the static bell in his hand to Qin Xiaoming, who was slightly stunned. This is the reward you received. Something that belongs to you. It's okay, take it. Zhang Shu smiled and waved his hand. After the Terrorist Summoner Association is established, it will also need to have strong defenses, and within a short period of time, there is nothing more suitable than the static bell. Besides, I have many more terrors in my hands, so I can't use this at all. Qin Xiaoming was not a pretentious person. Zhang Shu had said it so bluntly, so if he refused again, it would seem like he was being a bit unkind. In that case, I'll take it and thank you for your contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Xiaoming looked serious as he gave a military salute to Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu likewise stood upright, put away his spontaneous and free-spirited nature, and returned a military salute in a serious and upright manner. In the meantime, a staccato voice caught the duo's attention. Aya, annoyed, originally slept well, but as a result, I had to go catch some kind of karma mirror. Isn't this thing from the netherworld? Why don't you ask the black and white to go with them? Not far away, there was the sound of a detained ghost complaining. Immediately after, Yi Chou Hong, who was on the side, laughed and joked. Senior soul detaining ghost, is there a possibility that you were sent out on a mission because you're more handsome and the populace wouldn't be afraid of you when they see you? Hiss. The detainer frowned. If it's because of that, it's not unacceptable. But for some reason, my intuition tells me that this is not as simple as it seems. You know what? It's just, I feel like someone's stabbing me in the back. Ha! Yi Chou Hong found it unbelievable. No way. Soul-detaining ghost senior, you are an existence that dares to steal business with the black and white irregulars. Who would dare to victimize you behind your back? The soul detainer was also puzzled. I also find it strange, but my intuition has always been accurate. Wait for me to go back and investigate. Having said that, one man and one ghost continued to walk in towards the front. It wasn't long before he saw Zhang Shu and Qin Xiaoming. Is the duel over so soon? Yi Qiuhong was a bit surprised, but when she saw that Zhang Shu was intact, a relaxed expression appeared on her face. It looks like even 1v2 is not a difficult task for you. Zhang Shu shook his head. It's not me. It's the Chinese horror that's too powerful. I'm just a mediocre horror summoner. Mediocre. Ha ha, if you're considered mediocre, I'm afraid all the terror summoners in this world can only be considered imbecilic. Yi Qiuhong said, suddenly thinking of something. By the way, we brought back the karma mirror you asked me and the soul detainer to find. That's it. Said. She placed a mirror in front of Zhang Shu. It's an old mirror. The mirrors are not smooth and flat in the traditional sense, as if they have been smeared with a heavy layer of gray, unable to illuminate anything, and on the mirror frame, there were all kinds of precise and mysterious patterns engraved. There were bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods, as well as birds and beasts, as if all the creatures in the world were engraved on it. Its surroundings, lingering ancient solemn atmosphere. Just to look at the first glance, all people feel panic, as if there is an invisible great power is eroding the human sanity. The legendary karma mirror, a symbol of judgment and judgment. However, according to the black and white invincible, this mirror is not the genuine version, but a youthful version with some of its effects castrated. Still, it's more than enough to judge a person's goodness. Many thanks. With the karma mirror, the construction of the Horror Summoner Association has gained another extremely crucial force. Zhang Shu smiled and extended his hand. Yi Qiuhong shook it. It's all due. Besides, soul-detaining ghost senior gets the most credit. I'm just being a follower on the sidelines. Oops. People are giving you credit for this. What are you pulling me for? The soul-detaining ghost revealed an expression of disinterest. Think about it. I'm a ghost now. You're not doing me any favors by pulling the credit towards me. Might as well keep it to yourself. It is also a relatively clean and understanding ghost. Looking aside, Zhang Shu and Qin Xiaoming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just then, the soul-detaining ghost's words changed. By the way, little friend Zhang Shu, there is something I want to ask you. What is it? Why would you send me to look for the karma mirror? This thing is more familiar to the black and white infernal. You should have sent them. Zhang Shu sniffed and said with a straight face, oh, I was thinking the same thing, but the black and white irregulars recommended that I let you go. They say you're hardworking for ghosts, love helping people the most, and crucially don't take payment. So, just send you. This statement was made. The detained ghost on the side grunted twice at once. I knew it was those two fucking guys. Cherry Blossom Country. Magnificent hidden base. The walls on both sides, made of titanium alloy, release a silver-white metallic luster and a sense of futuristic technology. Led by the researcher, Sakamoto Kawai arrived at the residential area of the base. The one you said could summon the Akabane. Give me his information. Sakamoto Kawai walked down the deep corridor. On either side were empty and quiet rooms. The researcher pushed up his glasses and said, this horror summoner's name is Shota Yamamoto. He is 26 years old, and he is a male publicist at a well-known bar. Except that his performance is very bad, and he lives beyond his means every month. It also made him very realistic, opening his mouth about money and not wanting to be a full member of our team and not wanting to obey the rules. Reality? Sakamoto Kawai waved his hand. It's nothing to be realistic. This kind of person who likes money is the easiest to control. As for not wanting to be a full-fledged team member and not wanting to submit to discipline, that's because the money isn't there. Words. The researcher on the sidelines nodded, not speaking. By the way, regarding your comment about the conditions for summoning Akabane being somewhat special, what does that mean? Sakamoto Kawai asked. Hey, this is a strange thing to say. The researcher sighed, frowned deeply and, other horror summoners summon horrors either by specific actions or by sacrifices of blood and flesh or whatever, but it takes longevity to summon the Red Bonanza. Every time Shota Yamamoto summons the Red Bonanza, his lifespan decreases by 5 years, which we have been able to confirm by observing the changes in his cellular lifespan. 5 years of life for each summoning? Doesn't this mean that this Red Bonanza is a consuming terror? No wonder Shota Yamamoto doesn't want to be a full member of the team. Sakamoto Kawai frowned and continued. Then how many times has he performed the summoning before? According to his own words, it has been carried out 3 times. The first 2 times for the purpose of killing, and the third time for the purpose of delivering the surrender to us. The researcher added. By the way, we also figured out the people who were killed in the first 2 times. They were two families of civilians who were summoned by Shota Yamamoto to be killed by him and Akabane because of a falling out between them. Sakamoto Kawai pondered for a while and spoke faintly. The civilian matter is well handled. Get some money to help him cover up his crime. Any other information? No more. The researcher spread his hands and said, Shota Yamamoto said we weren't the top person in charge, so he only revealed so much to us. And he said more information would only be given to you in person. Rather a guy with personality. Sakamoto Kawai snorted coldly and continued walking towards the front. Soon, they arrived in a closed and spacious room. The bed in the room. Shota Yamamoto curled his arm into a pillow and gazed up at the ceiling with a puzzled look. The sixth horror duel has ended. Why hasn't Sakamoto Kawai returned? Could it be that even the red bonanza is no longer able to attract them? No. It should still be on its way. And instead of thinking about that, I'd better think about how much I should ask for later. As Shota Yamamoto muttered to himself, the door was suddenly opened. Sakamoto Kawai and the researcher walked into the room. Hello, Sakamoto Kawai. Sakamoto Kawai extended his hand. Shota Yamamoto turned his head to see the visitor and hurriedly sat up in a regular manner, smiled and shook. And, hello Mr. Sakamoto, I've seen you on TV often. Aha. Sakamoto Kawai smiled skinlessly and cut straight to the chase. I heard that you can summon Akabane. Yeah, right. Shota Yamamoto pointed at the researchers. They've all seen it already, so I won't show it. After all, summoning a 5-year lifespan once is still a high price to pay. Sakamoto Kawai had seen the video before arriving and had no doubts about it. Tell me, why did you appear out of nowhere? And what exactly is your purpose? If I'm not mistaken, it's for money. Sakamoto Kawai sat in his chair and clasped his hands with the acumen of a caveman. Shota Yamamoto accompanied the smile. Ha ha, that's right, I came to you guys. Indeed. For money. How much? 10 billion Sakura coins. Based on the current exchange rate, 10 billion Sakura coins is equal to 400 million Dragon Kingdom coins. All of it is worth enough to bring hundreds of medium-sized businesses back from the dead. 10 billion Sakura coins. You really have a big mouth. Why should I give it to you? Sakamoto Kawai looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Shota Yamamoto smiled subtly. It's simple. Because I can help Sakura Nation defeat Dragon Nation in the 7th matchup. Blind arrogance can end badly. Sakamoto Kawai said indifferently. I know that your Akabane is SS ranked, but you are also well aware that Jack the Ripper, Annabelle, these powerful SS ranked horrors are similarly powerless in front of the Dragon Kingdom player. Don't compare me to them. Yamamoto Shota's eyes became sharp. My red bonanza is not an unusual SS ranked terror. It can get stronger with the amount of life I sacrifice. Also, the person who was killed by Akabane, his lifespan will be transferred to me. This statement was made. Sakamoto Kawai had a somewhat shaken look on his face. Become stronger with the amount of consecrated lifespan. Growing horrors? And it can also take away an opponent's lifespan. Doesn't it mean that as long as the red bonanza kills enough people, its strength will grow indefinitely? Ahem, Mr. Sakamoto. I know what you're thinking, but allow me to interrupt you. There is a limit to the growth of strength. Yamamoto Shota explained. The lifespan of the sacrifice reaching 200 years is the limit. As for what level of strength the red bonanza will reach after 200 years of sacrifice, this I am not too sure, but it's safe to say that it's at the top of the list of SS-ranked terrifying things. This, Sakamoto Kawai doesn't doubt it. Akabane has a notable influence in the history of the Sakura country. But how do you know how much life you have? Sakamoto Kawai asked. This one is a secret that belongs between me and Akabane. Yamamoto Shota had a look of heavenly knowledge. But because I killed 2 people before, my lifespan has now come to 240 years. So a limit sacrifice can be reached. I'm very confident in defeating Rukoku, provided the money is there. 10 billion Sakura coins, once obtained. This was a great fortune for Shota Yamamoto. With money again and a life to spend, he was already fantasizing about his bright future. As for the showdown with Rukoku, he pressed on. He had absolute confidence in Red Bonanza. If we can really defeat the Dragon Kingdom, let alone 10 billion Sakura coins, I'll promise you even 20 billion. Plus a Sakura Nation Medal of Honor for you, Sakamoto Kawai said, and added solemnly, a Medal of Honor will allow you to receive 100,000 Sakura coins per month without compensation. Oh, is that a good thing? Shota Yamamoto was overjoyed. Yoshi, it's a deal. Ring of Terror. 1 hour before the start of the 7th showdown, Kawai Sakamoto led Shota Yamamoto to the audience seats of the Koen Republic. Upon seeing Lee Myung-hyuk for the first time, Sakamoto Kawai immediately asked, for the 7th duel, which terror are you little cold republic going to send? Because it was a collaboration with Sakura Nation, Lee Myung-hyuk didn't hide it. Egg ghosts, have you ever heard of them? Chicken, egg ghosts? Sakamoto Kawaii suspected something was wrong with his ears. What is this egg ghost? How come I've never heard of it? However, just hearing the name gives a sense of weakness that is very untrustworthy. Are you little cold folk stupid? If we lose the 7th matchup, the Dragon Kingdom owns 8 points, and we've got nothing left to tolerate. And you're sending an egg ghost? What? Is it the eggs in your little cold republic that have become fertilized? Sakamoto Kawaii immediately cursed angrily. His body couldn't help but tremble from anger. Who told you the egg ghost was weak? Lee Myung-hyuk's eyes widened. In our little chill republic, egg ghosts are an extremely terrifying existence. It is a kind of ghost that has no descendants to offer sacrifices to in future generations, and thus is transformed into a ghost due to the resentment in its heart. The reason why it is called an egg ghost is because it has no 5 senses, and is not an egg that has become a spirit. Kawaii Sakamoto. It feels like it might as well be eggs becoming fertilized. Of course, I wouldn't be stupid enough to send it out for the 7th duel if that was all it was. In order to reassure Sakamoto Kawaii, Lee Myung-hyuk explained. The egg ghost we sent out was a patriarch who built a powerful family hundreds of years ago. During its lifetime, it dutifully took care of the family, not only accumulating wealth, but also recruiting and amassing force, so that the family it was in at the time had the power to call the shots with the feudal rulers. However, it was such a patriarch who had his heart set on the family that was forgotten by the clan after his death, and was even given the reputation of being the scum of the clan because of his successor. Intense resentment piled up and turned it into an egg ghost. The strength possessed far exceeds the vast majority of SS-class terrors. Of course, if you think the name egg ghost doesn't sound good, you can call it by another name, General Faceless. For this one terror, the Little Chill Republic has not been exposed in the Ring of Terror. Its domestic, however, has long been rumored. Within the small Chile civilization, each time a horror appeared, it was tested and its values in all areas were recorded. As for the Faceless General's values in all aspects, they were extremely powerful, comparable to a hexagonal warrior, the best of all the SS-ranked horrors. Almost all of the people of the Little Cold Republic were looking forward to General Faceless' terrifying ring debut. They firmly believed that General Faceless was the most powerful SS-ranked terror within the Little Cold folk. Even after the last showdown, there was also an interesting poll within the Koan folk. It reads, do you feel that the Faceless General could just as easily defeat Jack the Ripper and Annabella's sister Drum as well? Yes/no? According to the statistics, a total of 30 million netizens participated in the poll, and 95% of them chose yes. They think the Faceless General, a horror comparable to the sister Drum. I hope that the Faceless General you speak of does have this strength. Otherwise, my Sakura Kingdom will definitely not forgive you lightly. Sakamoto Kawaii snorted coldly and left with Yamamoto Shota. Lee Myung-hyuk looked at their departing backs, or to be precise, at Yamamoto Shota's back, and his eyes gradually became wary. This guy's terror thing seems a bit strong. The last hour is over. The 7th game of the Dragon Kingdom death battle now begins. The mysterious referee's voice was like a bell. Before the duel begins, I will reiterate once again. If Sakura Nation and Koan Nation are victorious, they will receive the gravity factor. If the Dragon Nation wins, Sakura and Sakura need to compensate the Dragon Nation $14 billion each. Remember, it's Dragon Nation currency. In addition, the 2 Sakura countries will each have to cut their own SS-ranked terror. Now then, let's get started. The 3-way player enters. Because he had worked as a male publicist before, Shota Yamamoto's appearance was quite popular. The crowd in a number of countries cheered for him as he made his entrance. Everyone is really enthusiastic. When I'm rich, and with this skin of mine, I'm afraid all the girls around the globe will fall in love with me. Shota Yamamoto is extremely narcissistic. He's slender, wearing a suit, and comes to the center of the ring with his hands in his pockets. As for the players from the Republic of Koan, his name is Choi Sung-soo, and he's a 40-year-old middle-aged man. With a cross-eared beard and long hair bound with black duct tape, he stood still without a word. It looks kinda sedate. Introduce your terrors, the mysterious referee said. Shota Yamamoto turns his head towards the audience with a sunny, handsome smile and, first of all, I'm from the country of Sakura and my name is Shota Yamamoto. Since this is the first time I've appeared in the Ring of Terror, no one should recognize me, but that's okay, you'll get to know me soon enough, because, the terrifying thing I summoned is SS-ranked Bonjour, and, it's a red bonanza. The words fell. Shota Yamamoto snapped his fingers. Everything on the scene, including the speed of air movement, seemed to slow down at that moment. Around Shota Yamamoto's body, a silver-white light seemed to bathe on, and they were like flowing dough that kept converging towards the sky. It's his lifespan. In the meantime, a bloody mouth appeared in the sky without warning, and it swallowed the lifespan cleanly in one gulp, gradually emerging in its true form. It was a mask with a green face and fangs. 2 pairs of horns were sharp and chilling, the empty and lifeless eyes released green smoke, and the 5 senses of the face were all twisted in one piece. The appearance was extremely horrible and scary. It took on an overall scarlet color, as if it had been dipped in blood, and after, beneath the mask, a body of flesh began to coalesce. Its body was reddish, as if it had been skinned, and the muscle groups it exposed were still rolling with heat. A green-colored hair was like a vine, extending until it was draped around her waist. The sharp nails were like iron hooks, as if they could tear apart everything in the world, and it was so thin and stooped that it looked like an old granny with wrinkled skin. The moment it raised its head, and a pair of deep and frightening eyes were staring at Zhang Shu in death. A scarlet tongue licked the corners of its mouth, and intense jealousy and greed surged within it. Its nails grew crazily and changed into a sharp spike, a ferocious killing intent that filled the air. It's going to kill Zhang Shu, took away his lifespan. Prajna, Japanese legendary Oni. It is made of intense jealousy and resentment. According to the information, there are 3 types of prajna. One is white prajna, one is laughing prajna, and the last one is red prajna. Of these 3 kinds of prajna, the white and laughing prajna are not very powerful. They will even play pranks on small children, grabbing their snacks and causing them to wail. However, red bonanza, is extremely ferocious. It does things without any purpose, kills people without any regularity, and devours their flesh and deprives them of life. Among the 3 great prajna, the red prajna's strength was the most terrifying and the most feared by the world. On the origin of Akabane, legend has it that a long time ago, there was a daughter-in-law whose husband and son had both died, and she and her mother-in-law were on very bad terms with each other, to the point of mutual loathing. The mother-in-law insults her daughter-in-law as a scourge who has killed her son and grandchildren, so she often resorts to inhuman means to abuse her daughter-in-law. And on one particular grave-sweeping occasion, the mother-in-law, in order to punish her daughter-in-law, put on a mask with a green face and fangs, and suddenly jumped out while her daughter-in-law was offering incense, trying to scare her daughter-in-law severely. But who knows? The daughter-in-law died as a result. When the grandmother saw this, she immediately panicked and thought about taking off her mask to save her life. But something bizarre happened. The mask worn on her face was as if it had been glued to her face with strong glue, and no matter how hard her mother-in-law tore at it, she could not remove it. And then, the mother-in-law's will was eroded little by little, and she also became a scarlet-colored monster, and devoured her daughter-in-law's body little by little. From then on, the powerful and cruel Akabane appeared and began to plague the earth. Many countries are not aware of Akabane. They began to question, this red bonanza is so skinny and weak-looking, can he really defeat the Dragon Kingdom? However, the audience of Sakura Nation and some audience of other countries who were familiar with Akabane, however, at this moment this was completely excited. Yoshi, this time, my Sakura Nation's appearance is actually Akira Bonanza. This duel can be declared over early. The red bonanza is a legendary ghost of the Sakura country, and its strength is simply beyond your imagination. If we were to rate the strength of the red bonanza, it would definitely rank in the top 5 of the global SS-rank terrifying things list. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see what they can fight us with in Longwa. With our red bonanza around, the so-called Chinese terror is a joke. Why don't we just change the way this matchup is going to take place, and let us, the Sakura country, face off against the Dragon country and the Little Cold Republic, lest it be said that we're bullying them. The Sakura audience, letting loose with their taunts. They looked at Zhang Shu with a teasing look in their eyes. Each of them, almost all of them, had a childhood shadow dominated by Akabane. That's why there was such a strong reaction when he saw Akabane. You're my first opponent in the Ring of Terror, and you're worth 10 billion Sakura coins to me. Of course, I hope you don't lose too fast so I'll have peace of mind when I get my money. Shota Yamamoto stands in the ring, his hands in his pockets with scorn in his eyes. He looked down on Zhang Shu. More than that, I despise Chinese horror. However, Zhang Shu ignored his mockery, but it was just a dog barking. As for the red bonanza, Zhang Shu didn't care. It wasn't a match for the Chinese terror anyway. The only thing Zhang Shu cared about was Shota Yamamoto's last name, Yamamoto. So familiar. He couldn't help himself, so he looked over at Shota Yamamoto and cursed that. Yamamoto, are you immortal? P.S. A terrier. It's funny. Full audience. They were confused. However, the Dragon Nation audience let loose with laughter. Ha 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 ha. It hurts. It really hurts. I've been holding my breath since I first started, and I was just about to scold. But Zhang Shu did it for me. Ha ha ha. Yamamoto, are you sir? I can't believe I have a tune in my head right now all by myself. Although Yamamoto Shota couldn't understand what exactly Zhang Shu's words meant, but after seeing the reaction of the audience in Dragonland, he understood instantly. The other person must be cursing himself. Baka! Yamamoto Shota glared at the little Chill Republic player on the sidelines. Don't freeze. Hurry up and summon your terror. He was now, and his anger had spiked. What a rude child. Choi Sung-soo glanced unhappily at Yamamoto Shota before turning his head to look at Zhang Shu. And of course, you're a rude child. A casual swearer like you would have been beaten to my knees and begged for mercy if you were in the Little Chill Republic. However, it doesn't matter, because in the Ring of Terror, I can still make you beg for mercy on your knees. The words fell. Choi Sung-soo scratched a bloody mark on his chest with his sharp nails, while his eyes became dark and oozy after that. I, Choi Sung-soo, will be summoning the horror that is SS rank Faceless General. Boom boom boom. Moment. The earth began to tremble. The sky turned dark red. The land under Choi Sung-soo's feet began to show spiderweb-like cracks, and all the dirt piled up in one piece, like a bamboo shoot that had broken through the land, frantically pulling itself up towards the top. In full view of everyone, the ground was raised hundreds of meters, forming a lofty mountain in the ring, in which stood tombstone after tombstone, a river of blood spreading from the top to the foot of the mountain, flowing over all the graves, and Choi Sung-soo standing on top of the mountain. Beside him stood a grave that was 3 meters high. The tombstone looked like it had been broken and reassembled. It was filled with cracks, and in those cracks, filled with slimy, writhing muscle tissue that looked incredibly bizarre. Bang! A huge palm stretched out of the ground, while then forcefully supporting the whole body. It was stout, 3 meters tall, with arms as thick as tree trunks, muscles as hard as steel, the upper half of its bare skin a dark purple color, and the lower half of its body was clad in armor. Dirt rolled off its body as it held the tombstone against its shoulder. A head as slick as an egg that could definitely reflect light if it were in a high-brightness scene. Faceless General. This person was the head of a large family in the ancient feudal dynasty of the Shaohan Republic. In those days, he recruited troops to become a general and did battle with the feudal rulers. The number of people who have died at its hands is at least in the hundreds of thousands, and probably close to 1 million. And after its death, its descendants, in order to live on, tarnished its honor by calling it an unforgivable evil, resulting in none of the later generations of the clan paying homage to it. That's what makes us the faceless generals of today. With the many gain effects added to it, the power it possessed at the moment, even if an unusual SS class was in front of it, it could only be killed in a second by a single move. Shota Yamamoto, who was on the side, frowned slightly when he saw it. What a powerful and terrifying thing. I feel that it seems to be stronger than the Red Bonanza. Faceless General, the strongest SS-ranked horror in the Republic of Little Chill. It's over. It's over. Dragon Kingdom, you're over. Not only is General Faceless the strongest SS-ranked terror in our Little Chill Republic, it is also a hexagonal warrior that has no weaknesses at all, minus being suppressed by class. This matchup is General Faceless first in the Ring of Terror, and likewise, it's the first one where it hits the ground running. I'm now beginning to look forward to the scene where the dragon player is knocked to the ground and the dragon audience loses their voices and cries. Red Bonanza of the Sakura Kingdom, our faceless general of the Little Cold Republic. I just want to ask the Dragon Kingdom, what are you going to fight us with? Let's have you guys argue with us earlier. Ha ha, well now, big trouble. Throughout history, no one who offended my Little Cold Republic has ever ended up in a good place. Faceless General, Red Bonanza. All of them were powerful existences that ranked among the top of the SS class. The fit between them is definitely stronger than Jack the Ripper and Annabelle before. Now, what will you take to defeat us? Shota Yamamoto and Choi Sung-soo are already unstoppable when they stand together. They gave the order almost at the same moment. Out of hand, the agile Red Bonanza transformed into a ghost, constantly weaving in and out of space like fleeting thunder, leaving a series of residual shadows wherever he passed. The spectators in the audience were so dazzled that they couldn't make out the opponent's trail. Suddenly, Zhang Shu raised his head. See only, the skinny Red Bonanza had appeared above his head at some point. Its green-faced, fanged, hideous face revealed a strong willingness to kill, and its sharp nails cut through the air, actually condensing a huge clawed tooth that was oozing beyond compare, tearing apart everything around it, and grabbing up fiercely towards Zhang Shu. Its powerful aura caused the audience in the room to suck in a breath of cold air. The faceless general on top of the high mountain was equally unyielding. It carried the bloody tombstone, its strong leg muscles tightening at the moment, and with a loud bang, it stepped on the top of the mountain and leapt high. The powerful stomping force actually stepped on the top of the mountain and made cracks after cracks, and it carried the bloody tombstone and leapt down from 100 meters under the sky, even though there were no 5 senses on its face. The excitement, madness, and agitation that erupted from it almost broke through its body. The huge flesh and blood tombstone wrapped in rolling purple flames left a trailing trail vertically in the air, like a fire cloud falling from the sky, and smashed viciously towards Zhang Shu. Void minions, berserk fire cloud. The two attacks were stiff and fierce. It arrived in front of Zhang Shu in an instant, but just in the nick of time. Break! A voice that shocked the ages suddenly rang out. In a flash, a terrifying blade chi that was 100 meters long broke through the air. The blade gas was pitch black, and there seemed to be a great power on it that could devour everything in the world. And almost the moment it appeared, it directly broke through Red Boner's void claws and teeth, and then rushed straight up to the 9 heavens. And the momentum of the gas was a mountainous one, and there was a loud bang, tearing apart the raging fire cloud struck by the faceless general easily, and then the aftermath rushed up into the sky. Its powerful force actually chopped out a horrifying rift in the sky. Crap! What is this thing? Such terrifying power. All the spectators present, shocked, stood up almost at the same time. Even the faceless general and Red Bonanza were on the same page in a flash, looking at Zhang Shu warily, meeting all the shocked and appalled gazes. Behind Zhang Shu's back, even slowly walked out a white-haired old man wearing a straw raincoat with a bucket hat. There was no powerful aura emanating from his body. His body, not strong, was skinny, and his wrists were even as thin as immature bamboo poles. Wrinkles crept over his entire face. What an old, tired face it was, like a rotten old man who has lived for thousands of years. His deep-set eyes glowed white, seems to be too blind to see. The high-raised skull also became a bit oozy from the lack of flesh. The old man was carrying a basket on his back, covered with a dustpan, and just staggered in front of Zhang Shu. The straw raincoat he was wearing was wet with scarlet liquid, and as he got closer, he could smell a strong fishy odor. After placing the basket on the ground, the old man whacked his old back, and couldn't help muttering a sentence under his breath. Old and out of practice. This is but a slight move, and it feels a bit overwhelming. Saying that, the old man looked at all the audience present and introduced, without any emotion. Underneath, John Doe. It's a credit knife man. Well, a life-saving credit knife man. With the fall of his words, almost no one in the audience dared to stand up and question or mock, because that move from earlier was just terrifyingly strong. As for the credit knife people, foreign viewers are even less clear, but Zhang Shu knew. The man with the sword on credit is one of the 10 most forbidden occupations in folklore. Their existence, in folklore, has always been widely rumored. Credit the knife man, a profession that existed centuries ago in ancient times. They were a group of guys with extremely eccentric personalities, and the knives in their hands were never sold on credit. They have traveled the length and breadth of the country, giving credit for the knives in their hands to all sorts of people. After giving the knife on credit, they would often leave a prophecy, such as a flood somewhere, or an earthquake, or an increase in the price of food, etc. The prophecies included both natural and man-made disasters, as well as family stories. Whenever these prophecies are fulfilled, they reappear and go from house to house collecting money on credit. If someone doesn't pay, the man with the knife on credit leaves another prophecy. Only, the prophecies were mostly about unfortunate things, such as accidents with children and broken families. And these prophecies, too, can come true. It has been said that the credit knife people are folklorists. Others say that the credited knife people are a mysterious organization skilled in the art of yin and yang ghosts. All kinds of statements, all kinds of things. And as one of the 10 most forbidden professions, the skills possessed by the credit swordsman are quite extraordinary. As for the life-supporting credit knife man summoned by Zhang Shu, every feudal dynasty, it is said, left him behind. And everywhere he went, he left a bloody mess. As for why they call it the sole credit knife man, because other people credit knives and want money, but the sojourner creditor credits the knife for his life. So far, he had lost count of the number of knives he had given out on credit long ago, and he has taken back more lives than he can count exactly. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Quantity, in front of his strength, no longer had any meaning. The credit blade man, for some reason, doesn't sound very powerful, but it always gives me an eerie feeling. I have a feeling that this duel seems like it's going to become more exciting than ever. The audience at the scene didn't even dare to breathe. Ring center, the life-threatening credit knife man moved his muscles a little, and large swathes of blood flowed out of his straw raincoat, as if his straw raincoat hit a pool of blood that would never dry up. In fact, under the horrifyingly deep underbelly of the Chinese style, I, as the person claiming credit for my life, am really too weak, so small that I am like an ant that can be held down with one hand. I'm also aware that I'm not strong. I don't have much strength, and I can make a joke out of a shot, and I might even flash my old back. After living for thousands of years, I'm already an old bone, and my body is starting to fail me. I'm weak, really weak. The life-taking credit knife man sighed as he spoke. He squatted down and slowly uncovered the dustpan on his backpack, revealing a fury of bloody knives inside. Suddenly raising his head, He looked expressionlessly at the faceless general and the red bonze. Only, to my surprise, you are surprisingly weaker than me, even less than one of my fingers. His voice? Extremely flat. It's like telling a taken for granted fact. But just after he said that, a ghostly black light suddenly burst out from his eyes, and then it expanded indefinitely, and the huge baleful aura it produced actually forced back the blood clouds in the sky in an instant. In the meantime, the Soul Credit Knife Man had removed the handful of skips from his backpack completely. In an instant, the furious and incomparable baleful chi surged crazily. They were like scarlet silks that filled the air and even turned into substance. The Soul Credit Knife Man took out a 2-foot-long machete from his back basket. The blade was pitch black, carved with a weird white bone pattern, and at the end of the handle there was a thumb-sized skull. The moment this blade appeared, Red Bonanza and the faceless general immediately became vigilant. They could feel the terror emanating from the blade. It's strong. It's dangerous. Their body instincts are sending out warnings. Even the mysterious referee at the edge of the ring couldn't help but frown as he. The grade of this sword. It's high. It's the top batch of all the trick weapons I've ever seen. Only, with such a powerful blade, it's surprising that this Soul Credit Knife Man would have. The mystic referee turned his gaze to the backpack in front of the solemn Credit Knife Man. See only, in this backpack, it was almost full of knives. Each knife looks very different. Some shaped like a human spine, others like a shark's tooth. The difference in shape meant that the power contained in these knives was very different. The mystic referee could clearly sense that the skeleton blade in the hands of the life-supporting Credit Knife Man was the weakest and most inconspicuous blade in the bunch. What kind of monster is this solitary Credit Knife Man? The mysterious referee was incomparably scornful. Ring center. The Sojourner Credit Knife Man held the skeleton knife and walked slowly towards the faceless general and Red Bonanza. And wherever he walked, the blood on his straw raincoat dripped onto the ground, making a lurid trail of blood. A majestic aura was frantically converging towards him. Staged old thing. Yamamoto Shota snorted coldly, and immediately sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to Red Bonanza once again. Red Bonanza, give it to me. Kill this old thing. The Red Bonanza that had received the longevity sacrifice had a rolling heat all over its body, and it twisted its neck, an almost maniacal joy surfacing on its face. And in the next moment, it was actually filled with excitement as it fought its way towards the life-supporting Credit Knife Man. Seeing this, the faceless general on the side blasted his giant fist on the ground, his body expanding once more, holding up the bloody tombstone towards the Soul Credit Knife Man. 2 strong attacks. Once again, it strikes. However, the life-supporting Credit Knife Man merely flipped the knife in his hand, and then, an awe-inspiring killing intent erupted from the vicissitudes of his eyes. Quiet. Buzz. The voice falls. There was instantaneous silence all around. The world transitioned from day to night. It was as if there was a horror so powerful that it could not be named above the 9 heavens, blocking out all the light with its huge body. The scene was dark and out of reach. The crowd is dead set on the center of the ring, although they can't see anything. However, an inexplicable fear surged through their hearts at this moment. Whoa! 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 At this point, the sky was pouring with rain. A drop of rainwater was like a weird and oozing bug, crawling all over the audience present at a very fast speed. Intense discomfort instantly filled their bodies. They wanted to take off their clothes and hold them above their heads to use as a shelter from the wind and rain. But the moment their noses came into contact with the rain, a fishy odor so strong that it hit them, that's when they realized. The drops that fell from the sky were not rain, but blood. Dark nights, blood rain. The audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Clang, clang, clang. And just then, from the center of the ring, the eerie and appalling sound of blades rubbing against the ground actually resounded again. Terrifyingly eerie dark surroundings, pouring rain of blood, and the chilling sound of sharpening knives. The audience now felt like they were in a bathroom at night and were washing their hair with their eyes closed. But suddenly, all the lights dimmed and the last glimmer in their squinting eyes faded. Everything is unreadable. The hot water in the nozzle was still spewing, and at that moment, a frightening figure, rubbing the machete in his hand, approached him step by step. The most frightening thing was that they could hear this weird sound, but the water that kept pouring out of the nozzle made it impossible for them to open their eyes and fight back, so they could only let it get a little bit closer. I don't know why, but I feel chill after chill coming from my neck. I feel that someone is holding a knife to my neck, and if I dare to turn my head, it will be chopped off in one stroke. Don't talk for a while. My heart. It's starting to panic inexplicably. What was the last sentence of the horrible thing summoned by the Dragon Kingdom player just now? It's like he said that one finger is enough to kill General Faceless and Red Bonanza. Wait, you guys, look in the ring. At this point, in the crowd, I don't know who shouted out, and everyone cast their gazes. The ring. Cluster after cluster of scarlet flames flared up, They centered around the sole credit blade man, surrounding him and bringing a faint light to the ring. In the meantime, the figures of Red Bonanza and the Faceless General also appeared at this moment. They are just one step away from claiming the credit knife man. Even the sharp nails of Akabane were on the verge of piercing the neck of the person who was claiming credit for his life. But just in the nick of time, the man who demanded his life on credit suddenly gripped the knife in his hand. The scarlet flame around him became exuberant at this moment. His eyes condensed out with ruthlessness, and he coldly uttered, "Chop! Buzz! Shasta!" Endless baleful aura wrapped around the blade. The solitary credit knife man swung diagonally, like an ancient general drawing his longsword from his waist and cutting out an earth-shattering blade. The pure and powerful blade astral, the moment it appeared, shook and distorted the surrounding space, which was also wrapped in a monstrous aura as if it were 1,000 armies. Put! The terrifying power directly cut Red Bonanza's body in two. It stared wide-eyed and incredulously at its mostly broken body, its eyes filled with extreme unease and trepidation. The Big Dipper wrapped the blood rain in the sky, leaving an indelible trace in the distant sky. The Faceless General on the side, who was a little farther away, hurriedly smashed the tombstone in his hand on the ground when he saw this scene, forcing a halt to the rhythm of his offense. It can't believe it. The mighty Akabane. Surprisingly, he was killed by a knife, and its body is sending out a strong warning. If you don't run again, and it will die. But, before waiting for the Faceless General to come back from the shock, in its ears, even suddenly rang a vicissitude of the voice. The second move is named Cleave. A few simple words caused the Faceless General to be struck by lightning, and its huge body trembled slightly as it hurriedly fixed its eyes on it, only to see that at an unknown time, a blade astral deity that was hundreds of feet high was tearing apart the earth and roaring towards it. Boom! Wherever the Big Dipper reached, the earth was torn open. The mighty Faceless General, at the last moment, frantically controlled his body, trying to dodge the attack of the Blade Gang, but it didn't help. It was because of the Big Dipper, which was directly locked onto its head. The moment his body dodged, the blade suddenly reversed its direction and transformed into a chop, easily causing the Faceless General's body and head to separate. Akira, die. General Faceless, dead. The spectators present all sucked in a breath of cool air and stared blankly at the center of the ring. They had long been too shocked to say a word. But, all around, there was still darkness. The rain of blood in the sky was still falling. Could it be that it's all over like this? Our proud Red Bonanza has lost in such a scrappy manner? All this? It can't be true. The audience of Sakura Nation was in a bit of disbelief. However, Sakamoto Kawaii's face didn't have the anger that he felt when he failed, and he quietly looked in Akabane's direction. At the same time, his mind recalled what Shota Yamamoto had said to him. The more lifespan sacrificed, the stronger the Akabane. When the lifespan of the sacrifice reaches 200 years, it will be the ultimate sacrifice, and the strength of the Red Bonanza will reach an unprecedented peak. Now, the lifespan of Shota Yamamoto's sacrifice was only 15 years. He has over 200 years of life left to realize the ultimate sacrifice. Let's begin. You won't be able to walk out of the ring alive if you lose. Sakamoto Kawaii spoke indifferently into his headset. In the center of the ring, Shota Yamamoto exhaled heavily. Yes, it was going to kill him if he lost. He doesn't want to die, so he has to win. He has to sacrifice his lifespan. 200 years. Sacrifice. A hissing sound came out from Yamamoto Shota's mouth. His eyes became red. Every blood vessel on his body rippled, and pitch-black color like vine-like things sprouted out from his neck, soon covering his entire face. In plain sight, behind Shota Yamamoto, a huge figure coalesced. This figure still had the green face and fangs of the Red Bonanza, but its body was no longer as skinny as before. Instead it was stout and huge, just like a mammoth. Just by lifting his foot and landing, the ground trembled and the blood and water in the ring were stirred up tens of meters high. Red Bonanza, peak form. The terrifying power it exuded was at least 10 times more than what it was earlier. A gust of wind was stirred up between every breath. It held the Faceless General's corpse in its massive palm before swallowing it in one gulp. Strength. Once again, a layer of white mist lingered all around the body. The hideous face was even more horrifying at this moment. A pair of empty and lifeless eyes, as if it disdained everything in the world. Strength, far beyond SS level. The Sakura Nation's audience was almost on the verge of bursting out in laughter at the sight of the Yoshi. I knew it. There's absolutely no way that Akabane can be killed so easily. From now on, the situation has reversed. I can clearly feel that the current Red Bonanza is more than 1 star stronger than before. Perhaps it's not in the SS class category anymore. Ha 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 ha. The terrors of my Sakura country are truly invincible. Whatsoever Soleil Credit Knife Man is all trash. In front of the Red Bonanza, they can only be considered as jumping clowns. But the audience in the Republic of Koen can't sit still. Ashi Bar. What gives you Sakura Nation the right to devour our faceless general? Did you have our permission? Baka, our red bonanza devouring your horrors would be looking down on you. That's right, if it's something horrible from the Dragon Kingdom that we don't even bother to devour, you should be honored by that. Anyway, this duel, my Sakura country is sure to win. You little cold republic can just mix up an assist, don't get a bargain here. Ha 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 ha. Sojourner Credit Knife Man. To be defeated at the hands of Red Bonanza is considered the greatest honor of your life. Their mocking invective permeated the entire terror ring. Shota Yamamoto, who had sacrificed 200 years of his life, also revealed a demented smile at this moment. Ha ha ha. Weren't you Dragon Kingdom very wild just now? Come on, show me another wild one. Didn't think I had it in me? Did you? At the moment, Yamamoto Shota thought he was winning, but Zhang Shu looked at his appearance and shook his head helplessly. And so, only to hear the voice of the man who claimed credit for his life ring out again. Do you know why the rain hasn't stopped? Because I still have one move left. The audience in the room froze. However, it was then that he saw the Sojourner's Credit Knife Man suddenly stomp on the earth, and circle after circle of cracks continued to extend in all directions. And then, he gripped the hilt of the blade with one hand, the tip of the blade facing downwards, and the blood and water piled up on the ground converged madly towards the blade as if it had come to life, centered on the knife in the hand of the man who claimed credit for his life. The fury of the mysterious ring and even the thousands of miles in the vicinity were all converging at the same moment at an astonishingly fast speed. The 9 clusters of scarlet flames behind the Sojourner's Credit Blade Man also attached themselves to the blade, transforming into 9 blood-red jewels that carried the insanely cohesive greatness. Blood rains from the sky. It's getting smaller. In the meantime, a giant sword shadow that was like divine punishment actually began to coalesce in the sky. It was astonishing and contained a vast and infinite greatness. What is this? Everyone looked up into the sky, and they were all startled by the giant sword shadow, its huge appearance that could not be seen to the end. Even the huge red bonanza in front of it can only be counted as a mole cricket. Not good. Red Bonanza's eyes were filled with vigilance, feeling the threat of death. It even directly tore open the space in front of it and probed its sharp nails from it. In front of the man with the life-supporting credit knife, the nails of the Red Bonanza pierced through space, like a sharp iron spike that was going to take his life. However, the solitary Credit Knife Man didn't pay any attention to Red Bonanza's attack. In the next moment, he stuck the machete in his hand on the ground, and then he turned around directly, as if everything that happened after that had nothing to do with him. True horrors never look back at explosions. Boom! As the knife stabbed the ground, the giant sword silhouette in the sky, almost at the speed of lightning and thunder, fell with unerring precision in the direction where Chi Bono was. Terrifying explosions shook the sky and the earth. The ripples created by the power clash shattered the audience, and some of the Sakura Nation and Little Cold Republic spectators who were not in good physical condition were even directly shaken to death alive. As for the person with the life-supporting credit knife, he still had his back to the Red Bonanza, with a cloudy face. At the last moment of his death, Akabane didn't even touch the body of the person claiming credit for his life. The rain of blood on the scene, too, came to a complete stop. The darkness of the night that had been reaching out to the world turned bright once again. The crowd threw their gazes into the ring, only to see the sole Credit Knife Man's quick eyes and hands swinging out 2 more knives, directly taking the lives of the players from the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura country. After doing everything, he said, disdainfully, to the seats of the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Republic, remember, it's not you guys who can catch 3 of my moves. Rather, I'd like to come up with 3 moves. Crap, so handsome? Ha 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 ha. This pretends to be my heart. What's called pride? This is fucking pride. It's not that you guys can catch my 3 moves. It's because I want to make 3 moves. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid the Sakura ghosts' faces are all green now. Before that, they were yelling about how it was an honor to lose to them. And I'll be damned. Fuck them. Sakura Oni? Is that all you've got? Why don't you just go back to the toilet and eat shit? Come to the terror ring. Do you have the strength? Ha ha ha. Don't you like to open the champagne at halftime? Go ahead. Open it. Get spiked again. So what if you're a Red Bonanza? So what if I sacrificed my life? I thought I was so tough, but this is all I got. Not enough to look at all. It's really not possible for Sakura Nation to simply get the hell out of the Ring of Terror. Really, this is not the place for you. The Dragon Nation audience will not be able to mock each other at will. But, once someone dares to taunt us, then you have to curse back. If you can't beat them, beat them. Can't beat. There is no such thing as not being able to beat it. That was why the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom made every effort to taunt the Dragon Kingdom. Because they're inferior to the Dragon Kingdom and jealous of what the Dragon Kingdom has now. They're trying to make up for it in the Ring of Terror. But is it working? It doesn't work at all. It's just the difference between slapping them on the left or right side of the face. Baka. It's so infuriating. What's going on with the Dragon Kingdom? How is it that even Akabane lost to them? The most irritating thing is that they are really too loaded with horrible things. What with not looking back at the explosion and me trying to come up with 3 moves and all that. This is just a naked provocation against my Sakura country. Why? Why did you give Dragon Nation the chance to rise? No, we must not let them win again. If this continues, the Dragon Kingdom will really have to pass through to the death. Many countries are beginning to panic. The 7th matchup, it's over. The score of the Dragon Nation deathmatch has come to 8 o'clock. At this rate of progress, 2 more wins for Dragon will pass the deathmatch. Once the Dragon Kingdom passes through the deadly battle, it is bound to become the most powerful country in Blue Star. One thought to this. Some of the countries that were friends with the Dragon Kingdom were not panicked, and even looked forward to it somewhat. But the people of those countries that stood on the opposite side of the Dragon Kingdom had looked so ugly that they looked like they had eaten a turd. Fark. If this keeps up, my eagle country will be in tatters. John Hughes' eyes became hard, and both fists clenched involuntarily. Since the terror ring descended, more and more countries are coming to prominence, relying on the rewards gained from the Ring of Terror. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom, which was only able to follow his ass, also had the national power to compete with the Eagle Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom, which would have been able to compete with the Eagle Kingdom. Once the pass is dead, the title of the world's strongest will fall on the head of the Dragon Kingdom. When that happens, the Eagle states will no longer enjoy the international status they now enjoy. This was something they could never allow. Of course, the Tianju Kingdom, which had never been on good terms with the Dragon Kingdom, couldn't stand to see the Dragon Kingdom pass through to the death. On what grounds? What the hell is this? Chinese terror. Why is it so powerful? Shouldn't the strongest in this world be our Tianju Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom. What qualifications do they have to rank ahead of my Tianju Kingdom? Why are they allowed to pass to the death? The head of the Dzogchen nation gritted his teeth. In his heart, he had always carried the delusion that the Tianju Kingdom was number 1 in the world. Even he had several times put out harsh words on the internet, saying that Tianju Kingdom would definitely overpower Eagle Kingdom and Dragon Kingdom to become the number 1 in the world. Angry Sakura Nation. Worried Eagle Country. Jealousy of the Celestial Kingdom. The Little Chill Republic. The Celestial Kingdom. And the Neutral Windmill State. None of them, want to see the dragon pass to death. Ring center. The mysterious referee figure appeared, and he swept his gaze over the seats of the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Republic. Now that the 7th duel has ended, then, according to the rules, the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom need to compensate the Dragon Kingdom for $14 billion each. Also, you will need to mutilate 2 SS-ranked horrors on your own. But of course, if you can't bear to do that, I'll be happy to do it for you. His voice was like a long whip that mercilessly struck Sakura Nation and Little Chill Republic. Sakamoto Kawaii and Lee Myung-hyuk clenched their fists at almost the same time. Shame. It's a national disgrace. It's just a matter of paying for it. But they also have to cut themselves a SS-ranked horror. This request simply does not put their national prestige in their eyes. $140 billion can be paid out. But why do we still have to mutilate a SS-ranked horror of our own? It's not fair at all. A spectator in the Sakura Nation seat suddenly got up and shouted. His words were like a stone dropped into a deep pool, stirring up 1,000 waves. Yes, that's right, that rule is not fair at all. If we had one just now, all we would have gotten would have been the gravity factor, which is only 1 reward. But the penalty for our loss is 2. This is an unacceptable regulation for us in Sakura Nation, and we protest. Yes, protest. We can pay for the money, but the horror can't cut itself. It's a matter of the majesty of our country. If we cut ourselves off from the SS-ranked horror, what face does this leave us? Sakura Nation. In the international arena in the future? The Little Chill Republic. Also protest. Zhang Shu of the Dragon Kingdom killed so many people. Why doesn't he have to suffer a little punishment? Just because he is the winner? Yes, it's true that we did kill some Dragon Kingdom players before due to mistakes, but this Zhang Shu is clearly a willful murderer. The nature is completely different. And, who made those previous Dragon Kingdom players so weak? Even if they died at our hands, they deserved it. Referee, you can never favor the Dragon Kingdom. In the audience, a chorus of protests erupted from Sakura Nation and Little Cold Nation. Their words express nothing more than 2 things. The first is that the Ring of Terror is unfair and biased in favor of Dragon Nation. Secondly, it says that the lives of the people of the Dragon Kingdom are not as good as theirs. Treadmill. Can this be tolerated? Sojourner Credit Knife Man. Do it. Zhang Shu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and intense anger filled his heart. The brutes who insulted my Dragon Kingdom. One or the other. Kill them all for me. Words. With almost no hesitation, the Sojourner Credit Knife Man directly drew out 2 knives from his backpack and ruthlessly slashed in the direction of Sakura Nation and Little Cold Nation. It was like an evil ghost, madly slaughtering the lives of the Sakura Nation's audience and the Little Chill Republic's audience. Scene. Blood splatters. Head after head rolls from the audience to the ring. Pillar after pillar of blood rose to the sky, and the scene was like a human inferno. Wailing, shouting, begging for mercy, and insulting all kinds of voices mingled together. These sounds, to the Sojourner's Credit Knife Man, sounded like the most melodious music in this world. Call it, shout it, ask for forgiveness. Little Chill Republicans, Cherry Blossom Nation, humiliate my Dragon Kingdom. Damn you, damn you, damn you, all of you. Ring of Terror. Fishy. The clunk of the blade across the neck was simply beautiful. Cool. It's just too good to be true. The eyes of the Sojourner's Credit Knife Man gradually glowed red, and all those who insulted the Dragon Kingdom and spoke out against it, whether it was the ones who cursed at the beginning of the duel, or the ones who cursed just now, all of them were kept in the minds of the Soleil Credit Knives. And right now, the heads of these people, one by one, were falling off. Large swaths of blood, staining the ground red. Zhang Shu stood in the center of the ring, looking at all of this with an incomparably happy heart. Calling out my Dragon Kingdom? Humiliate my Dragon Kingdom? Saying that the lives of my Dragon Kingdom players are inferior to yours? How dare you? The heroes of the Dragon Kingdom should never be abused by the people of another country. And if such a thing happened, their blood would be used to honor the fallen souls of the deceased heroes. Time. Little by little. A few breaths later, the Soul Credit Knife Man returned to the ring, and he took out a white cloth and wiped the knife in his hand clean, before cursing disgustingly and, dirty blood. As the words fell, he put on his back and returned to the Chinese Horror Codex, and the scene. Originally, there were 10,000 viewers in the Little Chill Republic and Sakura Nation. Now, only a few hundred remain. These are people who have not insulted the Dragon Kingdom. They stood in a sea of corpses and blood, their eyes terrified and their bodies shivering. It was estimated that those who had died could never have imagined that Zhang Shu would actually assign something horrifying to do something to them. All of this, it happened really fast. Some of the countries that had reacted to the situation stared at Zhang Shu with wide eyes and with an extremely unbelievable gaze. It's like watching an incredibly brutal homicidal maniac. They wanted to open their mouths and accuse him. But when I think of what happened to Sakura Nation and Little Chill Nation, all they could do was shut up. No strength. Keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, cursing would be a sin. However, compared to their performance, the audiences in the Dragon and Woolly Bear countries were on the verge of taking off in excitement at the moment. A big thrill. It is really a great pleasure. That's the way it should be. When your own heroes are being abused, it would be cowardly to hold back. Sentient, killing, painful, just too painful. Ha 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 ha. Cool, really cool. Zhang Shu did what I wanted to do but couldn't. After this duel, there will surely be many people who will accuse Zhang Shu of being a demon. But we in the Manhwa Kingdom will always believe in Zhang Shu, and we will always believe in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the people that Zhang Shu killed just now were all those who insulted the Dragon Kingdom, and for those who didn't, there were no painful killings, so whoever dares to say that Zhang Shu is addicted to killing, I'll be the first to be unconvinced. That's right, the Terror Ring, which is supposed to be a place where people will die. Speaking about fairness here and insulting the strong, isn't that just asking for death yourself? If it were me, Mao Xiongguo, I would definitely make the same decision as Zhang Shu. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom all supported Zhang Shu's approach. The same is true for the Woolly Bear Nation. On the side, John Hu, the head of the Eagle Kingdom, however, hooked a grim arc and, after killing so many people, the mysterious referee will definitely not let him go. I'm beginning to look forward to just what kind of punishment Zhang Shu will get. In John Hu's opinion, Zhang Shu's recklessness was simply disrespecting the mystic referee and the Terror Ring, and he would definitely be punished. However, the results were a big disappointment to him, only to see the mysterious referee look at Zhang Shu and nod his head in recognition. Well done. If you hadn't made a move just now, I would have definitely made a move. Speaking of fairness in the Ring of Terror and daring to bargain with me, you really don't want to die. After saying that, the mysterious referee waved his hand, and a matchless powerful wind whistled out, actually completely exterminating the remaining several hundred spectators from the Sakura country and the Little Cold Republic. Zhang Shu glanced at it, not realizing that the referee's temper was also a bit big. But it's normal. After all, the weak should never be allowed to insult the strong. Head of Sakura Nation, head of Little Cold Republic, You are limited to 3 hours to hand over the compensation to Dragon Nation. And in addition, the self-imposed SS-ranked horror must be carried out. The mysterious referee's tone was filled with an air that could not be disobeyed. The two people in charge didn't even dare to make a half-hearted attempt. They could only break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. They couldn't vent their anger even if they had a great deal of it. John Hugh on the sidelines at the sight. Eyes are wide. Fark, why is that? Zhang Shu had disrupted the order of the terror ring so much. Why hadn't the mysterious referee punished him? Could it be that the mysterious referee is really favoring the Dragon Kingdom? And so on. Something suddenly occurred to John Hugh. Remember what the mysterious referee said when Zhang Shu fought for the first time. There is no seat for the weak in the eyes of the strong. Does it? If it's strong enough, the refs are biased? After thinking about this matter, both of John Hugh's hands instantly became limp and weak, and his wish to see Zhang Shu punished fizzled out. I declare that the 7th matchup is over, and in 24 hours, the 8th matchup will begin. The mysterious referee's majestic voice rang out as he swept his gaze across the room and said indifferently, "Through the little interlude just now, I gradually realized a problem. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom started the Death War, the punishment for the losing country has been so little that it can almost be said to be non-existent, which leads to the fact that quite a few of you are beginning to think that the Ring of Terror is a fair and friendly place. Ha! It's just nonsense. Ring of Terror, this is where death and killing take place. So-called fairness doesn't exist here. Therefore, to deepen your impression of the Ring of Terror, I declare." Saying that, the mysterious referee's surroundings were haunted by a rolling aura of death. That 8th matchup, back to 1v1 mode. But, failed state, homegrown terror descent level, SSS. The victorious nation is rewarded with a SSS class artifact. I'm going to make you all realize that what's at stake in the Ring of Terror is the fate of the nation. The weak have no say here. Of course, in light of the Dragon Kingdom's sterling performance thus far, I hereby reward the Dragon Kingdom with an immunity card. After using it, you are exempted from 1 local terror descent. Don't say I'm biased. It's a reward for the strong. With the fall of his words, the entire audience, at once, showed shocked expressions. SS level terror descends. The area it covers is the footprint of at least 5 super cities. And, the SSS rank terror descended. And to fight against it, one had to use a SSS rank terror. From the Ring of Terror descended here. The previous terror descent was at the highest level of SS. But this time, there was even a direct SSS level terror descent. Some of the country heads narrowed their eyes. The 8th matchup. It's getting dangerous. A little inattention could lead to a great disaster for the country. Even Eagle Nation doesn't dare to take the field lightly. 24 hours remain until the 8th showdown begins. Zhang Shu, who had returned to the research center, did not have the energy to pay attention to anything. Grabbed a nice nap, though summoning horrors would not affect his body in any way. But the Ring of Terror is instantaneous. It can easily lead to drastic changes in mood. It also made his brain a little tired. By the time he woke up from a nap, there were only 4 hours left on the clock. Open your eyes. What came into view was a pretty face. "Captain Yi Chio Hong, why are you in my room?" Zhang Shu got up and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Yi Chio Hong, who had a high ponytail and was full of youthful vigor, pointed to the door behind her. "You didn't lock the door when you were sleeping. I knocked a few times and no one answered. I was afraid something would happen to you, so I barged in." "Sorry. Nothing." Zhang Shu waved his hand. Looking at the document in the other party's hand, he asked, puzzled, "Did Captain Yi come to see me for something? Next time something comes up, just wake me up." "It's okay." "Okay." Yi Chio Hong smiled and nodded, handing the document in his hand to Zhang Shu, and pulled the chair beside him over and sat with his legs crossed. "Remember this thing where we're setting up the Horror Summoner Association right now? So we're looking for horror summoners all over the country in a big way?" Zhang Shu nodded. "Remember. Well, to tell you the good news, we've found a SS-ranked terror summoner." Excitement surfaced on Yi Chio Hong's face. "SS grade?" Zhang Shu's eyes flashed. Though the vast majority of the horrors he had summoned were far beyond SS rank, but there was still some excitement after hearing the news. One had to know that in the Dragon Kingdom before Zhang Shu appeared, the highest level of terrorist objects was only B rank. Now comes the SS level. This also proved that the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom's terrifying things was gradually becoming stronger. "That's good news. Where is that terror summoner?" Zhang Shu stood up. Yi Chio Hong said, "It's at the Paranormal Research Center right now, but before I take you to her, I'd like you to watch a video." "Video?" Zhang Shu sat down and watched as Yi Chio Hong tapped the video in her phone. It's a piece of surveillance footage from an intersection. In the video, a little girl in a long white dress stood on the side of the road. After surveying your surroundings and making it clear that the light was green, step carefully onto the crosswalk. However, just as she got to the middle of the road position. Suddenly, a black minivan actually sped towards her, at a speed of at least 180 kilometers per hour, practically racing. The driver of the minivan didn't seem to see the little girl, and his speed didn't decrease at all, and he was about to hit the little girl. But just as the front of the car was just a finger's breadth away from the little girl, suddenly, a pitch-black colored aura gushed out from the little girl's body. Everything around her was enveloped by a black stream of air, which was moving at an extremely fast speed, forming a soft barrier in front of the little girl. Something shocking happened. The small car with a speed of at least 180 kilometers per hour hit the black airflow barrier, but it was actually like soft cotton, without a trace of hardness, and its speed also went to zero in an instant. When it's all over, what had been a hard little sedan changed into a mass so twisted, it looked like cotton candy. And as you can see through the surveillance video, the minivan, surprisingly, is empty. A driverless car? Can you see anything? Yi Cho-hong looked at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu pondered for a while. What's on the security camera footage? It's not real. It's like some kind of illusion. I speculate that the horror that this little girl summoned can create illusions, because of his contact with the various bigwigs in the Chinese horror canon. Zhang Shu now had an extremely high sensitivity to things of horror. Yi Cho-hong nodded, proving his presumption. Is it convenient to tell me about the little girl's life? Zhang Shu asked. Yi Cho-hong nodded. There's nothing square or inconvenient. I originally came to tell you. The little girl's name is Su Xiaoya. She's 8 years old, and when she was 5 years old her family had a car accident and all the adults in the family died, leaving her alone. The cause of the crash was brake failure and throttle failure. She's been living in an orphanage ever since. Is that so? Zhang Shu carefully recalled the surveillance video just now and asked. There were a total of 3 people who died in this car accident, right? Kinda. Yi Cho-hong said. Her father, mother, and her brother, all died in the crash. Remember that little black sedan on the security footage? That's her family's, and as per speculation, she's been using the horror's ability to recreate the scene of the crash at the time. I'm a little curious though. How did you know that 3 people died in the crash? Zhang Shu pointed at Yi Cho-hong's cell phone and said. Just now, I clearly saw 3 shadows behind the little girl. A grown man, a grown woman, and a youth, but they were all illusory black shadows, not visible. Hiss. Yi Cho-hong's heart had a slight glimmer of clarity. What you mean is that Su Xiaoya's horrible thing is actually her family? Not quite sure, but 9 times out of 10. Zhang Shu said faintly. Isn't there a saying that says it all? Don't worry about ghosts harming people, because, out of sight, your departed family members will silently watch over you. Come on, take me to her. Center for Paranormal Research. Room 321. A girl in a small white dress sat obediently on a stool. She was born with bright eyes and a pair of large, dark, pure eyes that emitted a light of buring. Because the stool was so high, she couldn't hook her toes to the floor, and her 2 short legs wobbled forward and back. Big brother. Hello, my name is Su Xiaoya. I'm 8 years old. Are these marshmallows for me? Su Xiaoya blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhang Shu curiously. Perhaps because she had spent a lot of time in the orphanage. Her every move had a sense of maturity that did not belong to her age. Zhang Shu smiled and nodded. Yes, I heard that you like to eat cotton candy and brought it for you specially. Remember to talk to me if you want to eat it later. I'll go get it for you. He handed Su Xiaoya the marshmallow in his hand. The latter took it with a smile and took a small bite, the sweet sensation instantly filling her mouth as she revealed a satisfied smile. After a brief taste, Su Xiaoya didn't immerse herself in her own world, but looked at Zhang Shu. Big brother, are you trying to ask me why I went to the crossroads alone? Zhang Shu was stunned. It was still true. Actually, I don't know why I'm going. Su Xiaoya explained in a low voice. It was Mom, Dad, and the others who told me to go there, saying that if I went there, I would know what really happened back then. At first I would feel scared and a little overwhelmed, but gradually, as I went there more often, I realized that this could be the scene of the car accident where my mom and dad and my brother left me. In saying these words, on Su Xiaoya's face, there was no trace of sadness, as if she was talking about a very normal thing. Zhang Shu frowned. It feels like, when this matter was brought up, you didn't feel sad. Sad? Su Xiaoya cocked her head at Zhang Shu. Why should I be sad? My mom, dad, and brother are always there for me. If I'm sad, they'll comfort me, and if I'm bullied, they'll teach the bullies a lesson. They've always been there for me, only, in a different way. In saying the last sentence, on Suya's face, an imperceptible look of sadness clearly surfaced. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sad. She's just forcing herself to accept it. Yeah, can I ask you a question? At what point did you realize that you, yourself, could talk to your deceased loved ones? Zhang Shu also realized that the Su Xiaoya in front of him was not an unusual little girl. She has a mature mind. It was about the year after mom and dad and they died. I was crying so much then mom came out to comfort me. Then I was bullied by the other kids at the orphanage and my brother helped me to get revenge. But of course it was just a simple prank or something. As for dad, it was me who accidentally got 0 ducks on a test once. And then he popped up and scolded me. They used to only be around me for a little while, but now they can stay for ages and ages. And mom says they can stay with me as long as I want. Su Xiaoya snapped her fingers to run through what had happened. Zhang Shu also gradually understood this matter. The year after the accident, Su Xiaoya became the terror summoner. The horrors summoned are her deceased loved ones, and with his own appearance and victory in the Ring of Horrors, the level of horrors across the Dragon Kingdom increases. So the strength of Su Xiaoya's deceased relatives strengthened and the time they could stay by her side was no longer limited. Is that a good thing to do? Zhang Shu sighed. It would be really good if there was no car accident. By the way, big brother, I heard from my sister and the others that you are the hero of the Dragon Kingdom and can summon so many terrifying things. Is that true? At this time, Su Xiaoya looked at Zhang Shu and asked with wide eyes. Zhang Shu smiled and nodded. Right, then can I make a small wish to you? Su Xiaoya was full of anticipation. Zhang Shu asked, what wish? For the next matchup, can you summon embroidery shoes? Su Xiaoya pondered for a while before saying, my brother always likes to scare me with the ghost story of the embroidered shoes now. Every time it scares me so much that I don't dare to go to the toilet at night. I think if I could have seen an embroidered shoe in person once, I wouldn't have been so scared. Of course, it's just my little wish to never summon the embroidered shoes if the enemy is too powerful. I don't want to see the Dragon Kingdom lose, and I don't want to see Big Brother die. Ha ha. Looks like embroidered shoes are looked down upon by little girls. Zhang Shu smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, the embroidered shoes. Name sounds not very impressive though, but if we're talking about strength, even if they send out SSS ranks they're no match. So watch this duel. By the way, if it scares you so much that you don't dare to go to the bathroom at night and then wet the bed, don't blame me, ha. At those words, Su Xiaoya's body trembled, and then her small face brushed red. People, home, talent, no, will, piss, bed, no, mysterious meeting rooms for countries. Come on, talk about it. Which one of you is going to go in this 8th matchup? In advance, even if it kills me, I, Sakura Nation, won't go on the field. God knows what the hell else the Dragon Nation player can actually pull out. Sakamoto Kawaii leaned back in his chair with his arms wrapped around his chest, a large face filled with vicissitudes. After the incident where thousands of spectators from Sakura Nation were killed after the failure of the last duel, Sakamoto Kawaii was now extremely careful. It simply didn't dare to show the arrogance it had before. Kind of a tail between the legs now. I'm not going to be able to go to Eagle Country either. John Hugh's head shot up and he simply just stopped answering any more words. Ludovic, the head of the Triumph Empire on the side, looked at the head of the Tianju Kingdom. Didn't you Tennesseans scream a lot before? Saying that your horrors are the best in the world. Now that we've all admitted to the matter for the time being, why don't you guys take the stage? Ha! The person in charge of the Celestial Kingdom gave a cry of surprise and refused decisively. Are you kidding me? When there was something good before you all jumped on it one by one. Now it's good. The punishment is severe. And every one of them has become a shrinking violet. Wanting me, the Tianju Kingdom, to be the wrongdoer? I'm telling you, no way. No how. Heads of states present. One counts. All of them showed trepidation about the 8th match. No way. The rewards for this one were quite generous. SSS ranked trick weapons. But the punishment is just as horrific. With SSS rated terror descending upon the native land. It is important to realize that SS-level terror descents almost always result in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. SSS-level terror descends. That's not going to kill millions of people. A little inattention and the country is wiped out. Beating to death is not an easy way to get on the field. Seeing that the heads of the countries were all obsequious one by one, Lee Myung-hyuk, who was on the side, slapped his hand on the table and got up violently and, Ashiet, isn't it just a duel? Is there a need to be afraid like this? Could it be that you are all tacitly recognizing in your hearts that we are bound to lose this 8th matchup? You mustn't forget that so far, the highest rank of the horrors we've sent out has only been SS ranked. And there are SSS ranks that we haven't even sent out. Now with this dead look, do you guys really want the Dragon Kingdom to pass to death? His tone was extraordinarily intense, and his words made the blood of several of those in charge in the room boil. Right, you can't just let the Dragon Kingdom pass through to the death. It's only the 8th matchup. Why are you afraid to go on? Are they bound to lose? John Hughes suddenly stood up. I think that the person in charge of the Little Cold Republic is right. The duel hasn't started yet. Let's not grow others' ambition and destroy our own. Therefore, I suggest that this 8th duel be fought by the Little Cold Republic. Upon hearing this, Ludovic and the others began to agree. Yes, let the Little Cold Republic come. I'm sure the Little Cold Republic can win against the Dragon Kingdom. Way to go, Chill Republic. I'm high on you guys. Actually, I've always been a fan of Little Chill Republic, so you guys must cheer up. The people in charge immediately stood in line. Lee Myung-hyuk on the side was dumbfounded. Are you people all so shameless? No, our Little Cold Republic has already lost 2 SS-ranked terrors because of the last duel. This 8th duel. Say nothing of us. John Hugh grunted. Then what were you barking at just now? I thought you were going on. A simple sentence. Disliked Lee Myung-hyuk to the point of being speechless. The head of Windmill Nation, who has been acting as a peacemaker, has come forward again and, if it's not possible, let's randomly select people. Countries that don't even have anything scary above SS rank don't need to participate. The offer. Everyone can take it. In fact, through Lee Myung-hyuk's words just now, the heads of the Eagles and other nations have regained their confidence. And it's not just a showdown, is it? Who says it's a sure thing that we'll lose to Rokkoku? Go ahead and draw. My Triumph Empire has always been favored by Lady Luck in this aspect of randomness. Ludovic was confident. The words fell. The crowd began to draw slips of paper in the most primitive, effective, and anti-cheating way possible by drawing slips of paper. The results appear. Fark. Ludovic broke the big defense. The 8th matchup. Start. As a reminder, the country that loses this duel will have SSS-ranked terror descend on its soil, so please make sure you're ready before the war starts. And don't send out any random players. The mysterious referee's gaze looked in the direction of the Triumph Empire, as if giving them a wake-up call. Ludovic hung his head low. His gloomy face was ugly, especially when he saw the gloating heads of the Eagle Kingdom and the Little Cold Republic and other countries. He could not wait to insert the fingernails of his clenched fists into the flesh and blood. Shit. Damn it. Bullshit, goddess of luck. The usual mishmash of little things always draws the triumphant empire. Something that could go terribly wrong once it comes down to it. But it's the Triumph Empire's turn. Isn't that a tease? Ludovic laid all the blame on Lady Luck, trying to make an excuse for his poor hand. Suddenly, he turned his head to the assistant beside him. Where is she? Chris? There's only the last 3 minutes left before the duel starts. What the hell is she dawdling for? I spent 3 billion Triumph dollars to bring her here. If she dares to give me a slip, I'll have to eliminate her nationality. Such a ferocious appearance startled the assistant at the side, who hurriedly said, soon enough is soon enough. She says she's already putting on lipstick. Ludovic, lipstick? Fark, what does she think this place is? A dating restaurant? Ludovic was practically holding his breath. You have to put on makeup before you come to the Ring of Terror. You might not even be alive later. What the hell is this lunatic thinking? Can't he have some eyesight? Clunk clunk. At this point, the sound of heels on the ground rang out. Ouch. Mr. Ludovic, who is this about not having eyesight? An enchanting figure appeared at Ludovic's side. She wore a long black dress with stockings wrapped around her legs, a richly decorated bonnet on her head, and lace gloves on her hands, which made her look like an aristocratic woman. Only the wrinkles left on her face after the years had washed over her face made it impossible to hide her age with her makeup. Estimating, it would be in his 50s. Upon meeting Chris, Ludovic changed his earlier grumpy look and became courteous. Ahem, Miss Chrissy, you know, I'm not so much chastising you as I am scolding my assistant. He's just a bit of a fool, and does a lot of things that aren't to my liking, and doesn't have the slightest bit of insight. Ludovic had a smile on his face. The terror summoners of the Triumph Empire had such a high status that in their bones, they didn't have the concept of fighting for their country. As a result, if they were to make an appearance, Ludovic would often have to spend a lot of money, sometimes not even enough money to get them. It's like Chris. The horror she summoned was the mighty Countess Bathory. This lady from an ancient aristocracy is a horrible murderer with extremely brutal methods who takes pleasure in slaughtering young girls. Perhaps, many people are not aware of the title Mrs. Bathory, but her other title is clear to many. Vampire, Countess, the mighty Mrs. Bathory. A long time ago, the daughter of a large family in a feudal kingdom. The family she belonged to was good enough to be compared to the king of the kingdom of the day. It is said that in her youth, Mrs. Bathory held the title of the first beauty of the kingdom. Later, because of a family union, Mrs. Bathory married a man she didn't like and had 8 children in the process. But with the subsequent death of her husband in the army and war, Mrs. Bathory was left alone to guard the huge castle, and the loneliness and isolation in her heart instantly eroded her brain, causing her to age rapidly and become ugly. But later in the day, an impudent servant angers Mrs. Bathory, and in her anger she lashes the servant in the face, cracking the servant's skin and splattering blood right in Mrs. Bathory's face. The moment Mrs. Bathory is amazed to find that killing and torturing people can make her feel pleasantly free-flowing, and that the blood can also make her skin better, making it eternally youthful. Of course, of the objects of torture and blood extraction, the young girl pleased her the most, and so, to satisfy her fetish, Madame Bathory murders all the maiden servants in the castle, but it is not enough. As a result, she also sends out announcements to the surrounding villages for the recruitment of maiden servants at high salaries, as well as tricking maidens from other families into coming to her castle under the pretext of teaching them noble etiquette. Without a doubt, these girls, all of them, must die. Mrs. Bathory developed a thirst for blood and killing in the process, and even the infamous torture of the Iron Shoe Woman was her invention. Later, because of the exposure of the crime, Mrs. Bathory was captured by the kingdom, just when all the people thought that Mrs. Bathory, who had committed a heinous crime, would be put under a harsh death sentence. But the irony is, because of the family behind Mrs. Bathory, her punishment was simply an order that she was not to leave the castle she lived in for the rest of her life until she was old and sick. Sure, by definition, Mrs. Bathory is not even as strong as a vampire count, but as more and more rumors have been spread and mixed up by later generations, many have confused her with Bloody Mary, and that leads to, after the horrific recovery, Mrs. Bathory, with a hint of Bloody Mary power. Bloody Mary, on the other hand, is a powerful SSS-ranked terror. Possessing a sliver of its power was enough for Mrs. Bathory to reach her own metamorphosis and become a powerful SS-class terror. Even, it had been said that when Mrs. Bathory felt the excitement of killing, her strength would far exceed the SS-class, Super SS grade horror. That's why Ludwig pulled his punches and spoke kindly to Chris. As you know, Honorable Lady Chris, this 8th duel concerns our Triumph Empire. So, when you get on the field later, please make sure you are very energetic and don't take it lightly. Saying this, Ludwig once again added, if this duel can be won, your honorarium will be raised from the previous 3 billion to 3.5 billion. To win, Ludwig also went out on a limb. Face, money, it's useless. After winning this matchup, everything that was lost will be taken back. But who knows? Chris didn't appreciate him at all. Mr. Ludwig, you want to teach me my job for a mere 500 million? What do you take me for, Chris? Chrissy glared, wrinkles screwing up her eyes, and, as an elegant noble, what I want to do is up to me, so don't you worry about it. As far as the little kid from the Dragon Kingdom is concerned, he's not a match for me yet. Soon, both players enter. The usual rules apply. Introduce yourself before the battle. Chrissy, of course, I prefer to be referred to as the beautiful Miss Chrissy. It fits my beauty and status. Chrissy struck a deliberate pose with one arm crossed and a handbag in one hand. Zhang Shu on the side frowned. At this time he wanted to say, Big Mom, who are you? Card powder you know not. As for the horror I summoned, it was a noble countess and, like me, a nobleman. Class SS, Mrs. Bathory. Or of course, you can call her the Vampire Countess. Remember, it's the Countess, not that vampire count, because she's gone to war before. That's why the global audience knows her. But because of the smug nobility in her words, many viewers pressed her. As annoying as Chris is as a person, the Lady Bathory she summoned is quite a powerful terror. Remember, before, she had a superb record of winning 3 matches in a row, against opponents that were all SS-ranked terrors. I'm told that Mrs. Bathory isn't really strong. She's only powerful because of some involvement with Bloody Mary, giving her a hint of Bloody Mary's strength. That's why she's so powerful. Bloody Mary, a SSS-ranked terrifying thing, possessing a trace of its power is also extremely terrifying. In this matchup, the Dragon Kingdom has really met a formidable foe. I don't know what kind of terrifying things the Dragon Kingdom will send out. I'm really looking forward to it. Mrs. Bathory might actually win. After all, she's an old terror. Everyone has a good idea of how powerful she is. Chris is not liked by everyone. The powerful Mrs. Bathory, however, has cast a shadow over the audience. In the meantime, Ring Center, listening to the audience's whispers, especially when someone was talking bad about herself, Chris's expression instantly became exasperated. And, humph, a bunch of damned pariahs. As a noble, am I not something they can talk about recklessly? And you, what are you staring at my face all the time? Can you stop being so lewd? Chris suddenly turned her head and glared at Zhang Shu. The huffing and puffing looked a bit worrying to Zhang Shu, fearing that she might have chipped out her dentures. Who looks at you? Still fight or not? If not, surrender yourself and roll down. Don't dirty my eyes here. Zhang Shu did not spare Chris in the slightest and directly scolded the dislike. Exasperated, Chrissy's body shook with, shit, bloody hell, insolent pariah, I'm going to kill you, by 1,000 cuts. The words fell. Chrissy's nails instantly became sharp, and with one poof, she plunged right into one of her own eyes, removing a bloody eyeball, and then violently crushed it. The liquid coming out of his eyes was like a sticky sludge that quickly filled the ring. In the midst of all this silt, large, withered, shadowy trees grew wildly, and in the center of all of them, a huge castle made of stone bricks rose up, oval windows, domed roofs, with guard posts, and a strong flavor of ancient European style. A blood moon hangs high in the sky. Zhang Shu stood in the ring and looked up through the layers of trees. Under the scarlet moonlight, a demonic and delicate figure was standing at the very top of the castle. She was dressed in a scarlet gown, one hand resting on her arm, the other on her jaw, her scarlet eyes like rubies, full of horror oozing with murderous intent. Her teeth, which seemed to be made of metal, shone with a morose cold light. Around the castle, pile after pile of rotting bodies of young girls, the corpses turned into nutrients for the trees, allowing them to grow an eerie look. At the scene, a white mist filled the air while a pungent odor of blood filled the air. Mrs. Bathory, the legendary vampire countess, die! Chris shouted angrily at Zhang Shu. The next moment, Mrs. Bathory on the castle pointed her finger in the direction of Zhang Shu. Those young girls lying on the ground were actually as if they had come back to life, charging towards Zhang Shu at an extremely strange speed, their bodies covered with large and small wounds. Some have no lower body and crawl with their hands for support. Some had bamboo sticks stuck in their fingers. Some of the eyes are empty, gouged out. Others had dozens of cuts on their faces and their faces were scratched to pieces. These rotting corpses looked strangely mutilated. All the work of Mrs. Bathory's atrocious masterpiece. Ha 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 ha. Fear, tremble, scream. No one has ever been able to keep their cool after seeing this scene. Rokoku brat, and I know that you're so scared that you want to surrender now. Chrissy toed the line, confidence in her eyes. However, looking at the rotting corpses that were rushing towards him, apart from some nausea and regurgitation, Zhang Shu did not have a bit of fear in his heart. This physical visual impact doesn't do a lick of good other than make me want to throw up. I'll let you know clearly what true terror is next. Having said that, Zhang Shu clapped his hands together. The carrion corpses that were still running actually began to turn into dirt one after another. After that, the forest that shrouded the scene also began to rapidly change and fade away. And even the castle underneath Mrs. Bathory's feet began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. Scene. A sea change is taking place. Mrs. Bathory stared around in disbelief. The horrific scene she created actually fragmented at this moment, and then began to pile up and reorganize, until a blood moon in the sky was obscured by black clouds. After everything around them became pitch black. Scene. Suddenly one faint and eerie red lantern was lit up. The red light from the lanterns illuminated their surroundings, and by the time Mrs. Bathory and Chrissy came back to their senses, they were horrified to find that somehow they had arrived in a deserted village. All around, there were houses built with piles of clay bricks. Dark-colored earthen tiles covered these houses, which were jumbled and unruly. What the hell is this? It's dirty, it's dark, it's bad. Chrissy smacked the dust off her body in disgust. Mrs. Bathory coalesced a blood-red light and tried to tear through the space, but even with all her strength, she still couldn't break through this place. There are strong knots. It was eerie all around. The air is cloudy and stuffy. A gust of cold wind blew on their bodies, as if something ghostly had been blowing on their necks, cold and bone-chilling, chilling their backs. Mrs. Bathory and Chrissy surveyed the surroundings with grave expressions, and the gloom made each earth hut look like an eerie monster, with its mouth wide open, that was uttering a low, hissing, monstrous laugh. Unease in their hearts drove them toward where the lanterns were. Soon, groping in the dark, they arrived at the door of a huge and eerie quadrangle. The towering gates were like eerie maws, giving an eerie and solemn feeling of monstrosity. They looked up at the hanging lanterns overhead. For some reason, under this lantern, it actually made a ticking sound. Dripping blood? And the lantern was extremely weird. It didn't let in any light at all. Was it because of the faulty material on the outside? Fix your eyes. It feels very much like a kind of skin. Does it say sheepskin? Chris was human, and in her mind, a flash of unease was born. Hurrying forward, he prepared to push the door open. As she held out her hand, she was surprised to find, on the door, a couplet carried. Chris, who had some knowledge of the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, frowned, and she knew that this should be the couplets that every household would put up during the spring festival in the Dragon Kingdom. It often represents joy and good fortune. But, when she looked away, a strong sense of unease filled her heart, because the words on the couplet melted, turned into a pitch-black colored liquid that was continuously flowing towards the bottom. Chrissy turned her head, but when she looked at the word blessed on the door, she saw that it was not the same as the word blessed on the door. It instantly made her scalp tingle. Only, when she got close enough to see it clearly by the faint lantern light, an extreme chill suddenly swept through her. Just because the word written on this posting is not a blessing at all. Instead, is laid. No good. It's going to kill people. Chrissy's chest dropped as intense unease drove her to flee the scene. But when she turned around, she had just taken a step out of her legs. Suddenly, there seemed to be a sticky, soft sensation coming from under his feet, like stepping on a mess of rotten meat. Terrified, Chris stiffened and looked down. See only, at some point, her feet, in fact, were dressed in a pair of scarlet, embroidered shoes. This is. Chris's eyes were dead set on the embroidered shoes on her feet. It is a pair of embroidered shoes woven from delicate fabrics in an overall shade of red with a beautiful flower embroidered on it. It is superbly crafted, with hand-stitched embroidery used in every motif. This would have been a beautiful pair of embroidered shoes. However, in the dark and quiet of the night, the faint light of the sheepskin lanterns fell on the embroidered shoes, making them, instead of having a bit of a festive feeling, eerie. The scariest thing is, Chris felt, on her feet, the embroidered shoes, wet. It seemed to squeeze hard enough to step on it, and there was a sticky liquid dripping off of it. Like blood, does it say? These embroidered shoes, were they just taken out of the blood pool? And so on. Chrissy suddenly reacted, and it occurred to her where the vital question lay. This damn thing, why is it on my foot? Ever since she had been inexplicably trapped here, she had been on her guard, practically sparing no detail on the road, even the couplets plastered on the front door, all of which she had memorized the likeness of. And her feet stayed in contact with the ground. Who, exactly, put embroidered shoes on her feet? Or maybe it was the embroidered shoes themselves? Hiss. Chris sucked in a breath of cold air. All sorts of bizarre thoughts came to mind. Uneasy feelings welled up from her heart and quickly spread throughout her body. She swallowed and looked at the embroidered shoes on her feet, backing toward her back step by step until she was leaning against the wall of the quadrangle. Immediately, she lifted her legs and tried to take off the embroidered shoes on her feet. But, with all her strength, she was unable to remove the embroidered shoes from her feet in the slightest. The embroidered shoes were like a piece of muscle tissue that had grown on her feet, and when she pulled hard, she could actually feel the obvious pain. A pain that was like someone using sharp nails and pulling a scarlet gash on your foot with force. The darkened space, eerie surroundings, faintly glowing parchment lantern, melt away the couplets, and there's that's taped to the door. Feeling more and more panicked, Chris grabbed the edges of her embroidered shoes with all her might, trying to rip them off as hard as she could, even as she felt her strength as a human was somewhat lacking. Looking up at Mrs. Bathory. Hurry, come and help me, I'm going to take these damn embroidered shoes off my feet. But just then Mrs. Bathory looked at her with a stony face and said, almost in an angry voice, Chris, what the hell are you talking about? What embroidered shoes? And why are you tearing the flesh from your feet with your fingernails? Chris, moment. Chris's entire body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. She was stumped. Both eyes were as wide as brass bells. Stiffly, he looked down toward his feet. That's when she looked away. On her feet, there were no embroidered shoes anywhere. It was clearly a pair of bare feet that had been scratched by fingernails and were dripping blood. Fark. Chris was so scared he was crying. She scowled and glanced toward the left and right. Mouth. A constant muttering like that of a madman. No, that's not true. Where are the embroidered shoes on my feet? Where did it go? It was right here a moment ago. Believe me, please do believe me. I'm not lying. Chris had his hands on his head, and his whole appearance was beginning to look delirious. When something spooky suddenly appears in front of you and appears terrifying, it's undeniably frightening. However, even more frightening, this weird thing that suddenly disappeared. It still disappears without warning. Originally, while the embroidered shoes were still on Chrissy's feet, she knew it was dangerous, but at least the danger was visible and palpable. But now, the danger, gone. Then the known dangers. It's the danger of the unknown that makes it all the more frightening. Chris also instantly understood in this moment that even if Mrs. Bathory, who was a terror, was powerful, she couldn't help herself. Because, the damn thing, it was coming for itself. What it wanted was her. Chrissy's life. What the hell is this place? Chris fumed a little. The panic in her mind caused her to swallow repeatedly. She doesn't understand. Why hadn't he or she ever really seen the horror from the beginning to the end? The fear in his heart, however, was increasing and had even broken through to the top. No way. I must escape. Definitely not a sitting duck. Chrissy is, after all, an experienced competitor in the Terror Ring Showdown. Fighting back the fear in her heart, she stood up and surveyed her surroundings once more. At this look, her face, too, became more and more grave. The original cluttered village has long since disappeared. In its place was a quiet, dark forest, while the two of them, Chris, stood on a dirt path. Behind them was an eerie and gloomy, but covering a scale of thousands of square meters of quadrangle. The quadrangle has an ancient shape, and the walls of the stone brick pile are coated with a layer of white-gray, and vaguely you can see that there seems to be some kind of animal scratch marks left on the white-gray wall. 3 bars, from the top of the wall until the end, because it is night, so you can't see it very clearly, and in front of the gate of the quadrangle stood 2 huge stone lions. It's nothing like the stone lions I remember. These 2 stone lions, without heads. It's the headless stone lion, to be precise. It was as if their heads had been sliced open in an instant by something sharp, with the cuts being so flat and smooth that even if they were to touch them with their fingers, there would not be the slightest feeling of friction. The headless lion. Chrissy pushed down her panic and ran her hand over the cut, but the next moment, she was surprised. This headless lion actually had a rolling temperature. It was like a live lion that had been decapitated, and scarlet blood was actually bubbling out of the incision. Wow! This is blood rained from the sky. The rain of blood mingled with the smell of dirt, dripping onto the ground with a lingering hint of the stench of corruption. Pust! A drop of blood rained down on Chrissy's body without warning, but the next moment, she was horrified. This rainwater actually has a high-strength corrosive. It landed on her clothes and corroded a hole in them with the naked eye. The dress she was wearing was given to her by Mrs. Bathory. Not to say that it possessed the same defensive power as Madame Bathory, but at least, because of the presence of a trace of Madame Bathory's power, even S-class terrors couldn't get close to her. But now, it was actually corroded by the rain. No good. I'll die if I stay any longer. With that thought, Chris could only look to the quadrangle to survive. She had to go inside to get out of the rain, and just as she pushed open the door and wanted to enter the quadrangle, suddenly, Mrs. Bathory, who was on the side, actually pulled her hand directly, and then rushed into the main room of the quadrangle with great speed. Chris turned her head when she wanted to ask Mrs. Bathory why she was more anxious than she was. Suddenly it's visible. On Mrs. Chris's body, there was actually hole after hole corroded out from the rain that had drenched her. However, what scared Chris the most was, around Mrs. Bathory's neck, at some point, hung a pair of embroidered shoes. Fark! Again? Chris fixed her eyes on the embroidered shoes. However, I don't know if it was due to her earlier blurry eyes, but this time, the embroidered shoes unexpectedly disappeared again. Mrs. Bathory was a SS-ranked terror, and she was so fast that she came from the main door to the main room in almost a breath. Hiding under the roof, they finally didn't have to worry about being corrupted by the rain of blood. But what's the point? Can't get away from here. Even if you hide for longer, you will die. Gotta find a way to get out. That was the thought in the minds of Chris and Mrs. Bathory. Noteworthy, the spectators outside the arena, too, fell into a deep sleep. The surroundings of the ring had long been dyed scarlet, and under the effect of the embroidered shoes summoned by Zhang Shu, an eerie and terrifying air current had been echoing in the ring. The airflow brought a hallucinogenic sensation, pulling them all into the space constructed by the embroidered shoes. At the moment, all the spectators in the room were experiencing the same thing as Chris. The knot of embroidered shoes targeted more than just Chris. Rather, it's all the people in the audience. So, from the very beginning of this duel, the entire center of the ring was plunged into dead silence. There were also a number of viewers who were so terrified that they just woke up. What the audience goes through doesn't kill them. Zhang Shu just wanted them to have a good experience of the billion-dollar charm from Chinese horror. Of course, it's not to say absolutely. Perhaps, there would be some Sakura Nation viewers and Little Chill Nation viewers who died in an accident. It's also impossible to say. Looking at the audience, one by one, the face of the fearful look, aside the mysterious referee who hid far away, cannot help but feel curious. The embroidered shoes summoned by Zhang Shu, what exactly are they? It actually brought the fear of all the spectators in the audience to its peak. From the time the terror ring descended to the present, this was the first time the mystic referee had seen such a spectacular scene. Could it be that this is called Chinese horror? What is so horrifying about it? At that moment, he noticed that Zhang Shu in the center of the ring suddenly turned his head to look at him and revealed a subtle smile. It seems to say again, want to try? The mysterious referee quickly waved his hand. That's not necessary. In the junction, a torrential downpour of rain slapped relentlessly on the ground. The courtyard of the quadrangle soon piled up with rainwater. Chris and Mrs. Bathory were standing under the eaves of the house when, suddenly, they noticed a layer of greenish smoke that was converging from outside the gate toward the courtyard. In the twinkling of an eye, it was about to surround them. This smoke is dangerous. Mrs. Bathory's senses were extremely acute, but she was now depressed in her mind. What the hell is this place? The fury it releases. It's heavy, and Mrs. Bathory felt there seemed to be an invisible force that was constantly pushing them towards the main room. Could it be that something even more horrifying is hidden in this main room? A sense of crisis haunted the minds of Chrissy and Mrs. Bathory, but right now, They couldn't afford any more considerations, and as soon as they did, they pushed the door to the main room open. In front of me, it was pitch black. However, just as they had entered the main room, before they had time to react, 2 thuds, the door, closing automatically, and then, in the center of the main room, 2 pull candles suddenly lit up. The candles flickered weakly, and though the room's doors and windows were closed, the sparks continued to waver, as if something indescribable were blowing on them, mouthful by mouthful. Tick. At this point, a drop of water dripped from the eaves. It coincidentally landed on the back of Chrissy's head. The eerie surroundings combined with the cold, bone-chilling chill caused Chris to shiver momentarily as she reached up and touched the back of her head, holding it in front of her eyes. On his hand, a streak of scarlet. Fark! It's blood, Chrissy exclaimed, before her head snapped up. See only, on the sturdy wooden beams of the main room, there were actually human corpses hanging one by one. Their necks were bound with twisted rope, which suspended them from the beams of the room. The death was a horrible one. All of them spat out their tongues, their eyes wide, bloodshot eyes, deadpan, staring in the direction of where Chris was, as if it were, on purpose, a scene that had been arranged in advance. Only, the clothes on their bodies, not costumes, but all kinds, silk, linen and ruff, and shawls with armor. The only similarity was that the necks of these corpses, all of them had bloody holes made by sharp instruments, and the blood that flowed from them dyed their clothes red. In the main room, there were enough to hang at least 80 corpses, but, if that's all, not enough to scare Chrissy. What really scares her is this: on the feet of these corpses, they were actually wearing embroidered shoes that she had seen before. Fark 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 fark. Embroidered shoes. Why embroidered shoes again? Chrissy held her head, feeling like her head was going to explode. And, come out if you can. What's the point of hiding behind the scenes and playing tricks on people? Every time you know how to scare me with embroidered shoes. Come out if you have the guts, she yelled and screamed, trying to ease the fear in her mind. But when she saw that the corpse, which had been hanging from the beam, suddenly began to tremble violently and emit a whimpering death cry, Chris was instantly honest. Not a single fart. People have been blindsided. She was now very confused about one thing. This was clearly a duel between horror things. Why did it involve her? A horror summoner. I don't want to die. Can't I just admit defeat? Is that okay? Naturally, it won't work. With a swoosh, 5 bodies suddenly broke free from their bonds at the beams of the room, and 4 of them surrounded Mrs. Bathory with great speed. Mrs. Bathory was also shocked at this moment to discover that she, as a powerful SS-ranked horror, was unable to break free from these 4 corpses in front of her. They indeed could not help her, but she could not help them either. And a body. It stabbed towards Chris with great speed, holding sharp, fully half-meter-long iron spikes in its hands. What else can we do? Run. Of course. With no time to think, Chris immediately turned around and, with trembling hands and all the strength she could muster, painstakingly pulled the door open. Outside the door, blood rains down. A cloud of mist fills the courtyard. In these mists, a dark shadow approached towards Chris as if it were a walking corpse. Wait until Chris looked down. Her entire face had despair written all over it. Embroidered shoes. A pair of scarlet embroidered shoes were placed outside the door in a formal and neat manner. Ha ha ha. Embroidered shoes. Embroidered shoes again. Now Chris is going crazy with the embroidered shoes. Now her. Rather opened the door to see a whole bunch of walkers frantically lunging towards her. Nor would I want to after opening the door. Saw a pair of red embroidered shoes. Pust. The sound of spikes stabbing through the body rang out. Blood soared out of Chris's body like a column. She looked down at the embroidery needle that stabbed through her body, and on her face, instead of panic, there was a relief of relief. It's over. It's finally over. I don't want to stay a minute longer in this damn place, even if I die. Embroidered shoes. Ha 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 ha. Chris's entire body became insane and lost the light of the living in her eyes. It was as if he had lost his soul and turned into a walking corpse with no purpose. With a dull look, she hooked her waist and held the embroidered shoes on the ground in her hands, carefully rubbing her face against them, as if she was aching for a precious treasure. After that, she put the embroidered shoes on her feet and endured the pain to pull her body out of the spikes, while then she leapt on her tiptoes to the center of the courtyard. Rain dripped down on her body, instantly corroding a bloody hole, but it was as if Chris had lost her sense of pain, ignoring the wounds on her body, like a madwoman, dancing openly in the rain of blood. On his face, there was a maniacal smile. In his mouth, a constant murmur escaped. The embroidered shoes, embroidered shoes. Yaha loves to knit embroidered shoes. Embroidered blood, embroidered blood. Yaha loved to drink embroidered blood, until her body, completely dissolved. Her eerie voice only faded away. After Chrissy's death, From the dark shadows in the courtyard, a young girl slowly stepped out. She was dressed in a red sari, her hair was cloaked, and a shocking slash mark surfaced on her ghastly white face, on the body that the sarong could not cover, filled with whipping, burns, strangulation and other kinds of wounds. These cruel wounds, one cannot help but think that the young girl in life, what kind of inhuman treatment suffered. In her embroidered shoes, with a slender finger-length embroidery needle in her hand, she approached Mrs. Bathory, step by step, expressionless. After the death of Chrissy, who was the terror summoner, Mrs. Bathory's body, too, began to become transparent and faded a little. In a minute at most, Mrs. Bathory will be completely dead. The young girl now appears. She was to, with her own hands, send Mrs. Bathory away. Ring of terror. The vast majority of the audience was awake. But now, they were all pale and their eyes were permeated with panic. Same as Chris before he died. They would, right now, rather see a bunch of walkers pouncing on them after they open their eyes. Nor do I want to be seeing the red embroidered shoes. Treadmill. It's just too scary. I haven't seen a single ghost since the beginning. Yet they kept feeling that a ghost was watching them. Every moment, not even a hint of relaxation. It's like mental torture. And when these spectators, at the sight of the young girl in embroidered shoes, not to mention speaking, even breathing was extremely cautious, afraid to piss her off if she's not careful. The audience just snapped out of the fear of being dominated by the embroidered shoes. Brains are still buzzing. Snap. The young girl took a step towards Mrs. Bathory. Mrs. Bathory desperately tried to break free, and on her body, a scarlet aura coalesced, and a berserk power crazily swept through everything around her, and the air appeared to visibly change due to her anger. The surrounding time became a viscous substance, like a liquid, flowing a little. The 4 corpses that trapped her also turned into a cloud of ashes in a flash. On her ghastly white skin, black hairs grew rapidly, and her originally good-looking face issued a radical change, becoming a monster with big scarlet eyes and a short nose. Mrs. Bathory hissed. Wrapped in a furious and incomparable bloodlight, he opened his fangs and killed towards the embroidered shoe girl. Just a blink of an eye. She had then come to the embroidered shoe girl. Sharp fangs were about to bite through the young girl's skin. A close call. Pust. A cold light flashed. The embroidery needle in the young girl's hand was like a knife, transforming into a white light chopping in the air, as if cutting through all the matter in this world. Spinning and gurgling, Mrs. Bathory's head rolled to the ground, and her body, covered with black hair, was like broken glass, gradually disappearing and eventually returning to nothingness. After everything is done, the ring, restored to its original form. All the spectators, at this moment, looked at the embroidered shoe girl with timid gazes, not even daring to blink for fear of seeing another pair of embroidered shoes when they opened their eyes. The young girl, little by little, walked towards Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu sighed and sympathy flowed from his eyes. Hard work. Don't worry. Your innocence, which has been proven, and everything that happened to you will be remembered. There is actually a very long story about embroidered shoes. Legend has it that in ancient times long ago, the neighboring village has a girl named Yaha. Yaya looks very beautiful. Some people say she is the most beautiful girl in the square miles. Just reached the age of marriage, the threshold of the family where matchmaking bridegroom stepped on the bed. However, let the marriage proposal and matchmaking people come a lot. Yaha did not agree to them, because Yaya is an orphan and grew up with a disabled grandfather. Since she knew how to start, she had covered the family's living expenses by weaving embroidered shoes. And now, when it was hard for her to live in better conditions, she thought of saving more money to take her grandfather to the doctor. If she chooses to get married at this time, according to the rules, she will need to go to live in the man's house, and the disabled grandfather will become a widow and no one to take care of him anymore. So Yaya refused all the marriage proposals and matchmaking. For a long time, the matchmakers also stopped making fun of themselves. People in the village praised Yaya for being a filial child, but it wasn't until one day that a young master named Zhang came to the village. That young master Zhang, who had the county magistrate behind him, could be considered extremely arrogant, and when he came to the neighboring village, he began to freeload and act recklessly. Due to his status, the people in the village dared not speak out. I don't know where exactly this young master heard about Yaya, so on a dark and windy night, a group of masked men in black broke into Yaya's home and kidnapped her, then brought to young Master Zhang's room. Something indescribable has happened. This would have been extremely infuriating, but this young master is worse than a dog or a pig. Afterwards, he even had a bunch of his own minions, even sold Yaha to a greenhouse. Afterwards, in order to clear his name, young Master Zhang buys the magistrate to say that Yaya had seduced him by trying to get money from him. The ignorant villagers have since turned their attitudes upside down, abusing Yaya and calling her an unruly woman. She was previously given a matchmaker who didn't want it. But then she saw that young Master Zhang had money and went to hook up with someone else. Simply money-minded bitches. The villagers' gossip drove Yaya's grandfather to death. And Yaya, filled with despair, jumped into the river to kill herself. But what everyone didn't expect was this. Yaya, she is not an ordinary girl, but an extremely een body born in a een year, een month, een day and een hour. A special physique coupled with endless resentment, making her a terrifyingly powerful creep. All those who had slandered her and violated her, she had spared none of them. Before the quadrangle, is that Zhang surnamed Gongzi's residence? Hanging on the beams of the room, is his family's subordinates and that magistrate? As for the very first village, it's the neighboring village after the tragedy.